positive that means that our doctors would feel the same way. I do believe that price could come down as a result of this. Yeah. It was 2 first-round picks. Now we know that this deal was reversed out of this. This allows for an opportunity, a value opportunity, if the Eagles are able to strike, and if they believe he's healthy to their satisfaction. This could be an unbelievable deal.
All right, well, look, 215-592-9494 to weigh in on everything we're discussing here today. We'll also get to your chance to win a really cool prize, which I need James to tell me what it is, coming up shortly here. Let's go to the phones. William right now in Wilmington kicks us off. William, good morning.
Good morning, Hammer.
Hey, buddy.
I like what they've done so far. I still think we need to go get Joey Bosa.
Yeah, I'd like that. Or Bradley Chubb, or both.
Yeah,
Is
why
that
not
crazy? Hey, once upon a time, we went and got Ndamukong Suh. Who was it? Ndamukong Suh and
Linval Joseph.
Yeah, Linval Joseph.
Linval Joseph.
That was in season, though, and they were cheap.
Yeah, they were. This
they
feels
were really old.
I think Joey Bosa will be cheap.
Pretty,
I mean, these are specialized players.
You might be cooked, though, Joey Bosa.
Yeah. Well, the last couple of years, he's had 5 sacks. That's 3 more than we got out of Jalen Phillips last year.
Probably the age the Eagles got Chris Long.
Jalen had 5 sacks on the year combined between the 2 teams he played.
All right, go ahead, William. Oh, he just cut off. I looked at my screen. He just zapped out. All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, very cool prize that we are giving away today, and that is a Devontae. How about this? A Devontae Smith Eagles. Not only it's a jersey, right, James? It says XL. Does this mean a jersey?
What else would that mean?
No,
it could be
It's not an XL hat.
Some
It's
pants.
Devontae Smith.
Probably some Devontae
it's
pants.
an XL version of Devontae
jersey.
Smith.
All right, so we got a
Thank you, man.
Devontae jersey to give away. By the way, it's a Kelly Green jersey, which for me, having grown up in the 80s and 90s, always it makes it even better. A Devontae Kelly Green jersey we give away today. Now, you can win it when you call in at 215-592-9494 on a day in which Max Crosby is now still a Raider, and not a Raven, almost a Raven, like Terrell Owens was almost a Raven, but not a Raven. We ask you today at 215-592-9494, like T.O. almost going to the Ravens, like Max Crosby almost going to the Ravens. What else almost happened? There's an awful lot from sports. There's an awful lot outside of sports through the years of things that almost happened. What is something that almost happened that's notable? 215-592-9494. Best answer. Whoever provides it is going to win the Devontae Kelly Green jersey. John, what are you thinking?
I thought my entire childhood that nuclear war was inevitable. I thought it might happen tomorrow. I don't know. I was a little kid. I remember seeing something somewhere where kids in schools were doing the thing where they cover their heads under their desks. It was just sort of accepted.
Well, I think there's 2 times it almost happened. Cuban Missile Crisis is the most famous, but probably the time when it was closest was the situation with that Soviet in 83.
1983, yeah.
Yeah, when there was a Soviet and a nuke guy, and he was basically, per what he was seeing on his screen, it was like time to fire.
It was a false alarm.
It was a false alarm.
Saying there are missiles coming at you, man.
Right.
Are you going to retaliate?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know, is there a third? I don't know. But obviously nuclear war, I mean, the Cuban Missile, Kennedy and Khrushchev, was a big showdown in the 60s. It almost happened. It didn't, thank God. Seltzer, what almost happened?
Eric Stoltz was almost Marty McFly.
Yeah.
6 weeks filming.
Matter of fact, he was until
he
wasn't.
for 6 weeks. They filmed it. Like, it's a large portion of filming.
Right.
Yeah, wild story.
All right, Rhea, what do you got? And again, everyone, 215-592-9494. What almost happened, Rhea?
Ray Bork was almost a Flyer.
Wow. Really?
On a team, 2000 team that had Eric Lindros, Leclerc, Desjardins, Recchi. He believed he was coming here. He told them he wanted to be traded to the Flyers, and was told it was a done deal. And then all of a sudden, he was in Denver.
I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, no, it was huge.
Interesting. All right, Elliot, what almost happened?
I'm gonna go with Bennifer. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck almost stayed together a bunch of different times. They dated 4 or 5 times. They were married. That didn't work out.
Answer.
Yeah.
I thought Bennifer was him and Jennifer Garner, though.
I think it was Lopez, wasn't it?
I think it's Garner.
Well, they're the way more popular couple.
Come on,
Elliot. Dude, he has kids with Garner.
And by the way, bad answer because it did happen.
Yeah.
But it
Bad
almost
answer.
didn't.
Bad
No,
answer.
it didn't stay together, though. Didn't stay together.
Well,
Yeah, but they got together.
yeah,
That's
that's
fair.
horrible
That's
answer.
They got
They got
together
married.
twice.
If they were
Well,
maybe,
I had a winning one, but I didn't want to take them out.
Elliot, if they were maybe about to get married and didn't, then that would be almost married.
But they didn't stay together.
Bad answer.
All right, fair enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you give us a better answer than that ridiculous Elliot answer? Let me give an example of 215-592-9494. In the greatest sports game I've ever seen, and I mean it, greatest game I ever saw in my life was just a couple months ago. The Toronto Blue Jays almost beat the L.A. Dodgers about 17 different times.
Yeah, they did.
But they didn't. Play at the plate, play in left field, ninth inning holding a one-run lead. I mean, the Blue Jays came as close to winning a championship as you can possibly come without winning that title. Look, give us big answers.
But the Phillies didn't.
No, that's right. Phillies were not that close. Look, big answers abound. I mean, obviously, Al Gore almost beat George Bush.
Hanging Chad.
Hanging Chads. I think it was 44 days or something for the Supreme Court to decide that one. There's a lot of things out of sports. There's a lot of things in sports. It almost happened. Give us a great answer, 215-592-9494. Best answer, how cool is this prize? You'll win a Devontae Kelly green jersey. All right, coming up, bam, 83 points last night. Team USA with an all-time coaching blunder, courtesy of Team USA baseball coach Mark DeRosa. What happened? We'll tell you now. USA on the ropes. Why? We'll tell you next. It's unbelievable. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's from Magerks in Horsham. It's the Birdstown Hall, 94 WIP.
In Pennsylvania, no one wins bigger in workers' comp than Pond Lee Hockey Giordano. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lee Hockey, this powerhouse law firm is built on grit and real-life experience. Sam's not just a lawyer. He's a union kid from Northeast Philly who's known for his grit, his courtroom fire, and fighting like hell to win. This firm has recovered billions for injured workers and people just like you. Call Pond Lee Hockey Giordano today for your free consultation. They'll fight like hell to protect your future.
Warm up with spring training. Saturday, Phillies, Yankees. The first pitch is at 1:05.
That is gone. Up on the boardwalk for Bryce Harper.
Catch all the action here on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Do you know what's hiding under your roof? Damage in your roof or attic isn't always visible. The experts at Home Genius Exteriors give you the peace of mind you deserve. Call now for your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection, and you'll get 50% off roofing materials. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. That's 10 chances to play all tourney long, from game props and money lines to spreads, totals, futures, and so much more. You can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to fill out your bracket, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, makes it easy to stay in the action day after day. So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel, it's time to dance. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Must apply select token each day. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
Breaking news! Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait. These March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowes.com/same-day delivery.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Eagles signed Seattle corner Reek Woolen to a one-year deal. Could be worth up to $15 million. Tremendous rookie season. 6 picks, however, was benched a couple times. Started just 7 games last season. Part of a rotation. Did play under Eagles D-line coach Clint Hurt in 2023 when he was the defensive coordinator. Eagles also signed blocking tight end Johnny Munt. He played with new Eagles offensive coordinator Sean Mannion with the Rams and Vikings. On a day, the Sixers learned Tyrese Maxey will be out at least 3 weeks with a tendon injury in his pinky finger. They got 32 from Cameron Payne in their 139-129 win over the Grizzlies. Ravens nixed their trade with the Raiders for Max Crosby after he failed their physical. And Team Italy shocked Team USA 8-6 in the World Baseball Classic. Americans could be eliminated from the tourney. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Partly cloudy early, thunderstorms later, a high of 79, it's currently 60. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Sports Radio 94 WIP's 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation.
All right, great to be with you from the Birds Town Hall. This is the Magerks in Horsham. We're here about once a year and absolutely love it as we broadcast the Birds Town Hall. It's presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join Magerks for opening day. What a great day that is every year. March 26th this year. Dollar Dogs might be gone at the ballpark, but they're back at Magerks along with great drink specials. So be at Magerks not only for that or any game. Be here for any game across the Philadelphia sports landscape. 215-592-9494. Two absolutely bonker, and I mean bonker developments in sports yesterday that have nothing
You
to
went
do.
with the singular bonker.
I was thinking the same thing, John. I'm like, who says
didn't
bonker?
go bonkers.
Should it be bonkers?
Of
You went
course.
singular bonker.
Well, individually they're bonker.
heard
No one
it.
says
no
bonker.
one says
Bonker development.
No,
There's
you
no
would
bonker.
say
All right, bonkers.
yes. Even if you're talking about one thing, it is bonkers.
All right, two bonkers development
What a
yesterday in
bonker
sports
development from the Hammer.
that have nothing to do with Max Crosby's trade being rescinded.
Which is also a bonker
Yes,
development.
it is. But believe me when I tell you, two other things are even more bonkers. We'll get to that in a moment. 215-592-9494. Gary in Whitehall right now. Gary, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How you doing today?
Doing great, Gare.
John, I'm with you. I like the Woolen signing. It's a proven deal. It's a lot better than having Adoree Jackson out there chasing everybody.
I'll say.
Because he just
This
stepped
guy's a
behind him.
stud.
Yeah, 6'4", 210, not afraid to get in the face. Yeah, he does have a little attitude problem and does a little bullheaded things, but that's okay. Across from him is the best corner is in the league. So I'm good with that. And you have a great nickel. It's Howie time. It's Howie time.
Well, I will say this,
Howie
Gary,
time.
just to be clear. I know it's exciting to get a talented player. This guy's got to deliver, and he's got to put it together. I mean, as Rhea focused on in the update, I mean, he started half the season.
Yeah.
He's been benched.
He's part of a rotation.
I mean,
He's been
Gary,
benched twice.
Gary, we got
Twice.
we, yeah,
Two separate
Gary, we
times.
got to have some cautionary flag waving here. I mean, you know, I mean, you're describing a guy that sounds like he should get $100 million,
And he got barely 50.
He got a one-year prove-it deal.
Got a 1 year deal. You know,
You got to prove it,
well,
deal.
like
It's
he's
like
in-
you've got to prove it still,
yeah. I mean,
dude.
he's in his athletic prime, so it's not exactly the most.
26-year-olds that talented at that position don't get 1 year deals.
Yeah, it
it's
doesn't
insane.
speak great to what he's done wrong to this point. Let's put it that way.
No, but like they said, for the cost, it's a lot better than going out and getting a 30-year-old or 35.
Yeah, but hold on 1 second, Gary. It's also not nothing, my man. I mean, you can make a case for what it's worth that in a singular season, he's going to make around. I'm going to use the word around what N'Kobe and Reed are going to make together. I mean, I know Elliott said it might not be a full $15 million, but like it's going to be up in that range somewhere.
It seems like it's around 12.
Okay, I mean
12 million,
that's more than Reed and that's more than N'Kobe for a year.
So as much as it is a 1 year prove it deal, $12 million for a prove it deal
Is a lot.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is not like 1 year, $3.5 million.
No.
I mean, $12 million, while I don't think it will impact anything else they do, to your original point, Joe, it would not surprise me if he had offers elsewhere that were maybe 2-3 years and he did decide to take a 1 year, like, decent check for.
But it is to prove it to
For
get
sure,
a big
100%.
contract.
No
The
question.
point
Well-
is, he chose this to go out and hopefully get $100 million.
The other thing I would say to this, the chances they re-sign him are so slim.
Oh, it's if he plays well, he's gone.
They have
and
to,
if he's a problem,
and they don't do in-season extensions, which is going to hurt them here. If he is good, they have to sign Quinyon and Cooper next offseason. They're not going to pay Tariq Woolen also big-time money. So he will be a 1 year rental.
Yeah, and that's a better. I'd rather have the money out there for him. It might be a little bit more than you're paying. But I think what you're going to get on the field is going to be better than what you had with the old guy.
Well, it better be.
yeah, he's
And
paid
that's-
a lot more money.
Yeah, and I don't mean that disrespectful for Adoree Jackson. I thought he hung in there.
I thought Adoree at the end of the year actually gave them good football.
I
for,
did too.
6-7 weeks in a row.
Yeah. All right, my man Gary, I need an answer from you. There's a lot of things that almost happened. Give me a great one.
We almost won Game 6 in 1993, except for Mitchie was 4 out.
Yeah, they were 2 outs away. It was 1 out in the 9th inning when Joe Carter hit the home run. So Game 6 of the 93 World Series. You're not wrong. All right, two unbelievable developments yesterday in sports that have nothing to do with the incredible development of Max Crosby not going through. The first is Team USA in baseball. They lost, which you can lose, but the development is how they lost. So if you don't know, the U.S. coach Mark DeRosa, former big league player, was unaware entering the game that the U.S. was still in jeopardy of being eliminated in this round.
And so what did he do, Joe?
Well, he played backups. All right, first let's listen to what DeRosa said. He was on a podcast before the game. He's addressing the upcoming game. He thinks they've got it in their back pocket, so it doesn't matter if he plays backups. That wasn't true. Listen to what he said a couple hours before the game.
Ton of respect for Italy. It's weird. We want to win. We want to win this game, even though our tickets punched to the quarterfinals, because Mexico plays Italy actually tomorrow. So the way the schedule lines up, this is an important game for us. Nolan McLean will start. He's on the bump and he's good to go.
All right.
He's an absolute beast, and I expect him to throw the heck out of him.
That last part, it doesn't matter. That last part, okay, beast and whatever. Bottom line, you hear a manager saying we already got our ticket punched to the next round. They did not.
My God.
Why does he think that?
He was wrong. He was wrong.
He thought based on like the run.
understand.
Well, there's
Run
like
differential
yes,
stuff.
it's if you have the same record 3-1. It's about how many runs you've given up. He thought that the formula was already fixed.
John,
it
basically,
didn't matter what they did.
He can't add.
He thought that they could lose a game and have the same record as someone else, but already have the tiebreakers in hand.
So he played the backups.
Wrong. He was wrong.
So, all right, let's listen to what he said after the game.
Shouldn't there be some checks and balances?
You would think, yes. This is
there
a
are
massive.
other coaches.
Yes, this is
there are
a
other
massive,
players
This
who are
is
privy to this.
USA organizational failure.
Holy
yes.
cow!
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's 3 people, 7 people, the whole combination of whomever.
Everyone deserves blame, but he's the face of it.
And look, he deserves the most blame because
Agreed.
he's the manager.
Yep.
So, like, it's ultimately on him. But, yeah, I would imagine more than one person weighed in and said, oh, yeah, we're good. No, yeah, we're good. No, you weren't good. So let's listen to what he said after the game.
Unfathomable.
By the way, what he said after the game is also irritating because he doesn't – he's trying to take accountability, but he doesn't really the right way. You can tell he feels shame, but he doesn't really take it the right way. Listen to what he – after they lose – and he's obviously now found out, we might be eliminated.
Oh, can you imagine that moment where he finds out?
We might be eliminated. Listen to how he addressed it after the game.
Yeah, I misspoke. I was on hot stove with a couple buddies today and completely misread the calculations. We knew that Mexico was going to play Italy and then running all the numbers with if we lost tonight with the runs allowed and runs scored and outs. So I just misspoke.
He didn't just misspeak. To his credit, he's trying to take full accountability, and he's admitting that he miscalculated. But he didn't misspeak. He miscalculated.
He got it wrong.
Like what he said when he said it, he thought it was true. It's not a misspeak. It's a miscalculation. 100%.
And realize what he said in there. Well, I was on with a couple buddies. Like, I was just chit-chatting, and I just didn't kind of...
You're the manager of Team USA on an interview into microphones, dude.
I mean, so it's astounding. Now, we're going to get to a Twitter poll question about this in a moment, but there's something else astounding that happened last night, and this game ended around 10 o'clock or so. The Miami Heat won a game. They scored, I'd have to look it up, I think it was 150 points. But Bam Adebayo, who's a very good NBA player. He's not a truly exceptional player, but he's very good. Bam Adebayo did something that only one person had ever done before. He got to 83 points.
I can't believe it.
Of course, Kobe had gotten 81 about 20 years ago. Wilt got to 100 about 60 years ago. Bam, let's listen last night. Unfortunately, it's a free throw, so that makes it a little bit less exciting. But let's
little less exciting.
Let's listen. And by the way, there were a lot of free throws. It became a mockery at the end. They were kind of fouling each other. It was all weird. Let's listen as the Miami Heat crowd, rightfully so, honoring Bam Adebayo as he gets to 82 and then 83.
82 points. Mama, we feel your joy. The second highest scoring game in NBA history, second only to Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game in Hershey, Pennsylvania against the New York Knicks when he was playing for Philadelphia.
Because 83 points.
83. It feels wrong to me. Like
36 of those are single.
Kobe having 81 felt right. It was like, all right, Wilt, Kobe. That works for me. That feels historically
It's split
accurate.
up now.
Yes. I got to look at Bam Adebayo in the middle of that.
Yeah.
Like, it's like he's a good player.
Yeah, good
he's
player.
not a great scorer. Like,
No,
that's the crazy. It's not like, Donovan Mitchell went off for a night or Shea or whoever it is.
Sure.
Like, Bam
I
Adebayo.
know. Now, sometimes, and I'd have to look into this more, this can, obviously relates to who you're playing. For instance, Kobe did it against a bad Toronto team. And, let's say maybe a player's out and you get to feast on a backup and all that sort of stuff. But look, Adebayo went for 83 last night. So we ask you this Twitter poll question of the day, and I really want people to weigh in on the phone lines as well at 215-592-9494. Not only your reaction to these two unbelievable developments last night, and we didn't know which word to go with, but we went with the word absurd. Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more. In a 2026 Armin Chevy Trailblazer starting at only $24,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Elliot, I'm looking right at you, my man. I need you to answer this question. Which is more absurd? Choice A is that entering yesterday, Mark DeRosa did not know Team USA could be eliminated this round. Choice B is Bam Adebayo, second most points all time in NBA history, 83 points. Which is more absurd?
So I'm choosing to pretend the Bam thing never happened. It will not count in my personal record book. Kobe still has the most. It's a fluke thing. First
of all, Kobe doesn't have the most. A guy named Wilt Chamberlain.
Agreed.
Don't tell Jack Fritz.
Yeah, I was going to say, we haven't seen it. But it's the USA manager. I mean, it's honestly a fireable offense. I know they won't fire him today because they could very well be eliminated today, but if they fired him this morning, I think it would be acceptable. It's absurd, yeah.
How funny would that be if they just fired him? They're like, Mark DeRosa is no longer
talk about
the manager.
setting the mood for the team. How could you trust this guy moving forward with any decisions?
It really is astounding. All right, well, look, we ask you at 2-1.
Speaking of astounding, we just saw John Ritchie playing football on the screen right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
That looks like
Richie's and looks over at me. He's like, that's me.
all go to start the game. Touchdown, Terrell Owens.
I just saw Richie throwing a block right there.
Yeah.
That's the Terrell Owens 81-yarder in the preseason.
Correct.
Top 10 Eagles play of all time.
Backfield. Two backs to start the game.
Yeah, here at Magerks, they've got old highlights on the screen, Eagles highlights, which is great. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. So your reaction to what the Eagles have done, what they have not done, and again, the two just absolutely wild developments last night beyond Crosby. What do you make of the Bam 83 points, which, by the way, did get a little fishy at the end because
they were fouling the Wizards intentionally to get Bam to the line.
I mean, what's the point?
Elliot, you probably don't know this. Same thing happened in the Wilt game.
Yeah.
In the Wilt game.
Didn't the guy Wilt was covering have like 60 points or something like that?
I don't know. But the key is they were in both games they were fouling the other team intentionally to get the ball back for their scorer to score. All right, to the phones. Let's get to Darren right now in Cherry Hill. Darren, good morning.
Good morning. I think with the Eagles changing the whole offensive system, they'd be crazy to change A.J. Brown. I think it's going to be like the Rams, much more wide receiver friendly.
Well, it should be. I mean, I think most of us believe, Darren, this really has little to do with A.J. Brown, the player, and much to do with whether he and Jalen Hurts can coexist without A.J. Brown being in a bad mood for 5 months and hurting the season with a lot of negative energy and potentially lack of effort. That's the core of it. It's the core of it.
Yeah, I hope.
Because, I mean, Darren, you got to admit, my man, he was a real drag this year. I mean, they're 3-0. He wants to be traded. He goes to Twitter, I don't know, 5 different times to complain. He stands at his locker. Sometimes he says the right thing. Sometimes he doesn't. It's old, man. That's a brutal spot to put your starting quarterback. Who you guys know, I'm not a big Jalen guy, but he is a star NFL quarterback. He's a star. And to ask your star quarterback, hey, bud, just deal again for the 4th year. And I'm not counting 22. I'm counting 23. AJ had issues with Jalen. 24, 25. And now it's like, yeah, Jalen, just suck it up and deal with it again. That's a lot to ask a star quarterback, man.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But I hope they can work it out. It'd be a failure on both of them if they can.
Well, they both are complicit, but in very, very different ways. All right, Darren, give me an answer here. What almost happened?
The the most important thing in the last 50 years. The Eagles almost moved to Phoenix.
Wow.
That's a great answer.
Great one.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Eagles and Phoenix. That was, I believe, 84, 85.
Bremen, right?
No, well, Bremen saved the day.
Bremen saved
That was
the day.
Leonard
That's when
Toast.
Bremen came in
Yeah.
and Leonard Toast. That's
Reed,
what
do
it
you
was,
remember
yeah.
what a big deal that was?
Oh, yeah, I do.
was too young.
I think if I remember, I got to look it up, but somehow somebody from WIP, maybe Angelo,
That was
maybe
before
Howard.
Angelo. Oh, you mean as a reporter?
As a reporter.
Got it,
Yeah, that got word of it, and it got out.
Yeah.
So I got to look it up. But Angelo was very close with Leonard Toast
Yeah, I know.
later in life.
Yeah.
And Dick Vermeil took care of him. He was quite a character.
Yeah.
I sat next to him at Angelo's daughter's wedding. That was one of the more interesting times of my life. But yeah, somebody tipped off the public.
Yeah.
If I recall.
I'm friends with Leonard Toast's granddaughter, and she told me the story a few years ago. And I don't remember it all, but basically, from her perspective, I think she was about a teenager at the time. There was a point where she picks up a phone in their home, and it's like a reporter or a fan or something, because the news had gotten out, and she turns, I think, to her mom or something. It's like, oh, this is getting bad. This is really getting bad now. Certainly wasn't.
It was just, but like 81, I was born, so it's like right before my college
James,
memories.
to say this was the biggest story that week would be an understatement.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Talk about the internet would break. So the other thing I remember vividly. So my next door neighbor had seats to the Eagles, and he would take us from. This was a few years after my father had died, and so our next door neighbor was. We had a lot of people really kind to us, just kind of looking out for us because our dad had died, and so he would take us to some Eagles games, and so he was a diehard Eagles fan, like million are, and I vividly remember when the news broke, he was physically sick for a couple days, throwing up.
I can imagine.
Like he actually was throwing up. Because the Eagles were maybe about to
I don't
move.
know. I mean, like I don't know that I could function. Like it sounds so horrible to even think about.
Oh my God! 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Kenny right now. He's calling from West Oak Lane. Good morning, Kenny.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing well, Kenny.
Listen, I just had an anxiety attack thinking about the Eagles moving. I couldn't imagine. I don't know what I would do. I really don't. I don't know what I would do, man.
And Kenny, the key for those that don't know all the history, this is before the Rams. No, not the Rams.
The Colts?
The Cardinals. St. Louis. I'm getting my St. Louis is confused. Before the St. Louis Cardinals moved to Arizona, that's why the opening was there. It was a big town with no team. And they were looking to entice the Eagles, and they really almost pulled it off.
So it was an Arizona Republic reporter broke the story, and within like a day or two, Mayor Wilson Goode and the city had renegotiated a deal. So if he doesn't break that story, it probably happens.
Or at least it gets further down the road.
How long from when they moved would the Eagles have had a team back? Because they would have a team now.
Oh, it would have been,
obviously.
yeah. But usually it takes 2 to 3 years because
Yeah.
you got to get an ownership group and you got to start from, sort of from scratch.
Yeah.
And would they be the Eagles? Would
That's the
Eagles
question.
let-
That's
you
a
know
good
what I mean?
point,
It's
yeah.
like a whole crazy what if.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Liberty Bells.
They
or
could be the
something.
Cardinals.
The Liberty Bells.
All right, Kenny, what do you got, pal?
All right, Max Crosby. I think it's worth bringing him here to check him out. It's the Dallas. We don't trust anything from Dallas, so bring him here, check him out. Let's see if we can get him for a good price.
You can't
AJ
check
has
him
to
out
go
unless
100
you trade for him, though, right?
I don't know about that.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking the question. Can you have your medical guys check him before you do a deal? I don't think so,
I
right?
believe
You
the
can
medicals-
take trips as a player without.
I know,
being
but as
signed.
a free agent,
James,
you can.
here's the key. I
He's
believe.
not a free
No. Here's the key. I believe because there's motivation from every party to make a trade. Raiders are looking to trade him. Max Crosby's looking to be traded. I would imagine this is something the agent
Behind
and
the
the team
scenes will
say
find a way.
authorization is granted. I would be shocked if authorization would not be allowed to be granted.
Right.
Well, I'd imagine also they can get access to the different imaging and stuff that has been done.
That's true. I mean, I would think that's true.
because the agent has it.
All right, Kenny, I need an answer from you. What almost happened?
Clinical research of penicillin was almost abandoned because they tried it on gerbils instead of rats, and it kills gerbils. So
Wow.
penicillin almost didn't happen.
Wow.
Interesting. All right, Kenny, good answer right there.
Very good answer.
215-592-9494. Coming up, we'll talk to Ruben Frank. Ruben with us here at Magerks, the Magerks in Horsham for the next hour. Looking forward to getting his insight, your phone calls, and everything we're discussing, including Bam and the baseball manager not knowing the circumstances. Which is more unbelievable in your opinion? Joe DeCamera and John Rich. It's the Birds Town Hall from 94 WIP.
When it comes to your roof, not all contractors are created equal. Only 2% of GAF installers earn Master Elite status, and just 1% of that Master Elite group is recognized as President's Club installers. My friends at J&S Family Roofing are among them. They're going to be here today hanging out. Can't wait to see those guys. What does this mean for you? Superior craftsmanship, proven trust, and access. This is so important to the best roofing warranty that GAF offers. It's protection you can't just get from anyone. So call my friends. Choose the experts trusted at the highest level. Stu, Dustin, Nick, and Kevin. They'll be with you from start to finish. They're a family-run business. They are the best. J&S Family Roofing, built by family, backed by the best. And tell them I sent you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. During our spring sales event, get 10% off any home painting project, $2,500 or more. When you schedule before May 15th at participating locations, get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Hey, March Matchups fans, BetMGM is offering a legendary experience for you and 3 of your friends in Vegas. Climb the BetMGM Court of Legends leaderboard for a chance to win the trip of a lifetime to Las Vegas to see Haley and Hannah Cavender face off at the Bellagio. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. 25 winners will take home grand prize packages that include 4 tickets to the Court of Legend event featuring the Cavender twins, withdrawable funds for travel, a 3-night stay at the MGM Grand, and MGM Resorts credit. Make this March one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Withdrawable bonus dollars for flight money.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about something I love having around my apartment, and that is Tasty Cakes. This spring, they've got a new lemon cheesecake baked pie with a graham cracker-inspired crust and that smooth lemon cheesecake filling. Phenomenal. And for everyday snacking, the Tasty Cake Pound Cake Juniors are perfect. Moist, classic pound cake in just the right size. Whether it's after dinner, during the game, or grabbing something quick, Tasty Cake just works. We're proud to broadcast from the Tasty Cake studio. Nobody knows treats like Tasty Cake.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run in PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
What if your instincts could pay off?
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. You know, it's one of those moments you remember where you were when you saw the news. The trade heard around the world is dead. The Raiders announced the blockbuster deal sending Max Crosby to Baltimore is canceled. The reversal comes after Crosby failed his physical in Baltimore, and appears the Ravens medical staff wasn't ready for Crosby. I'm Drake Toll.
After years of wear and tear, you've made the decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. Talk to your doctor. You got a date set? Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you, because something you might not know is attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you had your surgery, you already trust your physical therapist at NovaCare to help you fully heal, because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management, because you have very unique needs with joint replacement. NovaCare's team, they will develop an individualized treatment plan that's going to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love to do. It's not a decision anyone comes to lightly, so rely on the physical therapy provider you know and you trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Turn it up. Hi, good morning to you. Birdstown Hall, one of our favorite days every year in the sports calendar. Look, the reality is it's fun to react after a game. It's fun to preview a game. Like, for instance, John, as we had 2 seasons ago, a Friday before Super Bowl. That's the ultimate football Friday. Those are, some of the most fun days, obviously, for us as sports fans and talk show hosts. But so, too, are the days where you're building your team. It's roster construction. And this week is big-time roster construction. So on a annual basis, we come here to Magerks. We're broadcasting from Magerks. It's the Magerks in Horsham for the Birdstown Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Hey, next week, join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on at all Magerks locations next week, obviously on the 17th. Live music, Irish dancers, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long. You can weigh in at 215-592-9494. We're looking for what almost happened. And with that, your chance to win a Devontae Smith Eagles Kelly Green jersey for something that almost happened in honor of Max Crosby almost being a Raven. And, of course, reaction to the Eagles so far. John, your thoughts so far? Combine the 2 days. Day 1, they did nothing. Day 2, the Eagles added 3 players, one of whom had been here before in Calcaterra. Yeah. The other, the blocking tight end, who probably as a backup, theoretically could be a weak starter. And then, of course, the cornerback for $15 million. What do you think?
He's a U tight end. The U is the second tight end, the guy who can block, Johnny Munt. We're excited, to get that balance. I'm a fan of Reek Woolen. I think Reek Woolen, our new cornerback to play opposite Quinyon Mitchell, makes everyone better on that defense. We've seen the way tight coverage, sticky coverage makes those pass rushers look better than they might really be. we're going to see more of that. This is going to be awesome. I love the way Woolen can physically dominate a wide receiver with just his size, with his hands, with his sheer physicality. And the guy can run. For 6'4", he can run. So last year, where this was such a problematic, every week it felt problematic. Why in the world do we have such a weakness across from Quinyon? Well, we didn't plan properly, and this time Howie said, you know what? Things haven't gone quite the way we perceived, the way we expected free agency to unfold. I thought it was. I felt like day one he was still almost a little slow on the draw. I felt like the focus always revolves around the compensatory picks initially. And then, there were teams who were a little quicker than the Eagles. Let's be honest. Maybe Howie started out a little sluggish.
Well, those teams might have spent unwisely though. For what it's worth.
those are teams who need it more than we do. Again, I've said repeatedly, these free agency is all about B-list actors getting paid like the stars, getting paid like guys who are top of the list. Tom Cruise, whoever you name that commands box office respect. That's not. It's a little sideways.
Well, let me ask you
every
this.
year. I think we get too worked up about what we don't do in a situation where a lot of the bad teams are the most active teams.
Yeah. So look, I think we all know JT Realmuto is a fill because Bo Bichette's not. Elliott is the cornerback, Woolen and Eagle because. Help me on the name.
Jalen Phillips.
Because Jalen Phillips is not.
No, I think they were in on the cornerback market. There was reports they were also in on Lante Taylor, who was a good corner from the Saints. I forget where he ended up signing.
Ravens, maybe?
Maybe it was the Ravens, yeah, although who knows now. No, I think they had some extra cash. I think this is an upside signing by Howie. And look, I'm excited about it in the way that he is the perfect player to be excited about. He's ultra athletic. He's tall. He's a corner. He makes interceptions. But it's worth noting, Seattle has a ton of defensive talent around him, right? So he was already around a ton of defensive talent. They have a ton of cap space, and they did not bring him back.
You sound skeptical.
Well, I just think it's a high risk, high reward. The way I would put it is I think Adoree Jackson has a higher floor than Tariq Woolen, but I think Tariq Woolen has a higher ceiling. Yeah. So it's a matter of what you want. Now, to John's point, playing across from Quinyon, he's going to get a lot of targets his way. He's awesome in man coverage. He's one of the best man cover corners in the NFL, but he also has a lot of penalties, and he's a terrible tackler. He was top 5 in the league last year in both penalties and tackles, and he was benched. So, again, I can get excited about the physical profile, but he's been that athlete his whole career.
We are trying to connect with Ruben Frank. Thought Ruben was going to be here for the 7 o'clock hour. Hoping to connect with him. Obviously, great to be with you. 215-592-9494. You can wait on the phone lines. Matthew in Philadelphia is doing that, part of the Birds Town Hall. Good morning, Matthew.
Good morning, guys.
How's it going, Matthew?
Good. Yeah, man, is this a second place award now? Because, the guy that called from Cherry Hill, I think he wrapped that up with his answer.
I bet you there's other big ones, man.
I thought the benefit one was good.
There's a lot of big answers. A lot for things that almost happened.
Yeah, so my answer...
I'll give you one, Matthew. Lincoln was almost not assassinated if the frickin' guard who's supposed to be at the door hadn't left his post. How about that?
Did he get fired?
I would hope. John Wilkes Booth goes to Ford's Theater to kill Lincoln. You know why he was able to kill him? Guy left his post.
Did he do it on purpose?
I don't know.
That's a good question. Yeah.
I don't know.
You know.
But so Matthew, my point is there's a lot of things that they could beat it as a potential answer for what almost happened.
You think
that's more important than the Eagles
ready?
almost movie? Come on, dude.
All right, go ahead, Matthew.
All right, so May 12th, 2019, Kawhi Leonard, Game 7, almost rimmed out.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Now it would have been overtime, so you're not guaranteed to win that because it was a tie game. But yeah, you're right. Kawhi almost missed it.
Yeah, that was a tough one to watch.
In retrospect, the Sixers' best chance, I think, with
Oh.
this core.
Oh,
by
for sure.
far. Yeah. I mean, the game 6 against the Celtics a few years ago, you could argue.
Yeah, but they were better with Jimmy Butler. Matthew, thanks for the call. Jimmy Butler gave them their best chance. Look, as evidenced by the fact,
although
Jimmy Butler got to 2 NBA Finals as the best player on his team.
Yeah,
Like, he was legit, man.
What do you have in that game? 16 points?
He didn't play well. I think he made 4 buckets.
Yeah.
He did, though, make the play that tied it up.
Yeah.
By getting that rebound and racing down the court and getting fouled and making those free throws. All right, Matthew, thanks for the call. 215-592-9494. Coming up, we'll get into the Tyrese Maxey injury. What Louis Riddick has said about Reek Woolen, the Eagles' new starting cornerback. Also, more on Bam and Team USA, the massive miscue by DeRosa last night, and more. Phone calls and all this. Birds Town Hall on from Magerks in Horsham on 94 WIP.
Spring is finally around the corner, and while we're all excited for that warmer weather, nobody is excited for the energy bills that come along with it. As those temperatures rise, you got to make sure your cooling costs stay low, and the best way to do that is with Window Nation's high-quality, energy-efficient products.
They take the guesswork out of it. You just request a consultation, and the experts at Window Nation come right to your house to spot your problem areas and give you a real plan. Your windows are usually installed in just one day, so your home is shielded from that outside heat while you stay cool and comfortable all spring and summer long.
It is a total game changer for your home's curb appeal, but it's also about peace of mind because Window Nation backs their products with a lifetime warranty. And honestly, there is no better time to upgrade than right now in March. It's their Buy More, Save More event where you can enjoy up to 50% off all window styles.
50% off is massive, especially when you pair it with their financing. You can get started with $0 down and payments as low as $199 a month. Don't wait for the heat wave to hit. Visit windownation.com today to schedule that free consultation.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Big Air Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. Imagine having reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years. With Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices, that finds and fixes any issues. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all of your devices will be working in perfect harmony with Xfinity's best equipment and no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. Even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Breaking news. Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait. These March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code Radio Launch. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online /promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Make your money work a little harder this spring with a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union. It keeps everyday spending simple, and you can earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Want to grow your savings even more? Check out our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Get started at firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or stop by your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
You've got places to be, and Wawa's got $5 deals all day. Kick off your morning with a $5 big breakfast meal deal. A sizzly breakfast sandwich, hash brown, and hot or iced coffee. And later, that $5 feeling keeps going with a crispy chicken sandwich. Bold flavor, real value. Because great taste doesn't need to cost more. Order today in the Wawa app or in store. Big cravings, big deals. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, picking out an engagement ring, it can be, scary. You might not even know where to start. You want the right ring. You want a great ring. You want a great price. What are you looking at? You're probably confused. Well, look, I tell people all the time, get yourself to Family and Company Jewelers. They're located in Marlton, New Jersey. Family and Company Jewelers, best in the business. No pressure. No pressure. No confusion. You're going to have true experts, wonderful people help guide you through that ring buying process. Just great honesty to get you in the right direction, to get the gal of your dreams the ring of her dreams. So stop stressing on this front and get yourself to Family and Company Jewelers. Again, located on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. When it comes to finding that ring, there is one place that is the place to go. That is Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Mike Dominguez for Southern Delaware Beach Sales this season. Mike listens to your needs, answers his phone. No AI or robot recordings. Call Mike Dominguez at 302-745-2019. Seattle corner Reek Woolen signed a one-year essentially prove-it deal with the Eagles, which could be worth up to $15 million. 6 picks his rookie year, which he played under Eagles D-line coach Clint Hurt, but he has been benched a couple times and gets penalized a lot. Here's Max Crosby back on the trade market. Ravens backing out after he failed their physical. Sixers beat the Grizzlies 139-129. Also learned Tyrese Maxey will be out at least 3 weeks with a tendon injury in his pinky finger. Well, Team USA could shockingly be eliminated from the World Baseball Classic after an upset 8-6 loss to Team Italy. Partly cloudy early, thunderstorms later, high 79. It's currently 60. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell them bring another round. We need
Another Birds Town Hall. Birds Town Hall, one of our favorite days every year, and as you just heard right there from the big booming voice person. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Catch all of the tournament action. We're getting near the tournament, by the way. Catch all the tournament action at Magerks this month. Enjoy a game day atmosphere like no other with drink specials all tournament long. Speaking of the tournament, the big tournament, which of course starts next week, there are implications with our Big Five teams that need to play their way into the tournament. I think most people know Villanova is going to make it. Don't have to win the Big East tournament in order to do that. And Drexel's already been eliminated. But the other four schools, Temple, LaSalle, Penn, and St. Joe's, all still have a shot. So here's what... I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said TU.
TU, that's
Overtime
right.
win.
Here's what you need to know for today. Temple versus Florida Atlantic today. Is that correct? No, you're confusing me, Rhea. Because I had it as they're playing today. You saying they played last night?
No, I'm saying they had an overtime win. Hold on, let me bring it back.
Yeah, I got it. The Temple's playing Florida Florida Atlantic.
We are firing
today.
on all cylinders right now.
Well, I was good until I heard otherwise.
I got interrupted.
And LaSalle plays the Bonnies today. So LaSalle versus the Bonnies, A10, and we'll firm up these facts because we might be wrong.
Are we still in the A10? Is that still a thing?
Let me ask you this: is Nebraska still in the Big East?
I was just saying
is Hawaii still in Europe?
No, I was just saying they had an
Nonsense.
overtime win against Tulane, not that they were playing Tulane.
Okay, right. So anyway, all right. So tournament action, the local conference tournament stuff, and then got to play their way in is basically the deal.
Oh,
all right,
that was the women.
All right, there you go.
Like I said, firing on all cylinders.
Hey. Hammer got one right.
This is how little we pay attention to it anymore because they haven't won.
I haven't got many right lately. All right, Buzz is back in the studio. So, Buzz, give us the lowdown because we had detailed earlier Team USA vulnerable and being eliminated in this, I don't know what you call it, round robin round or whatever this round is called.
Group
World Baseball
stage,
Classic.
yeah.
The group stage.
Based on losing yesterday and DeRosa not knowing entering yesterday's game that they could be eliminated this round. So there's circumstances with this game today. Team USA is either going to advance or not based on an Italy game. Buzz, tell us what we need to know about what needs to happen.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a bleep show, but Italy is playing Mexico tonight. If Italy wins, that's the simplest way for U.S. to get in. Italy wins, U.S. is in, and of course Aaron Nola is starting pitching for Italy. If Mexico,
so now I'm happy that Aaron Nola's on Team
Are
Italy.
you, though?
That's a good point.
the fate of the nation lies in Aaron Nola's hands.
Oh, that's a good spot to be in.
If Mexico wins, the tiebreaker, because it wouldn't be head-to-head because the U.S. beat Mexico, lost to Italy.
Oh, yeah, why use head-to-head as a tiebreaker?
No. In this case, there would be, if Mexico beats Italy, that would create a three-way tie at the top of the pool where they're all 3-1 and Team A beat B, B beat C, C beat A. The next tiebreaker, inexplicably, is not run differential, but rather runs divided by defensive outs, which I have never seen.
The dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So basically, Mexico would need to win the game, but also score 5 or more runs for the U.S. to have a shot.
I get. Let me just say this: I get the differential divided by because there's teams that won because they skunked teams, like Japan didn't play a full game because they skunked a team, whatever it was, 11-1 or whatever. So if you don't get to play 9 innings,
you're saying with the mercy rule they have to.
Yeah,
but if you mercy rule
some
team,
teams only bat 8 times because you're the home team and you get the team out in the top of the 9th, so you didn't get to get runs.
But
in the
why
bottom
not
of the
just
9th.
do run differential because of the mercy rule you're saying?
Well,
I mean run differential, if you mercy rule someone, you're probably in good shape run differential wise.
If you mercy rule a team, though, you could actually, that could work against you because you don't get more defensive outs.
That's the point.
Like in theory,
that's the point. This is a dumb thing.
Winning
It
a
should be
game by
run
9 and getting more outs could actually help you in theory.
Yeah.
So it's really, really stupid. But basically, Mexico needs to, if they're going to win, they have to score at least 5 runs for the U.S. to have a shot. And in theory, if it goes extras, then the formulas get all wacky. But
got it.
Root for an Italy.
So hold on. If Mexico wins, how does the USA get in still?
Mexico would need to score at least 5 runs.
So if Mexico wins but scores less
If Mexico wins 4-2, U.S. is out. If Mexico wins 2-0, U.S. is out. So
wild,
if Mexico wins a low-scoring game, that's how the U.S. gets screwed here.
Interesting. All right, well, look, good update there. Bizarre. Go Aaronola. We'll find out what happens. All right,
once Italy scores 5 runs, U.S. is in, essentially, if that happens.
Unless the game goes extras, because then it would get a little like there's a scenario I saw. If Mexico walks off the game with 1 out in the bottom of the 10th, and that's their 5th run, the U.S. still is out because the ratio with defensive outs gets thrown off.
That's wild.
There are going to be some nerds having a field
Bring
day.
your calculators out tonight if Mexico's winning the game, basically.
Bring them out. Bring them out to Magerks. It'll be lots of fun.
That's wild. All right, Buzz, good update right there. We're going to get to some audio. Lewis Riddick coming up shortly, talking about the Eagles' new starting cornerback Reek Woolen. Also, Elliott, as we broadcast from Magerks here in Horsham. So if you're coming out today, come to the correct Horsham. The correct Magerks. There's a lot of great Magerks. We're at the Horsham one. Elliott is at the Surfside Free Agency desk, brought to us by, of course, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, with sampling from 4 to 6 p.m. Come on down and enjoy $2 off Surfside and Stateside cans. Elliott, what do you expect from day 3 today from the Eagles?
Yeah, so I think the 2 major things to watch today with the Eagles are, 1, the tight end market. I know they just signed a tight end, but that's a backup tight end. They brought back Calcaterra as well. So their depth chart there is set, but they still need tight end 1. David Njoku is still out there. I know they have a ton of interest in him. Dallas Goedert, still a potential there. If they don't sign a tight end today, you wonder if they go into the draft looking for a tight end. But the other thing is A.J. Brown. I can't believe we've gone, an hour and a half. This has to be the first time in months we've gone an hour and a half into a show and not mentioned A.J. But Romeo Doubs signs with the Patriots yesterday. The options out there are dwindling, and deadlines create action. And today is another one of those days where, with a new league year beginning, if it doesn't happen today, you wonder if this goes in the draft. So the tight end position and A.J. are the 2 things I'm most watching today.
John, the AJ thing, it feels like there's sentiment now that it might be an after June 1st trade.
Well,
is that what you're feeling?
That the money leads us to feel like that was always the juncture that made the most sense for the Eagles to unload. What is it? It counts an additional $40 million off the cap if we do this after June, Elliott? Is that how it works?
So if they trade him prior to June, his cap hit right now is around $20 million. If they trade him today, then they would incur another $20 million. So it goes up to 40-something, I think like 43. If they trade him after June 1st, I think it just gets cut in half, essentially. So I'll have to get the exact numbers for you, but the cap implication is way less after June 1st.
Right. So it feels like we just have to somehow maintain interest from someone or multiple teams, try to dangle that through June 1st and,
obviously
and hope they still want AJ.
And obviously that's after this year's draft, right? So if you wait until June 1st, you're looking at picks in next year's draft. So, I mean, the AJ thing is not playing out well. Like, this is kind of the worst case scenario where both sides were open to a trade and a trade doesn't happen, and now they both have to maybe come back together with the realization that they kind of both wanted to break up, but instead they're going to go into another year. So I think today's a big one. The reporting out of New England is that even after signing Romeo Doubs, the Patriots are not out on A.J. Brown.
Right.
But I think the Patriots have the power now. I know the Eagles have the player, but the Patriots, I think, own the power in these negotiations. They don't need him anymore, and the Eagles might be in a situation where they need to trade A.J. If they've decided internally they want to move on from him, and they have potentially told him, like, yeah, go seek a trade, we're open to it, do they really want to bring him back? Like, are they going to hold firm on that price, or are they going to say, whoa, we actually just got to trade this guy? So I think the Patriots have the power now.
All right, we're going to talk to Ross Tucker, get his perspective on all this, including Reek Woolen, the new cornerback, how good he is, tight end position, and obviously A.J. Ross with us at the Magerks in Horsham coming up at 8 o'clock for an entire hour. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Let's get to Patrick in Tabernacle right now. Patrick, good morning.
Morning, everybody. How are we doing?
Doing well, Patrick.
So, Elliot, it's good to hear you. Elliot, what do you do to prepare for a day like today? Because you're like all day.
A lot of sleep last night and tea. So I'm ready to go. I'm excited.
All right. Hope you got a pocket full of spaghetti. too. You know what I mean?
Yes, I
Reach
should have
into-
packed some. Yeah,
Patrick, let's remember, he's not exactly serving in D-Day here, right?
He's not working out or anything. He's sitting in a chair.
This is
slow
just
down.
what I do at home.
Let's
Yeah,
slow down on the Elliott praise, all right?
He's
All right, well,
searching
listen,
Twitter
that
to see
ain't
if anything happens.
that-
you know?
And I want to make sure after 12 hours he leaves a good tip for the wait staff.
This is
there,
what
all
he
right?
does every day anyway. He's just doing what he'd be doing on his couch.
Well, they can all
Listen,
stay till 6 o'clock if they don't
that
think
was
it's
not that
Go
was
ahead,
not
Patrick.
Elliott praise. That was not Elliott praise. You put in words. You're creating false narratives to the camera. I'm very far from it. But listen, I'm on hold here, thinking like the new guy we signed. Like Richie, how does leadership vary from? I mean, I know you have different leaders and all this stuff, but like young guys, whether you're a professional athlete or not, you know, we're all growing, maturing people and all that kind of stuff. But like mentoring and leadership and like, cause like, you know, we got to keep this guy away from a guy like Jalen Carter. You know, like we got a guy spitting on a quarterback, and now we're like, we don't need knuckleheads. But I also believe in like giving someone another chance and some time and difference, you know, to for growth. You
Sure.
know, not just on the field.
Well, this is
You know what I
a
mean?
tricky part to managing the 53, 60, however many guys we're talking about in that building at one time. Howie does an unbelievable job of making sure the majority of these players he brings in are, man, they're character guys, they're stand-up guys, and then that structure, that foundation of quality can hold up to some of the challenges that are presented with guys who, have some poor decision making in their history, like Jalen Carter. I think this is all about just giving guys the resources they need to make the right decisions. The Eagles do a great job, though, of Howie has talked about it. He's not going to bring a guy in who's got a history of fighting with women.
Yeah.
It's just a non-starter for him, and I think that's really wise. I think Howie, once again, this is another aspect where he just does this thing the right way, and it has melded so well with the way Coach Sirianni really feels like connecting, and the interpersonal aspects of football matter so much. It really does count for something.
And I'm assuming they talked to Clint Hurt, who he played under in Seattle. So
they're big
they
on
did,
that.
absolutely.
And that was his best season, right? His rookie season,
Correct.
right?
Yeah, he had the 6 interceptions. Yeah.
It's also kind of like, it's a position related kind of thing too with cornerbacks sometimes. You know what I mean? And I admire the hell out of the cornerback position. I still think that might be one of the hard, especially the way the rules are written.
there's no
Especially
question.
today. That's a hard.
Well, they
position
get
to play.
Patrick. They get exposed in ways that, let's say, like a closer in baseball. There's more.
Oh, sure.
There's more focus on a closer blowing it in the ninth inning than a seventh inning reliever blowing it.
Yeah.
And there's more focus on a corner getting beat than a linebacker being out of position on a run. There just is.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
there's
there.
a psychology during the game. I remember Trot telling me years ago, based on Sheldon and Lito's personalities, when they would have a mess up, have a bad play, Trot had a different approach as a leader with how he would talk to them based on what he thought Sheldon needed to hear and based on what he thought Lito needed to hear. I mean, because that's a tough spot, man. I mean, everybody knows if you get burned. Everybody knows it. All right, Patrick, I need a big answer from you, my man. What almost happened?
Seltzer, I need his help with this one, Seltzer. It's a 2-for-1 answer. Almost cut my hair, and I almost saw that song performed by Crosby, Stills, and Nash until I had a, in quotes, concert accident and never saw the show.
Oh, no.
All right, my man. That's not going to be.
Feels like there's a lot of stories.
Seems like about you.
No, I think I'm the one who goes to concerts on this panel.
No, but I mean Patrick. I meant Patrick.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
James, you haven't had a bad haircut for a while, which I guess means your wife hasn't cut your hair in a long time.
Yeah.
You are brutal
Which
on
means
that.
we haven't had a pandemic in about 6 years.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. She decided after that one time when you made fun of me that she would never cut my hair again.
That was a good decision.
She
by her.
felt so embarrassed, and you made fun of her so mercilessly on the radio. That
You proud
she
of
was
yourself,
like,
Joe?
Never again.
Yeah.
I will never do that again.
Yeah. You know what I was proud of myself for yesterday?
What?
Oh, can't wait.
20 laps in the pool.
Wow.
Look at you. You went swimming.
Preparing for Fritz next week.
How
20
big's the
laps.
pool?
Yeah, not Olympic. I put that on social media
So-
when I posted this. I don't know.
Yeah,
And how does
it's
this
like a
hashtag-
10-yard
I don't know.
pool?
What do I
How does
know?
this help you in basketball?
Cardio.
Oh, okay.
All cardio.
Yeah. That's
All
impressive. 20 laps.
Is
That's
it?
good.
Now, let's
20
be,
laps of a 10-yard pool.
Is
Oh, I guess I don't know how long the pool is. That's true. Yeah.
no, it's not 10, but it's not an Olympic pool. Now, look, let me be full disclosure. I can't swim.
You like doggy paddles.
Yeah.
That doesn't count as laps.
What?
So, yeah, and I doggy paddled half and backstroke half. So I would every two I would alternate. Two.
Isn't
doggy
backstroke
paddle.
swimming?
No, yes, I can swim backstroke.
So you can backstroke, but you can't swim.
I
the other
can't
way.
do the thing where you put your face in the water and breathe.
Did you touch the
Freestyle,
ground?
they call it.
Freestyle. I don't know how to do freestyle.
Did you
Very
touch the
strange.
ground between laps?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, well.
And by the way, I touched the ground during some laps.
Okay.
Oh, you mean you stopped? Got it.
I got to take a break.
So you walked?
No, I didn't walk.
Laps?
But every once in a while, I would. Okay, let me give myself a moment, and then and then re.
Sounds like a real rigorous.
Well, I mean, it's a step.
How
Listen,
long did it take you to do these 20?
I will not say. I do know. I will not say.
And you don't.
I don't want to give that. I'm like
and
Sirianni.
you don't have any idea
that'll
how
help
long
Jack.
the pool
Jack's
was?
listening.
I don't know.
Yeah, why do you
right
think
now.
that would help Jack?
Because then it would give him insight into my cardio, and I don't want him to know.
Bro, you think Jack?
Yeah, I
is
was
It
gonna say,
doesn't
something
seem
tells
like
me
this was
Jack's
cardio.
not.
It doesn't seem like this was effective cardio.
Jack is not doing the same level of mental warfare that you are doing here. I'm
All right, let's
sure
go
of
to
that.
Gary in Vineland right now. Hi, Gary.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Gary?
Man, what a disappointment last night. It was like watching a Phillies game.
Well, dude, it's
Like
a joke.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, not only did our backups lose in a baseball game to Italy, but the manager didn't know the game mattered.
It's unbelievable.
It actually is. I actually think DeRosa not knowing is the better answer for what's more
I do
ridiculous in the
too,
poll.
and I can't believe it because Bam Adebayo is so ridiculous.
There's a player that scored 83 points last night in the NBA, and I think that's less absurd than the manager not knowing the stakes.
You talked about him getting fired, Elliot. I would have fired him on the spot.
Now, to Richie's point, like the manager is the face of this, but this is an organizational failure.
Yes, it is.
Someone has to step in when he puts that lineup out and go, okay, but just to be clear, you
Yeah.
know that we need to.
By the way,
someone along
We're
the
talking
way.
about the United States of America.
Well, and how about this? A lot of great players in there. And obviously, when you have great players, you have big egos and you have accomplishment. I mean, Bryce cannot be in a good mood about this.
He's taking this seriously too. And then, Joe, to
think
the
about
point
that.
you made,
I think
what-
Bryce needs to play better
you
before
know,
anyone's worried about
But
his
Joe,
mood,
you know what's
but-
even worse? To your point, the backups should have won anyway.
Right.
Like, what happened? How did they get blown out? Like the backups, like
No one took it seriously.
I know, but they're baseball players.
Well,
Go out and hit a
but
baseball.
James, I'll say this: Lorenzen, the old Phillies pitcher, who pitched 4 2/3 last night. I mean, he did throw a no. He pitched for Italy. For those that don't know, he did throw a no-hitter in Major League Baseball 2 or 3 years ago. Like, it's not like the other.
No,
team.
yeah, he
this
can have a
isn't
good day.
This isn't Ethiopia playing against Charles Barkley 30 years ago and Chuck elbowed that dude.
No.
Like, these guys can play baseball also.
Now an
Yeah, but
interest.
they're still a team predominantly made of not major league players. I mean, factually.
So, interesting part to this, and Buzz, correct me if this is wrong, because it's obviously complicated. But if Mexico wins 1-0 today, both Mexico and Italy advance.
That is correct.
So why wouldn't they just score 1 run and then just work
Like
together?
the Braves, remember the Braves Mets?
Wow.
That's what I was thinking. Remember the Braves Mets?
They
to
can
end the
both
season?
advance.
The doubleheader 2 years ago.
You
remember
collectively
that?
eliminate, yes, and you would collectively eliminate the favorite to win the tournament.
That's what I'm
That's the
saying.
point. The Braves
Right.
and Mets
Wow.
did this. Remember, they had the doubleheader, and the Mets won the first game, and then they
I
knew that
do.
the Braves
And they
would get
both
it.
popped
The-
champagne on the
and
same
they
day.
both popped champagne on the same day.
Yeah.
Because they were like, why would we even try? Just go ahead. You're in. We're in. All good.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I mean, I'm sure the
Dicey for
World Baseball
Nola in
Classic
the,
wouldn't like it.
Is there
No.
anything? Are there any steps that are in place that
Sportsmanship.
prevent
Sportsmanship.
Just
That's
really?
it, yeah.
I don't know.
There's
You
no
can't- 'cause
rules.
you can't
control. You can't
like,
prove
yeah.
that they tried to.
I don't know. That's fascinating. All right, Gary, I need an answer from you. What almost happened? You can win the Devontae Kelly green jersey.
And can I say one more thing? And great. Oh, Aaron Nola is our savior. I can't wait for this game tonight. How about the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Has
That
already
almost
been
happened.
said. Give me a different one. Nuclear war
about-
almost happened with the Cuban Missile Crisis. Give me a better.
How about,
give me a different answer.
Gronk could have caught that ball in the Super Bowl, and then we would have been back to misery.
Well, then a 2-point conversion still after they would have had to make.
Yeah, I got you. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's play some audio of Louis Riddick. If you don't know, the Eagles had 3 signings last night, or yesterday, whatever times they were. One is the cornerback from Seattle, Rick Woolen. The Eagles also retained Grant Calcaterra, who, of course, had played his prior, I believe it was 4 years with the Eagles. Eagles also signed a blocking tight end, Johnny Munt. All right, let's focus on Rick Woolen. He got real money. It's a 1-year deal. It's a prove-it deal. It might be upwards of $15 million. Elliott's saying he thinks it's going to be at least $12 million. So, obviously, he's going to be the starter on the outside opposite Quinyon Mitchell. Yesterday on ESPN, Louis Riddick talked and praised, quite a lot of praise here, for cornerback and new Eagle Rick Woolen.
This team is very much so entrenched in terms of its philosophy and how they like to build. And the draft is really where they really go to work. So I think it's interesting for me to see how they really wind up approaching the rest of this team building this offseason. But Rick Woolen, that's a typical Philadelphia pickup of a guy who's just uber talented, needs to keep his head on straight at all times and not cost his football team. But when he's locked in, he's as good as any in the league.
Now, that last statement, John, I don't believe you get misspeak from Louis Riddick with frequency. I think he's one of the best. What he just said, let's just be real. What he just said is when he's locked in, he's the best.
He's one of the best in the league.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
But he's not always locked in.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But with Vic Fangio, with this support system, it does feel like he's got a great chance of being locked in.
Well, I'll say this, and Elliot, you kind of made this point earlier. The Seattle Seahawks obviously do a lot right. I mean, for instance, I think
just won the Super Bowl.
They got a great coach.
They had a great defense.
They presumably have a great coaching staff.
Yeah, Mike McDonald is a defensive coach.
So they have a lot of great parts, Elliot, and yet they couldn't get him to lock in despite their outstanding structure.
And worth noting, we just saw him in this exact situation. He was just in a contract year, right? He was just in you got to put it together this year. You're going to get paid this offseason. This is when you need to be motivated. So he's in the same situation. I agree with Louis Riddick. I think Tariq Woolen has a ton of talent in his body. But he's been in a good organization for 4 years that has had to bench him twice. So I think there's reason to be excited about the upside. But I also think there needs to be realistic expectations that despite the physical presence he has, he's not put together a great NFL career.
Rhea, gut feeling here where you stand right now. More optimistic about this one or skeptical?
I'm a little skeptical just because, like I told you, I talked to the people in Seattle last night, and the fans there are thrilled to be rid of him. If you remember in the NFC Championship game, he made a great play, I guess, against Puka? And then taunted everybody, the sideline. I mean, it was outrageous.
Was it a penalty?
Oh, yeah, and then gave up.
It was bad.
Like
it gave him a first set of
gave him a fresh set of downs.
Horrible penalty.
Yeah,
and then got scored on. He had a 45-second span that was about as bad as you could have.
Yeah, I do remember that.
He leads, I think over 4 years, he leads defensive backs in penalties. So it's just... And that had to have been a good staff in Seattle because they had a really good defense.
And they had the cash in the space to bring him back if
And
they
they
wanted.
did.
They picked Josh Jobe over him.
But here's
Former
what,
Eagle Josh.
Yeah.
Here's what I will say, though. You know, when you realize that the team didn't want you back that drafted you, that you were, in the running for Defensive Rookie of the Year, that maybe that's the kick in the keister you need to,
change the scenery.
To, just
And
be
it's
better.
a one-year deal. Like, to the point, yes, he didn't come through last year in a contract year, but it is another opportunity where it's like, hey, buddy, you've got 1 year to potentially earn yourself life-changing money.
Yeah.
Like, you hope that motivation gets through to him.
By the way, I just want to go on the record. $15 million would be life-changing money for me.
You're right. Me too.
I'm with you.
By the way, as we broadcast from Magerks today, it's the Birdstown Hall. It's the Magerks in Horsham. Birdstown Hall presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Make sure you join Magerks for opening day, March 26th. Dollar Dog Days, no longer at the ballpark, but still going at Magerks, along with great drink special. Speaking of food, breakfast available here at Magerks, so come on out if you can. And by the way, WIP broadcasting for 12 hours. So we got 10 and a half hours roughly still to go with this broadcast. Joe and Hughes show 10 to 2. Spike, Ike, and Boban, their show from 2 to 6.
I love the commitment.
Listen, for years, Rhea. For years. This isn't just when I whoop his ass next week. This will go on for years. 215-592-9494. But we love Magerks. Thanks for them for having us. And also, Elliot, of course, at the Surfside free agency desk. So be tuned or stop on by to Magerks at any point for about the next 10 and a half hours. Let's get to Frank. He's calling from Ben Salem. Hi, Frank.
How you doing?
Doing
Love
well,
the
Frank.
show.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I want to play a little Howie. What do you think since Crosby's not is out there again? What do you think about trading our first for their second round pick, which is the first pick in the second round, our second round, and next year one of our extra picks? That way we only lose one pick this year, and next year they get a first rounder, but we fall over to the end of the first round draft.
All right, I got very confused. John, did you follow that?
One of the more smarter hypotheticals, I will say, in terms of putting it all together.
What was
Essentially,
just
it
said?
seemed
What was
like the
just said?
Eagles trade a second-round pick.
For Max Crosby?
Yeah,
why would
to
the
shorten
Raiders do that?
Frank, they're not going to
Well,
go.
the Raiders, who knows what the Raiders
Frank,
get now.
they're not going to go from almost getting 2 ones to
a
trading
second.
him for a 2.
Now,
I mean,
they might, though. Like,
come on.
I don't think it'll go that far. Again, I think I think that this Ravens thing, yes, if there is something truly wrong with his knee, it feels like
Then you don't want him.
Yeah, the
Elliot,
Ravens feels like the Ravens. Yeah, what do you think?
Do you
the
think
Ravens
it's likely that he'll go somewhere in the near future, or is he doomed to
Yeah, what do you
reside
make of
in
the
Las
Ravens
Vegas now?
thing?
So I think that, first of all, I do think he'll be traded, number one. I do not think they will keep him with the Raiders. I do think the price will drop, absolutely. It would not shock me if it becomes a 2 that could be a 1 or something, but it won't be 2 first-round picks.
That sounds like it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, like if you're Howie and you're talking to the Raiders, you put a ton of playing time incentive.
Absolutely.
In it, so
that's fair.
That is fair.
In terms of the Ravens' motivation, there's a lot of speculation that they just want to sign Trey Hendrickson and change their mind.
That's unbelievable. Why would people trade with them again in the future?
This is an issue with the 3-day kind of temporary, legal tampering thing. Is teams can just change their mind and players can too. So,
But a trade is different than we signed you. Oh, it's legal tampering.
agreed, especially a trade of this magnitude. Yeah.
It's complicated. Frank, I need an answer from my man. Like Crosby almost was the Raven. Terrell Owens was almost the Raven. What almost happened, in or out of sports, Frank?
Sports. Eric Lindros was almost not a flyer when we had a deal made and the Rangers jumped in and then had to go to the league, and we end up losing Forsberg too. And
You're right. That's a great answer. You're right. Lindros was almost a Ranger the first time. Of course, he eventually was a Ranger. But Lindros, I'm writing down Lindros Rangers 92.
We all gathered around our radios wherever we were listening.
God. I remember vividly.
For the arbiter's ruling.
Yeah, that was
wild.
I remember the boom box that I was listening to the radio on, vividly.
Yeah, that was an amazing moment in Philly sports history. And, of course, Lindros was incredible, but unfortunately so too was Forsberg. Yeah. And he ended up winning multiple cups with Colorado. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has more than just quality pre-owned Chevrolets. You can visit arminchevy.com to see Armin's entire pre-owned inventory. That's arminchevy.com. On a day where obviously, the Eagles are top of mind and our main focus here at the Birds Town Hall, day 3 of free agency, recapping the first 2 days and looking ahead of the rest of the week, including the official start of the league year today. The Crosby situation, Max Crosby almost being traded, was crazy yesterday. But there's 2 things that were crazier in sports. And our Twitter poll question is, and we ended up going with the word absurd. It's sort of a combination of ridiculous, unbelievable, absurd. We went with the word absurd for the poll. Which of these is more absurd? 2 things that happened yesterday. Choice A is that entering yesterday, Team USA baseball coach Mark DeRosa did not know that Team USA could be eliminated this round in the World Baseball Classic. As a result, he played backups, and they lost, and now Team USA might be eliminated, which is just beyond absurd.
It sounds ridiculous every time you say it.
No, I know. I know.
What?
And the other choice is Bam Adebayo, big man from the Miami Heat, scored 83 points last night. 83! He wasn't playing a CYO game.
He kind of was against that Wizards team.
He was. Yeah, exactly. All right, so I want to play audio attached to both of these. We'll start with DeRosa. First, we're going to play the audio of DeRosa before Team USA's game. He's on a podcast completely oblivious to the fact that Team USA could be eliminated this round.
ton of respect for Italy. It's weird. We want to win. We want to win this game, even though our tickets punched to the quarterfinals, because Mexico plays Italy actually tomorrow. So the way the schedule lines up, this is an important game for us. Nolan McLean will start. He's on the bump and he's good to go. He's an absolute beast, and I expect him to throw the heck out of him.
Hey, DeRosa, your ticket wasn't punched.
Well, our ticket's already punched, so we don't really have to worry about
John, as a player,
this is an important game for us. He had to say, you really had to say that. It's the World Baseball Classic. Yes, your potential winning or losing rides on every game. Not.
Well, it doesn't if you've advanced. They hadn't advanced.
Yeah, if he had been right with what he was saying, yeah.
It's like saying we got the 1 seed, we won't play the starters, but you actually don't have the 1 seed. And by the way, what makes that?
How does he think
not
he
as
had?
bad? Yeah, and
at least you're in the playoffs.
At least you're in the playoffs.
Right?
Why did he think that this was some advantage
Miscalculation.
that he had?
All right, let's
unbelievable.
listen to what DeRosa said after the game. So obviously, at a certain point, and I don't know if it's like late during the game or after the game, but at a certain point, he finds out, we might be eliminated based on circumstances, which now are today. Here's DeRosa addressing the situation after Team USA lost with a lot of backups.
Yeah, I misspoke. I was on hot stove with a couple buddies today and completely misread the calculations. We knew that Mexico was going to play Italy and then running all the numbers with if we lost tonight with the runs allowed and runs scored and outs. So I just misspoke.
Well, he didn't just misspeak. He, to his credit, he addresses that he miscalculated.
You miscalculated
he didn't misspeak
and
at all.
you misacted. You played your backup.
Exactly.
Rhea, would you fire him? Okay, Ray, let me ask you this. Yeah. If the determination was made by him, meaning he's the one that sat there with the rules in front of him.
The calculator?
Pulled out a calculator, run stuff, and a tiebreaker, would you fire him today?
Yeah. I mean, this is the World Baseball Classic, and you can't lose to Italy. I mean, when I fell asleep when it was 5-0, and I was stunned. I went, "You gotta be kidding me!" I mean, and when I saw the lineup, I didn't hear him before. I turned the game on right when it started, so I didn't hear him. I didn't hear what he said, and I'm thinking, "What are they doing?" Yeah.
This is our sport, no less.
I know.
The other issue here is obviously it's a miscalculation, however you want to phrase it. But I think what it's rooted in is just the USA doesn't care about this as much as the other teams, and it's showing. Like, to make this type of mistake is brutal, and then you have Bryce saying, well, it's not the Olympics, but these other teams, you watch them play, and they live and die with every pitch. They're celebrating like crazy. And the USA clearly came into this arrogant, thinking that we're just going to walk right through. They made a mistake. They've not taken it super seriously, and now it's going to cost them.
I don't really agree with you on most of that, Elliot. Here's what I'll say. They were kicking ass until the manager or the advisors, whoever they were told the players. Until they told the players this game actually doesn't matter for the standings, they were kicking ass.
You don't make that type of mistake if you're fully locked in and just like concentrated on that day and winning every game. They were looking ahead. That's why the mistake happened.
100%.
Right, let's get to the other crazy thing last night. And if you're just waking up to this news, it's so unbelievable. Bam Adebayo, big man for the Miami Heat, scored not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. John, I'm not going to count all the way up to 83 now. No.
Yeah, that'll take a long time.
He scored 83 points last night. Let's listen as he went from 81 to 82, 82 to 83 at the free throw line. This was late in the game. Listen to what happened.
82 points. Mama, we feel your joy. The second highest scoring game in NBA history, second only to Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game in Hershey, Pennsylvania against the New York Knicks when he was playing for Philadelphia.
I mean, it's so unbelievable.
Are they chanting MVP?
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
It's so silly.
83.
So, all right, now one thing.
43 free throws.
Well, let's get to
attempted.
that. Yeah, let's get to that. I got to rip Eric Spoelstra. So I think Spoelstra might be the best. And it's a shame that this is going to be a topic in America today, but it is. Spoelstra, I think, is probably the best coach in the NBA.
Yeah.
He's accomplished a ton. I'm proud that he's the Team USA head coach, passing Steve Kerr, who took it over from Coach K. Like, I think it's a great thing that Spoelstra's the head coach. Team USA basketball. I think he would know how to add up the the circumstances in the preliminary round.
I trust
All
him
right?
to handle that.
So
yeah.
he's a great coach. But I will say I was disappointed if you missed how it went down. Look, the bottom line is Bam legitimately had a ton of points last night. Of course. I mean, you don't get to 60 and 70 without legitimacy. But at a certain point late in that game, the Miami Heat, per Spoelstra's instructions, started fouling the other team at the start of possessions. So the other team would shoot free throws. So the Miami Heat would get the ball back. So Bam Adebayo could try to pass Kobe Bryant's 81 points, which he did.
It's a mockery.
It's a mockery. Now, it is worth pointing out, and I would say 99% of Philadelphia sports fans probably do not know this. When Wilt Chamberlain scored 100 points, the same thing happened at the very end of that game.
But you know why it bothered me?
To get to 100.
It bothered me because he passed Kobe.
I agree with you.
In a kind of a
cheapy way.
Cheapy way, yeah. I was looking for the right word to use. That's what bothered me.
Yeah, so I think there's some shame on Spoelstra. And it's a shame that it's going to be maybe across the nation. All your talking head shows, your first takes and all that stuff. It might be a bigger topic than Bam actually legitimately getting into the 70s, before all this nonsense began last night. That's a shame.
He had 31 in the first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, he was cooking.
Yeah, for sure.
The man legitimately scored a lot of buckets and a lot of free throws.
I also think there's something a little lame about trying to pass Kobe. Like he
Well,
wasn't
that's
going
what
to set
Ree's
the
saying.
record. He wasn't going to set the
I
record.
agree
He's
with
just
you.
trying to get to second.
That's what bothered me.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. All right, so
somebody said it's a Wilt, Bam, Kobe, and I'm going, those three things don't go together.
No, they do not. We're going to talk to Ross Tucker joining us on set in about 5 minutes. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today away from the Tasty Cake studio. We are at Magerks. It's the Birdstown Hall. It's presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on at all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dancers, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long. So yesterday for the Eagles, it was the cornerback, Reek Woolen from Seattle, and also two tight ends, one of whom is Grant Calcaterra, we're all familiar with, obviously, as a backup. Eagles also signed a blocking tight end, who probably will also be a backup, Johnny Munt. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Mel right now. Mel's calling from Wilkes-Barre. Good morning, Mel.
Hi, folks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Mel.
Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Just some thoughts with the Reek Woolen signing. I think it's a good deal for the Eagles to sign up for 1 year for $15 million, see what he could prove. But I am cautious, like some of you have mentioned, with Jalen Carter and his antics. I'm just not sure if it's worth having both of them in the same room. The other thing is with the Bam Adebayo scoring, just not a fan of how they went about that. I mean, you look at his numbers. He shot more from the field. He had 22, I think, or 23 three-point attempts. And Kobe had like 13. He was 7 for 13. The guy was 7 for 22 or 23.
Mel, let me ask you a question because I didn't see it live, and maybe you didn't either. But do you know when the chicanery began? At what point?
Love that word.
It's a great word.
Because I don't know. Do you have any idea? I mean, was he gunning in the second quarter because he had 31 and say, all right, now I'm going to start shooting and have normal percentage of shots for my team because I'm on a pace that maybe I can get into the 70s, 80s, and 90s?
I didn't watch it live, but I heard from a friend who did catch it that he was kind of pacing throughout the first, second, and third there kind of well. So I guess they made a push in the fourth.
Because there was a famous game 82 one season. David Robinson won the scoring title.
I remember that really well. Was for 70, I think?
Yes, 71, I think.
71.
And I believe it was either he passed. I think it was either Hakeem or Shaq.
I
for
think
the
it was
scoring
Shaq.
title.
I'm almost positive it was him versus Shaq, and it went down to that last game.
Yeah, not ideal. And I got great admiration for the Admiral, but not ideal. All right, Mel, give me an answer, my man. What almost happened?
I met him.
David Robinson?
Yeah.
We met him together.
What?
We met him together. We met him together at the
I
event.
met him before that.
Yeah, Brent Selleck's event.
I know, that was cool.
it
Or not
seems like it
Brent
was
Selleck's.
really
Yeah,
cool.
No, Zach
Well,
Ertz's
Zach
event.
Ertz's
Zach
event.
Ertz's event.
He
Brent-
was there,
Brent
and that
was
was
there.
a thrill. But
Met him.
when
We
I was
did it
at,
together.
I went to the Navy football camp when I was going into
Yeah.
7th grade, and my team won the two-hand touch Super Bowl thing, and the prize was you got to meet David Robinson, and he handed each of us a signed poster. And that David Robinson signed poster was on my wall of my
So
bedroom
cool.
my whole life.
All right, Mel, I need an answer from you. What almost happened? You can win the Devontae Kelly green jersey.
Cool. Yeah. I would say the Armando Galarraga.
Oh, great answer, dude.
That's big.
That is a great answer.
Armando Galarraga almost pitched a no-hitter.
Oh, is that the one
Oh,
where
that is a good
the
one,
umpire missed it?
Yeah.
Blew the call and
So I
admitted
think
it?
we got two right now that it's between through 2 hours of the show. The Eagles almost
100%,
moved
yep.
to Phoenix to become the, Arizona
Eagles. Oh, God.
Arizona Eagles almost happened. And Armando Galarraga almost pitched a no-hitter. That's a great
Perfect
answer.
game.
27th out of a perfect game.
Yeah, perfect game. That's what I mean to say. All right. Let's welcome Ross Tucker to the show here. Birdstown Hall at Magerks. Magerks and Horsham, 2 hours down, really 10 to go. For us as a show, 2 more hours. But
For Elliot, for sure.
Yeah, 10 more for me. Yeah.
So Joe and Hugh will be here 10 to 2, and Ike, Spike, and the Boban will be here 2 to 6. Elliot will be on the Surfside free agency desk the entire 12 hours. So love doing this show, love bringing in some special guests, so they join us on set. And that's what Ross Tucker is doing right now. Of course, part of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Not only part of it, he is the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Good morning, Ross.
Good morning, guys. It's been fun driving in, listening to you. I'm still trying to figure out how swimming laps translates to basketball.
Cardio.
At all.
Cardio.
At all. And I have a question. Was it
he
really
can't
20
swim.
laps or was it 20 lengths? Because there's
Great
a
question.
difference.
What's the-
Did you-
what it is?
you
I'm
have to
not
go
sure.
back and
I'm
forth
not
for a
sure
lap.
you even know the difference between a lap and a length.
No, it's whatever's
You have to
one
go back.
way
Oh,
and
so you
then
only
the
did.
other.
So you only did 10 laps.
I did
in
10
reality, yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you, Ross.
So, Ross, let me
There's
ask,
Princeton is in the house.
let me ask you a question, tough guy.
Yeah,
You played pro football, right?
that's correct.
Let me ask you another question. Do you ever do something other than football to prepare cardio-wise for football, like a treadmill, an outdoor run, a swim? You ever do a little cardio, buddy, to get ready to get your ass kicked by those DNs that were killing you?
Wow.
How is that?
Hold on.
hold
Welcome
on.
to the show, Ross.
I would train.
You freaking moron!
I would train specifically for things that would help me be a better professional football player. It would seem to me that you could find a gym somewhere. You could at least be running suicides.
Yeah.
Like run suicides.
Been doing that
Hold
too.
on. Actually
Ross.
run.
Go
run
to the
and
end,
jump.
doing it
Joe.
all.
Ross,
Swimming
how
can
is
actually
it-
hurt your basketball
Well,
skills.
swimming, first of all, is great exercise.
It's my favorite
If you
exercise.
do it, Joe is unable to swim.
Yeah.
So how is it you can even count that as exercise if you're incapable of doing it in the first place?
You know, I haven't gotten as into the whole Jack versus Joe. I'm really into this. I am really into this basketball
sir.
matchup.
All right, we're also into the Eagles. So 2 days down for the Eagles in free agency. Today's when things can become official in a couple hours. New league year begins in a few hours. But essentially, it's day 3 of free agency, a day that every year we're at Magerks doing the Birdstown Hall. So, Ross, the Eagles have made 3 moves so far. The most significant, of course, is acquiring Reek Woolen, Seattle cornerback. Sometimes he started last year, sometimes he did not because he would be benched by a good coaching staff that felt at times he wasn't doing his job, whether it's on or off the field. Ross, what can you tell us about Reek Woolen, who got paid? Ellie, you believe this is a minimum of $12 million, maybe upwards?
That's what the reporting is.
Okay, maybe upwards of $15 million. So so Ross, he's getting paid real money. He's going to be obviously the starter opposite Quinion. Let's start with this. Is he good? Is he great? Is he a knucklehead? What is he?
Well, first of all, that's really interesting what Elliot just said, because when I saw the up to $15 million, I had not seen anything as of yet that said the base was 12. That's a real contract. That is significant. When I first heard the reports, I thought maybe the up to part was doing the heavy lifting there. But $12 million, that's significant. He's a bunch of the things you just said. He's the most physically gifted cornerback in the NFL and one of the 5 to 10 most physically gifted players in the NFL.
The most physically gifted cornerback in the NFL.
Maybe ever.
Rick Wolin, the guy that we just acquired.
6'4", 210, 4.26.
That is incredible.
34-inch arms, 40-something vertical. There's never been another guy that I know like him. Now
he's going to crush the combine.
And I heard,
year.
I heard Rhea saying this earlier. I have unique insight into Rick Wolin that nobody else can have.
Oh, you were there.
Ooh.
I was on the sideline.
Oh, you were there.
I was on the sideline, the Rams sideline, in the NFC Championship game for Westwood 1. He makes a great play on an outbreaking route to Puka. Should have picked it off. He kind of dropped it, right? He gets up, and he's jawing at Puka. Then he starts going down the Rams sideline. I'm right there. The ref says to him, all right, that's enough. All right, that's enough. Nope. He just keeps going down the entire sideline. Every player, every coach, till he gets to Matthew Stafford and gets up in Stafford's face.
Wow.
And the ref was like, you could tell the ref, by the way, the refs are absolutely told in the playoffs to let him play. Let him go. They don't want the refs to be the story. The ref was finally like, you could tell the ref in his head was like, this guy's got to be kidding me. And he threw the flag. He goes over to the Seahawks sideline. They are yelling. His own teammates are yelling at him. My sideline producer, they do not like him in Seattle. They are so glad he's gone. He not only did he lead the NFL in taunting penalties last year, he had more taunting penalties than any other team.
No.
He had three taunting penalties.
Dude.
Wow, that's shocking.
So
stunning.
So the point is,
he's a knucklehead.
He is a Joe. You said like 3 things. He is a very talented knucklehead that because he's a knucklehead got beat out by Josh Jobe. Remember him. The Seahawks re-signed Jobe instead of trying to bring back Rick Wolin. And I got to tell you, I doubt the Eagles will do Hard Knocks or in-season Hard Knocks. I just want to see the daily interaction between Rick Wolin and Vic Fangio. I mean, can you imagine if Rick Wolin does those things next year with Fangio?
Yeah.
He's also, I heard Elliott say this, he's also not a great tackler. I think the belief is that if you get him with the Eagles, I heard Rhea saying this earlier, maybe it's a wake-up call. It's a 1-year deal. The thing is, though,
not a great tackler problematically because he doesn't want to tackle.
Well, right, but also last year was his so you could say, well, he'll be incentivized, 1-year deal. Last year was his contract year, and he still had double-digit penalties, and he just loses his mind. I mean, literally, the guy next to me was like the Washington SID, and he's like, after he got it, the whole crowd was booing their own player, and they're like, he does it all the time. Wow. It's gonna be fascinating because obviously the Eagles are looking at it like he's worth the risk.
Yeah, if we can correct this obvious flaw, we can get
but
some
it's
good
been
play
4
from this guy.
years and it's going the wrong way, and I don't think the Seahawks made any attempt to bring him back, which says a lot about a lot. But this is a swing for the fences move. And I think Howie says, what's worst case scenario? Vic hates him, and then we play Jacorian Bennett, or we play Keeley, or whatever. But you remember the last Eagles game against the Commanders, the one I did on CBS, when Jacorian Bennett and Keeley, they had like 6 penalties trying to cover Terry McLaurin. Yeah. Rick Wolin has some of that in him in terms of penalty. Very handy. Like, he has the potential to be to become a fan favorite or incredibly frustrating.
Sounds
It's gonna
like
be
you know who
Real swing
you
here.
know who he's describing a bit.
Al Harris.
Yeah, Al Harris is exactly what I was thinking.
Very
of too.
talented. Penalties both for taunting and for
aggressive hits.
Yeah,
especially. And by the way, he's like a really well thought of defensive coach now, isn't he?
Yes,
and he had a good career. He
did.
got
He
to
was a
Green
good
Bay,
player.
became-
Green
But he
Bay
drove
was
us
good.
nuts.
Legit story. Elliot, I need-
Well,
go ahead,
another comp, not the same position, but it reminds me a lot of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Like talent, but then also dumb penalties. Not a Vic Fangio player, like out of place, kind of does his own thing to get the ball. And they moved on from him twice, so I'm sure Vic is on board. They discuss everything, but this feels like a Howie signing to me. And then Vic's gonna try to work with him. So we'll see how that goes.
Elliot, gut feeling, and I know it's impossible for any of us to know every aspect of this guy's personality. Ross obviously knows the most in detail, a lot of good stuff there. Elliot, gut feeling as you broadcast today, as we all broadcast, but you're specifically at the Surfside free agency desk. Good move by the Eagles making this move, bad move by Howie.
I would say it's a good move. I like taking the chance. But to your point, we will find out, but I think he's someone worth taking a chance on.
All right, let's go to the phones here. It's 215-592-9494 for you to weigh in. It's the Birdstown Hall. We have on the line, Buzz is telling me, on a day after Kobe's 81 points got passed by Bam Adebayo in not exactly the most authentic way, with 83 points by Bam last night, Kobe's high school coach from Lower Merion, Greg Downer, is on the phone, and I am all ears, Greg, to hear what you have to say. Good morning, bud.
Hi, gang. How you doing? Great show. Listen every morning on my way to work. I'm heading over to Lower Merion High School right now.
Wow. Thanks, Coach.
Joe, the Hammer is must-see radio.
not lately and beat the Hammer. Not lately, my man, but thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well,
so, Greg, what's your reaction? Your guy, Kobe, goes from second place to third place all time last night, in part because at the end of the game there's some nonsense with the Miami Heat and Bam passing him. What's your reaction?
Well, one of the reasons for the phone call is my gut reaction is like if Kobe was around for this, he would wake up this morning and say, you know what, I'm popping in 85 tonight.
Yeah. You're right.
That's funny.
I didn't see the shenanigans. I agree with you. I have a lot of respect for Spolster. I think he's tremendous. My phone was blowing up when he had about 71 points, and there was plenty of time left in the fourth quarter, and I just thought to myself, like, they're gonna force feed this. They're gonna go for this, and my thread was 77, 79, 81, 83, and
no.
I mean, Bam's a great player. He's not really thought of as a prolific scorer, but it's a little sad. And one other thing I'll add, correct me if I'm wrong, is I think Phil Jackson offered to put Kobe in the fourth quarter, and he said no.
I'm almost positive he played fourth quarter. He might have gotten pulled out at a certain point.
He definitely got pulled from that game.
He was not.
Yeah,
but not.
He
not
wasn't
early.
going for it in the same way in terms of.
No, Greg, we'll look it up.
He was in terms of shooting.
Buzz, why don't you look it up? What's up? But my recollection is it was pretty late in the game. Like, it wasn't like he didn't pull a Barry Sanders with the rushing record in football and say, okay, I'm not going to go for it when Barry retired. Like, Kobe was not getting to Wilt. So it wasn't like he was pulled when he could have otherwise gotten to Wilt. He pretty much maxed out, is my recollection.
Well, I thought again, you can research this. I don't think he played 1 second in the fourth quarter.
I don't believe that.
Kobe scored with less than a minute to go in the fourth.
Yeah, no, he played the whole way, Greg.
Okay.
By the way, Greg, tell me if you know this. Most people would not know it. As someone who obviously played hoops and has coached for so many decades now, do you know that when Wilt got to 100, there was nonsense at the end of that game where the Warriors were fouling the other team, was the Knicks, in order for the Warriors to get the ball back to feed the ball to Wilt. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that. I have a good story about that. We played at Hershey High School, and I had a player named Justin McFadden who, there's only a few players under my tutelage that have won 100 games, and he won 100 games. He actually won 101 games. There's been 2 or 3 players to pop 100. And we have a picture of Justin and with like a pencil and like a a little poster with 100 written on it in Hershey, Pennsylvania, in the same town where
That's
Wilt did
great.
it.
That's so cool.
But I mean, obviously, I wasn't around for that Wilt game.
Yeah. Well, Bill Campbell was. He called it. Well, listen, Greg, we really appreciate you calling in today, my man. By the way, you can win this Devontae Kelly green jersey. I don't know if you're prepared to answer it, but if you give us a better answer on what almost happened and the Eagles almost moved to Phoenix, where Armando Galarraga almost pitched a perfect game, give me an answer for what almost happened. You can win a Kelly Green Eagles Devontae jersey.
With minimal thought and maybe not a home run answer, Leonard's, quadruple boink. If that doesn't go in,
Yeah.
maybe we have a parade.
That one was said, but all good. Hey, Coach Downer, stay well, my man. And thank you so much for listening to our show and calling in. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you, gang.
All right, pal, appreciate it. 215-592-9494. Eagles free agency. Elliot, let's address the tight end position. So they get the blocking tight end Munt.
Yes.
He's been a backup in his career. They get Grant Calcaterra back. He's been a backup in his career. My mind goes to this topic and this question because, look, you guys know my theory. Some positions they're going to take a step back. I mean, it's just inevitable. It essentially happens every year. But the advantage that the Eagles have had almost across the board, offense and defense, of supreme talent these last roughly 4 years, at some point it's going to dissipate. One of my concerns, I express it a lot, is there any chance, Elliot, that these two guys in tandem are the two starting tight ends? Like, it's just those two, and there's
Calcaterra and Munt?
Yeah.
No shot.
So they will sign someone better.
Or they will use a high pick, potentially in
Yeah.
the first round, on a tight end. But these will not
First round?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, somewhere. Okay,
Oregon.
but bottom line is
No, these will not
two
be
guys,
the two tight ends. Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
They will 100% add somebody.
I'm glad to hear that. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to Anthony right now. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, Hammer? Johnny
Anthony.
ESP.
What up?
What's up, Anthony?
He was good, my boy.
What up, Anthony?
Hey, Hammer, man. I need you to get some of them buckets, man, for free.
Dude, I'm going to get buckets. I'm going to beat Anthony. Let me make it real simple for you. I'm going to beat Fritz. You don't have anything to worry about. Like, if you're a betting man, get your bets in. Ooh. I'm serious.
Ooh.
I'm serious.
Telling people to put money on you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go, Hammer.
Like you got nothing. You got nothing to worry about, man. Unless I pull a Mark DeRosa and I think I'm up 10-7 and I'm actually up
Put the backups
8-7.
in.
I'm up
Put the
8-7.
backups in.
That's a Penn guy for you.
Oh, there we go.
You know, DeRosa went to Penn.
Really, yeah.
By the way, unbelievable athlete. He was their quarterback 2 years when they won the Ivy League championship in football, and obviously played Major League Baseball forever.
But can't count.
But yeah,
Yeah,
Should have
more
stuck
of
to
an athlete
football.
well,
than a
that's why
taker.
Penn was so good back then.
That's crazy.
They were getting a lot of guys like him in.
Anthony, I'm going to come through for you. All right, Anthony, what do you got on the Eagles, my man?
Hey, that was I love the pickup Reek Woolen. I love it, man, and little head case. But that's Philadelphia, man. That edge, man. That toughness, that grit, the attitude, man. And if he could just keep it all together, man, keep it all in, man. And with Jalen Carter, and on the other side we got Cleon Mitchell in the gritty slot and Cooper DeJean, man. Everything is coming. It's coming along, man. We let Howie do his job, man.
Well, he's doing his job. Time will tell if it works. Give me an answer. What almost happened, Anthony?
We speaking about the Mamba all morning, man. He almost was teammates with Chris Paul.
Chris Paul and who? I'm sorry? Oh, Kobe. Yeah, Chris Paul almost traded to the Lakers. That's right. Sort of was traded, and then the NBA rescinded the trade. Ross, it was 2 days ago, I guess, at this point, when it seems like the Eagles, maybe almost got Jalen Phillips.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite as almost as the Phillies with Bo Bichette, but it certainly sounds like the Eagles were willing to go far, but not $120 million. What, in your opinion, for a 4-year deal should have been the walk-away money? Like, what would you have done, and when would you say, okay? Because Howie at some point had a point like, okay, that's too much, I'm out. What do you think that number was?
I would have given him $20 million a year. I'm not sure I would have even gotten to $25 million a year, and I definitely would not have gotten to $30 million a year. I love Jalen Phillips as a player and as a person. I remember meeting him at the U.S. Army Bowl when he was in high school. But the guy, look, he played very well last year. But he does have the torn Achilles and torn ACL. And I don't think it's as overwhelming of a position of need as other people do. You have Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt, two young players that they like at the position already. We'll see if they bring back BG, who at this point is probably more of a 4 than a 3. But you can get other guys. Like, they could draft somebody. They can get someone else, like the guys that didn't work out that great last year, the Ojalares or the Uches. Would I love to have Jalen Phillips? Yes, but they only have so much money. $25 million for that player a year feels to me like a lot when you have two guys that I think they're comfortable with or that they believe are starting caliber in Nolan Smith and Hunt. Hunt, the second half of the year last year was awesome. Nolan Smith, the second half of 24 was awesome. Yeah. I think that there's some speculation perhaps, maybe it's injuries, why Nolan didn't play as well last year. But they have two young guys that we've seen both play at a really high level. I think you got to make the most of that, play those guys a lot of snaps, a lot of reps, because you have them for cheap and they're young and hungry trying to get their money.
Birds Town Hall from Magerks in Horsham. Come on by if you can. Station's going to be here through 6 o'clock tonight, all the shows. Our show, midday show, and afternoon show, so hope you can stop by. If not, listen at any point. John,
Russ,
it's been 2 days so far. How do you feel so far, John?
I feel fine.
How he's done, what he hasn't done. You feel good?
Well, I mean, it's just the beginning of the next 6 months of building. I'm good with the addition of Reek Woolen. I really like the physical skills. I do wonder what's going to happen with the AJ thing. I don't want him here, Russ. And it's something that Elliot said earlier. I wanted to ask you about the Patriots after acquiring Romeo Doubs.
Dobbs. Yeah, it would be so much cooler if it was Doubs. Like Romeo rolling on Doubs. I would switch if I were him, but it's Dobbs.
Okay, Dobbs. Now that they have him, I don't think that prevents them from saying, hey, we could really use A.J. Brown also. But I think Elliot brought up a good point. The Patriots sort of – now they don't have to make that A.J. move with the same amount of urgency that they did before. And it's almost as if the Patriots have more of the commanding upper hand now in these negotiations, these discussions.
It feels to me like a bit of a staring contest or like a game of chicken. I think that the Patriots don't really believe that anybody else wants A.J. Brown as much as they do, or that any other team is going to offer what they're willing to offer for him. And I think the Eagles feel like the Patriots want to take that next step, want to win the Super Bowl, and feel like they desperately want A.J. Brown to do that. So they're both kind of, it's like the Spider-Man meme. Like, they're both kind of like, no, well, you don't have anywhere else to go. Well, you don't have anybody else to get. I think what the Patriots did by getting Dobbs is they made it so that they now have a legit veteran starting receiver. Now they could maybe get another receiver, a more talented guy in the draft. They still have Booty. They still have Demario Douglas. It makes it so that –
don't forget Mac Hollins.
Yeah, it makes it so that getting A.J. Brown now is more of a nice to have than a need to have for the Patriots. I do believe it gives them a little bit more leverage because they now have a legit starting receiver, veteran starting receiver in Dobbs. I also think that there's a lot of financial gymnastics that the Eagles have to undergo. The real issue, and the NFL needs to look into this, you know how Tua Tagovailoa just got released by the Dolphins, designated a post-June 1st cut so they can split the $99 million dead cap? Well, the Eagles could do that with A.J. But if you trade the guy, it all hits right then. Yeah. So I think his cap number is like $20 million something this year. If they trade him, it's $40 million some this year. It's like double the cap to trade him. That makes it very, very complicated. What they should do is they should allow you to trade a guy, but designate him somehow as the trade being a post-June 1st, because I think that's part of this too.
All right, 215-592-9494 to weigh in on everything we're discussing today. It's the Birds Town Hall at the Magerks in Horsham, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. By the way, make sure you catch all of the tournament action. Tournament coming up starting next week. Tournament action at Magerks this month.
Joe, real quick.
Yeah, we got some news here.
Yeah, you want to hit it?
Yeah, so according to Diana Rossini, Trey Hendrickson's market has changed over the last 24 hours. The Eagles, Colts, and now Baltimore Ravens are making offers in an attempt to land the top free agent remaining on the board.
Wow. Mm-hmm. All right, well, listen, we're going to get into Trey Hendrickson coming up next, and your phone calls all through the show. React to that. React to the fact that Crosby's available again. That and more. A.J. Brown's available. You got him, but you might not keep him. What do you make of all this? Birds Town Hall from Magerks in Horsham on 94 WIP.
Horizon Services Plumbing and Electrical is here to keep your home comfortable and safe through heavy spring showers and the changing seasons. They can protect your home's power, keep the lights on, even during an outage with a whole generator installation. Struggling with cold showers? Horizon can replace your old water heater as soon as today. Horizon Services, they are here to help you take care of your home with drain clearing services and water quality treatment systems. Their specialists will make sure everything is up to your standards. So don't let things like outdated electrical panels, flickering lights, or faulty wiring do away with your home comfort. Count on Horizon Services for electrical panel upgrades, surge protection packages, and more. Whatever home concerns you have, Horizon is here to help. And when you need it, get same-day plumbing and electrical service with no emergency fees ever. It doesn't get better than that. Book with Horizon Services today at horizonservices.com.
It's back.
Jack Fritz here.
Joe versus Jack. Joe DeCamera and Jack Fritz take the court in a head-to-head basketball battle for the fifth and final round.
I mean, listen, no one cares when I win.
It's 2-2 on the basketball. March 18th at the Community College of Philadelphia Athletic Center. Tip-offs at 6, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by the Community College of Philadelphia. Rise from within.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Hey, March Matchups fans. BetMGM is offering a legendary experience for you and 3 of your friends in Vegas. Climb the BetMGM Court of Legends leaderboard for a chance to win the trip of a lifetime to Las Vegas to see Haley and Hannah Cavender face off at the Bellagio. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. 25 winners will take home grand prize packages that include 4 tickets to the Court of Legend event featuring the Cavender twins, withdrawable funds for travel, a 3-night stay at the MGM Grand, and MGM Resorts credit. Make this March one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Withdrawable bonus dollars for flight money. Gold prices are soaring, and silver is near an all-time high.
Get cash in your hands for your old jewelry by going to the Estates Roadshow. They're buying gold and silver, old rings, chains, even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. The Estates Roadshow is happening Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, or Friday through Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at TMT Cash for Gold, Cherry Hill. Follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook or visit tmtcashforgold.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats, looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through May 31st, save up to $2,100 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualified systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. That's nopaycarrier.com for a contractor near you.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
You know, I'm tasked with recording 3 of the biggest story minutes every day. Usually there are 3 different stories, but throw that out the window. The most stunning reversal in NFL trade history. The blockbuster is over. Max Crosby to Baltimore is off. Reports indicating.
Hey, Philly, you hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has the best deals at all your favorite local restaurants. Like this great deal at Coco's Cookies and Creamery. From now until March 31st, get a buy one, get one free deal on a milkshake, all on the Uber Eats app. So next time you're craving something sweet, don't overthink it. Get it on Uber Eats and save big with a great deal. Order now only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. The Athletics' Diana Rossini posted Trey Hendrickson's market has changed over the last 24 hours. Says the Eagles, Colts, and now Ravens are all making offers in an attempt to land the top free agent remaining. Says a decision expected to come today. Now it's intriguing since the Ravens last night nixed their trade with the Raiders for Max Crosby, reportedly for failing their physical. Eagles signed Seattle corner Reek Woolen to what seems to be a one-year prove-it deal worth up to $15 million. Sixers 139-129 over the Grizzlies. Unfortunately, they'll be without Tyrese Maxey for at least 3 weeks with a tendon injury in his pinky finger. And Team Italy shocking Team USA 8-6 in the World Baseball Classic. The Americans could be eliminated from the tourney. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Mix of sun and clouds. Thunderstorms later. High 79s. Currently 62. Keep your home comfortable all year long no matter the weather, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com to schedule a free inspection and consultation today. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Back to the 2026 Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, it sure is the Birds Town Hall, and it is presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. You can join Magerks for opening day. That's coming up now in just about 2 weeks, March 26th. Dollar Dog nights gone at the ballpark, but they are still going on at Magerks, along with great drink specials. Breakfast is going on right now at Magerks. About to order a great breakfast sandwich. Come on by if you can. Lunch later, dinner later, as WIP broadcasts from Magerks all day. Elliot is at the free agency, the Surfside free agency desk. Surfside iced tea and vodka. We'll be sampling here today from 4 to 6. Come on by and enjoy $2 off Surfside and stateside cans. We'll react to the Trey Hendrickson news in just a moment. Let me just do a quick flyby on the Sixers. Rhea had in the update, of course, the Maxey injury. It looks like he's out at least 3 weeks. There is some talk now that perhaps the Sixers should tank. Let me go on the record and say, let me go on the record and say they should not.
So now we're not in favor of it.
Here's the reality, just so everyone knows the basic terms. The Sixers, if they're not going to miss the playoffs and that be like 11, 12, or 13 seed. They're going to be in the top 10, which means they're going to be at least in the play-in round. If they were to lose in the play-in round, they would then be in the draft lottery by way of this trade that they made with the OKC. The Sixers keep their pick if it finishes in the top 4 of the draft lottery, of which there's a 9% chance. I'm not going to say to Joel Embiid, hey, big guy, don't come back. Paul George, forget about after your suspension playing. Edgecombe, we're shutting you down. Maxey, don't worry about coming back. I'm not going to say to those guys, we're shutting down the chance to try to win in the playoffs for a 9% chance to keep a draft pick. If it was a 60% chance, if it was a 40% chance, I might be moved to do it. I'm not telling Joel, who might only have 2 years left of any prime level, dude, don't worry about it. We got a 9% chance. No, I'm not doing that. All right, 215-592-9494.
Can they ask Oklahoma if they can rescind the trade for Jared McCain?
How about this? Hey, OKC, Paul George got traded for SGA once before. How about we do that trade again?
There you go.
All right, Ross, Trey Hendrickson. We all heard the news both before the break and then in Rhea's update. Trey Hendrickson, a possibility for the Eagles. Ross, what are your thoughts?
Well, I would expect the Eagles to be in on this because I'm sure they made calls on Max Crosby, and obviously they were looking to re-sign Jalen Phillips. But let me just say this about Trey Hendrickson. If you think there's an issue right now with the Ravens and Max Crosby, if the Ravens sign Trey Hendrickson, people are going to lose their mind. Because the belief will be that the Ravens realized Hendrickson's market was not what he thought it would be. Perhaps even the Ravens behind the scenes were discussing a deal with Hendrickson and realized, you know what? We can get a really good player for less money than Crosby, not coming off a meniscus repair, and keep our 2 first-round picks. So there's already a lot of people that believe that the Ravens backed out.
They failed him on purpose.
Failed him on purpose. No. Listen, here's the thing that's so maddening about it. Everyone knew he had meniscus repair surgery in January. Everybody knew that. So when he went to Baltimore, unless they noticed something out of the ordinary, or unless they felt like he was not on track in his recovery, this is kind of Bush League by the Ravens because it was understood he won't be cleared till June, July. He just got off crutches last week. He was never going to, quote-unquote, pass a physical. So if they fail him on that physical, back out of the trade, and then pivot to Hendrickson, a lot of people, I don't think that there's any recourse for the Raiders or even the NFL, because you always have it within your right to fail the guy on the physical. But boy, people are going to be bitter if Hendrickson signs with the Ravens. And by the way, as relates to our team, the Eagles, it goes back to what I said earlier. Hendrickson for the Eagles would be a nice to have. I don't think he's a need to have because of Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt. The Ravens, they need him now. They thought they were getting Crosby. The Ravens don't have any other edge rusher. The Ravens need him. I would peg them as the favorites to get him. The other team would potentially be the Colts because the Colts are in win now, or the GM and the head coach are both getting fired. So I believe those teams will be a little bit more desperate than Howie.
What does this all mean for Max Crosby?
I was wondering the same thing. And what is
are
the cost?
the Eagles going to be attached to that future? And what will the price drop to now that it's gone from 2 firsts? It's going to be less. What do you think it'll be? How interested should the Eagles be?
Howie makes every call. I would think Howie already called Spytek, the GM for the Raiders, to try to get a good deal. The one thing about Crosby is he's guaranteed $60 million the next 2 years. That's a lot of money. And there would have to be some draft picks as well. But I would think that the Eagles would be very quietly monitoring that situation and ready to pounce if it becomes a price that's tenable for them.
John, on the Hendrickson front, this is a player we talked a lot about last year. You very much wanted him last year. We've been down this road a number of times with Clowney and others where it feels like a repeated topic.
Yeah.
He's a year older than last year.
Well, there's no question
Do you still want him at a great –
There's no question he's better than what we have going. There are other players that I would prefer right now out on the market, like Max Crosby, even though he's banged up and healing. I feel like he can give me more than Hendrickson. Hendrickson is a very specialized pass rusher now. At this stage of his career, he's gonna be on third down only. He's not going to be asked to be the all-around defensive end who's setting edges and giving you, blowing up guards as they're trying to pull.
So I guess it's good how we didn't get him last year.
Yes,
sounds like he diminished fast is what it sounds like you're saying.
He's not been asked to do more than rush the passer. He's a niche guy now at this stage of his career. And while I relish sacks, we need more sacks. I really like Max Crosby a lot, and he's out there. I think he's so much better a player, so much more complete than Trey Hendrickson. I'd like to see what his cost is going to drop to. And this is all just and every team is going through this right now. It's a race to determine who do we want more, who's healthier, how much is this going to cost us. We're not the only team who's struggling with this right now. I just hope that we can figure out, I hope we figure out that this guy can be a nice fit. Do you feel like Max Crosby, your gut, does it tell you that he's going to get what he wants here, Ross?
I love Max Crosby.
Me too.
If you really appreciate the sport of football, I've done 4 or 5 Raiders games the last couple of years because they're not very good. And I've talked with Max before every one of those games. You want to talk about a tone setter. You want to talk about a leader by example. He is everything that you would want in a professional football player. He's almost too good to be true. How about this, okay?
So why would the Ravens fail him?
Well, because they're probably going to sign Trey Hendrickson. That's what I think. But also I think they got cold feet.
Yeah.
But
it's pricey.
Crosby, last year the Raiders were the worst team in the NFL. He had this meniscus tear. They said to him, we want to sit you for the last 2 games and get the surgery. He flipped out.
Yeah.
He was adamant that he would be out there with the rest of the team and their 2 wins for those last 2 games, and it really damaged the relationship between the Raiders and Crosby because he knew what they were doing. First of all, that meant a lot to him to have that streak and play every game and play all those snaps. Secondly, he knew what they were doing. He knew they were losing on purpose to get Mendoza, and that goes against everything he believes in.
I will just say one more thing on Crosby and then the phones. Ross, I hear your point that it might have been devious by the Ravens, but it is worth pointing out. It is possible he has not come through that surgery in January well. I mean, for what it's worth, Joel Embiid in 2023 was kicking ass, and then when he had that injury, maybe it was 24, I guess 24. Then when he had that injury, and then by the time Olympics and the next season, which was last season, he just wasn't the same player anymore. I mean, it does happen sometimes.
Well, and I would say this too. Why would they not have had him take the physical ahead of time? You know, you can there's nothing to prevent you from getting the medical stuff done ahead of time before you agree to terms to make sure everything. This is one of the issues the NFL has with this negotiating period that we're still in. The league doesn't even start till the new year doesn't even start till 4 p.m. today. So there could be other teams backing out.
Yeah, like a Frank Gore thing.
Frank Gore thing.
Yeah, Frank Gore was here and then he was gone.
This is what you ask for a little bit when you want to have your negotiating period.
But nobody believes that it's due to the medicals. No.
Well, if no one believes, then maybe it's not. I mean,
and that means that he'll still go for 2 firsts potentially, and that won't not. Is it possible the price doesn't get knocked down? Because
no. I think the Ravens are the only team willing to give that price.
Okay, well, that's
supposedly the Cowboys offered a 1 and a 2. By the way, can I just say something real quick? The Cowboys are hilarious.
I know.
Okay, so as soon as Max Crosby, as soon as the Ravens-Raiders trade went through, there were insiders already posting. The Cowboys got second. The Cowboys offered a 1 and 2. The Cowboys really tried. And then as soon as Nakobe Dean, who's coached, by the way, Christian Parker's now the DC in Dallas, as soon as Nakobe picked the Raiders, reports immediately. Cowboys offered the same money. It was 50-50. Could have gone either way. I would be embarrassed if I were an Eagles fan and my team was putting all these reports out there about how hard they were trying and how close they got. This is pro football. There is no close. Nobody cares who almost got the player. If you were that close, Cowboys, then offer the same deal right now, and I bet you the Raiders would take it. Mark my words, they won't.
Right.
They won't do it.
Let's get to Tim. He's calling from Swedesboro. Tim, good morning.
Hey, guys. How's everybody?
Doing well, Tim.
You know, I've been hearing a lot about this, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson buzz, and I would really, really like to have Crosby because of, what he can do, but, I heard with the surgery, and then I heard about Hendrickson had surgery, too, on core surgery, too.
Right.
So would you say they're both kind of iffy injury-wise to have? I mean, trust me, I would love to see both of them on this defense, honestly.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I wanted Lawrence Taylor and Reggie White to play together, but they never did. Look, they're obviously great players, my man. Tim, it's possible the Eagles climb in here. I do not think Howie should give up, for instance, 2 first-rounders for Max Crosby. And candidly, I don't think I'd give up a 1 and a 2. But
no, honestly, no, I wouldn't. But, I mean, after hearing, Blankenship left, Nakobe Dean left, I thought, man, what are you going to do, Howie? What are you going to do? I mean, and then I'm hearing that rumors about Jalen Carter possibly being traded. It's like, what?
Now, Elliot, you don't buy the Jalen Carter out thing at all, right?
I don't know.
You think he's going to be locked up
they will pay
soon?
Jalen Carter, yeah. I think they went into this offseason wanting to pay Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and Jalen Phillips, and they missed out on Phillips, but I think they'll pay Carter and Davis. And they obviously paid Davis.
Elliot, I'm going to ask you. You're Howie. What would you do?
If I was Howie, in terms of Jalen Carter?
No, Howie as far as with Crosby or Hendrickson.
Oh, if I had to pick between those two, I would not be interested in signing Trey Hendrickson. He's old, he's injured, and he's expensive. And I think that trio as a free agent is not super appealing. With Max Crosby, I would offer a 2 that could be a 1 if he played,
15 games or whatever. But I would have more interest in paying Crosby because I think he's a better player. He's younger. And I just think he's more impactful.
But to be fair, a 2 that can become a 1's not going to get it done. He just got
He's
traded.
basically
for
saying
2
he's
2s.
not trading for Max
Well,
Crosby.
But why do we think Crosby's definitely going to go for a huge price tag now?
Because he's one of the best players in the NFL.
And a deal just fell through because of health. So
yeah, well, but people are saying it's not because of health.
they can say whatever they want, but I'm saying if there's concern about his knees,
But it might be in the league circles that there isn't
Maybe.
concern,
We'll
and
find
they
out.
think that right, exactly.
Well, that's a determining factor.
They might have to wait till July to trade him now. They might have to wait till he's cleared and a team no longer feels like they're taking on the same level of risk.
Well, because the other thing is if you're a GM trading for Crosby now and you make that risk, then you know that if it doesn't work out, that there was risk there, right? Yeah. Like if you're the Eagles, you trade for Crosby and he's not the same player next year, we're all going to sit here and go, well, the Ravens failed him for a medical. You still gave up a first-round pick. So I think when he's traded, there will be incentive in there for playing
All right,
time.
Tim, I need an answer from you. What almost happened?
I'm going to go with the Y2K catastrophe.
You know what? I think that's a bad answer.
Yeah.
It didn't almost happen.
Yeah, we thought it might.
It was
but
rumored
yeah.
to happen.
Yeah, well, it wasn't. It wasn't a thing.
Wasn't a thing.
Wasn't a
they
thing.
were just wrong.
It was never going to happen.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's never going to happen. I'll tell you one thing that did happen. Eagles got a cornerback last night. He's going to be a starter. His name's Reek Woolen. He played for Seattle this past season, obviously on a great defense. Very talented player, but sounds like knucklehead maybe is putting it mildly. Let's listen to Louis Riddick, who had a lot of praise from Louis Riddick on the Eagles' new starting corner, Reek Woolen. Here's what Louis Riddick said last night on ESPN.
This team is very much so entrenched in terms of its philosophy and how they like to build. And the draft is really where they really go to work. So I think it's interesting for me to see how they really wind up approaching the rest of this team building this offseason. But Reek Woolen, that's a typical Philadelphia pickup of a guy who's just uber talented, needs to keep his head on straight at all times and not cost his football team. But when he's locked in, he's as good as any in the league.
You know, it sounds, Ross, like what you said earlier. You think that commentary's accurate when he's locked in. Is he talking out his hiney, or is that accurate?
When he's locked in, he can still make plays and play at a high level.
How often is he locked in? And how often is he not locked in?
Not often enough is the answer.
So how much does Fangio help in locking him in?
We're about to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
But, Ross, he played for a great Seattle coaching staff that played
played Josh Jobe over him.
It
Correct.
seems like Ross is down on this signing. Just from
Well, when you see in person, I'm trying, like, every word that I want to use to describe it, I feel like is too derogatory of a word to say, especially about a new Eagle. But it was just, you know what it was? It was asinine behavior. It was one of the most incredibly selfish moves. They almost lost the Super Bowl because of Reek Woolen. Wow. We're talking about the biggest almost. They almost didn't. They had that game under control. They were up by 10 at that point, I think. They were punting.
Yeah, they were getting the
Reek Woolen gets the worst taunting penalty in the history of the NFL, okay, when you consider the timing.
That's saying something.
And then the next play, he gives up a touchdown. They almost lose. He would have gone down. His contract would have been negative $12 million if they had lost that game. It would have gone down as like the biggest bonehead play ever. So my hope is that was when you see a rookie like Eamon Worry screaming at him, like they had to be, like the guys on his own team were screaming at him on the sideline. They're like, dude, this is the Super Bowl. What are you doing? That makes me very skeptical.
Yeah.
Let's hope that was the wake-up call he needed. Let's hope change of scenery. You know, I'll say this about the Eagles. They've taken guys with injury risks like Landon Dickerson that have paid off. They've taken guys with character risks like Jalen Carter that have paid off. You know, Howie Roseman realizes to get value, you have to be willing to take on risk. Reek Woolen's probably a $20+ million a year talent that they're getting for way less because of his knuckleheadism, which is probably the best way to say it. And I think that they believe if he just does the stuff that Cooper and Quinyon do, just follow those guys around, because those are young professionals. They do the right things. Look, Cooper has fun in the offseason. Trust me, he has a lot of fun in the offseason. But Cooper is all business when he's there. I think the Eagles believe, look, we got 2 first-team All-Pro corners, Reek. They're going to get a ton of money. You didn't do what they do. I think that's the belief. I think it's the belief in Fangio, the belief in the secondary coach, Casper, and the belief in he's going to be surrounded by Coop and Quinyon Mitchell, and he can't help but fall in line with those guys.
All right, couple final minutes here with Ross. At 9 o'clock hour, Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas are going to join the show. Birds Town Hall rolls on from Magerks. One more topic to get to while Ross is here. And, Elliot, I want to start with you. So I think most fans, most listeners are aware, most Eagles fans are aware that a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, the Eagles changed their philosophy and said we're not going to sign our own players in season anymore.
Correct.
And it has resulted in, by not locking up guys in the final year of their deal, they lose some of these guys. Most recent examples would be Reed, Blankenship, and Nakobe Dean. Probably would not have tried to lock up Nakobe in season. For one thing, he was coming back from an injury. For another thing, you had Jahad Campbell. But they're losing players in part because of this philosophy. It's born out of a belief, and maybe Sirianni brought it to the team, I don't know. It's born out of a belief that for team chemistry, it's better in October, push to November, push to December, push to January. Guys aren't annoyed with each other or the organization because one guy got paid and one guy didn't get paid. Elliot, should they change the philosophy or ride with it?
I would change it. I just think it's costing them a lot of money. You mentioned the guys that they lost. How about how much more they paid Zach Bond because they did not sign him in season? Had they thought after week 2, okay, we have something here, think of how much cheaper they could have gotten Zach Bond instead of having to pay him in the offseason when he ended up having the season he had. I know they say it's for chemistry reasons, and I believe them, but I find it hard to believe that Howie would make a decision that costs him so much money and puts him at such a disadvantage in contract negotiations, all because of locker room chemistry.
Well, I will say this.
I
will say we've talked about chemistry amongst each other in the organization. I also think there's another wing of this conversation, which is how the player is dealing with the negotiation in the moment. It's not the easiest thing to go through a negotiation.
I agree.
It can go on for weeks or months. It can lead to acrimony. It can lead to, do they actually like me? Do they only like me to a certain extent? And I will say it's probably difficult for a player, if he's not liking what he's hearing from his agent about what the team is offering, to be as inspired to listen to the offensive defensive coordinator in a meeting that an hour after you got that call from the agent said, nah, they're not up in their offer. That's tough.
I agree with that, but a flip side is, so Tariq Woolen now probably knows he is not going to be on the Eagles beyond this year. They're going to pay Quinyon. They're going to pay Cooper. They're not going to pay him in season. He's going to hit free agency. If he has an awesome year, he'll get money elsewhere. If he has a bad year, they're not going to want him back. So, Howie, I don't think he's actually used this term, but independent contractor, right? You want everyone to feel locked in. Tariq Woolen, I hope he loves Philadelphia, but he's not going to be here for more than a year. So I wonder how that works, too, from a locker room.
All right, so Ross, just give me a quick answer because we got to get to Joe and Hugh. Should they change the policy or not?
No, I don't think so. I'm okay with it. I think it creates a lot of hard feelings if there's 4 or 5 guys like they've had the last couple of years that are all up for deals. One guy gets it, other guy doesn't. I think that's problematic. And I understand. I can't remember what year it was, but they had an issue with this.
It was offensive lineman. It was a few years
I can't remember
ago,
who told me, but they had a real issue with this, and they really think it hurt them. And so they'd rather take the chance. By the way, it's not going to happen, but Reek Woolen could theoretically be Zach Bond, too.
Yeah. John, break the tie. Elliot says change the policy. Ross says don't. Break the tie. Should they break the policy or not, John?
I don't think it needs to be hard and fast. I think maybe
well, you either are negotiating with guys or you're not. It's a decision not to sign.
In some
it's a decision
cases,
to negotiate.
A player like Jalen Carter, if we don't have him locked up by a certain point this offseason,
so you're breaking the policy.
Keep going. We need to get that type of thing done. So I'm open to more flexibility.
Okay. All right, well, look, I'm fascinated as you weigh in at 215-592-9494 if you think the Eagles should change that policy. I mean, it's It's a conundrum. I can see both sides of it. Where do you come down on that?
It used to work exceedingly well.
Yeah.
Way back when guys would be re-upped.
Yeah.
Brian Westbrook getting re-upped in the middle of the season, getting guys pinned down to team favorable deals. Really, that really boosted.
Oh, it was a
your
Joe Banner special, to say the least.
opportunities, yes.
It's the Birds Town Hall from the Magerks and Horsham. Joe and Hugh are coming up. Ross, nice work, my man. Always love having you on the program. Thanks,
It
pal.
is my pleasure. Love to see you guys in person like this. It's great.
Yeah, about twice a year. All right, there he is, Ross Tucker. Joe and Hugh, they're coming up next as we broadcast from Magerks and Horsham. Birds Town Hall on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. Man, we are just about in their backyard. PI Dental Center, very close to the Magerks in Horsham, and the best in the business when it comes to phenomenal dental care. You know, with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient for 2.5 of those decades. My mom, a patient there even longer, with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists who specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that deliver fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. Whether you have no problems with your teeth, good for you if you do, and need year-to-year maintenance to stay in good shape, or a major problem that requires a significant repair, know that PI Dental Center, they can do the job for you. Get yourself there. Located in Fort Washington, as I said, very close here in Horsham. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Warm up with spring training. Saturday, Phillies, Yankees. The first pitch is at 1:05.
That is gone. Up onto the boardwalk for Bryce Harper.
Catch all the action here on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some companies add kitchens and baths when business slows down. At Kitchen Magic, it's all we've done for 46 years. That focus matters. It's why over 60,000 homeowners have trusted us. It's why we're family-owned and operated. It's why we manufacture locally. And it's why March is our biggest month of the year. Right now, get 40% off installation on your kitchen or bath remodel. Kitchen Magic. Specialists then, specialists now, specialists always. Call or visit our website now to schedule your free consultation.
Breaking news! Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait, these March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
This is the sound of a healthy heart. But a heart that needs help needs a team that can act fast. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we see advanced heart failure patients sooner than any other network. Care that keeps hearts going strong. That's how healthy happens. Find a specialist near you at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/heartcare.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Don't buy an engagement ring until you check out my friends Benari Jewelers. Benari offers a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee on all natural diamonds. You won't find that at other jewelers. Buy a diamond today at Benari for $10,000 and they'll give you $11,000 if you want to trade up to a larger diamond or a different shape. Benari's 110% diamond upgrade. When it's meant to be, only trust the experts at Benari in Exton and Newtown Square.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
Norwegian Cruise Line is currently the only cruise line sailing from Philadelphia. Imagine the ease of sailing out of Philly. No other cruise line has sailed out of our city in the past 10 years. NCL offers flexibility and variety so you can do what you want, when you want. They thoughtfully design every detail with their guests in mind, and they take care of everything so you can just be present during your vacation and enjoy every moment. Escape, be present in the moment, curate experiences. Norwegian Cruise Line. It's different out here.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. My. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the Ravens landed Trey Hendrickson. Eagles were said to have made an offer per Diana Rossini of The Athletic, who says it's a 4-year, $112 million deal. This will be highly scrutinized since the Ravens just last night backed out of the Max Crosby trade with the Raiders, reportedly because he failed their physical. Probably more like buyer's remorse, as they offered 2 first-rounders, which they did not have to do with Hendrickson, which seems quite shady. Team Italy shocking Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Americans could be eliminated. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, or work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit PDQPOS.com. Mix of clouds and sun, thunderstorms later, high 79. It's currently 65. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, it sure is the Birds Town Hall, and as you just heard there, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Make sure you join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on at Magerks locations next week, all of the Magerks next week. live music, Irish dancers, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2026 Armin Chevy Trailblazer starting at only $24,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Poll question, which is more absurd? A, that entering yesterday, Mark DeRosa, Team USA head baseball coach, did not know that Team USA, this is true if you're just waking up to this, did not know that Team USA could be eliminated this round at that stage in the World Baseball Classic. As a result, he played a lot of backup players. Team USA lost and may be eliminated based on what happens with an Italy-Mexico game later today. That is one of the more astounding things ever in sports. The coach didn't know. Choice B for what is more absurd from yesterday, Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat scored 83 points in an NBA game. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, let's get into this Trey Hendrickson thing. Ties into the Eagles, of course, because, they could have, sounds like we're in on him, could still be in on Max Crosby, who the Baltimore Ravens now don't have because they have Trey Hendrickson. It's on one level complicated, maybe on one level very simple. We'll get everyone's perspective on that in just a moment, but right now, let's welcome from the Midday Show, ladies and gentlemen of Magerks, let's hear it for Mr. Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas.
Hi.
Good morning, guys.
Joe, there's no correlation for like I'm a Joe. Like, Joe.
There's no Joe, yeah.
What about Giglio?
That
good.
could work.
Giglio.
Yeah, that too. Do you think, Hugh, that the Baltimore Ravens pulled some chicanery here on the NFL?
You know what's funny? I was talking to Joe about that when we were coming in, trying to digest the news of, the Max Crosby situation. And it's subjective, but when you hear it, there's a lot that when you talk about the story to digest, because initially when you hear it and you hear knee, people are thinking, oh, my God, he's damaged goods. There's a lot of guys that have knee situations. Meniscus is not that big of a deal. It's not like an ACL or anything like that.
Have you had your meniscus fixed?
I didn't get it fixed.
All four of mine.
I didn't get it fixed,
Scoped.
but true story. When I was at the draft, when I was getting ready to get drafted, I tore my meniscus in college, and they knew it because it makes your joints loose, a little loose, right? Mm-hmm. And some teams, they don't want to draft you, but other teams do. So obviously, I still got drafted, but I just thought it was kind of interesting the way the story dropped. Because it made it sound like he, initially like he wasn't going to play again or anything. I got to thinking, honestly, they didn't want to give up. Somebody changed their mind about giving up those two first-round draft picks.
Maybe.
Because that's what it sounds like more to me, because you saw him play last year. He obviously can play. I feel like somebody, what would you call it, buyer's remorse?
Yeah.
Regret, whatever. I think that's more so than what it was than anything else. And then, the fact that Trey Hendrickson was available, a little bit cheaper. Go for the cheaper guy. Still get the production, so go for the cheaper guy.
Well, the more expensive one's still available. The question is, how we climb into the Max Crosby front now? Elliot, do you think he will?
I think if the price drops, absolutely. This screams Howie Roseman, a player that's traded for 2 first-round
picks. But the prices
picks.
drop, right?
I think the price will absolutely drop.
No, I'm saying it's like with that news, they're not going to get 2 first. They might not even get a first-round draft pick,
I
right?
agree. Now, obviously, medicals are all subjective, right? Like each teams can feel differently about it. But now that he is quote-unquote damaged goods and this has fallen through and the Raiders are in a bit of a tough spot, I don't think he goes for
guys,
2
it's worth pointing out, it might be fake.
That's the
good.
point. I think it depends on what the league knows. Like if the league, around the league, if they truly believe that the Ravens did this so that they could just go back and get Trey Hendrickson, then the price might not change that much.
Yeah. Maybe, but it's a different situation now. Like, he has been traded, is now back on the team. The Raiders can't really pull we might keep him. They've literally traded him. So they're in a bit of a tough spot, too.
All right, so look, 215-592-9494 to climb into the show. Birdstown Hall from Magerks. Joe, it's been 2 days now of free agency. This is the start of day 3. Based on the first 2 days, inactive by the Eagles day 1. a cornerback, and 2 tight ends yesterday. Joe, your thoughts on how he has done, hasn't done? What are your thoughts so far?
Well, they have a lot of work to do. I'll say it that way. Look, I like the Tariq Woolen signing. It feels like there's a chance that that's a win-win for the Eagles and him. He gets a 1-year deal on a good team. He gets to play here and start here, and maybe he gets to go into free agency and make more next year. So I like the move yesterday by Howie Roseman, but they lost a lot. I mean, Nakobe Dean was better than Jahad Campbell last year, and so we now have downgraded off of that. They lost Jalen Phillips, who they had to trade for because their pass rush was really non-existent from the edge last year. So I'll call it incomplete. The Eagles, I like the Woolen deal, and I'm glad Howie did something yesterday. Let's see if they get in a pass rusher. But, Joe, they've got a lot of work to do because they have a lot of uncertainty on the offensive side. The one certainty here has been the defense, but the first couple of days we've obviously lost more than we brought in so far.
So let's get to the reality of this Tariq Woolen thing. By the way, I'm going to struggle with calling him Reek. I mean, after Game of Thrones, we got a guy Reek.
It's tough.
I mean, Game of Thrones, he was bobbing it. But anyway, that's a whole other matter. If you know John, if you know Game of Thrones, you know.
You don't want to be Reek. That's the real takeaway. Yeah.
In Game of Thrones, you don't want to be Reek.
It is a different spelling. I mean, that was R-E-E-K.
That's an
and
important
this
clarification.
is R-I-Q.
Yeah. All right, so word is that he's
semantics.
Remarkably talented, but knucklehead, and you could tell based on what Ross said last hour, like big knucklehead. Hugh, you were in a lot of locker rooms. High school, college, the players are younger then, still developing as men. Pro football, Jets, Eagles, Jacksonville, back to the Eagles. Do knuckleheads, Hugh, normally stay knuckleheads, or do they normally come through that to a point of maturity that you can count on the person?
Not sure because I was labeled a knucklehead. You know, when I was with the Jets, you know, malcontent, a little bit of that. And I remember used to hear that all the time. Matter of fact, Jeffrey Lurie used to tell me that all the time about the stories that Parcells used to tell him about me. It all depends on somebody's tolerance for what they consider being a knucklehead, man. You know, it's one of those things where I feel like by us going out and getting this young man, Howie has already vetted him. You know, that's what Big Dom does. And I think that they feel that he fits the culture. He's not that much of a knucklehead as far as, like, you know, when I think of knucklehead behavior, you know, we all like to talk about reading a book on the sideline and you know, being, you know, innuendos and stuff like that. But to me, being a knucklehead is driving 100 miles an hour on the highway, dipping in and out of cars with no care about what anybody else. That's being a knucklehead. As long as he's not having that kind of behavior or going out fighting or domestic stuff, then I don't have a problem with that.
But there is also on-field knucklehead, taunting and stuff like that. They can set your team back. It's a different form. But, you know, not keeping your composure.
I mean, keep your composure. Well, here we got a guy on the team that spit on somebody last year.
Well, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
So how many of those guys is too many on one defense?
No, but I'm saying it's one of those things where everybody has something that you're dealing with as a football. Like, we're all not wired right. Like, that's a fact.
I would say none of us are wired completely properly.
None of us are wired. None of us, to play football at the highest level, you're not wired right.
Hey, what about what Joe just brought up? You know,
what's that?
You've got a couple knuckleheads now on this defense.
Mm-hmm.
What is the breaking point? I don't know. I know that at times it felt we're about to pay Jalen Carter. I think we are about to bring a wheelbarrow of cash for Jalen Carter, and I do wonder how much of the negative influence, you know, yeah, if you got knucklehead adding, you've got knucklehead to begin with Jalen Carter. We know that, but they've done a great job of managing that. You're adding a significant amount of knucklehead on top of knucklehead, and you have to try to maintain
like Charles Barkley said,
a low level of knuckleheadedness within that defense. How feasible is that?
I think that's why Dom's here. I think that's Dom's. I think that's why, for lack of a better way to say it, that's why Dom make the big bucks. I think he keeps most of these guys in line. When you talk about Dom has become intertwined.
Yeah.
He's synonymous with the Eagles. And when you talk to Dom and you talk about certain things and you hear about the things that he can accomplish, Dom has a lot of reach. And I feel like if he signs off on this young man, that he can handle him. Because the one thing that I think of when I think of the Philadelphia Eagles, especially the last couple years, as much stuff as we complain about, like I said, the reading the book on the sideline and all the stuff, you don't really hear about cats getting in trouble outside of just the stupid stuff that we talk about all the time. Right. You really don't hear that. You don't hear, guys like the young receiver in Kansas City.
Yeah, Rashee Rice.
Yeah, flying down the street, racing people and stuff.
Sure.
You don't really have that much or dealing with that kind of stuff here in Philadelphia.
But I think a difference here, though, is like the knucklehead part of it. It feels like that's not real, like the taunting penalty. But it sounds like the bigger issue is effort, like being locked in every week, and that's not a big Dom thing. Yeah.
What we're talking about with Rick Woolen, it's not just the effort; it's he made mistakes. He's out there running the wrong
assignments and stuff.
coverage.
Yeah.
You mean cowboying it up?
Yeah, he was not dependable as a teammate because he didn't know
and that's
the
why I'm
defenses
shocked
the way he needed to.
That's why I'm shocked Vic Fangio had interest in him. Like, this feels so much more like a player Howie would have interest in because of the athleticism, the perceived getting him on a discount. The type of player that's actually being described doesn't sound like a Vic Fangio player.
Are we sure it was a Vic Fangio thing?
There's a reason he likes Marcus Epps at safety, right?
It sounds like
Marcus
it's
Epps
not.
is where he's supposed to be all the time, right? And that does not sound like it is Tariq Woolen.
All right, well,
But are we sure, though, that it was a Fangio thing? I mean, Howie's brought Fangio guys, and he doesn't want to use them.
Joe Giglio,
That's true.
think
I mean,
that's
Bryce Huff-
absolutely
yeah, I mean,
what
Bryce
we're dealing
Huff-
with.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
It was almost impossible for Howie to turn the other way when he sees a 6'4", 4.22 in the 40 cornerback available.
He's a big. That's the thing that jumped out to me, man. And then another thing, it all depends. I don't know what defense they run or how simple it is, but that can make a difference too. Maybe he was running the defense, and I'm not making excuses. It's just it is what it is. Because I remember my first year here in Philadelphia, and I could probably tell the story better than I can. But the linebackers, I remember hearing linebackers complain about how complex the defense was. I remember them just talking about, the different checks and the different movements and everything and how the defense would change on the fly. And when Jim Johnson came in, he simplified everything. So it could be just
That's
as simple
crazy. When you say Jim Johnson
know, right?
simplified
Yeah.
everything, because to us on the offensive side, Jim Johnson's defense was impossible.
But you know what it was?
Impossibly complicated.
You know what it was, though? From my vantage point, to me, is because everything looked the same. You know what I mean? Like we had different.
Sure.
Like we would call
Starts out
the front,
same, looking the same, ends
and,
up different.
and it would be just a simple call that would change who's blitzing or whatever's happening, but it was simplified. Like the calls in the back end were simplified. So maybe if him coming here and him being in this defense, maybe it's a little bit more simple.
And
for
I
him.
think that is so much more important than we keep bringing up his athleticism. He has been athletic his whole career. It's not like he's all of a sudden grew to be 6'4" and runs a 4.26. He's been able to do it his whole career. So what Hugh's talking about,
corner.
it is, but he's been that size, the whole time he's been in the NFL. So I think that part of it, the mental part of it, is really where the challenge is in getting him to reach his potential.
It's the Birds Town Halls. We broadcast from the Magerks and Horsham. Come on by if you can today. Station's going to be here, broadcast until 6 o'clock tonight, day 3 of NFL free agency. Ken in Cinnaminson right now. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. Happy Town Hall Day.
Yeah,
Thanks, Ken.
we love this day, man. It's a fun one.
It's first Town Hall, so I'm going to stay dialed in, but I just want to first say very quickly, I'd like to thank Mark DeRosa for giving us all a reason to cheer for Dominic Nori, the Bills prospect.
Dante Nori, baby.
Who's playing for Italy? Yeah, because
Love
they'll be
Dante
playing-
Nori. It's our guy.
And Team
He was
USA
the Phil's
can
first
continue
round
the
pick a
party.
couple years ago. For those
Team
wondering
USA
what we're talking about.
Team USA can continue the party they had in the dugout after they beat Mexico the other day, and we're convinced that meant they were moving on. So, speaking of
Ken,
moving on,
it is an all-time blunder.
It's unbelievable.
Well, not
Like-
just
like Bill-
before,
like-
Joe. He in the game, the pitching moves. He was acting as if he didn't realize it.
Well,
I think someone got in his ear
Joe,
during the game.
He didn't realize it.
When he had Kershaw warming up, he had
no
no
idea.
clue that the score mattered.
Look, you can make the
Giving up runs
you
matter,
can make
you
a
know?
case. You can make a case that it's the biggest blunder in the history of sports.
How do you not know the rules?
It's
though?
yeah, you're right.
Because
It's
at
in
least
this
Bill
discussion.
Buckner was trying to field the
Yeah.
ball. Like this guy thought his team had already advanced, and now they might be eliminated in a couple hours.
It is an all-timer. I mean,
it's a whopper of biblical proportions. It's astounding.
I mean, I always
See?
root for Team USA, but I think it's hilarious. I just think it's hilarious.
Yeah, part of me
Mad at
is
you,
just
yeah.
thinks
Mad at
we
you.
deserve to lose for this.
Absolutely, without question. So, speaking of moving on, so other than and Elliot, I think you'll acknowledge that the first person that talked to you about David Njoku was me. So, other than the possibility of the Eagles signing David Njoku, I'm on to the draft at this point. They're not going to reshape this football team in free agency. I gave you guys the tight end last year that the Eagles should have drafted, and they didn't listen to me. And he went on to lead the NFL.
Ken, they're not done right now. I know they're not going to be one of the most active teams, but I think if you're saying white flag free agency, it's not that simple.
But they have to get younger and cheaper. They have to do this in the
Yeah,
draft.
but Ken, let me just say this: they're going to get cheaper. But let's use as an example here, just for instance. How much did Ojulari and Uche make last year, Elliot?
Like $5 million combined.
Which
yeah,
is
5 or
which
6
is
million.
Three for Ojulari.
Okay.
I think.
Which is more than Patrick Elliott, but in Patrick Robinson. Here's my point, Ken. These are the days you can sign your Patrick Robinsons, who can far out exceed the contracts and help you win a Super Bowl, or you can sign your guys that stink and cause you to miss the playoffs.
Well, think about Zach Bond 2 years ago.
Yes.
Zach Bond was one of those guys.
Well,
Yeah,
Timmy,
exactly.
Last year we were here at the town hall. They had not made a signing, and they went on to sign 11 free agents, and not one of them helped. Right? So
last year?
Yeah, last year. If you think of all the free agents they signed, Adoree made.
Yeah, he helped.
He helped, but like he
Yeah,
wasn't
Ojulari,
outstanding.
A
lot of A.J. Dillons in there,
A.J.
yeah.
Dillon, Harrison Bryant, Kylan Granson. So they will sign guys, but we might even be past the point now where it's like you can count on impact from them.
You can hope for impact, and it can be something where it goes to the Bond Robinson
Yeah.
level. But to Elliott's point, it's far more likely that
Yeah, I mean, this is around when the Eagles got a backup quarterback named Nick Foles who helped them win a Super Bowl.
Sure, if you're bargain basement shopping is the point.
But some years it becomes Chris Long and LeGarrette Blount.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Ken, I need an answer from you. What almost happened?
Well, just one name real quick. Sam Roush, tight end from Stanford. The guy's an absolute freak. You can get him on day 2 very easily. So when they were casting the Terminator in 1984, the original choice for the role of the Terminator was O.J. Simpson, but
Wow.
he was not believable as a killer. To the
This is a
casting
true
director.
story.
That's incredible.
That is
Yeah.
a true story.
Wow.
James Cameron has talked about it.
That is wild.
Isn't that wild?
That is. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, time's yours and more. Joe and Hugh with us this entire hour. Birds Town Hall from the Magerks and Horsham. Reminder, it's all presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. And join Magerks for opening day, March 26th, as obviously the baseball season gets going in about 2 weeks. Dollar Dogs, no longer at the ballpark, but here at Magerks. And that includes with drink specials. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, it is, of course, 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about Tasty Cake. One of my all-time favorites is Tasty Cake. And I'm just guessing it's one of your all-time favorites. We all love Tasty Cake. Who doesn't love Tasty Cake? So let's talk about Tasty Cake here for a moment. You know, this spring, they've got a new lemon cheesecake baked pie with a graham cracker-inspired crust and that smooth lemon cheesecake filling. It is phenomenal. And for everyday stacking, the Tasty Cake Pound Cake Juniors, perfect. Moist, classic pound cake in just the right size. Whether it's after dinner, during the game, or grabbing something quick, Tasty Cake, it works. And we're always proud, except when we're away from the Tasty Cake studio. But when we are there, proud to broadcast from the Tasty Cake studio. Nobody knows treats like Tasty Cake.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Baycare Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Took a half-court heave in the SEC tourney. Florida, appropriately, is a heavy favorite. But if the madness of March comes alive, Alabama could spring the upset. Over 53% of Bama shots come from three. If LeBaron, Feinlein, and friends catch fire from the arc, they could take the title. Roll Tide at plus 800. Bet smarter, be the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers, and we're not your typical jewelry store. We're a family-owned jeweler and manufacturer, crafting nearly every piece right here in-house. When you shop with us, you're getting a curated, custom design experience, not just a selection of cases on a shelf. That means every piece is personal, crafted with care, and made to last. If you want something different, truly unique, and made just for you, this is fine jewelry the way it's meant to be. Come see us in Newtown Square and step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Spring is in the air, and it's the perfect time to help your savings grow. With a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union, you can earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with just a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money's always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our share and IRA certificates too. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Welcome to Bucks County Estate Traders.
Wow, look at the selection. So many great pieces.
If it's one-of-a-kind pieces you're looking for, you've come to the right place. We have a huge selection, from high-end brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon, or if you're looking for that vintage or antique piece to make a statement, we got that too.
I think I'm gonna need a few laps to check everything out.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. Happy hunting!
For quality high-end furniture built to last, visit their showroom in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Ever notice how your floors still look dirty, even after you mop?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Swiffer Power Mop gives you a deeper clean you can actually see.
I'm listening.
Unlike string mops, Swiffer Power Mop absorbs more dirt and locks it away, even in those hard-to-reach spots.
Like behind the toilet?
Exactly. The new micro scrubbers deliver thousands of tiny deep cleaning actions, so your floors look, smell, and feel clean.
Bye-bye, dirty floors. Hello, Swiffer Power Mop.
Try the Swiffer Power Mop. Love it or your money back.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hola! Amigos, Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Philly, you hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has the best deals at all your favorite local restaurants. Like this great deal at Coco's Cookies and Creamery. From now until March 31st, get a buy one, get one free deal on a milkshake, all on the Uber Eats app. So next time you're craving something sweet, don't overthink it. Get it on Uber Eats and save big with a great deal. Order now only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by TMT Cash for Gold, Cherry Hill. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reporting the Ravens landed Trey Hendrickson. Eagles were said to have made an offer. The offer reportedly 4 years, $112 million. Apparently, many around the league are quite unhappy with the Ravens since they backed out of the Max Crosby trade with the Raiders, reportedly because he failed a physical. Most think the Ravens just got cold feet. Sports Illustrated Ed Kratz posted something interesting to note. Remember, it was the Ravens GM who sold the Eagles on Jair Alexander being okay to acquire. And, of course, Alexander retiring right after being dealt to the Eagles. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports NFL exploring a game on Thanksgiving Eve as early as this season. Gold is soaring. Even silver is near record high. Got gold or silver? Go get top-rated dollar at Estates Roadshow at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Visit TMTCashforGold.com today. Partly cloudy, thunderstorms later, high 79s, currently 66. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Sports Radio 94 WIP's 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation.
Well, the Birds Town Hall is one of our favorite days every year as a talk show host, and we're so happy you're here with us. If you're in person, thank you. If you're listening on the radio or the Odyssey app, thank you. Birds Town Hall presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation as we broadcast from the Magerks in Horsham. Catch all the tournament action. Tournament starts next week at Magerks this month. Enjoy a game day atmosphere like no other with drink specials all tournament long. Speaking of tournaments, conference tournament before the real one next week, the big one. Temple's got to win today. They play Florida Atlantic. That's a 10-7 game in the American Athletic Conference. The Temple has to win to advance. They got to win 4 times in that conference tournament in order to make the NCAA tournament. And then there is LaSalle. They play the Bonnies today in the A10. That's a 12-13 matchup. I am guessing that means LaSalle's got to win 5 games. So tough road, obviously, for both of those squads. Look, Nova's going to make it. St. Joe's and Penn have the next best chance based on, being top 4 seeds in their conferences. And those tournaments, they'll get in action later this week. All right, 215-592-9494. Time's yours coming up shortly. Elliot is and will be all day, up and through 6 o'clock, that is, at the Surfside Free Agency Desk. Reminder, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka with sampling going on here from 4 to 6 tonight. Come down and enjoy $2 off Surfside and Stateside cans. Elliot, what is your prediction? Here are the 3 choices. A.J. Brown. I ask you, which of these 3 is most likely? He gets traded prior to June 1st. He gets traded by the Eagles after June 1st and does not play for them this year. Or A.J. Brown is a member of the Eagles this season and plays.
I think A.J. will be traded prior to June 1st. The Eagles just
almost never let things like this drag out. And when they do, it almost never ends up with the player on the team. So I do not think AJ will play for the Eagles next year. And I still think they will have incentive to get it done prior to June 1st. People bring up the cap implications. The Eagles don't really care about that. They care about cash, and they'll maneuver the cap to make it do whatever they want. So I still think they will trade AJ, and I think it'll be prior to June 1st.
Elliot, is there I think Ross was talking about the fact that the Patriots feel like they are now essentially bidding against themselves for AJ. Do you feel like that's the way they see it, or is that something where
I think what's concerning is it seems like nobody really, really wants AJ. Like, I think the Patriots have interest for sure, and like they would acquire him at the right price. I think the Eagles wouldn't like hate to have him back, but are also probably a little like, this is, it's time to move on. So I just don't think the trade market has proven to be what they thought it was for AJ, which is surprising because it seemed like it was going to be a very good trade market to move him.
Well, I'll say this. Shortly after the year when we really got into this conversation, I did not think the Eagles were going to get a first-round pick. Then there was all this chatter that they would get a first-round pick and more. Hugh, are they going to get a first-round pick for A.J. Brown?
No, because he's not leaving. I don't think he's leaving. I don't think he's leaving.
Wow.
I've been on that for a while. I kind of flip-flopped a little bit because when Howie went to the draft, he kind of had a tail where it looked like he was thinking about trading him. But I think as we progress through this, I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't.
Joe, do you think
is that workable?
Do they want
I think
him?
it is. I think when you talk about, like, the one thing that sticks out to me about all of this is how we say you don't want to trade away good players.
Yeah, but he was talking out of his GM.
But he
Of course
didn't
he
play.
his player.
Right. Howie
I don't buy
was
it, Hugh.
saying what
I don't
he
buy it.
had to say to try to get AJ traded.
Hugh's the
I
last
thought.
one here that believes this, by the way. I've been trying to convince him every day. This thing is dead and over.
I don't think it's going to happen, man. I think that, especially now since, Jalen's on this book tour about mending relationships and being a good friend and everything. I think they're going to mend this relationship, man, and we're going to go ahead and, make it back to the Super Bowl next year.
If he is back, AJ reading Jalen's book on the sideline
would be awesome.
Would be the best thing that's ever happened.
And I look at it like this because to me, Jalen is a fierce competitor. And what has been the narrative the last couple of weeks? AJ saying that he wants to play with a better quarterback. Jalen's accomplished, and most of the cats that you're talking about him playing with haven't done as much as Jalen. If I'm Jalen, I want to try to mend the relationship to show him that I'm not who you think I was. Like, seriously, all jokes aside. Because I feel like when you talk about not trading away good players, AJ's a phenomenal player. He can still play. Jalen didn't have a great season last year. He didn't. You got the brain trust. You got the trifecta coming in here with these offensive-minded individuals that can fix this offense, and I think they can.
Are we sure he's still a phenomenal player? That was what I was wondering.
But you know what?
I'm not sure.
I don't think.
Or does the league view it?
Well, the league's telling us he's not.
Look at it like this: with his body type and his ability, he's still a serviceable receiver. Because think about it.
Agreed with serviceable.
He's a guy. He can outmuscle most of the corners. We got a 6'4" corner. You ain't gonna see too many corners like that every Sunday that you're going to be matched up against that you can't take advantage of. Mm-hmm. Most of the corners are, 5'11", 6 foot?
Well, not to mention, AJ's got like 30 pounds on most of them,
exactly.
too.
So when you talk about – because I think we're all stuck on him being able to stretch the field. He doesn't have to stretch the field. If he gets separation and you give him a 50-50 ball, he can muscle most people out.
Sure, so but I think the issue is less how good he still is versus he doesn't. I just don't think he wants to be here. But the end of that reporting yesterday when Dobbs went to the Patriots was – the way I heard it was almost AJ would accept going other places, as if AJ is dictating this whole thing.
I think that's because he has driven the narrative all offseason. We went to the draft, the combine, excuse me. It was like a week ago. At the combine, when you talk about all these athletic players that are coming out and all these big fellas running 4.6s and all these linebackers running 4.2s, what was the biggest story? A.J. Brown. I just feel like there was a lot of hyperbole all last week about this whole thing. I don't think he's leaving.
All right, one other thing before we get back to the phones. There's a corollary a little bit. It's on the fringes of this topic, but it's the Tanner McKee thing, who could be the escape hatch to the Eagles if they move off Jalen during or after next year. Joe, if I hand you today, Joe, we're going to role play your Howie Roseman.
Okay.
I hand you on a piece of paper the 45th pick in April's draft. All you got to do is give me Tanner McKee and sign your name to it. Are you trading Tanner McKee for the 45th pick in the draft, mid-second round?
Yes.
Hugh, mid-second round, Tanner McKee, yes or no?
It's a first-round draft pick. What are you talking about? I mean, he's worth first.
So no, I'm with you. I would.
I would in a second.
I would trade him.
I would.
First.
I would say, are you sure? Thank you so much.
In
Oh
what
my
world
God.
are we getting a
Wow.
first-round pick for Tanner
This
McKee?
is crazy.
In what world?
And John, I know you would definitely do it, right?
Of course.
All right,
No doubt.
Four would do it. Me and Hugh would not.
Real quick, before you go back to the phones, can we talk about the guy wearing the shirt that says "The Cam is the man"?
Oh wow!
Did you not
where
notice
is he?
this? Look
No.
at this. This guy's shirt.
wow.
It
Sir,
says
God
"The
bless
Cam is the man."
God bless you.
That has to be mentioned.
You going to be there next week when I whoop Fritz's ass? Please. Let's get this man a ticket. And also, I did not get proper credit for my 20 laps yesterday in the pool.
Hold on.
20
He wants
lengths.
proper credit.
20 laps.
He didn't even notice your shirt. Like
Yeah,
Jimmy.
and thank you. You're welcome.
You
for
know
want
pointing out the
proper
shirt.
credit?
I've been
You know
staring
what,
at it
John?
for like an
Some
hour. trying to
focus
decide
on
how to
the
bring it
show.
up.
Been there since the start of our show.
I have been trying to figure out a way to bring it up, and I was just, I'm going to bring it up now.
Focus talk
Almost
show.
4
All right. Twitter poll question of the day. That's not Twitter poll question of the day. Elliot Shore Parks. Who do you think is taking me versus Fritz more serious? Me or Fritz?
Oh, yeah. You.
Yeah,
Way
because I'm
more.
taking the show serious right now, which is why I didn't see the man's outstanding show. And James, you know I'm taking it more serious than Fritz.
Oh, it's not even close.
He better step up.
Honestly,
But I do
Jack
think
doesn't want it to
Jack
happen.
takes working out and being in shape more seriously.
That's
there's
true.
no doubt.
Jack is very.
Yeah.
Jack
But
looks great. Like,
yeah.
Jack has lost a lot of weight.
I
He
think
looks
you're
awesome.
taking the basketball more seriously, but Jack does like work out all
Look,
the time.
there will be great shame for
can I ask a
Jack if he
question?
loses.
Work out.
Yes.
Work out doing what? What are you doing?
Well, okay, maybe I should say diets all the time. I don't know
Yes,
how
yes.
much he's
But
lifting.
guys,
work out,
he
but
will,
yeah.
he's going to have tremendous shame
I'm
if
just-
he
I'm
loses
curious.
because he is taller than me, faster than me, stronger than me, and in better shape.
Seems
So if
like
he-
some
if-
critical factors.
No.
And younger.
And
He's
younger.
16 years younger.
I'm still going to whoop his ass. All right, let's get to Chuck in Cherry Hill. Hi, Chuck.
Wow, I'm listening to it as I'm listening to a great show. Our ticket is Punch. Could be the all-time. I'm unbelievable, and I know you don't want a Laban story, but I got to share this. I think it's huge.
What?
I'll say it quick. 12U World Series in Cherry Hill I'm managing. We're the host team. That's the only reason we're in. We would qualify otherwise. We're playing well. We got to go 2-2 to get out to the bracket. I'm on the phone with the commissioner. The game before us impacted the runs. I'm like, guys, I want to play my subs. We're down 8-0. You got to let me know what the run differential is, whether we qualify or not. They're telling me we don't know. I'm like, how the hell am I going to? And I got parents saying, you got to get the subs in this game. It was unbelievable. But a guy named Rob Connor figured it all out and told me where we were, and we made it in by a run, and the rest is history. But if I had enough attention to detail to get it right with the commissioners, it was 2 innings long. It got loud. We had telephones in the dugout, and it got really loud. And the parents didn't understand it. My coaches did. But we managed it correctly.
Well, it sounds like
And
this DeRosa guy should have had you and Rob Connor in his.
well,
in
I'm
his
not saying that. I'm just saying.
Where's Rob Connor when you need him?
yeah.
He has to know this.
Dude,
That's my point.
it's so unacceptable that Team USA might be eliminated because of this.
It's such a clear lack of caring. It's a
And
clear
effort.
lack of caring. Yeah.
Yeah, and the people above him, too. It's not just him. Yes,
I
he's
agree.
got to know. Where's the infrastructure? Where's the C-suite? Somebody talking to him saying, are you aware of this? I mean, this is just unbelievable.
And the players. I don't think the players deserve to be completely off the
No,
hook
it's not their fault.
here. I mean, they should be locked in, too. You don't think they should know what they
Yeah,
need to
but if
admit?
the manager says we're in, they're going to say
Right.
you're wrong, Mark.
The manager deserves more, but I'm saying all of them should be aware
Elliot,
of what the
I
situation
put
is.
0 on the players.
Well, I disagree with you on
Zero.
that. You don't think they should be aware of the situation?
No.
Nope. Fair.
Why?
Why?
Why
They
should
became
not be
aware when he got Bryce off the bench and
they're-
said, hey, we need you here, man.
They're supposed to care about winning, but not enough to know
Elliot,
what the situation is
they're
to
supposed
convince.
pitch effectively
Yeah,
and
there
hit
you go.
effectively.
I'm with you on that.
They should know. They should absolutely know.
It
They
is
need-
kind of a
course they
convoluted
should.
rule system, though.
It is, but you're on the team.
No. Totally disagree.
I agree. It's way more than the manager, but I think it made like 5%.
Let me just
Don't
say,
think they should care enough
Elliot,
to know?
Let me
Like,
just
care
say
whether
this.
they should.
Elliot, if our boss tells us the Birdstown Hall is in Magerks and Horsham, and I drive to Magerks and Horsham, and it turns out that it's in Magerks in St. Louis,
That's on Rob.
That's my boss's fault.
But that's
not my fault.
related at all because
That's not the
everyone,
same,
that would be like if everyone else here knew where it was and your boss gave you more information, but you could easily find out
He
where it
told
actually
them
was.
all wrong. He changed the whole lineup because he was wrong.
But they should have known it was wrong. That's my point.
All right, I need an answer from you, Chuck. I got a lot to get to. What almost happened?
The moral of the story is you can't party till 2 a.m.
We got it. All right, Chuck, what almost happened?
How about the Minneapolis Miracle with Stephon Diggs? If that play doesn't happen, which is incredulous, we have the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, that's right. Eagles almost played the Saints.
Good point.
Yeah, that was an amazing play. All right, let's do what we do every single day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all of your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Yeah, I want to comment on the A.J. Brown, the whole situation here. I mean, this falls at the feet of one person, and that's Howie. 6 years ago, if Howie would have drafted Justin Jefferson like everybody in the world knew he should have, there wouldn't be an A.J. Brown drama today, and there'd probably be a couple more rings on fingers.
Dude.
That's an absurd thing to say.
Dude, are you kidding me? Yes, he screwed up on Justin Jefferson. He rebounded by getting Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and made the playoffs 4 times in those 4 years, made the Super Bowl twice and won a Super Bowl. I mean,
Also, if they have Justin Jefferson, who knows what happens with Carson Wentz? Like, it changes the whole trajectory of Eagles history.
Clown call right there.
Wow, Joe, 20 laps. I'm really proud of you. That's a good job. But I really don't think that you can classify a bathtub as a pool.
Shots fired.
Not bad. Not bad, sir. And with that, Time's Yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, let's round out the Twitter poll question of the day here. It's a non-Eagles topic on this, the Birds Town Hall, but we go to 2 incredible developments last night from sports. Both brought to the the Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has more than just quality pre-owned Chevrolets. Visit ArminChevy.com to see Armin's entire pre-owned inventory. That's ArminChevy.com. All right, the poll question. Which is more absurd? Team USA's manager, Mark DeRosa, being unaware that they could still be eliminated in the WBC group stage, or choice B, Bam Adebayo last night, scoring 83 points. Now, before we get to all of us weighing in, let's listen to these developments as they occurred last night. We'll start with Mark DeRosa before the game. He's the manager of the U.S. team in the World Baseball Classic. He was unaware and, good with playing backups because he thought the game didn't matter. Here's what he said before the game.
Ton of respect for Italy. It's weird. We want to win. We want to win this game, even though our tickets punched to the quarterfinals, because Mexico plays Italy actually tomorrow. So the way the schedule lines up, this is an important game for us. Nolan McClain will start. He's on the bump and he's good to go.
All right.
He's an absolute beast, and
It was not an unimportant game. It mattered a ton.
Ticket was not punched.
They haven't.
The way this lines up for us, actually, it really counts for a lot.
They haven't been eliminated yet, but they might be in a couple hours when Italy and Mexico play. It's crazy. U.S. lost with backups last night.
Who do you think cares more about the outcome, Mexico and Italy or Mark DeRosa?
You're right.
Mark DeRosa.
Oh, yeah, he's probably sweating bullets right now.
Let's listen to what DeRosa said after the game. He had at some point found out it mattered. It's a big oops. Listen to what he said.
Yeah, I misspoke. I was on hot stove with a couple buddies today and completely misread the calculations. We knew that Mexico was going to play Italy and then running all the numbers with if we lost tonight with the runs allowed and runs scored and outs. So I just misspoke.
He didn't misspeak at all.
He ain't going to be able to bounce back if they get eliminated.
He didn't misspeak at all. He said what he believed to be true. It was not true because, yes, he did miscalculate. All right, choice B, Bam Adebayo. Let's listen last night. Free throw line to close down this game. 82 and 83 points. It's an incredible achievement.
82 points. Mama, we feel your joy. The second highest scoring game in NBA history, second only to Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game in Hershey, Pennsylvania against the New York Knicks when he was playing for Philadelphia.
Not MVP.
Yeah, the MVP's in
What was his mom there? Or something?
Was he saying
I was
mom?
right. Yeah,
I thought he
Mama.
was saying Mamba.
No,
His
he said
mom.
Mama. We could figure. That's why I wondered. I thought his mom had to be there. Yeah.
All right, so he gets to 83. All right, let's all go on the record. Giglio, Which is more absurd, the Bam thing or the DeRosa thing?
I actually think Bam Adebayo having the second most points in the history of the NBA is more absurd.
Hugh, is Joe right or wrong?
He's wrong.
I agree with you. James?
I think it's like, I can't believe it's DeRosa by a mile, but it's DeRosa by a mile.
Okay, Elliot?
I think it's, the USA manager.
All right, by the way, Rhea offset right now, so we don't know her. Hey, Rhea, which is more absurd, Bam or DeRosa? Which is more absurd?
DeRosa.
All
She's correct. Good job,
I
Rhea.
agree with that as well. John, what do you think it is?
It's a travesty that the coach coached wrong. He coached and led
You know what the thing?
the American team.
The thing that jumped out to
Wrong.
me was he said something about we got this or we don't need this before the game.
ticket.
Yeah.
He thought it didn't matter.
Actually, this
but
game
wait
is
a minute.
really important
Wasn't
to
somebody
us.
supposed to, like, his PR guy, his
Yes.
handler?
Or
Somebody
the
say, hold up,
team.
dog. You got to get this game tonight.
They all screwed up. Whoever the them
But
are.
he's the boss. He's the
Correct.
No,
manager.
he's the boss and he misspoke, but
No, he
somebody
didn't
got to get in
misspeak.
your ear.
No, he
and
missed like everything.
Okay, but somebody got to get in here and say, "Hold up, dog.
Yeah,
you
you're
got to
right.
play tonight.
You're right.
I
This
agree.
ain't this ticket's not punched.
All right,
Like
John,
the
It
players.
is a team.
John, which one wins the poll?
DeRosa.
He does. 63% say DeRosa. I mean, I'll tell you, if the U.S. gets eliminated today, it is. I mean, it's shameful either way, but if they get eliminated, it becomes more shameful. It really does. All right.
They have a good chance of being eliminated.
I know.
I mean, Mexico has to score boatloads of runs.
And as
in order
Elliot
for us
said,
to
if they
not-
shut it down at 1-0,
Mexico and Italy can work together and eliminate America. if Mexico wins 1-0,
And they
Italy and
should.
Mexico both get through.
they probably should do that.
Agreed.
Why
It's
wouldn't
smart.
you? It's the
I
guarantee
agree.
that you both get
You're
through.
giving yourself
you
the
know
best
for a
chance.
fact that you both get through.
I wonder if
agree.
that phone call's being made.
Of
'Cause
course, it should be.
It should.
You
All
can
right.
rest your players.
One last thing here. We got to give a Devontae Smith, Kelly Green Eagles jersey to a listener that called today. We had a lot of great answers for what almost happened. In all due respect to OJ almost being the Terminator, and I think that's probably third place. I think it's between Armando Galarraga almost officially pitched a perfect game, but Jim Joyce messed it up at first base, and the Philadelphia Eagles almost became the Arizona Eagles in the mid-1980s when Leonard Toews almost moved them there. Let's all vote. Elliot, which one?
I think the Eagles almost move it.
John?
Yeah.
2-0.
Arizona Eagles.
James?
Yeah, I feel bad again voting against Armando Galarraga, which is a great answer, but I think it's also the
All right,
Eagles
I'm
almost
going Armando Galarraga because it was closer.
moving. It was. You're right.
It was closer to almost
Can't
happening.
get closer than that was.
So I got it 2-2. Hugh, we need an answer. Galarraga or the
3-1.
Eagles?
It's 3-1.
The Eagles going
No,
to
hold on,
Arizona.
hold on. It's 2-2. Elliot.
No, we all said Eagles, the three of us.
I said Eagles.
Oh, my fault.
So
3-1.
you'll need my vote then,
No, you
right?
do. You're the winning vote.
Eagles.
All right, Eagles got it. Eagles got it. All right, congratulations to our caller, Darren, way back
Good
in the
vote,
6 o'clock
you.
hour.
Hey.
Good work.
Hey.
Joe and Hugh, they take the con, as they say in
Lord of the Flies?
Crimson.
The
Yeah,
conch.
the con. Conch is Lord of
The
the Flies.
conch.
You're right.
Yeah, you said the conch is Lord of the
You're
Flies.
right.
I thought it was
Crimson Tide is
con.
con. No,
Conch.
you're right.
Yeah.
The
Conch.
con is in Crimson Tide. The conch is Lord of the
Yeah, the
Flies.
conch.
Well,
Lord of the
they will
Flies, I
take
think.
the
Or is
con.
it conch?
I think
Might
it's the
be
conch.
Yeah, good
Is it
call.
conch or conch?
It's the conch.
Both.
I never knew while I was reading it because I was reading it in 6th grade.
Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
I think it was 7th grade.
All
for
right,
me,
yeah, 6th or 7th grade.
Birdstown Hall rolls on again. We thank everyone at Magerks and Horsham for being here. Show rolls on, and again, also thank you to Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Joe and Hugh, they are up next.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, has given all customers a profit boost every single day through March 15th. From now till that final 68 is revealed, you're getting daily profit boosts for a chance at boosted winnings on your college basketball bets. Trust me, you don't want to miss a single day. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you'll get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. During our spring sales event, get 10% off any home painting project $2,500 or more. When you schedule before May 15th at participating locations, get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Breaking news! Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait, these March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign in to your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our Odds Boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense reminds you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Whether right or wrong, the Baltimore Ravens backing out of the Max Crosby trade absolutely screws the Las Vegas Raiders. The Raiders were set to supercharge their rebuild with 2 first-round picks added to the mix. It makes no sense for the Raiders to keep Max Crosby. Now, they don't get those first-rounders. I still think they're going to trade Crosby, but they're not going to get anything close to the haul they got from Baltimore. This is Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DiLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. We are live today broadcasting from Magerks in Horsham for the Birds Town Hall presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join the St. Patrick's celebration going on at Magerks locations all next week. So much to get into today. Good morning, Hugh Douglas.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Before we start the show, man, I got to say something, man. Why all the hate for Bam Adebayo? He scored 83 points.
Well, I mean, Hugh.
I mean, I don't listen.
Hugh,
I don't care about the labor pain. Show me the baby. He did it, and it hasn't been done. You know, I'm not gonna lie though.
That was fake.
I thought about Ike when this happened, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because, you know, he's a big Kobe fan, and when Kobe did it, it was phenomenal. Now, the way that Bam went about it was not as phenomenal, but still, it was done. It was done. So, I mean, you know, stop all that hate, man.
I mean, Hugh, they're missing shots at the end to get him extra shots. He had like 40
because
free throw
they realized
they're playing the Wizards.
That is no different than Brett Favre falling down.
Yeah, and that was fake
for Michael Strahan.
Yeah,
to
it's
get
fake.
But no, man, it happened. It happened.
I refuse to acknowledge Bam Adebayo as the second most points.
And another thing, let me just say this too. When I'm on the Twitter, and I ask for women's advice on cologne, I don't need guys chiming in.
Talking about Spike?
Yeah, Spike. I mean, I love Spike. But I don't need Spike chiming in on what kind of fragrances I should wear because he's a man.
Well,
that's
it's
something
too late
that you
now.
ask women.
Hey, Hugh, can I tell you something?
What?
We call him Mommy around here for his role as Jack's little coach.
Well, we did play some of the audio when you were referring to
So
something.
I would
from
refer
Mommy
to Spike as a
Wait, what are you talking about?
female.
What do you mean you don't remember?
Oh, you talking about his? Oh, yeah.
Yes, as we welcome our guests in. All right, 215-592-9494. It is Birds Town Hall at Magerks in Horsham. We have a lot to get into, Hugh. We have some guests here.
We got some guests.
Well, we're going to have guests every hour, but our guests in the first hour, we not that unfamiliar to us because we were just on their show. We have Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. Good morning, guys. Joe, how we doing?
No, a mouthful of food.
Okay, perfect. That's wonderful time. John, how are you doing?
I'm food free.
Okay.
And feeling good.
Oh, we about to get some food though. They got them breakfast sandwiches.
I'm really impressed at Hugh's improved ability to 3D print.
Dude, listen,
he is really good at it
on the planet.
Yeah.
And now he's using like gradient colors for his Darth Vader helmet.
Yes.
What is this? A fidget toy?
It's called
this
fidget
is
toys.
Unreal.
Yes,
This Darth Vader
this
helmet
was a dragon,
fidget toy
dragon's
is
edge,
the coolest thing
This
ever.
is, I think this is my midlife crisis. I figured that out last night between this and my son having me print stuff for his friends at school. This is my life now.
Well, self-awareness is the first part.
Hey,
so.
it always is, man,
Okay.
and I am very self-aware.
All right, well, probably more self-aware than Mark DeRosa. Maybe more self-aware than Bam Adebayo. Hopefully a lot of self-awareness today from Howie Rose. We also have Elliot Shore Parks at the Surfside Free and Says. Elliot, how we doing?
Good. I mean, there's already been a little bit of news this morning. I remember last year we sat there for 12 hours and there was nothing.
Was it
with
A.J.
the
Dillon
Eagles.
the only thing they won
A.J.
last year?
Dillon broke it like 6:15.
Yeah, that was tough.
So
That was tough.
we had a brief Trey Hendrickson hope. There was a report that the Eagles were interested in Trey Hendrickson, but he's now a member of the Baltimore Ravens, so that won't be
How
happening.
crazy is that?
It's going to be a big topic. Yeah.
To get not traded, but to go into the same division, like conference and whatever. Man, that is crazy. And
You're
gonna
a pass
get
rusher.
Yeah.
You're a pass rusher, Hugh. Max Crosby and 2 first-round draft picks because that's what he cost the Ravens.
Yeah.
Or Trey Hendrickson and just the money. I mean, which would you take if you're the Ravens?
I know Kyle's probably going to play it, but I like Trey. I like Trey in this situation because you're saving money. And I feel like somebody made this deal almost like buying a pair of shoes that you pay like the $1,000 pair of shoes, and right after you click the button, you try to get the refund because you changed your mind because you realize that's a lot of money.
Well, it's almost like he saw that at the last second as he's clicking it. There's those shoes, same shoes are out there for $500.
And not only that, when you talk about they're talking about how unprecedented this was for the Baltimore Ravens to do this, and they've never done anything like this. To sit on that for a couple of hours and realize that you start trying to figure out an out. And I'll tell you, man, like we talked about this morning, physicals are subjective. You know, it all depends because Jahad Campbell, perfect example.
Nakobe Dean.
Perfect example.
Yep.
You're talking about guys that failed physicals, teams passed on Jahad Campbell because they felt he had too many injuries. The Eagles took him. played pretty decent when he was out there. So it just all depends on where you go. The only thing that this does for Max Crosby, he's going to go somewhere. But the only thing that this does, it lowers the value in which you get him.
So there was a report that the Raiders are still looking for 2 first-round picks. Obviously, they can look for whatever they want. It doesn't mean they're going to get it.
Yeah.
But, I think the Eagles will be involved if that price drops. It's just a matter of how far.
No, they're not going to get that, man, because the first thing you're going to lead with, hey, he failed the physical.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to lead with that.
Well, of course, it's now the biggest story of the offseason and the biggest story for that football team. All right, guys, Hugh, you mentioned the word subjective, and I think it's an interesting word to use on a day like today. It's Birds Town Hall, right? And this is, to me, a day like this, guys, is 2 things. One, it's to talk about what the Eagles have done, what they will do, what they should do, but it's also to kind of reassess where they are.
Yeah.
And subjective is a really interesting word because when a season ends, it's not subjective. It is completely objective. They go 11-6, they go out in the first round. Or if they go 14-3 and they win the Super Bowl like a year ago. But the offseason, it's shades of gray. It's how you view it. How do you view the Eagles right now? As we enter this stage of free agency, as we enter this stage of the offseason, is the arrow pointing up on this operation or is the arrow pointing down? Hugh Douglas, I'll start with you. Is the arrow pointing up on the Philadelphia Eagles right now from where they were last season to where they're going into 2026?
You know me, Joe. Hope springs eternal. And I think that when you talk about an offseason with everybody, the quarterback, AJ, getting away from everything, you get a chance to reflect and evaluate on how the season went. And I don't think there's anybody, especially on that offensive side of the ball, anybody should be proud of the performance from last year. I mean, yeah, you won a lot of football games, but you had instances where that offense went cold, the quarterback didn't play well, effort from the receivers wasn't great, the offensive line was banged up. So I think that everybody should go into this season as a collective feeling that they all need to be better. So, yeah, I think it's on the upswing for the Eagles. I really do.
Yeah, look, we can hope they're going to be better, and I hope they view it as it's going to be better, right? The new offensive coordinator, bringing in Tariq Woolen to free agency. But there's also the reality of where it is. And every team goes through different cycles of the winning and losing and all that. Joe, where are you at on this team? I know a couple weeks ago you were talking about how you think this could be a non-playoff season. Yep. Arrow for the Philadelphia Eagles. And, of course, it could change, right? It could change today. It could change tomorrow. It could change in the draft. But as we sit here this morning, Birds Town Hall, Magerks, is the arrow pointing up or down, Joe?
I think it's down, and I'm legitimately concerned. I'm not angry about it as a fan because I accept that you're going to have downturns from time to time. Howie can't bat 900 every baseball season. I mean, the guy's been on a heater that's, perhaps the best in the history of Philadelphia sports from a GM in a span of time. He's just been unbelievable. But I do have concerns. My concerns start with the quarterback. So I don't think he's as good as some think, and they're going to need him in the offense to pick it up. Defense was outstanding yet last year. Should remain pretty darn good when you have the main 3 back, which I believe Bond is no longer in that echelon. Was in 24, wasn't in 25. But any defense that has Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean has a big advantage, plus guys like Bond and others. Should be and plus Vic Fangio. Should be a very good defense, but they're taking some hits. They've already lost, starting safety. They've already lost the starting edge. They've already lost the starting linebacker. So got to fill in some holes there. I think the advantage that Howie has given the Eagles and fans with this incredible roster at some point won't be on the same level. I have concerns that point will exist in 2026. And, of course, we don't know if A.J. Brown's on the team or not. And here's perhaps the biggest of all, maybe even bigger than the Jalen thing. Do I have an effective and an outstanding Lane Johnson, Cam Jurgens, or Landon Dickerson, or 3 guys that are going to have to turn it over to a backup at some point? Don't know. So when I look at a division where John Harbaugh entered it, where Washington's quarterback should be better year 3 than year 2, and the Dallas Cowboys probably will be better, I look at a scenario where I see a viable chance the Eagles miss the playoffs, and much to John's chagrin and a lot of people's chagrin when I said it a couple weeks ago, I actually think, gut feeling as I sit here today, I actually think the Eagles, with a first-place schedule and all the things I just laid out, I actually think will more likely than not miss the playoffs.
Yeah, as much as people may
it's
shaking their
crazy.
head, it's not crazy.
It's crazy to say when we're months away from the season.
Well, let me throw this to Joe's point. It's not because I think the NFC is the better conference right now. The East may still be one of the worst divisions in the NFC, but I don't think there's a wild card coming out of the NFC East, just like there was not last year. So if Joe's right about the division upticking around the Eagles, and we have question marks here, the West and North are producing the wild card
How could the
teams.
division downtick?
Well, so
Just
okay.
a question.
Well, so
I don't think it could.
By the way, the
I agree.
division won 2 games against the Eagles last year. But Joe, let
Wasn't
me get
it 3? Wasn't it 3? They lost in New York,
Oh,
in
Dallas also,
and
yeah,
Washington
my fault.
here in the game they
You're
didn't play
right.
everyone.
You're right.
So they were 3-3
Now,
anyway.
Washington, they didn't try.
They didn't,
Yeah.
but they were
so,
3-3.
Okay, so 3-2 in games that mattered.
Sure.
Okay. Let me just add one more point that I hope people don't forget.
I need to add a point when you're done with
Okay.
this point.
Here's my added point. And they won them. But the Eagles barely won about 5 or 6 games last year, and there were some unbelievably lucky circumstances that created that.
They were an 11-6 team that really was more 10-7.
Yeah, they could have. Let me put it this way: they could have been 7-10.
They could have been,
but they
They
weren't.
I know.
And you make your own luck.
Yeah.
And somehow we are forgetting about the fact that Howie treats the first week of free agency like, all right, we'll sit down and watch what other teams are doing because these are the bad teams.
Well, John, hold on. Before you make your full point, that's not what we did.
Who are adding through free agency
But that's not
because
what
they
they've
have
done
to.
in the years they've got to the Super Bowl. 2 years ago, day one was Saquon and Zach Bond.
Mm-hmm.
In 2022, day one was Hassan Reddick. In 2017, day one was Alshon Jeffrey.
Okay.
The years that they go to the Super Bowl, they put a lot into free agency. The years they don't, it's more like
by
this,
the way,
where it's like picking
You
and
can't
choosing.
make a
And
generalization
Joe,
like that.
That's the truth.
And
Come on.
04?
Curse.
It took some time with T.O.
But
because
Curse, too.
Curse, T.O., Hugh, and Trott. Come on now.
It's a lot. All right, so John,
you can
you
make an
obviously
argument
disagree.
either way. You can
Yeah.
make the argument that says, look, the teams who spent in free agency have made the postseason. You can also make the argument the opposite way, that it really doesn't help, that these are the teams that are struggling, that these are the, like I've said on our show in the morning, these are the B-list actors getting paid like Hollywood movie stars.
Hollywood stars.
Because it's just free agency, and that's the
And
nature
you always
of the beast.
overpay. Yeah, you always overpay.
But we
You
say that-
overpay, and it's not a good policy to overpay too often.
Sure.
And Howie tries not to overpay. Yeah, I feel good about the next 6 months, about the fact that we have no idea what this will look like by the time we arrive there. But last year at this time, we were lamenting the loss of 3 starters on defense.
Mm-hmm.
We've lost 3 starters on defense. I do believe Vic Fangio can help cobble this thing back together with Howie, and I feel good about where the defense can be. The offense is getting rebuilt, and I know AJ
With the
is a
brain
huge
trust.
question mark, but the offense will be smarter, and the offense will have better answers than they've had in the last few years. I'm looking forward to that part. I don't know exactly what the season will look like with the other teams in our division. I know that they should be better.
I think the Giants would be a lot better.
But
I think they'll be definitely a better coach team.
I don't think we're taking a step back yet. I can't say that yet because Howie's still got a lot of ways to add to this team. We have no idea what we're going to do in the draft. But again, I don't want everyone's hopes to get set on this draft producing starter after starter. That's not the norm in the NFL.
It isn't.
So again, we came into free agency. We're not out of free agency, but now that it's been a couple days, I think the general consensus is, oh no, we haven't done enough. Well, we're not supposed to do that much at this part of the year.
Joe, let me just say this, and I'm not trying to wag the finger at fans, sports fans, but I do believe, and I'll include myself in it at times, we as a sports community have a lot of, because I've seen it, it'll happen again, or because I haven't seen it, it won't happen. Like, I remember in 2022 thinking the Phillies weren't going to make the playoffs because I hadn't seen them make the playoffs for 10 years.
Right.
Oh, well, they're not going to break through. They did. You know, I can tell you right now, a lot of people think the Phillies won't win the World Series because in the 4 years they've made the playoffs, they haven't won the World Series. People are not going to win the World Series. Well, they might. The Eagles have made the playoffs 5 straight years. And in 4 of them, they've been really good to totally elite. And the bottom line is that just because they were over the last 4 years that level doesn't mean they will be again. Breaking news just to everyone. At some point, the Eagles are going to miss the playoffs with Howie Roseman. And I'm just telling you, I fear that it could be as soon as the 2026
So
season.
I think that those are fair points, that anything could happen. But I also think when you're making a prediction or an informed decision, you should use what has happened to make that decision.
To an extent.
But when you look at the Eagles with Nick Sirianni and Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, they've made the playoffs every single year. So do I think they can be a 14-win team next year? Probably not. But I would be shocked if they missed the playoffs. Like, shocked.
I wouldn't be shocked. So let me throw this in to add to what Elliot said and what you were saying, Joe. I think as fans, sometimes we're too late to see the window opening, and we're also too late to see it closing. And I'll go to the 2022 thing. Going into 2022, there was not a lot of Super Bowl talk in Philadelphia. Now, it became that, right, when they got off to the undefeated start and we saw they were dominating. I don't think we realized as a collective how talented they were, the leap Jalen was about to take. I view it the opposite way now. This window's closing. Now, Elliot, to your point, it might not be shut today. It does feel like it's closing. It feels like this is closing.
They have a defense that I think we would all agree conservatively will probably be top 10, right? Top 10
I'd agree with that.
Okay, and they have a Super Bowl winning head coach and quarterback. Is there another team in the NFL that we think is going to have a great defense, a great head coach, and a great quarterback that we think could miss the playoffs?
Well, but you frame that two different ways. I don't think they're a great head coach and quarterback.
But they obviously are.
No,
they very clearly are.
Elliot, they
won.
They couldn't move the ball on offense.
You're right. That
not a great
matters.
quarterback.
That matters. Their offense.
That's why they brought in the brain
Their
trust.
offense struggled last year. But you know what else matters? They won the Super Bowl the year before, and they've been to 2 Super Bowls. They win double-digit games every single year. Only like 4 coaches have won more games in the first 5 years in Sirianni. So you're right. The offense struggled last year. That is not as important as the overall body of work. They are without question a great quarterback and head coach duo. And when you have that, you are always going to be a contender that should make the playoffs.
Right, but they had that duo last year and they couldn't score. They couldn't move the ball.
The offensive line struggled, and that's part of it. Yeah. But also, for what it's worth, if AJ or Devontae catch passes against the Niners, they probably win that game, and then who knows what
Elliot, if we know that Juergens, Dickerson, and Lane are back to healthy, great form, I would absolutely pick the Eagles to win the division and make the playoffs. But I don't know that they are, and I have great concern that they won't be.
So I agree with you on that, but that statement you just made right there speaks to the fact that with Sirianni, if Sirianni and Hurts have a good offensive line, you know they can win.
Of course.
So the concern is not the head coach and the quarterback. The concern is the offensive line.
No. Here's where you're rolling with the quarterback. Because he has to play better if he has less around him. This is something I've been talking about for years. What will happen when there's less around him? And the reality is he finally had less around him last year. Not in name, not in salary, but in performance. AJ's performance was less. Dickerson's performance was less. Juergens' performance was less. And it was the worst that Jalen has been in a regular season since the first year he got the reins in 2021.
And they still should have won 12 games.
But they didn't.
The rest of the NFL looked that way, too.
But they also could have won 8. Like, that's the kind of year it was.
The defenses won last year, guys.
The defense obviously contributed to winning.
The defenses won last year.
But the most important player on that team last year was Jalen. It's always the quarterback. You are always as good or as bad as your quarterback.
He's the most important, but he's not even close to the best player.
Well, haven't we seen it now a lot at Alabama, Oklahoma, the Eagles? When he's surrounded by a ton of talent, he can win. He can make the winning plays and smart plays. But that's been his career. Is this going to be one of the most talented teams he's ever played on? I doubt that.
You talking about this upcoming year?
Yeah, this upcoming year.
That's why I feel like it's important, and I think that's why they brought in the brain trust.
Well, I think they're trying to save the quarterback.
Well,
that's what I think it is.
They're trying to get him to the next level. I think if everything that we
give
say,
him a fighting chance. Like, he didn't have the options he needed.
Yes.
Like, I still can't get over the fact that when we had what should have been a hot route, we didn't run hot routes. Receivers weren't sight adjusting routes.
We're on the same page.
But Hugh,
there wasn't enough built in to help. That's why to help against the looks that they were getting. I think now they will have contingency plans. Okay, if we get this look, we have this to beat it. Here's our 2 deep beater. Here's what we're going to run against man to beat it.
Why are we simplifying an offense in his 7th year?
We're not simplifying.
When I say simplify,
we're making it more advanced because it was too simple before.
When I say simplify, Joe, first of all, this is how I feel. The reason why they brought in all these 3 different coordinators is, number one, I think the biggest thing you have to do is figure out how Jalen processes information and how he receives it, number one. I think that's why you bring in so many different people. And then when I talk about simplified, make it in a way that it's easier for him to digest and him to ebb and flow with. I don't think when I say simplify, I don't mean to dumb it down and keep it simple, but make it so they figure out how he learns things.
Like relatable to Jalen.
Yes.
Make it as relatable
and
as
allow
possible.
him to go out there and do his thing.
Yeah. I actually don't think that's the issue. Look, Hugh, I can't prove it. I don't know.
Yeah,
for sure.
none of us know.
Here's what I think the issue is. He doesn't move from receiver 1 to 2 well. He absolutely does not move from receiver 2 to 3 well.
Okay, so
I think
if that's the case,
and him running less.
But if that's the case, Joe,
and him leaving the pocket unnecessarily, I think they're the 3 biggest issues.
If that's the case, Joe, then you figure out, like John was talking about, hot routes and certain reads that he'll have that are baked in, so that he doesn't have to do all that 2 to 3 and all this other stuff. He'll just say, hey, if that first read isn't there, boom, go here.
But that limits the offense. We're
not
limiting.
No, I don't
it
think it
does.
does.
It does.
Look, what we're talking
it
about
does.
now is rather than take off and run to the right every time he feels pressure, he can just unload that ball because he's got a hot route.
I wonder when we're going to stop expecting something new. He's a fine quarterback, but he needs a lot around him.
Why do they need something new?
Because the team is deteriorating, right? He's a fine
Because
quarterback.
defenses are changing
Right,
and
so-
advancing.
But I don't think the math equation doesn't math to me. If he's okay or good or decent, and he needs a lot around him to win a championship, we keep losing that great talent and expecting the same results.
But all
it
great.
doesn't seem
What,
like it
what
works.
quarterback in the league doesn't need great talent around him?
All of them do.
Mahomes would be the only one. Now he's had Kelsey and Andy Reid, who I would say Andy Reid is a way
but
bigger
we're talking
asset
about John
than
Elway.
Devontae.
John Elway pulled that
But I'm
off
saying
the
right
website.
now, like Josh Allen clearly needs better players around him. Obviously,
But he
Lamar
dragged. But
obviously needs
Josh
better
Allen
players.
gets to 12 or 13 wins every year,
and so does Jalen.
But he doesn't have the same talent.
Elliot, the defense got them most of those wins.
The defense was a huge part of it. The quarterback is still the most important aspect of a football team,
All
and you
day.
don't win those amount of games if you're not getting.
Well, they
high-level
could.
quarterbacks.
I think we all agree on this. They could certainly use more, and that's what this free agency period is going to be about. We'll see what they get. All right, 215-592-9494. For coming up on the other side, we're live at Magerks in Town Hall, at the Town Hall at Magerks, Birds Town Hall. We will get an update from Elliot at the Surfside Free Agency Desk on what is going on, and we got to get to the Max Crosby situation. We touched on it a little bit there. He's still available. He was going to be a Raven. Should Howie Roseman just jump in and go get Max Crosby? We'll hit it next. Joe DeCamara, John Ritchie with us, alongside Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Warm up with spring training. Saturday, Phillies, Yankees. The first pitch is at 1:05.
That is gone. Up onto the boardwalk for Bryce Harper.
Catch all the action here on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, March Matchups fans. BetMGM is offering a legendary experience for you and 3 of your friends in Vegas. Climb the BetMGM Court of Legends leaderboard for a chance to win the trip of a lifetime to Las Vegas to see Haley and Hannah Cavender face off at the Bellagio. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. 25 winners will take home grand prize packages that include 4 tickets to the Court of Legend event featuring the Cavender twins, withdrawable funds for travel, a 3-night stay at the MGM Grand, and MGM Resorts credit. Make this March one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Withdrawable bonus dollars for flight money.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club says there's plenty of action all day and all night. Club Risque features free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, plus the hottest entertainers in the world. And this week, adult film legend Jessica Drake. You can see Jessica Drake up close and personal this Thursday through Saturday in all Club Risque locations. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss Jessica Drake all this week at Club Risque. For more info and showtimes, visit clubrisque.com.
Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Busy days made simple with Wawa's $5 deals. Start with the big breakfast meal deal, then $5 crispy chicken sandwiches. Order in-app or in-store. Gotta have a Wawa.
When it comes to expert orthopedic care, experience matters. Rothman Orthopedics is honored to be named the #1 physician practice in the nation by Castle Connolly, a recognition that reflects our commitment to excellence. Whether you're dealing with joint pain, a sports injury, or need specialized surgery, our nationally recognized physicians are ready to help you move forward with confidence. Your mobility is Rothman's mission. Visit RothmanOrtho.com to schedule your appointment today or to find your closest walk-in center for immediate care.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
For 50 years, drivers have trusted Meineke to take care of their cars and their budgets. Because real value isn't just about price, it's about honest recommendations, quality work, and service done right the first time. From routine maintenance to major repairs, Meineke delivers dependable car care from experienced technicians you can count on. That's why generation after generation continues to choose Meineke. 50 years of trust, 50 years of value. Meineke, doing car care right.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the midday show. It
music.
is perfect music for the Birds Town Hall. We are broadcasting from Magerks and Horsham.
Who was that, John Facenda? I'm sorry, Phil.
Yes, that was
Facenda used to, Boy,
presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Catch all the tournament action at Magerks this month. We're getting close next weekend. Enjoy a game day atmosphere like no other, where it's drink specials all tournament long. Oh, we got a lot of great hours planned for you over the course of the midday show. Next hour, the Go Birds guys will be with us. James Seltzer, Elliot, of course, here with us all show at the Surfside Free NCS.
Hey.
In the noon hour, a couple voices we don't get to talk to very often, but we love talking to them. We'll have Shio Kapadia and Ashlyn Sullivan at noon. Then at 1 o'clock, Ike Reese and Jason Avant. Football guy hour at 1 coming up on the midday show. All right, guys.
The Twins.
Yes, as some would say. We got a lot to talk about here with the Eagles. Arrow up, arrow down. We'll get to the phone calls, but there's an opportunity right now. When there's opportunity, I think of Howie Roseman. The Max Crosby situation just went bananas last night. We all thought he was a Raven. I think the Raiders thought he was a Raven. Max Crosby did. He failed the physical. Let's hear from Ian Rappaport. The reporting on it was really wild to follow last night into this morning. What went down, why Max Crosby is still a Raider and not a Raven.
There really is no such thing as a failed physical, right? Because every player has varying levels of medical fitness. It is really a decision that the team makes about what risk they are willing to assume. In other words, if the Baltimore Ravens paid $1 million and no draft picks for Max Crosby, they would probably decide that the risk of his knee, which is not fully healed from a meniscus repair, they would probably assume that that risk is worth it. If they want to pay Max Crosby his entire salary and 2 first-round picks, they might decide that the knee, meniscus repair, not fully back, that it is not worth the risk. That is clearly what the decision has that the Baltimore Ravens have made. It is not unprecedented. It is incredibly, incredibly rare. And for Crosby, who is so happy to be a Raven, who is so out on the Las Vegas Raiders, this is a absolutely dramatic outcome. And really, we don't know right now whether or not Crosby is
playing
going
it
to
down. Is he do that on purpose?
Something weird happened with the cut.
Okay, all good.
No, I'm just saying, it sounded like we was fading.
It was almost dramatic there. We're fading Ian out of the show. Get us back up. Bottom line is this. Crosby is still a Raider. He's still available. And I want Howie Roseman to go get him. I mean, this to me is it's an opportunity, John.
What's it going to cost now?
Well, that's a good question.
It's definitely not two first-round draft picks.
So here's what we know. We know the Eagles need a pass rusher, and we're after one, right? They tried on Jalen Phillips. They didn't get him.
Yeah.
Reporting this morning that they were in on Trey Hendrickson, which tells me they're telling us we still need an edge rusher.
This is an unbelievable opportunity. This is a better pass rusher than Trey Hendrickson, and we know he's available for less than what would be 2 first-round picks because that's what he was just about to go for. And now there's no way he'll go for that amount after failing a physical.
Yeah, that's the thing. But now,
whether he deserved to fail that physical or not, the fact that he did means that no one's going to get 2 firsts for him.
Yeah, you're not getting that. I'm thinking maybe a second. I would if it's me, if I'm Howie, I'm offering a second or a third.
You're not.
That's what I
only
would
a second or third.
Listen,
You got no shot.
let me tell you. No, listen,
Guys, he's still Max Crosby.
It doesn't matter. When the Ravens did this, they hurt his value big time.
I agree with that.
They big time hurt his value. So now you're in a situation. I'm pretty sure now Max just wants to go. So if I'm Howie, I'll swoop in. I'll say I give you a 2 and a 3. I give you
or
that.
a 2 that could become
Or
a
the
1.
Yeah, something like that.
17 games.
Because because you know what the unfortunate thing about it, and he's right. It all depends on what a doctor says about your physicals, because everybody's banged up at this point in their career.
I see no chance that he gets traded for that low.
Why not? Why not?
Because someone will offer more.
He's not going to get a 2. He's not going to get a 1. Why would you give a 1 for Max Crosby?
Well,
when this news
if the
is out
bidding
there?
was 2 1s, it could drop to 1-1. Right? If the Ravens won the bidding at 2 first-round picks, 1 first-round pick is half the bidding.
I would take a 2. And let me tell you another thing about this story that I'm feeling. The way that the Ravens handled this was kind of shady. It was a shady. It felt. I mean, it was above board. Everything was above board, right? But it feels like buyer's remorse.
Of course.
How about I'll give a 2 this year and I'll give a 2 next year?
Hey, we can work with that.
Yeah.
I can work with that.
And you give me
Max Crosby.
Max Crosby.
But he's not getting. Man, I'm not giving you number 1 for Max Crosby.
Well, then you might not get him. I mean, that like someone.
Right,
I think
nobody's going to give him a 1.
Well,
for him now.
I don't know. I don't know.
He sure doesn't want to be a Raider. The Raiders sure don't want him. to be a
we know.
Raider.
Yeah, the Raiders are in a tough spot. Joe, how much would you offer?
Well, at least 1.
Would you? All right, let's keep
I'm
it simple.
lowballing.
Would you offer the 23rd pick in the draft this year? The Eagles won. It's certain. It's not next year's one where we don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah, my answer, look, I value those picks big time. But, yeah, if I could get Max Crosby and have him under contract at a decent number, the answer is yes.
I'm with you.
He's proven.
I'm not giving you my 23rd pick, though.
But
give me that.
I feel confident that Max Crosby will give me more than whomever we could pick at 23.
Without question.
Are you that confident about
I
it, though?
am
Like
confident,
Mac,
yes.
First of all, their drafting over these past 3 years has been unbelievable, right? But outside of that, we can say the Ravens maybe handled it in a shady way, whatever. The Ravens are a good organization. They clearly run well, and they clearly had concerns about his knee. They did. Like, they redid Lamar's contract yesterday in order to create cap space to get Max Crosby. So the Eagles can make their own assessment. They can take the chance on it. But I'm not thrilled about trading a first-round pick for a guy that's going to be 29 when the season begins, has some version of a knee injury, and is going to cost him $60 million over the next 2 years. So I think Hugh's correct. Like, I would offer a 2, but I'm not doing a 1.
Boy, that feels. But do you want to win the bidding, or do you just want to get your hat in the mix? Right? Like, do you think a 2 would get him? That feels so low.
I don't know.
How about 2 2s? What, this year and next year's 2?
I'll take that, too. I think today is going to tell you everything that you want to know about this because the news, everybody's still kind of processing it. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some teams that want to jump into the mix.
Right. If you're truly not concerned, then just call and offer whatever.
Yeah. But I think that
I am concerned. I think
no, you're fine.
What Elliott said, it's not a joke organization. I mean, the Ravens are legit.
Right.
They didn't. I agree with you. It doesn't make sense for them to just say, hey, willy-nilly, we fail you. That's not their MO. They are an esteemed organization. That doesn't fit their character.
And I know that pivoting to Hendrickson does make it sound like that was the plan all along. But it also makes a ton of sense. If you think you're getting Max Crosby, you then don't think
you can't get him because he's hurt more than you'd like.
And you pivot to another edge rusher. Like, it's not that crazy.
Yeah.
And they came from Cincinnati, a team that you see
they took one from their own division, sure.
It's
a huge thing.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that position, guys, is a huge need for me, and I think a huge need for the Eagles. I mean, think about over the last year, all the rumors / what they've done. They went out and the rumor was they tried to get Micah Parsons in the summer. He gets to Green Bay, right? Yep. Then they signed Zadarius Smith off the street.
Miles Garrett.
Zadarius Smith retires. Then they go out and get Jalen Phillips. They bring Brandon Graham back.
Yeah, Brandon Graham is still on the team.
Yeah, but aren't they telling us
he's a free agent for what it's worth?
But we assume that they would be able to do something.
I would think he'll be back, but it's worth noting he's
team and Brandon friendly, where they would work something out. Is he able to even play this year, Elliott? Is he someone who could give us enough
Brandon,
to actually be legit?
I think he can give you 10 really good snaps a week.
I think one of the most telling things about what the Eagles think they have is whether they sign Nolan Smith this offseason or not.
I agreed with that.
He is now eligible for a contract for the first time in his career, a second contract, 3 years in. He's a first-round pick.
I can't sign him.
He's supposed to be a good portion of what we're discussing.
I can't sign him based on what I've seen thus far, though. I mean, and what we've talked about,
it comes down to whether you believe
signing during the season, is it going to happen or not? If it's not happening during the season, Nolan Smith has not shown me enough to sign him to a big
Doesn't every action over the last year tell you that they're not sold on Nolan Smith?
Because you're talking about going out trying to get somebody. A more consistent edge rusher.
Yeah, they were ready to make Nolan Smith edge number 3.
Is Nolan Smith,
Jalix Hunt and Jalen Phillips were going to be their top 2 edges.
As an edge guy yourself, Hugh, does Nolan Smith's aggression almost work against him over the long run?
So violent.
Yeah. I love the way he plays. He pummels people. I mean, smashes people.
Yeah,
but then I don't
hurt.
see him always play that way, probably because his body can't withstand it.
he plays bigger than what he is.
Sure.
And we benefited tremendously the year we went to the Super Bowl when he crushed that guard, that pulling guard.
Yeah.
That was fire.
You can like feel the TV shaking. watching
Yeah,
that.
he crushed that pulling guard, man. And I tell you, that's not, like I'm a little bit shorter and was a little bit wider. That still doesn't feel good, but he was out there crushing them. Yeah, there's something to that in his durability, because your biggest asset in the NFL is your availability. And if we got to kind of rotate guys out and can't play guys because they're always hurt, you want somebody there that's a little bit more dependable at that position.
All right, so on the record here, 23rd pick for Max Crosby.
Nope.
Elliot?
No.
Hugh, no. John? Yes?
Yeah.
And Josie, yes. I'm a yes, too.
I'm a yes. I will say I feel a little icky because I think the offense needs a lot more help, but yes.
It does need more help. In effect, a couple of years ago, the defense needed all the help, but they went and got Saquon, and that boosted the offense to where, and then they
it'll
fixed
all
the defense.
work together.
Yeah, of course it works together. I just think if this thing's going to go the way we want it to, they need the defense to stay at a super high level. Max, if they put Max Crosby on the field with Jalen Carter and Bond and the two corners, and we'll throw Woolen in there, I feel like, they're going to be just fine.
They'd win a lot of 6-3 games.
Unless Max Crosby has a knee injury and he's not the same guy he used to be.
You know what this kind of feels like to me?
That's a big part of it.
When you talk about the guys that the Eagles have tried to acquire, it feels to me like they're trying to get a more production out of that one individual instead of rotating that position all the time.
Certainty. They want certainty.
They want somebody that can be out there. I don't know how much the Jalen Hunt and all those other guys played. I'm thinking like 66% of the snaps. I think they want like 70, 80 out of that position. Somebody that could be out there for the long haul.
And it's one thing if it was going for 2-1s the way it was last week. I'm not surprised how he backed out. But if the price is dropped, I got to jump back in. Let's go to the phone lines here. Chris in Middletown up at Byrdstown Hall. Hey, Chris.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today?
Chris, good morning, buddy.
Chris.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good here. But here's how I'm feeling about these here Eagles. The Eagles are pointing down like Joe DeCamera's current Philadelphia Phillies knowledge. Just almost a flat line.
Is that a shot at the Hammer?
Oh, that was some kind of shot.
Hammer got to bounce back this week, man. They talking bad about you, Hammer, in the streets.
I've never lost 3 in a
Hammer.
row, and this could be the week.
Don't hurt him, Hammer.
I need a little more confidence out of you. You can't say it could. It could be the week.
By the way, I was told.
Brother,
I haven't seen him yet, but I was told that the guy whose foot I landed on, that derailed the me versus Jack thing for 6 months, is back there somewhere.
Oh no!
At Magerks right now.
Now, do you want to see him? Do you not want to see him?
Well, I've seen him before, after, and he's a fine fellow.
Wasn't his fault, I'm guessing.
But well, no, it was his fault. He had his foot there. Should have had a clear landing for the Hammer's foot, and instead he was trying too hard for the rebound, and I landed on his foot. He Bruce Bowened me. Remember Bruce Bowen used to do that?
Of course,
he would slide his foot underneath shooters.
Yeah.
No, he's a really good dude. Apparently he's here, but I'll try to. Oh, there he is, right here. My man.
He would slide his
I
foot
feel like we
under
need
the
his side of
shooters
the story.
so
I
that
know,
they
because
would
he's
land on his
getting
foot?
blamed here for probably no reason.
He should get blamed. His foot.
Well, I mean, he almost derailed Joe versus Jack.
Well,
Now
he
it's
did
back.
derail it.
Yeah,
No,
but
he did.
we're going to finish this next week.
Yes.
By the way, how are we feeling, Joe?
Great.
Say he saw him in the pool 20 laps. You heard it.
Yeah. I mean, just to be clear.
Now, was that a regulation
they were
pool,
lengths,
or is that
and it was probably like a 10-yard length.
It was probably like a
pool.
half Olympic
Okay.
size.
All
Would be
right.
my guess.
Half
I'm going to win. Let me ask you guys, because me and John talk about it all the time. I know his opinion. Hugh,
Yes.
Joe, and Elliot. Who's going to win, me or Fritz?
So I
who's going first? Who going? Okay.
Well, I'll go first.
I think Jack.
Yeah, I was picking you, Joe, before the injury. I'm a little concerned, a little rust, a lot of months, not moving around the right way. I'm going to go with Jack.
It doesn't feel like you're getting the
No, I'm not.
the response.
Hugh, who you
Hugh,
going
is this a clean sweep?
You know what? I'm kind of torn because me and Jack's relationship has changed when we talk baseball. Because Jack, when we didn't get Boba Shed and we started talking baseball, he kind of cornered me in the hallway.
Well, I just think he needed a warm body to talk to.
He just needed somebody
So
to talk
he
to.
took some frustration out on you?
He wanted somebody to talk to, and I just happened to be there.
John, it was more a
So
shoulder
was
to
more
cry
like
on.
it was like a more of a bonding type moment.
Well, so did that draw you closer?
Well, it was. We speak more frequently now.
I like how you didn't just say yes.
Well, so,
Yes is the
so
answer.
you guys
No,
have
I'm just
formed
saying.
a bond.
No, not so much a bond, but we communicate better. Our communication has grown over the last couple months.
Oh, wow.
And Jack has been working out. I don't know
You
about
guys are like
Jack
two peas in a pod almost.
Jack has dropped some weight, But I got to go with the OG, though, man.
My man.
I got to go with the OG.
Thank you, sir.
Because I did hear my man at Ampro, shout out to the Ampro, he said that he went to school with you. I think his name was Brian. And he said you could shoot. He said you're a shooter. He said you're not much of a defense player or anything like that. He said, but you can shoot. He definitely said that. So I'm going to go with the hammer.
Thank you. He's not wrong, by the way.
Hugh, the shooting part, like, it's sedentary shooting. It's like
he's not fluid.
Old school 1960s spotter.
Shot.
So I'm thinking, is it make it take it? Like, if it's make it take it.
Yeah, have the rules all been flushed out?
So
I'm
gonna deep dive.
Yeah, but if it's make it take it,
boxed out.
If it's make it take it and he hitting threes, it might get ugly for Jay.
Yeah, so we did a segment at the end of the summer, and we solved a lot, but not all. I'm going to go back and listen to it today.
Yeah.
We had 3 things left to figure out, and we'll be getting into this more Thursday, Friday, and Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chris, you still there, buddy?
Oh yeah, we
I'm
forgot.
hanging.
We're sorry. We got carried away.
I'm just back here producing the show. So it's
Hey, have you guys met Chris?
Yes. Many times.
Chris is yoked. Chris is swole. I mean,
So-
as probably as big as Hugh.
But Chris is a little short
No.
though.
No, Chris.
Well, you're not exactly that tall either.
I'm taller than Chris.
Well,
Chris,
is
our
definitely
apologies,
swole.
Chris.
Hugh, we may be the same. We may be the same height, but Hugh's a little thicker. So, but
a little wide body.
That's good.
So,
Power. He's powerful.
guys, let me address this here Eagles thing. But first, I'm going to chime in. Dude, Joe DeCamera is going to get his face crushed like what John Ritchie did to him by Jack. So
I didn't never do that.
Here. But listen, here's what's going on. I loved the move yesterday. They went out and did a Howie special. They grabbed a talented guy, gave him a 1-year deal. So they're going to let him walk, and they're going to pick up another pick on the back end of that. I think that was telling that they threw that money at him, because now I think the AJ thing is shifting to maybe after the June 1 where they'll spread the cap hit. But they've already acquiesced and said, hey, we want 2027 draft picks. We don't really care about 2026 draft picks. We'll take 27 so they can get higher picks, which is what they're doing, because the reality is, I keep telling you guys this, all of you people, the Jalenites out there, you need to reach for the smelling salts and wake up to reality, because they are positioning themselves for a new franchise quarterback in 2027. They're either going to draft one, which the draft is loaded with talent in 27 at quarterback, or they are going to load up on draft capital to pull off a trade. Howie does this. Remember, thankfully he missed on this, but he's willing to go after a quarterback in a trade. He went after
Mariota thing was Chip, and the Carson thing was
he
Howie.
went after Big Creepy. That was Howie.
Well, the Watson, Deshaun Watson, the Watson rumors.
Big creepy.
Yeah, look, here's and Chris. I don't think you're wrong that could happen. The way I view it is, it feels to me like the Eagles are positioning themselves that if they have to move off of Jalen after this year, they can do it. They're going to have the draft picks to do it. He doesn't have guaranteed money after the season. I mean, it's Howie Roseman, Joe. When it's time to hedge, he will hedge. When it's time to do that, and the more I watch free agency the last 2 years, boy, this thing is easier to build when it's a guy on a rookie deal. And the last couple of years, as Jalen's cap number goes up, it's just been harder to maneuver
Now,
day 1 into a free agency.
They did win the Super Bowl with Jalen on a max contract.
They did. Yeah. Right, but what is now? But as the cap number goes up, these 2 days of free agency become less and less active.
So I don't think the issue is actually Jalen's cap number. His cap number is still relatively low. I think it's like $30 million. It's not really that big compared to most great quarterbacks.
Right, but compared to a rookie quarterback.
Agreed.
It's low.
But it's still
High,
it's not taking a high percentage of the cap. I think the larger issue with this team in terms of maneuvering things is when you hit on every pick in the first 3 rounds for 4 years. That's just a very expensive thing that a lot of teams don't have to deal with.
I agree. Part of this reminds me of the 49ers when they got really good 5 years ago, and they moved off of Jimmy G, and they ended up with Brock Purdy. To me, it extended their window. Now, if Jalen plays great,
rookie deals,
right?
Like that, yeah.
If Jalen plays great, Hugh, this isn't a big deal. He'll be the quarterback because he's under contract. But if he doesn't play great, all this is out there.
I think that's why they brought in the brain trust. I mean, we keep forgetting about the brain trust. We had 3 guys that are here.
But I think most people don't consider them a brain trust.
I consider them the brain trust.
You mean Mannion, Grizzard,
the Mannion triplets.
Who is it? Gerard Johnson, right?
That's the Mannion triplets.
Who's the third one?
Gerard Johnson.
Oh.
The triplets.
Two and a half
They brought in that's what Kyle coined them that, or somebody on you people coined them 2.5 Mannion. But that's why they brought in the brain trust. because they are at an impasse. To your point, I think there is some conversation about, Jalen Hurts and whether or not you want to extend him. And like I said earlier, he's well within his rights if he wanted to ask for some more money because of what he's accomplished so far.
They should not give it to him if he does.
I'm just saying.
I mean, come on, guys.
That's another conversation. But like I said, he's well within his rights. So now that you bring in the brain trust and you try to resurrect this passing game with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown for that matter and make it better, see if you can make it work. And if you can, then then Jalen's going to get paid and we can move forward with the plan, with the master plan.
All right, guys, let's hit this for our hour ends with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Prediction for the next day or so. Rest of today, Birds Town Hall at Magerks. Do you expect the Eagles to be active, or is it going to be, all right, Reek Woolen is our big day 1, day 2 signing, and then it kind of quiets down? What's your thought on what happens next couple days, John Ritchie?
I expect Howie to move and be active, inquisitive on this Max
Crosby.
There is nothing that Howie likes more than a legit bargain, a guy who is an all-pro player that you can somehow get for a steal. And this feels like if that first-round pick drops out of this equation and you can get him for a couple of 2s or a 2 and a 3, holy cow. Custom made for making this team better in a hurry. I love that idea, and I think Howie's probably feeling it out right now.
All right, so John Ritchie says Eagles could go after Crosby. Joe, prediction for the next couple of days. Is A.J. here by the end of the day?
My prediction for the next few days is not much activity from the Eagles and no A.J. trade. Not this week.
Do you think this is going to the draft or June 1?
Look, this June 1 thing is really a complicating factor.
It absolutely is.
I think the fact that Buffalo and New England already got a wide receiver hurts. My instincts, I don't know how to answer your question, obviously. I would just say probably post June 1, but maybe the draft. Look, could be this week, but I'm starting to be less optimistic that they'll get what they want, and they're not going to have to figure it out on the fly in the summer.
Yeah, I still don't think he's going to be there at training camp, but when it happens, I thought it would happen today. We're not there. We shall see. All right, coming up on the other side, we're going to have James Seltzer, the Go Birds guys. James Seltzer, Elliot Shortparks, Joe and John. Great show this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us, guys.
All right, we are broadcast from Magerks in Horsham for Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dancers, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long. All right, coming up, Go Birds guys, your phone calls and the A.J. situation. Yesterday, what happened in New England, they signed a receiver. Where does the leverage go now? Where is the A.J. thing going? It is the Midday Show, Birds Town Hall, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, everybody, it's almost tournament time, and this March, Fanatics Sportsbook has 10 times the rewards. Starting round 1, they're giving you 10 profit boosts every single tournament game day. That means first round, second round, round of 16, all the way down to the last 4 and the national championship. 10 chances every game day to level up your winnings. But that's not all, folks. Your bet earns you up to 10% fan cash back, which you can use on anything in the Fanatics universe. We're talking team gear, tickets, collectibles, and a whole lot more. Plus, if you're new to the Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to $1,000 bet matched in the fan cash for your first 10 days. It's time to shoot your shot, folks. Tournament hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
It's back.
Jack Fritz here.
Joe versus Jack. Joe DeCamara and Jack Fritz take the court in a head-to-head basketball battle for the 5th and final round.
I mean, listen, no one cares when I win.
It's 2-2 on the basketball.
March 18th at the Community College of Philadelphia Athletic Center. Tip-offs at 6, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by the Community College of Philadelphia. Rise from within.
Gold prices are soaring, and silver is near an all-time high. If you want to get cash in your hands for your old or unwanted jewelry, now is the time. Get the most competitive prices at the Estates Roadshow. Old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. Go to the Estates Roadshow buying events Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or Friday through Tuesday at Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. There's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or Friday through Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Right on Marlton Pike East between Kings Highway and 295. Follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook or visit tmtcashforgold.com. That's tmtcashforgold.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through May 31st, save up to $2,100 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualified systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. That's nopaycarrier.com for a contractor near you.
Breaking news! Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait, these March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the sound of a healthy heart. But a heart that needs help needs a team that can act fast. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we see advanced heart failure patients sooner than any other network. Care that keeps hearts going strong. That's how healthy happens. Find a specialist near you at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/heartcare.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle, ultra-fine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's biggest moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is It's an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Jets trading for Geno Smith to play quarterback this year screws the New York Jets. And the reason why, I think Geno might be too good for the Jets to get a top pick in next year's draft. And I know that the Raiders have the first pick in the draft this year and Geno was their quarterback. The Jets are going to be way better than the Raiders were last year. The Jets roster isn't that bad. My fear for the Jets is they go 6-11 or 7-10 this year. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is Birds Town Hall here at Magerks in Horsham, the midday show broadcasting from Magerks, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join Magerks for opening day, March 26th, coming up 2 weeks from tomorrow. Dollar Dogs might be gone at the ballpark, but they're back at Magerks, along with great drink specials. Hugh, maybe we'll be here having some glizzies for $1. All right, 215-592-9494. How's your food? I'm sure
I got it on the brioche. Awesome. I got that on that brioche.
The breakfast sandwich on the brioche was fine.
Everything here is awesome. Come on out. We're going to be broadcasting all the way through 6 o'clock. Afternoon show after us. We got some great hours planned. Next hour, Shio Kapadia and Ashlyn Sullivan. At 1 o'clock, it's the Football Guy Hour with Jason Avant and Ike Reese joining us.
The twins.
Yes. And
I think this is Football Guy.
Well,
damn straight.
This is the Go Birds Hour, and it is also Football Guy Hour. Joining us right now, Elliot, of course, at the Surfside Free Agency Desk, as he will be throughout the day. And joining us with Elliot, his co-host on the Go Birds podcast, James Seltzer. James, how we doing?
Better now that I'm sitting with you guys. What a treat.
Go. These are always fun hours when we have you guys on. It's one of my favorite parts of the show every year. And we saved a fun hour for you guys because it's a topic we don't usually cover on WIP. That would be A.J. Brown and the future of A.J. I thought yesterday when Romeo Doubs signed with the Patriots, it was obviously notable, right? And now they have something in that receiver room, and they paid him a decent amount of money, and I think he's a good player, but kind of a number two that they could say at least we got something. So maybe the leverage changes. But guys, when I heard the reporting on it, it was eye-opening. Every few weeks there's an eye-opening report on this that makes me think at least a little bit different. Let's hear Ian Rappaport yesterday explaining the A.J. situation. Listen to how he frames the future of this at the end.
For the Patriots, I think it's safe to say they have been in the receiver market for some time, and there's a lot here. First of all, there's Doubs, who has been, I would say, on the field and off, an interesting case for the Green Bay Packers. Talent has never been in question. Patriots hoping to hit it big there. The other part of this is the Patriots have been in talks at various times over the last week or so with the Philadelphia Eagles on a potential deal for A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is making a lot of money. Now, the Patriots, you can do a lot of different things with the cap, but at the least, what this is a big money signing in the receiver room at a time when many thought it would be A.J. Brown. If it's not the Patriots for A.J. Brown, the Eagles face the possibility of kind of going back to the drawing board, or maybe Brown goes, you know what, I'm going to open it up and consider going to some other teams. There's a lot here, but for the Patriots and for Drake May, most importantly, they get a big-time target in the receiver.
All right, what hit me was the end. If not the Patriots for A.J. Brown, the Eagles could go back to the drawing board, or potentially A.J. Brown opens up where he would want to play.
Or
as if A.J. Brown is dictating this whole process. The more I hear this, I just think the most obvious thing in the world is going on, and we're all kind of dancing around it. He's pushing his way out of town, and they have to move on. There's no way they could run this thing back if he's out there pushing to get out.
Or we can run it back.
Hugh, it makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense to me.
None.
You know what? Throughout this whole ordeal, like I said, the most heat that I felt from this was during the combine when the stories heated up, and then he was supposed to be gone by yesterday. I think that this is one of those stories that just keep running, and the fact that he hasn't been traded tells me everything. There hasn't been anything.
That doesn't tell me anything.
There hasn't been anything that's been said about the Eagles. They're just chilling.
He just said how we can go back to the drawing board,
but did Howie say that?
No, But why didn't he say they could bring him back?
I think you know what I think, Joe.
Because everyone knows he can't come back.
He can't. I think he
so
can.
He
come
absolutely
back.
can come back.
Can't.
There's this
Cannot.
big fear of What'll it look like if AJ's unhappy on the Eagles? I don't know what the last 2 years
But
have
it's
looked like.
compounded.
But it's
Of
compounded.
course it's compounding,
I
yes.
agree with, but still, like, there is a difference between someone that is willing to blow a situation up and someone that's not happy. I agree if AJ comes back, he will come back, put out that he's here. He won't be happy. But you know what? I trust Nick in that locker room and Jalen to police it to the best they can.
Yeah. Did you hear what Rappaport just said? He is blowing it up. AJ Brown is trying to force his way to New England.
He's not said anything
That is
publicly.
what he just
Every
said.
time he's been in
Rappaport just
behind
said
the scenes,
he is trying to
behind the scenes.
Yeah, but what happens at training camp when
that's a
everyone's
big
there?
difference. That's a big difference. Behind the scenes versus public is a big
Kind of
difference.
weird. It's kind of weird y'all yelling at Elliott today. Y'all usually yell at me like that.
Well, hold on. I mean, just give us time. Give us time.
But here's the thing, man. This is how I feel because I hear it in both of you guys' voices, and I love both of you guys. You guys have AJ fatigue, right? You have a little bit AJ. You guys have
I
AJ
think
fatigue.
you have a little bit of denial on
I
this.
do not.
Let me ask your interpretation. Forget just what he just said there. He said AJ could open up where he would play. How do you interpret that? He's not a free agent. He's under contract.
First of all, we have been recklessly speculating. I mean, with good faith that he was going to New England, right? New England.
Well,
that
you
didn't
did
happen.
do the wink thing. Don't forget.
Okay, not
Dudes on Dudes podcast.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's
not reckless.
That's not reckless.
My point.
No, that's not reckless. That's AJ fatigue right there. That's AJ
Also,
fatigue.
Saquon Barkley
doing it.
Saquon Barkley went on ESPN and said he's still a Patriots
y'all
fan,
gonna let me talk?
which is preposterous. It's preposterous.
It is preposterous.
It's crazy.
I mean, he played for the Eagles.
The guy's almost 30 years old.
He's been a Patriots fan. Go ahead.
The fact, Elliot, that they would not let me talk lets me know
They're
that
trying to
this
silence
is
the
AJ.
truth here. They're trying to silence the truth.
I have Hugh Douglas apologizing for AJ Brown fatigue.
See,
That's the fatigue I
and
have.
it's not an apology.
Oh my God!
It's read the tea leaves. AJ, if anything, he has been recklessly vague about how he's feeling. Is that a lie?
You're right. Him personally has been recklessly vague. Yes.
He has not once said, Jalen's the problem. He said, you see what it is. He's been passive-aggressive.
He said the passing game is the problem.
Okay, Joe, was it a
But
problem?
there have also been a lot of reports
said he's
that have
vague.
come out that we can
Who's the quarterback?
assume potentially might have come from A.J. Brown.
He said it's a
But
bleep
again,
show here.
I don't think me and you are disputing that he doesn't want to be here. He
So,
does
but,
not-
but here's the all right. Here's what
he
we're
didn't want
saying
to be
here.
here last year.
But again,
And look how that worked out.
yes,
The year
it
before he didn't want to be
This-
here.
But
This
it
is why I hate
compounds
having
year
these
after year. You
conversations.
keep him for here forever.
And they keep winning, though. They keep winning. And I love everyone blames him for that playoff
caused
loss.
the problem
He
last
had a
year.
bad game. Everyone had bad games last year. The offensive line was bad. Jalen struggled. Like, Devontae, he really was awesome all
on him.
year. But I'm saying Saquon had a bad year. But we only point to AJ, and I get he brings that on himself.
Because
but
it's
Nick-
AJ fatigue,
I get
Elliot.
that, but like
He's the only one acting ridiculous.
He's the only one who's tweeting
what is
out
he
after games.
What is he
saying,
doing? What
okay.
he read
We
a book on
won,
the
but I'm
sideline.
What has he
upset.
done?
He read a book on
How
the
long
sideline.
do you have?
He said they're using me without using
He
me.
read a book on the sideline.
Yeah, I'll take a great
fatigue.
receiver
Well, he's
that
not
reads
great anymore.
book.
Yeah.
Well, he's very good at the minimum.
Damn good.
And what's your replacement plan? What's your replacement?
The draft.
Plan? So you're going to draft a guy that's expected to come in and do what AJ does for this offense.
But we can't. But we can't.
What did
But here's the kicker.
He
We can't.
shifts coverage.
We
every
can't find
week.
a. We can't find a
He can't
pass
even run
rusher to
that.
do that. But we can't find a pass rusher to do that. But we can damn sure find a receiver in the first round to do
I
that.
think we're missing the point
It's
here.
fatigue.
I think we're missing the point. Like, yes, A.J. Brown would make the Eagles better. I don't think that is and that how they replace him will probably not be A.J. Brown level. The point is the guy doesn't want to be here. The guy has made it very clear publicly, whether passive aggressively or not, that he does not want to be an Eagle anymore.
You know what this is?
So forcing that guy to be an Eagle is setting up a pressure cooker of a
it is.
situation where as soon as he doesn't get the ball, things happen and it compounds. Especially if he doesn't get out now. He's like, I'm here for another year. I got to do this again.
You know
how
what,
much
AJ
worse could it get?
You know what AJ is, and everybody in here can relate to this that's in a relationship. AJ is the young lady that when you ask her, what do you want to eat? She say, hey, I'm hungry. You say, what do you want to eat? I don't know what you want to eat, right?
Yeah.
And you say, okay, well, let's go eat pizza. I don't want to eat no pizza. Oh, well, let's go China. I don't want to eat no Chinese. That's AJ. AJ's passive-aggressive. He doesn't know what he wants. He just, he sat there and winked because he's sitting there with two guys that he probably grew up idolizing, and didn't know how to act in the situation.
That's not the only.
Well, but here's the other important point.
And
too.
he wants to be successful, Joe.
He wants to catch the football.
Joe,
that's what everybody wants. That's what Devontae wants.
He's been successful since the moment he got
here.
Joe,
he wants to be more successful. Let me tell you what I don't want.
But for his own stats, not the team.
But let me tell you what
it's never about the team.
Listen, it's all, like when it comes to receivers, they're built different. And let me tell you what I don't want when it comes to receiver. I don't want a receiver on my team that don't want the football.
Amen.
That's it. Like, that's the bottom line.
That is an apology
AJ
for ridiculous behavior.
AJ and Devontae are the same guy. AJ just lets his emotions out.
Exactly, and that's the
one
problem.
I want out of here.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Have we thought about the next stage, though? Like, we're acting as if it's the same every year. It's not. It's getting progressively worse.
That's why we got the brain trust.
All right, so talk me through the next stage when you trade him. They trade him today. You're all happy. He's gone.
No. Like, next stage of keeping him.
No, but yes, you're focusing on what could go bad.
The next stage of trading him is you either draft a guy or you sign someone, and it's not as
It's
good.
football.
Yes,
It's been so easy for this team to find great
pick,
receivers.
But again, the situation is what it is. Like, you can't convince AJ to change his mind about how he feels.
So I think you can try. Number one, you could pay him, which I'm
they
sure would
have
have
tried.
him very
Jeffrey Lurie
happy.
went out to the field to talk to him.
And what
in the middle
happened
of
the rest of the year? He was quiet.
Nothing good.
He was quiet. No more tweets. No more social media posts. He stopped talking to the media.
He bailed after the last game. He just left.
I think at his core, AJ is a good teammate. And so I think while we can talk about what he might blow these things up, I don't think AJ is a jump in the pool guy. I think he'll put his 2 feet in. He'll have leaks through the media, all that. But he is not going to wreck a season for a locker room of guys he cares about. So I would call his bluff. All right, you don't want to be here? Let's see if you'll ruin your career. I don't think he will.
But what is the end game there? I guess
having great players.
Okay, in the perfect world, he comes back and he's happy. Right? But that's probably not going to happen. So he's probably... Well,
he's more likely not to happen than happen.
So we go another year where he's probably not happy, even if he kind of calms down. Then a year from now, what are we getting when he's nearing 30 and maybe has more knee injuries? Like this, the divorce is happening soon, whether we want to take it now or later. What I don't understand is why we're in denial about this. Maybe we'll go to counseling to be better. He's not going to be an Eagle for much longer. Do we not recognize
So
this?
that's a different argument. If your argument is trade him now because you can get an asset as opposed to a year later, that's different. But I think if they bring him back, we're overblowing how dramatic this will be. This team is This team
That's
is
where we
very
disagree.
used to dealing with drama. They live in it every single day. They've lived with the AJ thing for 2 years. AJ has a good relationship with the head coach. He's really close with Devontae. People in that locker room like him. It won't be as bad as people are making it out to be.
But what is the end game?
The end game is trying to win
the
AJ.
Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
are they trying to win the Super Bowl next year?
Yeah.
But by that argument, why not trade Saquon? You'll get more for Saquon now than you will in a year.
Saquon is not asking not to be here.
Right.
It complicates
But if
it.
your argument is trading AJ because you can get value for him, then that doesn't really have to do with whether he wants to be
but we're checking
here.
a lot of boxes. Doesn't want to be here. Most value now. And I'm also putting a new offense in. Like, do we think this is good for Jalen Hurts if AJ's barking at him?
But what about the box of really good receiver?
Yeah.
But what about Jalen Hurts? I mean, you've talked about
I
this.
agree. It sucks
so
for
you're
him.
gonna right? He's the quarterback, so you're gonna put him through another year where if AJ doesn't, he has to think about AJ as he's running the offense. He has to think, I got to make sure this guy's happy and maybe not throw the ball to the receiver I should because I got to make my guy happy or else he's going to be a little baby about it. And then he's going to talk about me in public, and I'm going to have to yet again put my face forward and not say a damn word about it, even though you know he's upset about it. Like, that's an unfair situation to put Hurts in again.
Why are we treating Jalen like he's a child? I mean,
what is AJ in this?
No, he's a child.
Jalen's acting like an adult in this situation.
All I hear when we talk about this is Jalen saying that the offense is going to look like he wants it to look, and Jalen's the leader of the squad. If this on anybody to fix this or make it better or make it work, it's on Jalen because he's on the field with him. We sit here and we talk about how much of a leader Jalen is, and we talk about how much of a great guy he is, and people get pissed every time you mention his name and say something bad about him. But when it comes to being a leader on the team, we don't hold his feet to the fire for that. How is that? How can he be all of this stuff that we say he is? Wait a minute, let me finish. How can we say he all of this stuff? But he can't make this relationship work with somebody that's passive-aggressive?
Well, but A.J. Brown has let us know that he cares more about getting the football than winning games. He said it after the Super Bowl.
Okay.
The Super Bowl ended, and he's like, well, that didn't really do it for me. I care about going out there.
And you know what I would do?
But hold on. If you're Jalen, to your point, just to finish that point about all I care about is winning, going out, you got a guy out there who doesn't care as much about the wins as he does about you giving him the football. Isn't that a problem?
And you know what? You know what the problem is? It's obvious to me that neither one of these guys want that smoke because I'm just saying, if it's me or if it's one of my teammates, I'm not talking to the media, I'm talking to you. So somebody has to be
But
a man.
Jalen
of this.
hasn't
Wait,
talked
let
to
me
the
finish.
media.
That's what I'm saying. He ain't said nothing. He's the leader of the team. He's the quarterback. If the receiver has a problem, I got the pull in the locker room. Hell, if you don't want to be here, I'll get your ass up out of here, or you're gonna fall in line. He hasn't done any of that.
Maybe he's trying.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. When we hear and we sit and talk to Jalen, he asks, "Hey, have you talked to AJ?" No.
Mm-hmm.
He's the leader. He's the quarterback. Don't you? If you feel that you're being pressured to get him the football and it's going to the detriment of the team, whose job is it to say something?
But this isn't preschool. Like at some point,
Joe, it is preschool.
No, it's not. Like
Joe, it is preschool. I'm here to tell you,
these are
I am
professionals.
Not, Joe, I am not like.
Why do I have to babysit AJ Brown?
It's not
because he's great at what he does.
Guys,
okay, well, why is Dom here?
We're making it sound like he's an irreplaceable player.
What is Dom?
Enough. Like, just get another receiver and go play
you
football.
say it like it's so easy.
Hold on. Last year, and this was not for personality issues. The Seahawks traded DK Metcalf. And they replaced him with Cooper Kupp, and they won the Super Bowl.
Cooper Kupp is awesome. If you
No,
can
he's
tell,
not. Cooper
Kupp
Kupp
is
is
well
over
clear.
there.
He's still a
Look
very
at
good.
his numbers. He's fine.
The point
Cooper Kupp is fine.
The point is, everyone thought they downgraded at wide receiver. Their offense was better. Receivers, every year everyone tells me there's 20 good receivers in the draft. Yet we're oh my God, if we lose AJ, just get another receiver.
I think it's
That
way
is a
harder.
really good comp. It's a perfect comp.
It's way
It does
harder to
happen.
We have
if
made
that's
this
the
so
argument,
hard.
go get another defensive end in the draft.
Yes, Hugh, I say this all the time. None of these guys
Okay,
are
so we don't need Max Crosby then.
Right.
If we doing that, if we taking that,
But he's not here. He's not here asking out. Like the headache is not worth it anymore.
Okay, show me in print.
Oh my
when
God.
did he ask
Hugh,
out?
you know it's not in print.
I'm not. I know it's not. Joe is passive aggressive.
The headache is not in the the Jefferson Health Center the way we think it is. I think they are bigger fans of AJ than they make it out to be. I think they mostly all like AJ. They get annoyed by him, right? I agree that from the outside, it's a huge distraction. I don't think that's the case in the building. But I would also ask you guys this, to Jalen, because I agree. It's unfair to Jalen that he has to deal with this, that AJ takes part to a degree in painting the perception that Jalen's a problem with the passing game. If you asked Jalen point blank today how he called Jalen and said, I can trade AJ, should I do it or should I not? What do we think Jalen would say?
No.
I think he would say keep AJ. Because despite all the headaches,
disagree.
despite all the headaches he might cause,
Strongly disagree.
AJ helps Jalen on that field way more than it's a headache to deal with off the
Are
field.
we sure he will continue to help like he used to? I saw a guy slowing down last year. Like, that adds to it. If this is 3 years ago, AJ, I think this is a different conversation. Guys, he might be cooked in a year.
He might be.
He
and
might
look,
be cooked now.
He
He
slowed
might.
down.
He looked
You're
cooked
right.
this year.
We had a whole discussion. Would you trade all this for Max Crosby? He's got a bad knee. AJ had his knee drained during the playoff run, had a hamstring issue last year.
Yeah,
I mean, like, what are we talking
But
about?
he's still, yes, he might not be a top 3-4 receiver anymore. He's still a top 10 receiver.
Are we
still
sure?
I'm not sure he's
Yes.
I'm not, I honestly, I think he's probably like 15.
I think you're closer
I
to
think
it.
with his skill set, he can still be a threat in this offense.
Yeah, but that's great if he wants to be here. But I'm not going to hold a threat hostage. That's why it feels like we're doing this just to spite ourselves. Like, this is
No, but that's not the reasoning. The reasoning is they need good receivers to be a competitive football team, and they have one right now. So if you can make it work with him, that's an easier path than
But you don't have to
trying
have A.J. Brown level good.
No.
Again, to Joe's point, we just saw them win Cooper Kupp. I mean, the Chiefs won a Super Bowl against us with Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore
Right,
and
they
guys
had
like that.
Patrick Mahomes and
I
Andy
know,
Reid
but
and
the
Travis,
Eagles have a lot of
and they had
talent.
Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce's essentially a wide receiver one.
Yeah.
Right. The Eagles have Devontae Smith still,
Devontae's
right?
not a wide receiver one.
Oh, I think
He's
he could
pretty
be.
close.
He could be. I don't know. He
I think
could
he
be,
can be.
but there's a big difference between wearing the crown
I
and
think
being the guy
Devontae
next
and
to
A.J.
him.
are pretty
He's being
similar
the
in terms of
contender, huh?
talent right now.
I thought
Devontae-
Devontae was their better receiver last
he
year.
definitely
balled
was.
out.
Yeah, you want to know
no
why?
question.
Because all the coverage still goes to AJ.
Didn't Devontae have 130 yards in the game? AJ didn't even play?
Yeah, that's one game, and it was
Right.
against the Jets. That's not a big sample.
To go
size.
back to the Metcalf thing, no one knew Jackson Smith-Njigba could do what he did except the Seahawks. They moved
right.
Metcalf out, and they gave him the ball, and he won Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, teams win Super Bowls in different ways. The Eagles won a Super Bowl with their backup quarterback. I don't think they should advocate to try
Well,
this year.
that-
Ultimately, at the end of the day, you want to keep the most talented players you can, and AJ's a talented player.
Got to keep that talent, dog.
He doesn't want to be here. This is the most
But he
obvious thing.
didn't want to be
I
here
know.
last year.
I feel like I'm taking crazy.
I do
pills.
too. Like, he's saying.
Yeah.
Like, how about
But
this?
can I ask you, why does it matter to you if he wants to be here? If he's going to show up, practice,
Why
play.
doesn't it matter to every Eagle fan if he wants to be here?
Because they love the Eagles, Elliot. That's a crazy
But
question.
he has disrespected this franchise for a year.
How did he disrespect the franchise for a year?
Half our callers think he didn't try in a playoff game.
Okay.
Like,
He didn't
I
have a
would
good
say
playoff
there
game.
is no going back from that.
He did not have a good playoff game. I
No,
agree.
no.
Are we going to be mad at the offense?
No, hold on. Jalen has had not good playoff games. I've never walked away from the game thinking Jalen half-assed the game. People think AJ half-assed a playoff game.
I think he
Get out.
I think he half-assed a playoff game. I
Like the
absolutely
fact that
do.
people will apologize for that is crazy.
All right, when
Get
you-
off the team.
when you guys find
that
a
should be like an
Nobody's
automatic see you later.
You apologize for it all the
I
time.
am not.
You have apologized for AJ for a month. It is
I have
remarkable.
not. I just hear it differently, Joe. You are looking through this. You're looking at this through Eagle glasses, and I get it. I totally get it.
How come there's been no reporting? They might just keep him. Where's that gone?
I think the fact that they haven't said anything tells you everything you need to know. That they want to keep him.
But these insiders throw every scenario out there. That is eliminated.
Let me tell you what I feel about that. I feel like, and everybody has their sources and everything. I feel like this is one of those stories. It's hot because, like I said, Joe, I'm watching the combine and watching this young athletic talent now. I didn't see any of them play, but I saw a lot of athletes out there. I saw some big 300-pound dudes running 4.6s and guys jumping out the gym. And I'm thinking there's a lot of talent in this draft, but all anybody wanted to talk about was A.J. Brown and what's going on with the Philadelphia Eagles.
What about A.J. Brown? His agent canvassing trades from other teams.
It's
not A.J. How good is he? It's A.J. going around saying, please get me out of Philadelphia.
I feel like that was hyperbolic.
Yeah, I think your head is in the sand on this.
Yeah,
one.
I think with great players, you have to put up with more. It is what it is.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
hey, that's a good self.
I think your head is so far in the sand.
That ain't what you want to
You
say.
can't. I don't even know where your head is. All right, 215-592-9049 for Elliot. Of course, with us every Wednesday, sponsored by Cozy Throwers. Step up to the 50. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy. Let's grab a phone call here. Susan, her head might be in the sand too. Susan, what's up today?
Oh, I woke up. I'm doing good.
Good, Susan.
Hugh.
Yes, ma'am.
A.J. Brown never said he wanted to leave Philadelphia. And all the innuendo in the world and all of these things that we think, he never said it. He's here.
Can I ask you, though, then why is his agent meeting with other teams about playing for them? Because I don't think Saquon's agent or Devontae's agent or Jalen's
none of them
agent's doing that.
Yeah, he can do as he please. He's a grown man, and he has his money to worry about.
Man,
but why? Why are we can't?
Because Joe don't like it.
No, because
Joe don't like
people
he
are
read a book on
reporting
the
it.
sideline.
Because Susan, he's a me guy. I mean, this is pretty clear.
And
He's
also
a me
They're
guy.
all me guys.
Insiders in the league are reporting that there are trade talks happening. That's why.
But what's wrong with that?
Hold on.
I don't understand what you're talking about,
Susan.
show.
Susan, I'm confused. Do you think? What would you think if Jalen Hurts went up to a different team or his agent and said, I want to be traded. I want to be traded to you. Would you feel the same about Jalen Hurts?
No, because I think he's average.
Okay, so this is a personal thing.
That was an all-time
Okay.
cut right there.
Yeah.
Well,
I asked the question.
Let me
Susan,
ask
good
you,
phone call.
Let me ask you this.
Was
Joe.
it a good phone call?
Well,
Joe? Can we be honest?
Really?
Can we be
was
honest?
a remarkable phone
It
call.
was
an awesome phone
horrible.
call.
I was a
I wasn't
horrible
ready.
phone call.
I wasn't ready for the Jalen
That was
thing.
a horrible phone call.
The Jalen thing at the end, I wasn't ready
I
for.
don't know
Well,
what
I
she was
think
talking
he's
about. Like one of the worst
call.
calls I've heard in a
Let me
while.
ask
Sorry,
you,
Susan.
let me ask
Thanks
you
for
and
calling.
James a question.
Go ahead.
Since it matters to you so much that AJ doesn't want to be here.
Yes.
If Quinyon Mitchell went to Howie today and said, I no longer want to play for the Eagles, would you trade him?
I would have to consider it. Yeah,
Wow,
it would be a different.
but you see it's not as strong as it is,
exactly.
AJ.
No, hold
but it's
on,
a
because
pattern of behavior.
Exactly. It'd be the first time this
Yeah.
happened. I would try and convince him to stay. I would try and work on it. And stuff. This has been years of the AJ.
But
thing.
you would hesitate. You would hesitate mostly because you
because
think Quinyon's
because it was
awesome.
I would have.
Yes.
If AJ happened 2 years ago, I would have hesitated
Yes.
too.
Wait a minute, has it
We're
been years
into
that AJ
this.
hasn't
It's
been
like
here?
you're acting like the 2
It
years
hasn't been
didn't
that
happen.
bad. It has not
what
been
are you
that
talking
bad.
about?
They won a Super Bowl during
They
the 2
lost
years.
a playoff game where he didn't give
Yes,
effort.
and they
Like,
also
we're
won a
good.
Super Bowl the year before. Like both things matter.
What's more likely next year?
Yeah.
Another disaster AJ season or a Super Bowl?
I think you know what's most
Super
likely?
Bowl.
No.
Stop.
What's most likely is exactly what it's been.
Which
He'll,
is bad.
It's
Get
not that
out.
bad. He'll have a tweet. He'll won't talk for a
Oh.
week. He'll still put up 1,000 yards, and they'll need him. That's what'll happen.
I got another bad analogy for you.
Oh, I can't wait. Everyone,
James is-
hold on.
James is used to those.
That's a
so.
tease. Coming up next, another bad Hugh Douglas analogy. Also, the Dallas Goddard
No
market.
one is changing the radio
What
right
is
now.
going on with Goddard? Are we bringing him back, or is this thing
Dallas.
over? The Eagles did sign 2 tight ends last night. We'll go to Elliot at the Surfside Free Agency Desk for news and his thoughts on the Goddard market. It is the Midday Show. We're live at Magerks. We just made a scene in that segment. We were yelling.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Come on out.
going a
Magerks and
little
Horsham.
bit, you know?
We're talking AJ, Max Crosby, and everything. It's Birds Town Hall on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Party planning for tournament time? Good. Now let's talk about food for your watch parties. Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage is made for watch parties. It has big flavor, and you know what the best part is? It's already out of the casing, so it's no prep, no mess. Just cook it up, add it to your flatbreads, your dips, and your pasta dishes. Brackets may bust, but you will always win with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Big Air Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Norwegian Cruise Line is currently the only cruise line sailing from Philadelphia. Imagine the ease of sailing out of Philly. No other cruise line has sailed out of our city in the past 10 years. NCL offers flexibility and variety so you do what you want when you want. They thoughtfully design every detail with their guests in mind. They take care of everything so you can be present during your vacation and enjoy every moment. Escape. Be present in the moment. Curate experiences. Norwegian Cruise Line. It's different out here.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. During our spring sales event, get 10% off any home painting project, $2,500 or more. When you schedule before May 15th at participating locations, get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
You know, fellas, a lot of good things are gold.
Like gold medals.
Of course, there's gold jewelry as well.
And the best gold, Blue Chew Gold, a 4-in-1 upgrade that targets your whole body.
Sign me up, baby. Blue Chew Gold.
Don't you want to know more about it first?
I guess that's a good idea.
Most blue pills, they're just focused on blood flow. But we all know the bedroom is about more than blood flow.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Relax. Let me finish. Blue Chew Gold combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation plus apomorphine and oxytocin. So it's about total performance, physical and mental.
Wow, so it's not just about the blood flow? It actually helps your arousal and your desire. Amazing.
All you do is put one of the tablets under your tongue, let it melt away, and you'll be ready in as little as 15 minutes.
Sounds great. Give me one.
Jack, can you wait until we're out of here first? Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code 94. That is promo code 94. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Blue Chew Gold.
And remember, dissolve it and solve it.
Hold on to your shirts. Actually, forget the shirt. Bert Kreischer is coming to Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort with his Permission to Party World Tour, Friday, April 3rd and Saturday, April 4th. You've seen him on Netflix. You've heard the stories. Now live it. Bert Kreischer. No shirt, no shame. All comedy. Tickets are on sale now at theoceanac.com. Theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Very warm with a shower storm through the afternoon, high around 80.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back to the 2026 Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is Birds Town Hall, broadcasting live from Magerks and Horsham, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join Magerks for opening day, March 26th. Dollar Dogs might be gone to the ballpark, but they're back at Magerks along with great drink specials. So we got a lot going on here. Come on out to Magerks. Spend some time with us today. We're in Horsham. Swoop's going to be here at noon. Hugh Douglas, I know you're excited for that.
Big fan of Swoop. We're going to ask Swoop what's going on over there at the NovaCare.
You know
Maybe
what?
he'll tell
Maybe
us.
we'll get the AJ answer from Swoop
Yeah.
live here at Magerks
He
coming up.
in.
Yeah, of course he is. At noon. Speaking of noon, we'll be joined by Sheil Kapati and Ashlyn Sullivan. 1 o'clock, we'll have our guys Ike Reese and Jason Ivana. We will. Maybe they could put Hugh Douglas in the right spot on the AJ thing.
I can hear Ike now talking about, man, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, but someone needs to say
I believe what I believe.
Yeah, that's the problem. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Then we'll get an update from Elliot on the Surfside free agency. That's OG Wade up on WIP. OG?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Good, OG. What are you feeling?
What up, OG?
Well, I'm calling to check you and Elliot on something that they said, and respectfully, I might ask.
That's right. Get him, Wade. Get him.
Tell him.
You said that Jalen was asked, have you talked to AJ? He said no. That didn't happen. The last spoken word from Jalen Hurts' mouth when asked by a reporter, how are you and AJ's relationship? He said, we are in a good place. That was his last
So I don't
interview.
think that wasn't the question for what it's worth. He was asked if he wanted AJ back, and then he said that. As to like the not talk to AJ thing, you might be right off the top of my head. He's never said that specifically, but there's definitely been press conferences where it's been asked, like, do you and AJ talk after that play? Do you and AJ talk during the week? And his answer is always extremely vague.
Okay, and that's fine. So, but I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. Before you stop, how is that fine? If you got a problem with the quarterback or the quarterback has a problem with you and somebody asks you, did you talk, how is that fine? As the leader of the team, how is that fine?
Say that again. You broke up. Say it again.
Oh, I'm asking. If you're asked, if you're the leader of the squad, right, and somebody said, has you talked to the quarterback or you talked to the receiver and you're being vague about it or you're not answering the question, how is that fine?
Because it's none of the media's business if he talked to the quarterback.
Okay, but it's also incumbent upon you as the leader of the squad, if you did or you didn't, to stop the madness, right? Just say yeah, just to say yeah, right?
Yeah.
So my question to you is this: listen, because
respectfully,
I know you don't agree with it because you're a Jalen fan. But respectfully,
I'm a fan of the Eagles,
wait a minute. Let me finish. Okay, so if you're a fan of the Eagles, why is it okay for you to call here and try to defend somebody that's the leader of the team that didn't lead?
Because you said something that was untrue.
Okay, but we're still
But it
dealing with
also
this.
wasn't untrue.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
right.
how
Yes,
you?
it was.
Okay,
Yes, it was.
let's operate from this perspective. Then neither one of us know, right? But who you think know better in this situation, me or you?
Not you, because you just said something that was untrue.
Listen, I know more than you do in this situation, and this is what
You might think
bothers
you
me.
do,
Listen,
but
let
you
me
don't.
finish. Pot him down, because like today,
Pot him down.
I don't feel like dealing with.
By
this
the
today.
way, lock one seat in the
Yeah,
bracket.
my favorite
here.
Hugh, by the
I
way.
don't feel like dealing with this today, man. You every time we mention this man's name, y'all call in to defend him. The bottom line is this, and I hope you hear me and hear me correctly. This team didn't play well last year. He is not absolved from anything that happened on this squad. So I would appreciate it if you stopped splitting hairs when it comes to this, because the bottom line is we all trying to get back to the Super Bowl. Jalen was a part of the problem, dog. He was a part of the problem. He needs to be a part of the solution. That's the thing. Ain't nobody trying to kill AJ or Jalen, I should say. We know he's accomplished a lot. But hell, the team failed last year. Bottom line. And he was a part of that. But I hear a lot of times y'all want to call in. Every time the man's name is mentioned, you want to defend him like he ain't had nothing to do with it. Hell, he the dude that pulled the trigger. He's the guy that pulls the trigger. So say what you got to say.
All right, let me ask you this.
You ain't got to ask me nothing.
Did
Say
you
what
read-
you got to say.
Jalen said this here. In order for him to be the lead, players have to allow him to lead. So you can't lead a player that is telling you he don't want to be.
And you know what
with
else he said,
and
OG?
the team with you.
Since we quoting Jalenisms, he also said the offense gonna look like I want it to look. So how did the
Absolutely.
offense look
And yes,
last
he
year?
did.
How did the
It
offense
didn't
look
look
last
well.
year?
It didn't look
How
well, but
did the
I think
offense
that
look last
anybody
year?
that
Pretty
knows-
bad.
anybody
How did the
that
offense
knows
look? Hey,
football-
pot him down, Kyle.
Double pot him down.
How did the offense look last year? Answer that question. And who was the quarterback of the offense?
What you say?
Who?
He was busy yelling.
How did the offense look last year, OG?
It didn't look good.
Who was the quarterback?
Jalen Hurts,
Who's supposed to get it right?
the team.
All right, then. Hey, well, have a good day.
All right, OG.
Good talking
appreciate
to you.
it. You know, sometimes town halls get heated. I mean,
That was
that happens
productive.
in
No,
real
man,
life.
listen. Every time, because I sit here and I feel like I try to be fair and balanced in my assessment of everything. And sometimes Jalen's name's going to come up because he's a part of it. But what really
A big part. He's the quarterback.
But what really pisses me off is you just hear the name and you don't hear the substance and the context in which I'm speaking. I have a lot of respect for Jalen Hurts and what he's accomplished in his career. Hell, he's done something I've never done, and I acknowledge that, and I respect that. But at the same time, as a former professional athlete that played in the NFL for 10 years, I know how things go, and I know what a quarterback is supposed to do. And we're sitting here, and we're acting like Jalen couldn't have fixed this if he would have just spoke up. AJ's been passive-aggressive this whole time.
Well, so let me jump in. I don't know if Jalen could fix it by speaking up. A.J. Brown, to me, wants big numbers and wants to dominate. Jalen can't just become a better player by saying it. Now, they may bridge a relationship, but Hugh, if A.J. wants the ball and if Jalen isn't good enough to get him the ball as often as he wants, no niceties are going to change that.
Let me tell you.
Do you think niceties would change that?
Who was A.J. before he came to Philadelphia? He was just another receiver, right?
Well, no, he was a good player.
He was a good player, but
he went for a first-round pick. That's how good he was.
Joe, he didn't get the kind of accolades that he got until he got here.
He went to a better team and a better quarterback.
Okay, a better. And who was the quarterback?
Jalen was better then.
Okay, but Joe, my point is this: if we supposed to be boys and we supposed to be friends, we got to have those tough conversations. Hell, sometimes I get on my nerves and I get on his.
Just quickly,
but we still cool.
Do you think niceties will if Jalen misses him when he's open, AJ is going to say, "Well, he spoke to me yesterday, so we're cool." He wants the ball.
But I also think that's hypocritical of AJ because AJ has dropped passes. AJ has made mistakes.
Of course he has.
Just like Jalen has, right? So they've both made mistakes.
Totally.
But with Jalen as his quarterback, AJ has won a Super Bowl. He's
and
got
has
paid,
accomplished a lot.
He's got paid twice.
I agree with you guys.
He's gotten 1,000 yards.
I agree. The whole.
And you can also say that.
But then
and
why
you can
doesn't he?
also say,
why doesn't he want to be here, guys?
And you can also say Jalen has directly put him in position to be considered for a Hall of Fame.
I agree with all of this. The issue, Jalen's. I'm not saying Jalen's perfect in this. In fact, I'm usually not propping up Jalen the last 2 years. But in the AJ Jalen thing, the issue's AJ.
Yes.
I mean, quite clearly, the issue's AJ.
I feel like this. If okay, I guess y'all fake friends then, but if it's a friend of mine and I'm your godparent or whatever it is, I should be able to talk to you like that and tell you calm your ass down, and I'll get you the ball when I get you the ball. It's as simple as that. That's why T.O. and Donovan fell out, because T.O. told him, hey, I was open. He said, shut up and get in the huddle. That's a quarterback's job. Every quarterback that I've ever been around and every quarterback that I've ever known has been taught to command that offense, that huddle, all of that. And so what we're basically saying is that AJ's in the huddle punking Jalen.
And to T.O. McNabb thing, right? Because a lot of the discussion is about should they keep AJ, should they not? They would have been better off just paying T.O. and keeping him. Because once T.O. left, that thing fell apart for 4 or 5 years.
That was about money.
That was about money.
Agreed, but I'm saying, but it's still about it.
It seems like
but we know T.O. and McNabb didn't get along.
But we know it seems like something happened with this Jalen and AJ relationship. I mean, Deshaun Jackson talked about it. Deshaun Jackson came out and said something happened.
But that was 2 years ago.
No, Deshaun Jackson came out like a couple months ago and said
right.
this.
But he's saying that the relationship we all know has not been great.
My point is something happened, and they to the Hughes point about they were friends. Isn't that like I don't think their friendship is what it was. I think it is different.
It
I think something yes, and it's different. They live together, they work together. Like who knows why?
Agreed. I think all that's true.
So I don't think they are friends. Like I don't think there's a friendship there.
But
anymore.
I think that has not been the case for longer than just this past season.
But
So
again,
it is
it's
something they're used
deteriorated.
to. Honestly, I thought it seemed like it was getting better towards the end of the year, but that's just the outside looking in.
Sure. All right. This segment brought to you by Meineke. Cold start, slick roads, winter wear and tear, brakes, tires, batteries, and complete auto care by trusted experts. Meineke, doing car care right. All right, Elliot, let's check in. Maybe a quick breather from the AJ debate. For the Surfside free agency desk, Elliot, anything new with the Birds? What's the latest out there?
Yeah, so no AJ news, unfortunately.
That would be perfect for this hour.
But as we know, the Eagles, they tried to sign Trey Hendrickson. That's been reported now by a few different national people. Doesn't seem they got close. It seems they tried at the end. Didn't happen. We know Trey Hendrickson now a member of the Ravens, which is a whole situation. But another thing worth noting is, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, the Eagles have been keeping tabs and have called about Minnesota edge Jonathan Grenard. Now, he is not a name that we have talked about a lot. He doesn't have the name of Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby, but he's a really good player. He has, I'm doing the math here quickly, 28 sacks over the last 3 years. He's only 28. He'll be 29 soon. Like, he is not Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson, but he's healthy. He's younger. Like, I think this will be a good trade for them, and he's going to cost way less, too.
Why is Minnesota looking to trade him? Is it a money thing?
I think they don't want to pay him.
Yep,
I believe.
I also think it's worth noting that he went from 12.5 sacks down to 3 last year. So perhaps they're looking at it as he's a declining
Now,
player.
for what it's worth, his hurries were roughly the same.
Okay.
He just didn't get as many sacks. But I agree, down year
When
last
they start
year.
counting hurries, dog. When they do that.
When you stop playing.
back, yeah.
They didn't want to pay you for not getting to the quarterback.
Yeah, now hurries
You're trying to get money
matter
in
more than
retrospect. We
sacks.
could all
Yeah.
hear that.
I mean, he should. Seeing some of these contracts,
Someone
can
should
we give
go
you a
back.
little piece of it? I mean,
I gotta
Someone
tell
should
you.
go back and track all the hurries.
When I saw
Hurries.
Jalen Phillips get all that money, I thought of Hugh Douglas right away. I was
Same
like,
with Hendrickson, all these runs. I'm like, come on,
like
man.
Hugh Douglas was a better player than
That's right.
Jalen
Now he
Phillips.
gets to argue about AJ
Yes, he
with
was.
us.
He was. You're right.
If someone gave you $120 million, you wouldn't have to take calls from OG Wade and Yell.
you wouldn't be here right
You'd be
now.
on an island somewhere.
I would definitely still be taking calls.
No
from them.
shot.
Yes, I would,
Don't you
man.
lie
I'd
to
be
us.
chilling.
Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys. James
Hey, Ed.
Elliott.
What up?
Long
How's
time
Eddie.
no talk. What's
I
up,
know. We
guys?
haven't spoken since yesterday morning.
Yeah, we haven't spoken in a whole 20 hours, whatever. So, coming off the heels of probably the biggest Jalen, I'm trying to be polite, fan, to somebody who's always been critical of Jalen. And I don't know if it was Chris from Middletown or an earlier caller said this, and I don't think this is happening, but if there's a time to start stockpiling assets for a potential shift in quarterback, now's the time to do it. It's not when you realize, oh, crap, this offense is going to work with Jalen. So I think Howie's doing some hedging behind the scenes, but, like, obviously I don't want to have to make that seismic shift. I really want this offense to work out with Jalen, so that's kind of where I stand on that.
I think, though, if you think they should stockpile assets by trading other players in case they have to trade Jalen, they should just trade Jalen. Like, either you believe in the guy or you don't. But
there's a new offense.
I'm not going to trade guys from the roster to stockpile assets just in case I have to replace Jalen.
But I do.
It's a new offense.
Let me throw this out there. If Elliot, correct me if I'm wrong. If my memory serves, they started out the offseason before 2022 potentially having 3 first-round picks entering 2022. Am I right?
Yes, yeah.
Right, and then Jalen...
They traded one to the following year.
They traded one to the following year. They traded one for AJ, and they took Jordan Davis.
Correct.
But what my interpretation of that, Ed, was they went into 21 not knowing if Jalen was the guy. Like, we've already done this, and then I think they
even
saw
after
enough...
21, it was the Russell Wilson
Yes.
rumors, who's the other? Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
Like, there were all these... that was a thing.
But they saw enough in Jalen in 21 to just say, all right, let's just roll into 22 with him. And obviously he played great that year. And
So actually I think it was going into 22.
Yeah, they were still trying.
That's
The point is, going into 22, they were still trying to make those trades.
Yeah,
and
because
then
they
in
got
22,
AJ
he
in
played
22.
great.
Right.
They
But
moved
they
on.
had potentially 3 first-round picks in 22 during the 21 season when
I see what you're saying.
when they were unsure if Jalen was the guy. Ed, I see it similar now. I'm with you. Like, play it out. If he plays great, then he's the quarterback here in this new offense. But he doesn't. You got to be ready.
And Hugh, before I jump off, can I just shamelessly and recklessly speculate on something?
Yes,
of course.
You got it.
So if this does, in fact, go sideways with Jalen and it doesn't work out, they have in that room a former quarterback and a disciple of the Shanahan offense. They have in Grizzard a former a former.
We talking about the brain trust now, right?
Yeah,
we're talking about the brain trust. Yeah.
Yeah, so like he coached both Mannings, and I'm not saying they're tanking for Manning or maybe, but
now we're throwing some fire in here at Birdstown Hall.
No, so I mean they're positioning the coaching staff at least to where if they have to make a change, they'd be in a good spot to help groom somebody. But again, that is
unless all the coaches are bad, that could be a potential.
I think that's why they brought the trifecta in.
Ed, good phone call, man. Appreciate it.
I mean, that's some great recklessly speculating, though. I feel like I think that there's a plan, and I honestly feel until it happens, I feel like AJ is going to be here because we've all said that. I mean, we can replace it. Like if you want to replace AJ and get in the draft, you can do that. But I feel like he's a sure thing. And I think he can fit in this offense. Dude, when I think about who is the receiver from Denver? Rod
Smith.
He's called him Rodzilla.
Yeah, he was
good. Wasn't that fast.
No, but he was a good player, Rod
but
Smith,
he was, But if we run that offense that Denver ran, AJ could be a similar receiver to him because Rod, he wasn't that great. He wasn't
going to be our Ed McCaffrey?
No,
back to the 98 Broncos.
But what I'm saying, though, you talk about some guys.
Davis and Saquon, let's go.
With the running game.
I'm sure we have John Elway,
or Shannon Sharp.
We don't. But we don't. But I feel like they feel that Jalen's good enough that he could do that.
All right, speaking of tight end, because we just were kidding there about the 98 Broncos, they had Shannon Sharp. Elliot, latest on tight end. So they did sign 2 yesterday. One that we knew, and one that's new to us.
Yeah, so they signed 2 tight ends yesterday. Grant Calcaterra is back. I know people will not be happy to hear that, but I think Calcaterra is a fine backup tight end.
Yeah.
He just struggled last year like most players. They also signed Johnny Munt from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Older guy, 31 years old, has been in the league for 9 years. Was one of the best blocking tight ends in the NFL last year.
He was like run game.
He was top 10 in run blocking, top 15 in pass blocking. So he's a very good blocker. It's what he's been throughout his career. He's used to being a backup. Not much of a receiving option. He's never really gotten numbers at all. And never had more than 19 catches in a season. So he's a backup that can block. But of course, they still need tight end 1. That is what everybody is waiting to see. Is it going to be Goddard back? Is it going to be David Njoku? I know they have interest in. Is it going to be another potential name? Like, they still have to go out and add tight end 1. These are just backups.
If you had to guess right now, is tight end 1 a free agent like a Goddard or Njoku, or is tight end 1 a high draft pick?
I think it's a free agent. like Njoku. Now, the Goddard thing is interesting. So his cap situation's a little complicated. He's going to count $20 million against the cap, whether he is on the roster or not next year.
That deadline happened at midnight?
That deadline happened at midnight, I believe. This is according to Jeff McClain of the Inquirer. So
that's a pretty big deal.
Well, and also talk about deadline Spurs action. Like, if you were going to sign him, you might as well have done it yesterday.
Yeah, because they're going to rework that.
Right. Now, look, it's Howie, it's the cap, it's complicated. Maybe there are things here that we don't know, right? But just from the information we have, it does seem like last night would have been the night to do it. And you also wonder, after kind of talking about wanting to reimagine the tight end room, having different players, running it back with
Calcaterra and Goddard.
Goddard as your top two, you know, is a little interesting.
It does feel like a position that just, I mean, how we said it, last month? They need to reimagine the whole position. And he didn't do it right
especially with
last year.
the new offense, theoretically, if we, what those concepts are, there's a lot of 2 tight end stuff. So they're going to have guys that they feel comfortable putting out there.
Yeah, and look, I think this draft has some good tight ends, but you just don't know if they're going to fall to you, right? They have to be prepared in case that guy is just not there. Let's go to Damon in Delco. What's up, Damon?
Yo.
Damon, what's up?
Y'all. Hey,
What
man, long time no hear from. I've been listening
has
to
been
y'all.
a while. How you been? You good?
I've been great, man. I've been great. I'm great listening to my favorite show. My boys on here. Hugh with his recklessly speculations all the time.
Always recklessly speculating, man. Always.
My boy, that's one thing I want to tell you, Hugh. I know one thing for sure, two things for certain. What you do is recklessly speculate all the time. I don't even get upset at you no more, man. I just laugh. I go along with the flow. Man.
Yeah, I don't understand. Why would you get mad? It's reckless speculation. I don't understand.
Hey, look, I understand it, bro. I ain't mad, but I always call in to add my little 2 cents into your recklessness, though. I always do that. You know what I mean? But I'm calling about my boy Jalen. I'm always about my man Jalen. I just believe that their relationship with AJ and Jalen, I think it's still okay, man, because AJ never said him and Jalen John ain't cool. He never mentioned that. Jalen never mentioned that.
Tell him again.
Well, he just throws them under the bus whenever he can.
Did he ever say they were really cool?
I mean, he never said they wasn't. That's the whole thing. And that's what I see, right? And somebody ran some numbers. I think Kyle ran some numbers off just now. Elliot, one of them ran some numbers off in reference to AJ being successful when he's been with Jalen. And that's 100% true. Like, he was in Houston or wherever he was at. I'm not Houston. What's the other?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Yeah, the blue team. Yeah, when he was over there, he wasn't balling
He was
like
nice,
that.
but he was with Steele's daddy, with Tanner McKee.
Well, the other thing that's funny,
Ryan Tannehill.
He is upset, so it's kind of irrelevant to try to paint a picture why he shouldn't be. But he didn't play in 2 games last year. He was 7 targets away from being top 10 in the league in targets. So he's getting the ball a fair amount, too. It's not like he's 25th in the league and he's getting 4 targets a game. I mean,
he's the one that said the offense was a bleep show.
No,
not
again, we're not trying to – I get we're not going to convince him. I'm just saying he is getting the ball quite a bit.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, but also I do understand where he's coming from because we all seen it with our eyes, fellas. We seen the offense last year with that new coordinator calling crazy plays and doing this back-to-back.
That's my point, Damon. That's my point.
It. So his frustration wasn't with the offense overall. Like I said last year, I don't even blame him for voicing his opinion against the offense because he was right.
Damon, I hear you, and it's a good phone call. But
I don't think he should have voiced his opinion.
Hold on. But that
It's not the best
coordinator
thing to
is
do.
now in Miami, and the last 3 weeks have been about his agent going to teams trying to get a trade out of here. So the Patullo thing is over. If it was about Patullo, they took care of that.
Hope springs eternal.
Malik Willis. It turned Patullo into a star. All right, guys. Or James, because LA's sticking with us.
Yes.
Ashlyn Sullivan and Shio Kapati going to join us next. James, give us a prediction. Give us something you think is going to happen between now and the end of the day with the Eagles.
So I think Elliott, I think they will sign a tight end. Njoku makes the most sense, but I do think they're going to – I think tight end and safety are the 2 positions I got my eye on today. I think they're going to sign a tight end, and I think they're going to sign a safety. At least, Joe, I freaking hope they do. All right?
I need more.
Exactly right. Like the Woolen signing is exciting, and there's upside. It could go horribly, but there's upside. I need more than just the other corner spot. And look, that's an important spot to fill, but coming into free agency – the second corner spot would not have been in my top 3, so they need more.
Yeah, they do. They need a lot more if we're going to start talking Super Bowl again. All right, Go Birds, guys. We appreciate a very fun hour. Coming up next, Shio Kapadia, Ashlyn Sullivan will join us. We're live at Magerks in Horsham. Great crowd, great food. Come on out. We'll be here all day on WIP. All right, we'll be joined by Ashlyn Sullivan, Shio Kapadia next. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC DDS data of home internet providers with download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Breaking news. Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait. These March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, March Matchups fans. BetMGM is offering a legendary experience for you and 3 of your friends in Vegas. Climb the BetMGM Court of Legends leaderboard for a chance to win the trip of a lifetime to Las Vegas to see Haley and Hannah Cavender face off at the Bellagio. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. 25 winners will take home grand prize packages that include 4 tickets to the Court of Legend event featuring the Cavender twins, withdrawable funds for travel, a 3-night stay at the MGM Grand, and MGM Resorts credit. Make this March one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Withdrawable bonus dollars for flight money.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a Best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
You've got places to be, and Wawa's got $5 deals all day. Kick off your morning with a $5 big breakfast meal deal. A sizzly breakfast sandwich, hash brown, and hot or iced coffee. And later, that $5 feeling keeps going with a crispy chicken sandwich. Bold flavor, real value. Because great taste doesn't need to cost more. Order today in the Wawa app or in store. Big cravings, big deals. Gotta have a Wawa.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass. Fewer weeds guaranteed.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Some companies add kitchens and baths when business slows down. At Kitchen Magic, it's all we've done for 46 years. That focus matters. It's why over 60,000 homeowners have trusted us. It's why we're family-owned and operated. It's why we manufacture locally. And it's why March is our biggest month of the year. Right now, get 40% off installation on your kitchen or bath remodel. Kitchen Magic. Specialists then, specialists now, specialists always. Call or visit our website now to schedule your free consultation.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich, creamy Frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate Frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I can't be the only one who felt some type of way last night watching Bam Adebayo score more points in a game than the late, great Kobe Bryant. And it's no shade, no disrespect to Bam. 83 points is amazing, no matter how it happens. But given the fact that Kobe's no longer with us, I'm watching the game thinking, man, I hope Bam gets to 80, but I hope he doesn't break Kobe's mark. I can't be the only one that feels that way. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the Birds Town Hall. We are broadcasting live from Magerks in Horsham, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Catch all the tournament action at Magerks this month. Enjoy a game day atmosphere like no other with drink specials all tournament long. Midday show, Hugh Douglas and Joe Gilly. The crowd here, Hugh pouring in. I think everyone in the Delaware Valley heard you and OG Wade yelling at each other over AJ Brown.
No, I think they
and
heard,
they're like, I got to go to
yell-
Magerks.
I think they heard you and Seltzer yelling at me. That's what that was.
Well, they said, we got to get there and either help Hugh
Celsius.
Douglas or yell at him ourselves.
Wait a minute, I was in distress. I didn't know. I didn't know I was in,
the first segment
I didn't feel distressed.
Second segment, you held your own better. All right, 215-592-9494. We thank the Go Birds, guys. Of course, we still have Elliot at the Surfside Free Agency desk.
ESP.
Next hour, Ike Reese and Jason Avant. But we got some great guests this hour. Hugh, let's welcome guests that we don't typically get to talk to. So I'm excited to pick their brains about all the stuff that we yell at each other about every day. That would be our own here at WIP, Ashlyn Sullivan. Ashlyn, how are you?
I'm great. I'm loving the crowd, loving the beautiful day, patio open.
It's supposed to rain later, though.
What could be better?
It is a nice day.
It's supposed to rain later, though.
Yeah, why you
I'm
raining
just
on
saying.
parade?
Just gotta bring it up.
Rhea did it to me, so I'm
All right.
I'm letting Ashlyn
Well, it's
know.
not raining yet. Also, we are joined by the Ringers, Sheil Kapadia. Sheil, how are you?
Great to be here. Was listening on my way in. I have to match the energy because you guys were fired up. Don't just say Hugh. I was listening to everyone.
You hear
was
him? You
fired
hear
up.
him talking mean?
Yeah,
to
they
me,
can't
man.
blame you, Hugh. Everybody's voice
No, we always
level
blame
was
him.
raised, as I know as a parent. So
Well,
yeah, I'm
man, we
looking
love
to
the
keep that
Eagles,
energy.
man, and the passion. Every time this subject comes up, man, you know, people are passionate about it.
First
It
time
is
we
what
talked
it
about
is.
AJ in a while, so we figured we would get our
It's a new
thoughts
subject
out on
for
him.
us here.
It's never been discussed.
Never, never. All right, so, all right, we'll get to some other stuff. I want to get your thought on the new offense and what they've done so far in free agency and kind of where they're going. But let's talk about it because it's out there. It's the elephant in the room. Ashton, where are you on the AJ thing? And what's your guess on where this is going? Because every day it seems to change a little bit. And yesterday, the Patriots signed Romeo Doubs, so they're less desperate, I would say, right now today for a wide receiver. Where are you at on the AJ situation?
I think the Eagles are handling the A.J. Brown situation perfectly. I think it's way overblown, the quote-unquote distraction that he is in the locker room. He is a great receiver for this team. Frankly, I know it sounds harsh. I don't care if he's unhappy here in Philadelphia. He's under contract. He's one of the star receivers in the league. I think they got to make it work. just because someone doesn't want to be here, I don't think warrants a big trade and giving up assets like A.J. Brown. I think they got to make it work. When I was on with Elliot, we were joking that I'm a tough boss, but overall, I just think he's under contract for a reason, and a contract means a contract. And just because I'm unhappy sometimes doesn't mean that I get to go to the place I want to be. That's why you sign a contract. And overall, I think they got to make it work.
Also, you see him in the locker room, so maybe they'll believe you since no one believes me.
I don't think we don't believe you.
I can sense it. I mean, you see him, like, his teammates like him. I know certainly days where he seems not in the best mood, but overall he seems happy. Like, I don't think he's as unhappy as maybe we're making it out to be. I think he wants out, but I think if he's back, I don't think he'll be woe is me.
Right, and I think he was so public in training camp last year. He wants to be a household name. He wants to be one of the best receivers in the league. Is he given the opportunity to showcase that here in Philadelphia? No. So I'd be a little annoyed about that as well, but business is business. Football is football. You got to hope the new offensive coaching staff can utilize him more, and I think that's what they can sell him on. But is Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis upset and it's a distraction that A.J. Brown didn't speak to the media at the end of the season? No. Like, you know, you're a player. You've been there. They don't care about this stuff.
It does not matter. That's why, you know, and I understand it, Ashley, and we all do, that this fan base is passionate about football. We're so passionate that I find it fascinating that we've painted A.J. in a way that he was horrible all year long, and that he did not, like, he was just out there just, you know, throwing rocks at people's cars because he didn't want to be here in Philadelphia. That's the way that people talk about him. This relationship deteriorated somehow. I don't think it's to the point where it can't be patched up. That's why I think they brought the brain trust in here. I think that's why they got the 3 offensive coordinators, because they're going to try to bridge that gap between him and Jalen, because to me, this is more of a trust thing. Because it's one of those things where the trust has eroded, and you just have to get it back. And, you know, it's like being in a relationship. You and your significant other, y'all might have a rough patch. But if you're willing to make it work, then you go to therapy, or you get a mediator to help you kind of work that thing out.
See, I think we're finding out everyone acts in relationships in this AJ thing. I think it's coming out. It's like, so I appreciate what both of you just said there, and maybe they could work it out. But, Sheila, for me, I'm going to steal the old Mike Tomlin line. Like, I want volunteers, not hostages. If he doesn't want to be here, I'm done with him. I don't want him here. And whether or not he is a day-to-day distraction, it doesn't feel worth it to me to keep him around if he's not going to be all in. That's where I'm at.
Can I ask a question? If I gave each of you $100 and said, is A.J. Brown going to be an Eagle in week 1 of next year, would any of you say, yes, I would put that on he's going to be an Eagle next year?
I would not.
I would.
No. I would not.
You would?
Yeah.
You would?
I'll take that $100.
I would not.
Elliot would not.
That he's going to be an Eagle at the beginning of the season?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll take that. I'll put money on that.
Okay, because I don't disagree with what you're saying about the best thing for the Eagles would be A.J. Brown on the field in 2026. I agree with what you're saying. When you have a great player, there's tough situations and you have to work through stuff. Hugh, I think last year was therapy. I think they went to therapy last year.
They said, we can't do this?
Yeah, and they said, we tried everything. We've had great times together. You know, I'm not going to burn the photo album we had. We won a Super Bowl, but we've tried every avenue here. It hasn't worked out, and it's time to move on. I believe this thing's over. I mean,
who gets the dog, though, Shield?
Yeah,
he's not getting the dog. No way.
I was about to say, who's the dog in this situation? I don't want to go down. I'm not going to go down that
might be a slippery slope.
Yeah. I believe that they tried it. I believe this has been stewing for A.J. Brown going back to last year. And I hear you. He still had 1,000 yards. He's not a bum. I think he's going to go somewhere. He's going to be great for that new team. But I think this thing is over. Whether he gets traded now, whether it's after June 1st, I believe they've reached the conclusion, and they've said, you know what? It's time to move on for everybody. A.J. Brown, I do think, I agree with you, he's not a distraction. I agree with you, the locker room doesn't care. I don't think we can sweep under the rug that his emotions, the way he felt, did not impact his play last year. I mean, that was clearly his worst season as an Eagle last year. So now if you're saying we're going to run this back, and nothing's really changed, and we could maybe get a first-round pick for him, I think Howie Roseman's going to do the math and say it's time to move on. I wish it were different, but it's not different.
See, Joe, you should listen to Shield, because when you talk like that, I understand. And all that yelling, we don't need to do all that yelling.
But what I think what's baked into Shield's analysis, though, is AJ not being that great of a player anymore. Like, that's kind of what you're saying.
No, I think he is a great player. I think he's going to go to New England and have a great season.
I think.
But they can't trade him. That's crazy.
Right, exactly.
Why are you giving away your best player to go light it up with another
but
team?
if he
when
doesn't
I'm
want to
paying
be
for
here,
him?
what
Too
are we supposed to
bad.
do?
I don't think you're getting that version of him in Philadelphia next year.
Now
I get what you're saying, Shield, because you're talking about the relationship as a whole. Like, you might like the city, but it's a weight on your shoulders as far as everything's going on. But let me ask you this, because this is why I think the brain trust is here. I'm talking about the 3 offensive coordinators, all the guys that interviewed for the job.
2.5 Manions.
Yeah. I feel like they're going to implement an offense that allows AJ to thrive and also allows Jalen to be comfortable where he is. And I think that's the therapy that you need. That's the selling point on trying to make this thing work for another year.
I think that's a maybe, but let's be honest.
You don't feel that strong about that?
Listen, let's be honest. If you would have told me the day the season ended, Sean Mannion's going to come in, we never heard of him, and that's going to be the reason A.J. Brown stays, we would have said, what are we talking about? If it was Mike McDaniel, if it was someone
like that,
we've heard.
It makes me sound stupid.
No, I'm saying.
Are you telling me all we had to do was call Sheila a month ago and I could have been stress-free with this show?
Hey, listen, that's all I'm saying. You just got to know how to talk to me. Shield's talking to me like, you got to workshop this thing
I can only
a little
lead
bit.
the horse to water. I mean,
He is very logical. He sounds very logical.
You made the point as I was coming in, and it's uncomfortable to talk about, but Jalen Hurts' role in this, I do think, is a big factor. And he has to, because I think, what is the main reason why A.J. Brown wants out? That's something no one has answered for me in one sentence.
Well, I think we all know what it is.
The quarterback.
What is it? It's the quarterback. Yeah. So I think he feels like there are
We
opportunities.
need to have Shield on the shore more. That's all. I'm going to let you finish. I'm just saying we need to have
I mean, I think A.J. Brown watches other receivers in the NFL with other quarterbacks,
Definitely
and he
does
says
that.
they get the football when they're open and they do their job. They get the football. That doesn't happen for me here. That hasn't been happening for 2 years, and you can sell me on Sean Mannion and a new scheme, but you know what? I've tried this for 2 years. I've tried to make it work, and I want to be the best version of myself, spoken of as a top 3 receiver.
But what about the kids, Shield? What about the kids?
Listen,
And what about all the
custody
targets
battles,
he got
yeah.
that he didn't make the most of?
All the money he's made in Philly.
What about
all
the
games
money?
he's-
Oh, woe is me. You got opportunities, didn't make the most of them here, and now I got to go somewhere else to do it?
It's also interesting how we think he wants to go to another team to be viewed as one of the best receivers in the league. He is viewed as one of the best receivers in the league. Like, that is already the case, right? If you said going into this year, if you asked whoever you want to ask to rank the receivers, AJ would be top 5.
He would still be the top
He'd be
5
top
for
5
a lot
on
of
pretty
people.
much
I
every
don't know.
list.
I don't
Going
know.
into last year?
Oh, going to last year.
Yeah,
Okay.
this year I agree.
Yeah.
He's taken a hit.
But
for
that
sure.
means it's diminishing returns maybe for
But
him.
whose fault is that? Like, to your point, Sheila, I agree Jalen holds responsibility in that. AJ dropped a lot of passes in big-time games. His effort was called out, right? So, like, not all of that is on Jalen.
So you're admitting that his unhappiness really impacted his play.
I agree it did,
And you want him to
100%.
try that another year, though.
No.
Yes, because he's still a very good player. Like, everyone that wants to trade him, what's your replacement plan?
A draft pick.
Okay, a draft pick, and that could be Jalen Reagor, it could be Justin Jefferson, it could be
Well,
whoever.
but what strikes me about this is every time we talk about Howie the last few years, well, he's figured out drafting, but we won't let him draft a receiver. They haven't needed to draft a receiver high in quite some time, right, because of AJ and Devontae. But if Howie has really figured out the draft the way it seems like he has over the past few years, then he could draft a receiver.
He could draft a good one.
Yeah.
He might not be great next year.
Might not be.
Right, so that hurts next
Well,
year.
also, do we need Ashland 2 great receivers here to make this thing work? I mean, they run the football a lot. I think they're going to want to run the football a lot again. I just watched the Seahawks win a Super Bowl with Jackson Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp, who's a shell of his former self. Do we need both these guys?
I don't think you need it. I think Devontae Smith, no question, is a 1 on any other team. But I'm not willing to trade away one of the best players on my team because we can't figure this out. That's what I just can't accept because we all know what's going to happen. A.J. Brown is going to go to the Patriots and light it up. And you're going to watch it every Sunday and say, are you kidding me? We gave this away when he was here in Philadelphia. I just can't get behind it. They got to figure
It'll be
this out.
exactly what Giants fans went through with Saquon.
Agreed. I think it'll
Exactly
be to that dramatic effect.
May I present so maybe, and you guys might be right. He also could be on the wrong side of this. I mean, he's had knee issues. He's had hamstring issues. I don't think he got open quite as much this year as he did in the past. There was a lot of people here in Philadelphia that said, how could you move on from Hassan Reddick? 17 sacks, 15 sacks. He's done nothing since he left here. I mean, I think there's a better chance that you guys are right and he plays well in New England if that's where he goes. But it also wouldn't shock me if he just is on the decline and maybe he's the last guy to know about it. All right, 215-592-9494. We are live at Magerks, Birds Town Hall. We're going to get Sheil and Ashland's take on the direction of this franchise. Is the arrow pointing up or down? First, let's go to the phone lines here. Kristen in Philly, up on WIP. Hey, Kristen.
Hey, how are you guys?
Kristen, good. How are you?
Pretty good. And Joe, I would like to thank you for helping me get to the second round of the callers. So thank you.
Well, I listen. I have other callers here that are seeing me in person, not happy with my voting. But listen, Kristen, I voted the way I thought I had to.
Hold on, I voted for Kristen too, to be clear.
Well, Elliot's with me
Yeah.
too. He was also
every time you were on the ballot, I voted for you.
We have two experts on the panel here.
You're the up-and-coming star of the past year.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's true. Kristen has really come out of nowhere to be a great caller. All right, Kristen, what do you got for us today?
So I was wanting to touch on this whole A.J. Brown situation. So here's the thing about A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown was drafted, and he also was traded, right? So the Patriots didn't pick him up in the draft, right? And the Patriots didn't pick him up in the trade. They decided to look at A.J. Brown in 2024 after the Super Bowl. They put a note in his locker, okay? Now, it kills me because me, as a person, I'd be like, oh, now y'all want me? Y'all knew I liked y'all. Y'all knew I wanted to be on the team, but y'all want me now as he won the Super Bowl. I feel like the Patriots, that's the only reason why the Patriots won him. And then another thing, too. He had no other choice but to take a backseat to Saquon Barkley. Because without Saquon, that team wasn't as good as everybody took a backseat to Saquon, okay, when he came to the team. I don't think A.J. Brown's a better player than Saquon. That's why he wasn't getting the ball in 2024. And in 2025, when he got the ball, we lost. And when he didn't get the ball, we won. So, like, you have to think about that, too. Like, that's literally what's out there. Like, and then here's the thing, to blame Jalen Hurts for his behavior and say he got an issue with Jalen Hurts, and he never said he had an issue with Jalen Hurts. It's ridiculous.
So I would
AJ Brown thing.
Yeah, I would disagree with a few things in there. Like, I don't think AJ didn't get the ball in 2024 because Saquon's better. I think Saquon got the ball in 2024 because their offensive line and running game was just like historic, and they weren't good at passing it. So I think that's different. I would also say, kind of off what you said. Like, other players don't complain about knocking the ball because they get the ball all the time. Like, Saquon gets a historic amount of touches. So, of course, Saquon's not going to complain about getting the ball. Devontae must get the ball more than any other number 2 wide receiver in the NFL, or at least right up there. AJ is the only one that I think could at least present the argument of the big three that he's not maximizing his potential here. He still has
They're using it without using it.
Yeah, but he's not maximizing his potential because, I mean, look at every time we gave him the ball, we lost. Like, literally.
I think that's circumstantial, though. I don't think getting the ball to AJ hurts the offense.
Look at every game for the whole season.
Yeah, but it's 3 games I think you're talking about.
If you see every game for the whole season, he complained every time we won, right? So every time we won,
one time.
he complained.
Well, using me without using me, right? Then the janky Rondo nonsense.
But to be fair, they did win a Super Bowl getting him the ball. Like, he
in
wasn't the
that playoff run, didn't do much.
Okay, agreed. But again, I think
I don't care about like Janky Rondo. He's a moron. He's a loser. Okay, because first he didn't even like AJ Brown. He talked bad about the Eagles, but really an Eagles fan. So kill that noise.
No, this is our best call in a while. Christian, good phone call.
I voted for.
No, I did too. I think the first round maybe. All right.
Wow. Okay.
Before we go back to the phone lines here, let's get Sheil and Ashland's thoughts on overall where this team is at right now. AJ aside, because it's hovering over this, but obviously, Sheil, a lot of work for Howard to do this offseason. They lost some guys. They do bring in Reek Woolen. What's your feeling on the direction of the team? Like, if I were to say, Sheil, arrow up on the 26 Eagles, arrow down, what would you say?
I mean, I think you would have to say slightly down just because of the players that they lost on defense. Now, when I look at all those individual guys who left, I think you can justify letting all of them move on. I mean, Jalen Phillips got a great deal. Nakobe Dean, you already drafted a linebacker to replace him. Reed Blankenship, that surprised me a little bit. But, yeah, they do have work to do to upgrade the roster. Now, they bring in Reek Woolen. They're still in the market, it seems like, for an edge rusher, and we'll see what they do at tight end. So I'm still pretty bullish on this defense. I think the defense still has a chance to be really, really good, which can kind of set the floor of the team next year. And the offense, there's just so much uncertainty with not knowing if A.J. Brown's going to be back, not knowing if Dallas Goedert's going to be back, not knowing if Sean Mannion's scheme is going to fit Jalen Hurts. So that, to me, is a big mystery. But I still am pretty confident that they're going to have a really good defense next year.
Ashlyn, where are you on this team? It's been pretty quiet so far, though at least we got something last night with the Reek Woolen signing.
I really like the Reek Woolen signing. I think he is perfect for Philadelphia. I think he is the perfect risk for Howie Roseman to take, because if he can play anywhere close to his upside, it greatly beats out Adoree Jackson. And I know, Elliot, we could not go through another training camp of the Keely Ringo, Adoree
Yes.
Jackson conversation. You need a solidified piece. So I'm just grateful we don't have that
Ja'Cory
combo.
and Bennett.
Every combo
Yeah, he
at
came in with
training
a lot
camp.
of bravado.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was a lot. It was a lot to go on. I think Howie Roseman had no choice but to make the moves of dismissal that we've seen. Jalen Phillips, I think Philadelphia would have been upset if you paid him that kind of money here in Philadelphia. I'm not saying he's not a good player and doesn't deserve that contract, but
They might be more upset when they watch the Edges next year.
that is
But, yeah.
crazy money. N'Kobe Dean deserves that contract. Elsewhere, it didn't make sense with Jahad Campbell to keep him there at linebacker and pay N'Kobe Dean. Reed Blankenship, a little surprised that the Eagles couldn't match that money that he got in overall, but I think with Reed Blankenship, it tells you everything they know about him, because if they didn't even effort to match that, they have a plan there at safety that maybe we don't know about quite yet. I'm a little concerned just overall about the lack of pass rush. And not a knock on Nolan Smith, but this tells me we've got to see more from him. If they're not going to address this, then Nolan Smith has to play closer to his ceiling, or else I think the Eagles' pass rush is in trouble.
I agree. And even if he does play well, Hugh, Nolan Smith, they're just thin there. I mean, they need an edge.
They need some depth.
Yes.
It would be nice if you had a piece, a consistent piece. Stop crazy. But yeah, if you had a consistent piece on the defensive end.
Well, a guy that you could just count on. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing, Elliot. Like, Nolan Smith has flashed, right? His play 2 years ago to help them win the Super Bowl was incredible. It's just, I have no idea what he's going to be.
I do think
part of that is because of injury.
Yeah,
How
well,
far, Al?
that is his story.
I think Nolan is a potential trade candidate. Like, if they would have signed Jalen Phillips, then I think we'd really be talking about it. But didn't have a great year last year. Really, 2 of the 3 years he's been here have not been that good. They're going to have to make a decision on paying him, presumably this offseason. We don't talk about it, but he is contract extension eligible.
So they could put the fifth-year option on him this offseason?
So then I'm guessing they will. 'Cause
It
the
feels
number
like
will be-
Jordan Davis last year.
Yeah,
a
it's
little
similar,
bit.
and he could for sure break out the way Jordan did. But if they're not going to pay him, similar to AJ, now might be the time to cash in on him as an asset.
Shio, what's your thought on Reek Woolen, the player he is? It's an interesting signing that I could see the upside. I could see why he's coming here, why the Eagles want him. Talent's there. Do you think the last couple years were just not a fit in Mike McDonald's defense? Because it seemed like they played him less over the last couple years. Or is there something else that we're going to find out when we see him on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, there's so much to it where I feel like it is a boom or bust move. Where you could tell me we're getting to January of next season and we're saying this is the best cornerback trio in the NFL, and Howie Roseman did it again. You could also tell me that Vic Fangio in Week 5 is like, this guy can't play for me. He's being benched because his strengths are very obvious. He is big, he has length, and he's fast. There's no corner in the NFL like him. He can absolutely cover. His tackling has not been good. He got benched multiple times over the last 2 years, one for a rule violation, and he's had a lot of penalties. So I could show you the top 20 reps of Reek Woolen last year, and you would say this is the best cornerback in the NFL. But to your point, there's a reason why he was moved to a rotational role. So I like the risk. I think if you have confidence in your coaching staff and confidence in your organization, this is a guy with so much upside who can legitimately play at an all-pro level. But there is some uncertainty with me about which way this is going to go with him.
Yeah, I mean, Hewitt feels like the kind of guy that he looks the part, right? And there were
Look like
rumors,
Tarzan?
There was rumors last trade deadline the Eagles had interest. I mean, there's been rumors that the Eagles have had interest in him, but he's got to do it now.
Yeah, and I think that, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Try to simplify things for him as much as you possibly can. Try to make it as easy as possible for him to just go out there and use his ability to help him play. That's why, I don't know I'm not that familiar with the intricacies of Vic Fangio's defense, but I feel like if they're taking a flyer on him, they feel like he can come in and just with raw talent come and do what he needs to do to help this defense be successful. Because, man, when I tell you, when you talk about just on athleticism alone, just like, I know the off-field stuff matters and everything, but just on athleticism alone, him and Quinyon Mitchell together.
And Cooper in the slot?
Yeah, like you have three of the best like corners in the game, like hands down, just athleticism, like flat out. Like I don't know what his head's like or whatever, but if you can put him in a situation where you get him to play between the lines and not have him thinking too much and just do what he do, hell, it'd be a hell of a secondary to have. And then you get some pass rush up front, they will be okay. They will be okay if they can figure out that formula with him.
You guys know that, Arrested Development, the show?
Mm-hmm.
You know that meme where it's like, it didn't work for anybody else.
It's going to work.
But maybe it'll work for us. Like, that feels what we're doing with Tyreek Woolen.
A little bit.
Well, if you put him on a good team with a good defense around good players with good defensive coaches, maybe he can really excel.
You mean like Seattle?
Where has he been?
Seattle.
He's been playing for the Super Bowl champion with good talent around him, with good coaches. So he's always been tall. He's always been athletic. And to Shields' point, he's had high moments. But I think expecting to be somebody very different than he has been in his career is probably wishful thinking.
Could be a scheme thing, though. I mean, they played a lot of zone, and he's not a great zone
Their
corner.
scheme seemed pretty good.
No, but maybe he's a man corner, and the Eagles play more man.
It might be. It might be Elliott because, like, I was in a similar situation. Like when I was in New York, I was considered a malcontent, not a good fit, and came to Philadelphia and I thrived. So it could be.
And that was a lot with scheme, right?
Yeah,
they wanted you to play.
Now that was after your rookie year, though, right?
Yeah, after my rookie year.
I agree,
Parcells
people can
got that.
change,
but the thing is this: if you know you got somebody who probably is more of a natural just cover corner, like say I don't know this because I didn't see him play a whole lot, but say if he's good in man to man,
he's
let him
elite.
play man to man.
That is what he excels in.
Okay, dog, you play man to man. Everybody else over here do this. And let him play man-to-man. We give him some help over the top. You do you.
So the Eagles played 26% man coverage last year, which was actually, I think, one of the higher numbers in the league. But regardless, it's not a high percentage. Now, he is elite in man coverage. If you look at his man coverage numbers, he's actually arguably the best man cover in the NFL. I don't actually think he is, but the stats show it. So they could do more of it, but he's still going to be in zone 70% of the time.
And then think about it like this, too. Say you go with Quinyon, say Quinyon takes your number one, and put him on your second guy, and you got Coop in the slot, you locked it. How many teams we're going to play, just say in the division, that have two good receivers?
Well, right. Dallas, yeah. It'd be Dallas.
Yeah, so, okay, he gets George Pickens. Mm-hmm. George Pickens not that fat. George Pickens, in my mind right now, just thinking about it, couldn't make a move.
Well, it's a good physical matchup.
Yeah, well, I thought about Dallas when they made the signing. It feels like it's a matchup with those guys.
That's what I'm saying, because that's how you have to look at it. There are ways you could work around his inability to play in a structured defense, if you will.
All right, speaking of structure, coming up on the other side, Shield teased it a little bit earlier. Jalen Hurts in this new offense. I'm curious what Shield and Ashland think about how this could work, because no matter what they do this offseason, the next season is going to hinge on, is this new offense going to be better than what we had last year?
We got the brain trust,
Well,
Joe.
that's what you keep saying. I need the players on the field to execute. We will get into that next. We're broadcasting from Magerks and Horsham for Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dancers, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long. As Birds Town Hall come out, Magerks and Horsham, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We got a couple of nationally televised games coming on tonight in the pro basketball. Yeah, I said it. Let's take a look at the latest pro basketball injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. First up, Orlando is hosting Cleveland in a potential playoff review. For Orlando, we got Anthony Black is out again with a back injury, but Jace Richardson could make his return. He's a game-time decision, folks. For Cleveland, Jared Allen is dealing with a right knee tendonitis. If he's out, look for Evan Mobley to step up for Cleveland. Later tonight, we got Houston travels to Denver for another matchup of contenders. For Houston, Jashawn Tate is still out with that knee injury. And for Denver, Peyton Watson, is still dealing with a hamstring injury, but is getting closer to returning. No game for Philadelphia tonight, but Tyrese Maxey could be back soon. Same for VJ Edgecombe, and Joel Embiid is still dealing with that oblique injury, so keep an eye out for those injuries. All right, winning hits different at Fanatic Sportsbook, and now that we're heading towards the playoffs, every game carries a little more weight, folks. So don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatic Sportsbook Fair Play Insurance gives you an edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet from the first quarter, and some do nothing at all, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, boom, your bet will play on with all remaining legs, meaning the loss can be turned into a win. Other copy trends, folks. Fanatic Sportsbook, they set the standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected, so bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different over here. That's today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates. Presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
It's back.
Jack Fritz here.
Joe versus Jack. Joe DeCamera and Jack Fritz take the court in a head-to-head basketball battle for the 5th and final round.
I mean, listen, no one cares when I win.
It's 2-2 on the basketball. March 18th at the Community College of Philadelphia Athletic Center. Tip-offs at 6, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by the Community College of Philadelphia. Rise from within.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Out here, if you're doing nothing, you're doing everything right. Though on a cruise with Norwegian, even if you're doing nothing, you're still basking in the warm sun, enjoying the peaceful ocean waves. You're breathing. Don't forget about breathing. Definitely need to be breathing. So you get to do nothing or everything, but you still need to be breathing. It's like really important.
Experience the difference with cruises to Alaska, the Caribbean, and Europe. Norwegian Cruise Line. It's different out here. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line ships registry to the Bahamas and USA.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hey, it's Joe Giglio. Join me at the Keswick Theater on Saturday, April 18th as I host Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in the story of Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Gold prices are soaring, and silver is near an all-time high. If you've got gold or silver just laying around and you want top dollar, then go to the Estates Roadshow this Friday through Tuesday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. For info, go to tmtcaspergold.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowes.com/same-day delivery.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Sports Radio 94 WIP's 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation.
Welcome back. It is Birds Town Hall, live at Magerks in Horsham. We are broadcasting here, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join Magerks for opening day, March 26th. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow. We're almost there. Dollar Dogs might be gone at the ballpark,
right? Spring.
But they're back at Magerks along with great drinks. Speaking of drinks, Elliott Shore Park's at the Surfside Free Agency Desk. And you know about this, Surfside iced tea and vodka will be sampling here from 4 to 6 p.m.
Wow. I'll be here.
Come on
but
down.
I can't sample, though. I gotta
and
drive.
enjoy. No, you can do it. Enjoy $2 off Surfsides and stateside cans. Come on down.
So I was
All
like,
right.
nah, you're good.
You're good.
Yeah,
No
don't worry about it.
All right, before we get to our guests' take on the new offense and Sean Mannion and Jalen Hurts and what this is going to look like, Hugh, we have a listener here who's been here live with us for a while, and you did say a little while ago, probably about an hour ago, that you had a bad analogy to give on the AJ thing. Do you, first of all, do you remember what that analogy was, and will you share it? And if you don't, because I told her you might have forgotten.
I'm scared.
I do know what it is.
Okay.
Wait, wait a minute. Before I do this, was the person that asked you about the analogy, was it Ashland?
It wasn't Ashland, no.
Okay, well, no, because when you said I'm scared.
I said a listener here.
Okay, well,
Ashland's
I don't.
up here with us.
I don't want to give it now because Ashland's sitting in. I'll be a little embarrassed.
What do you mean?
Because it's a relationship analogy.
Is it because you asked me about emotionally unavailable in the break?
I didn't understand what that meant. And she explained.
But wasn't this about AJ Brown?
Well, it was.
What does this have to do with AJ Brown?
No,
I guess you could make the argument he is kind of emotionally unavailable.
Well,
at times.
okay. Here's the analogy is this. Say like you're dating somebody and they're really like a lot.
Like AJ.
They're a lot.
I'm just trying to tie it all together.
I think Ashley know I'm going with it, but they're a lot, but they're great. They're a great person. Like you have good time. They'll have good time. Like y'all hang out. Y'all
Sure sounds like AJ.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's one of those things where they get on your nerves, but they're a good time. You like hanging. You enjoy their time. So that's the kind of situation I think we're dealing with AJ and Jalen. Like he's a lot, but I mean they're a good time. Like hanging out with him.
I'm afraid to say
that up a
anything.
lot.
I'll just be honest.
I'm scared. Yeah.
I cleaned it up.
Yeah, I gotta say it's not one of your best analogies.
Well, no,
I see where you're going.
No, but because Ashley, I don't it's weird when you're sitting there with somebody and they actually looking at you saying it.
Well, I mean you're the one that teased this on the air.
No, but I'm saying you know what I'm getting. Like you say, hey, I can't quit you because
There's good times.
I do wonder if push comes to shove, if AJ would, like, if the Eagles say to him, all right, we're going to trade you, but you're going to the Raiders or you're going to the Dolphins, if he would actually want out, or if there's only like 4 teams he wants to.
Well,
Isn't
yesterday.
Waddle still down in the Dolphins?
Who is?
Waddle.
Waddle's still there, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Malik Willis now.
Malik.
I mean, AJ could be with Patullo again.
KP.
Which would be an amazing
and
end
a
to
good
the story.
relationship. Yeah.
And what if he went down there just recklessly speculating?
Here we go.
And in that division, some would say it might be wide open.
The Bills and Patriots are in there.
Hey, you know
wide
what?
open.
Who would say that?
Hey, listen. You would say that
Yeah.
for the sake of his
Hugh
argument.
Douglas
there you
picks
go.
the Dolphins
For
to win the
sake of
division.
Okay, runner up in the division.
Well, it's hard to go back to the Super Bowl. That knocks the Patriots out.
Yeah.
So it's the Bills with a rookie head coach.
Yeah.
Basically, is what you're saying. They get to beat the Jets twice a year. Would AJ sign up for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. All right. Guys, what do we think of this new offense? It feels to me like the elephant in the room with all these other things, Sheil. It could be Reek Woolen, it could be a pass rusher, it could be a tight end, safety, whatever they do. The bottom line is they need the offense to get back to a level of respectability that it just wasn't at last year. I mean, it was one of the worst offenses in the league. They never got out of the mud, including that playoff game where the zombie Niners came in here and held them to 19 points.
Niners.
Sheil, what's your confidence level, and what do you think this is going to look like with the new offense?
I think it had to be done. When you look at last year and you look at the last 2 years, they needed to modernize the offense. They needed to add more elements to the offense. I know Jalen Hurts has his preferences. Nick Sirianni has his preferences. Kevin Patullo had his preferences. Jeff Stoutland had their preferences. And they added it all up. and it looked terrible last year. We were talking about it week in and week out. So what's it going to look like? I think you're going to see Jalen Hurts under center more. I think you're going to see more of the run game being married to the pass game, meaning more under center play action, and I think you're going to see more throws to the middle of the field. Now, all of these things are things that Jalen Hurts has not done consistently. He's done it at times. Sometimes he's looked good doing it. Sometimes he hasn't looked good doing it, but I think they needed to have that conversation where they said, Jalen, you might prefer X, but that's not getting us to where we want to go. We need to make changes. We believe in you. We think you can do it, and make a commitment to it. When they got rid of Jeff Stoutland, that told me this is wholesale changes. This isn't about a little tweak here and there. So that's my expectation. Maybe I'll be wrong, but that's my expectation for what it'll look like.
That's why they brought the brain trust in, man. I mean, because the bottom line is this. As much success as this team has had, I think it should have been telling when, who was it, Robert Saleh?
Yes.
Said that he scouted a play that they tried to run at the end of the game.
Well, they went back. Saleh went back, he said in his head, to when they played the Jets in 2023 and kind of knew what defense to play on the last drive of this year's playoff game, which is amazing.
That's telling.
Yeah, it is.
That's telling, and that should tell you everything that you need to know. And it's not, just like Shell sat here and said that, Jalen needs to evolve, the coaches, everybody needs to evolve in this situation. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean that you're a less of a player. It means that the league has caught up to what you did that made you successful. The league is constantly changing. So everybody in this situation is culpable when it comes to how anemic this offense was.
Ashton, I wonder, Sheila used the word committed to it. That's, to me, going to be the tell. Are they really committed to it? Because you go back 2 years ago, right, they bring Kellen Moore in, and I think that was a step towards evolving the offense. And it looked different the first 4 weeks. It was bumpy, but it was different. And then they kind of reverted back to, hey, let's just run the football and win games. I wonder, are they going to be committed to this? Or if it's choppy early, do they just do what it takes to win, which could kind of be some of the old ways?
They have to be, in my opinion, they have to be committed to the creativity that is going to be required to change. Last season, there was commitment to nothing. They kept changing what they wanted to do, which led to so much confusion on the offensive side of the ball. Jeff Stoutland, no disrespect to him at all, will go down as one of the greatest coaches here in Philadelphia ever. But to me, the vibe I got talking to players in the locker room was the offensive line and the running backs and Stout wanted it one way and everyone else wanted it a different way. And there was no harmony ever with this offense. So if no one else commits here, you're going to have a problem. They have to go fully, in my opinion, to the creative new way that the Eagles have to play offense. It can no longer be do what it takes to win, because while that works at times, it bites you in playoffs. And we saw it last year, and we all knew it was coming.
We did. I mean, you could feel, whether it was the first round or the second round, you could feel just they didn't have enough to have 4 games of good offense with the way they played all year. Elliot, do you buy they will stay committed to it?
No, I don't. I think this will be something they'll try, but at borderline the first time of 1-2, 0-1, God forbid 1-3, they'll go back to exactly what they've done the past few years. And I get that the offense needed to change. I understand why people say that. But I find it interesting that for years, all I heard out of that building was a win's a win. Who cares how you get it? It's not about schematic stuff. It's about winning. It's about being physical. It's about running the ball, taking care of the ball. Now all of a sudden it's, well, actually, we want to win with marrying the run to the pass and doing all these. They didn't win last year because the offensive line was bad. That's it. And I think they're overreacting. And maybe it'll work, and maybe Jalen will be awesome at it. But I find it hard to believe they'll have more success with this new offense than they have the way they have in the past few years, which is focusing on running the ball, taking care of the ball, and that's how they've won. So I think this is an overreaction, and I don't think they'll stick with it.
I didn't hear it that way. I don't perceive it that way. The way I perceive it is this. Your concepts and the way that your formation, the way that you run things are antiquated, right? Like the way that you get to, say for instance, the way that you get to the run game with the formation and everything. So when you say they're going to do the same thing, I don't think you can, Elliot, because it's predictable. What I feel, but this is what I feel. I feel that there's going to be some elements that you're going to be familiar with, but it's just the way that you get to those concepts. Because, for example, when I think about when we played against the Indianapolis Colts. Everything that they did came off of play action. Everything that they did. It came off of that action where Peyton Manning was under center. He would do the run fake to Edgerrin James, and either he would give him the ball or he would dump it off to who was the tight end? I forgot the name.
Dallas Clark.
Dallas Clark.
Yeah.
He would dump it off or he would throw it to Marvin Harrison or whatever. that's where it looks different. It's almost, and when you say marry the pass to the run, that's immediately what I think of, because you can show run, like with your lineup and everything, and you can fire off the ball, but with that action freezes the linebackers, and it gives you time to throw across the middle or throw over the top or something like that. So that's where I think it's coming from, and you have to get comfortable with the timing of that offense and believing that people are going to be where they're supposed to be when you throw the football.
So I agree with all that, but I guess what I'm saying is the issue with the offense last year was the offensive line. And they can run any scheme they want, but if they get the same offensive line play next year, it will not matter what they're trying to marry and run. It might help, but I think ultimately the reason for the failures last year was not the scheme, it was the lack of offensive line play.
Well, I think when you say the scheme, part of it to me was the fact that you're used to playing a certain way, and if you're being fair, the quarterback held the ball sometimes too long.
For sure.
Yeah.
Agreed with
Hugh, that part is why I'm worried about this offense. This offense, from what we understand, requires get it out.
But see, this is the difference, Joe, and this is where you have to be comfortable, because this is where I remember my first game in the NFL, and I always talk about it, playing against Dan Marino. And I had the best seat in the house because Dan Marino was throwing to a spot. And I remember he threw one pass and the receiver was incomplete. He cussed him out. He said, "Damn it, you need to be there when I throw the football," because it was timing. They want to get back to that, because let me tell you what happens when you have a rhythm offense. It throws a defense off. Because if you're, say for instance, you come out in the game and you're hitting with quick hits. And as a pass rusher, I'm trying to get up the field, but the ball's coming out quick. And all of a sudden, you step back and like, oh heck, they're going deep. That throws everything off, because you're so used to, you get into that lull of that rhythm of the game and that timing offense, that when they do take a shot, you're not prepared for it. And then it also, if you're having success with play action, if you're having success by showing them, like this is what like when you show a defensive lineman the football, that we follow the football, right? And if you start getting there, you handing the ball off, we playing a run. When you pull the ball out, it freezes everything for like a split second, and then you get them over the top, it changes everything. And we don't do that. We're so predictable that we know when we line up, we don't motion or none of that stuff. We just run the play.
Is there a big difference, out of curiosity, between doing that like from under center and doing that in shotgun?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I have to, as a defensive lineman, I have to respect, like if he's under center, and the back is behind him, I have to respect that action. Especially with a quarterback like Jalen, because it limits what I could do as a pass rusher. Because with a quarterback of his ability, say if I try to take an inside rushing lane, he can easily pull that ball out and run around me. So you have to respect that run action, especially with a running back like Saquon. Everybody has to play a little stouter. The linebackers have to play up on the line a little bit more, because there is the threat of the run game.
Look, yeah, there's no question the offense conceptually is a good one, right? Sheila, there's a reason why half the teams in the league or more now are running a variation of this. The question I have is, at this stage of his career, is this the best offense for Jalen Hurts? His tendencies, to me, don't match up with the way this scheme seems to play. When I watch the Niners, and I watch the Rams, and I watch the Seahawks, and all these teams that run this now. His tendencies are not this. So I think this is going to be a big challenge for him. I really do.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Yeah, it is. And when Hugh was talking, what stood out to me is that if this worked, it's supposed to make Jalen Hurts' life easier.
Yes.
That's why you see it being run with Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold and quarterbacks. You say those guys aren't more talented than Jalen Hurts. Why do their passing offenses look like this, and the Eagles' passing offense looks something different? But Joe, you're not wrong. His strengths so far in the NFL have not been the strengths you would say would work in an offense like this. So he's got to work at it. And I will say, the one thing you can say about his career, throughout the course of his career, he's been willing to get better year in and year out. I think he got to a point where he said he told us, he said it's going to look how I want it to look. He likes what he looks. Someone in the organization needs to get through to him. Jalen, we got to get to another level. You can do these things. You're not going to be comfortable right away. That's the whole point of coaching.
You got to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
And Ashlyn, you're at all those press conferences with me, so I'm curious your perspective. It feels like the messaging has always been, we run what's best for the players. We build the offense around the players. And now the messaging is, well, any player can run any offense. So we can just pick and choose, right? So it feels like a big change in philosophy.
The tone has absolutely changed, but they had to change. You cannot, you can't give the keys to one player and say, we're going to do just what you want, what you're comfortable with. I'll go back to training camp last year. It was Barrett Brooks and I. We were talking to Jalen after a press conference, and Jalen said the offense is going to run the way that I see fit, the way that I am comfortable with it. I think that's a major red flag. You're putting way too much responsibility on one player. The Eagles have to run Sean Mannion and Nick Sirianni's offense, and Jalen Hurts has to take the training wheels off and grow and be comfortable with this new offense, or else it's not going to work. It's too much to put on one player, Hugh. It's too much pressure, and I don't think it's even fair to Jalen Hurts to ask him to do that.
And that's the bottom line. You have to be comfortable being uncomfortable because NFL is constantly changing. It's constantly evolving. We've seen that. And in order for him, I think Jalen's a phenomenal quarterback. He's accomplished a lot in his first 5 years. But at some point, the NFL catches up with you, and you have to evolve if you want to stay.
So I agree with everything all you guys have said, but it doesn't always work because we want it to work. You know, like
it doesn't.
It doesn't. I mean, like the Phillies could tell Trey Turner, we need more home runs. You now have to be a 40 home run hitter. That's not his game. I'm very skeptical.
Well, guess what's going to happen?
It's going to work the way we think it's going to work, and I just wonder when the play breaks down. Jalen Hurts has thousands and thousands of reps of doing something a certain way, and my guess is it's going to be very hard when the bullets start to fly, when the games start, that he'll just sit back there, trust the offense, and throw in 2.5 seconds.
It's going to be even harder to stick with it if they're 0-1.
Of course.
But I think just feeling heat.
So that's the question. Are you
one
guys
more quick thing. All last year, the Phillies told me we're not going to chase anymore. We're not going to chase. Nick Castellanos and Trey Turner, since they were 7, chase pitches. You could say all these things you want. Athletes that do something a certain way and they have success, like Jalen, I think it's exceedingly hard to imagine he's just going to play in the pocket and throw the ball in 2.5 seconds and throw it to a spot where no one is and trust someone's going to be there. That's not how he plays.
So you have to be willing to lose for a little.
Or they could try it and we have to accept it might not work.
See, y'all doing the extreme, and I get why you're doing it, but it doesn't have to be that extreme. You could take this in chunks because we just sat here and said the defense got better. So you might pull the offense back just a little bit. It might be slow going.
This offense can't go back more? Oh, my gosh.
No,
don't tell me that.
Hugh, what are you doing?
No, what I mean by that
Town Hall.
What I mean by that is this. It might not be as dynamic initially. It might not be the passing game is a big integral part about it initially. It might just be the running game. It might be more a running game centric team. It might be more of winning games 7-10. You know, things of that nature.
7-10.
Listen, are y'all going to quit griping and try?
But what Hugh's saying is right.
I'm trying to make y'all feel better.
The best case scenario.
She'll use those words to make the people
I'm
feel
getting
better.
sick over here.
Listen,
10-7.
The best case scenario is you win games, you run the ball, the defense is good, and then you get to November and all the players start saying, oh, it's clicking now. All of a sudden they have a great passing game. Oh, you're getting to December. You're in the division. It is not realistic to expect if September, if they come out and you tell me in September this is one of the best offenses in the NFL, I'll be shocked.
I've been trying to tell you that for a month.
No, I need Shield to be my turn. Shield need to come more because when I try to tell these yahoos that, they always yelling and screaming. You lucky Kyle.
I said we're gonna have patience with Sean Mannion. You said no. That's exactly what Shields just said.
I'm saying he better come. I didn't say y'all talk about losing games.
Yes.
He better come in here and win games. I never said he got to come in here and lose games. He better win.
If we score 10 points, we might lose.
No, if you score 10 points and your defense playing well, you'd be like, hey, man, a win is a win.
Go get me Max Crosby. All right.
I think what they're going to do is try it on first down, and then when it's 2nd and 10, he'll be right back in shotgun.
He can't do that. Because I'm telling you another thing before we move forward. Jalen's we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do with Jalen, too. If he don't play well.
Of course.
Hey, it's what they say. The chicken's coming home to roost. This is going to be a come to Jesus year.
Oh, yes. I mean, he's got to play well. Otherwise, I think they will have a new quarterback pretty soon. All right. We've had a great hour here with Sheil and Ashland.
It's over?
Right. The hour? It's about to be. We're not quite there. But before we say goodbye to our guests, we have to ask them to give us a prediction. Rest of Eagles free agency. What are you feeling, Sheil? Something the Eagles will do, attempt to do, the AJ thing. You go anywhere you want. Give us a prediction for the rest of the next, let's say, few days in Eagles free agency.
All right, let's take a dart throw here and say the Eagles will trade for Vikings edge defender Jonathan Grenard.
All right.
Who's in his late 20s, who wants a new contract, but who is a very good player who had 12 sacks in back-to-back seasons in 23 and 24. They've tried for Jalen Phillips. They were in on Trey Hendrickson. That tells me that's where Howie Roseman is looking to spend some resources. Let's say they make a trade in Jonathan Grenard's on your defense next year.
I like it. A replacement for
it.
Phillips. All right, Ashlyn, what do you got for us?
The Eagles are going to make this even more spicy, dramatic, and interesting, and they are going to sign a veteran wide receiver to join this team because I can't bank on what's going to happen here, and I can't leave Devontae Smith on an island. You got rid of Jahan Dotson. Where does this leave receiver room? If A.J. Brown, which I don't believe they should do, but if they do, it leaves a weakness at receiver. They got to handle it and give some backup plans here, so I think they're going to address the receivers with a veteran presence.
That's my favorite prediction we got so far, Hugh. They sign AJ's replacement before he's even out the door.
Yeah, you like that. Yeah.
And it shouldn't be looked at like that, but that's how we will do it.
Well, that's what I'm going to say as soon as they do it.
Of course, that's what we'll all talk about.
Of course.
All right. Some insurance.
Yes, thank you to Sheil Kapadia and Ashley Sullivan. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Here this hour, Burstown. All right. Come on, first of all, coming out to Magerks. We were having a great time. It is a great crowd, great food, great atmosphere. Magerks and Horsham. Birdstown Hall continues on the other side. Football, I mean, really probably the ultimate football guy hour. I mean, it's always football guy hour when Elliot and I are here, but we're going to welcome on Jason and Ike Reese. And I specifically need their help to show Hugh Douglas the light on A.J. Brown. I need their help. That's up next. Your phone call as well. It is Birdstown Hall at Magerks and Horsham on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Warm up with spring training. Saturday, Phillies, Yankees. The first pitch is at 1:05.
That is gone. Up onto the boardwalk for Bryce Harper.
Catch all the action here on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, March Matchups fans. BetMGM is offering a legendary experience for you and 3 of your friends in Vegas. Climb the BetMGM Court of Legends leaderboard for a chance to win the trip of a lifetime to Las Vegas to see Haley and Hannah Cavender face off at the Bellagio. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. 25 winners will take home grand prize packages that include 4 tickets to the Court of Legend event featuring the Cavender twins, withdrawable funds for travel, a 3-night stay at the MGM Grand, and MGM Resorts credit. Make this March one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Withdrawable bonus dollars for flight money.
The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club says there's plenty of action all day and all night. Club Risque features free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, plus the hottest entertainers in the world. This week, adult film legend Jessica Drake. You can see Jessica Drake up close and personal this Thursday through Saturday in all Club Risque locations. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss Jessica Drake all this week at Club Risque. For more info and showtimes, visit clubrisque.com.
When you have a problem with your water heater leaking, you want it looked at right away. When it's the dead of winter and your older heating system isn't working right, that's a right away situation. That's why Sela Heating and Air is so great. No more hot water from your water heater, they can replace it the same day. When you're a homeowner, you want peace of mind. And that's why I was so happy to be with Sela. They took care of my house in Delco for years, and now they're doing it in South Jersey for me. Qualified buyers can take advantage of Sela's 0% financing plans. Go to Sela.com to find your peace of mind. That's SILA.com.
Breaking news! Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait, these March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Injured at work or in an accident? Nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Max Crosby, oh my goodness. The Baltimore Ravens have announced that they are backing out of the trade for Crosby due to concerns with his physical. Now, Crosby would have helped address the Ravens' pass rush, which was one of their biggest weaknesses last season. If there is one thing I don't want to be right now, it's a Baltimore Ravens fan. What an absolute mess. I'm out.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the 2026 Burge Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Chile. We're live today for Birds Town Hall here at Magerks in Horsham, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on at all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dancers, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long. All right, Hugh, we've had quite a show here today.
It's been a long day, man.
It's been, well, our day continues. We're going to join the afternoon show later, but we get one more hour on the midday show. We've had some great guests. We had Joe and John to start us off. 11 o'clock hour, we had Go Birds. Of course, we have Elliot with us all show long on the Surfside Free Agency Desk. Last hour, we got to talk to Shil Kapati and Ashton Sullivan. And this hour, we get the football guys up here.
We get the twins.
It's a football guy hour. Joining us on the midday show, Ike Reese, Jason Avant.
We got the twins.
Ike, how we doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Joe
You got to turn that man mic on.
I'm on? I'm on.
No, you're good. I hear you now.
I mean, holla at your boy. Yeah, I'm doing good, man.
Jason, mic on?
My mic is on.
Yeah, his mic's on. Jason, how are you?
I'm doing good. Michigan beat Michigan State the other day.
That's starting off with a bang
right there.
Make sure he didn't forget.
Yeah. I don't know what you talking about. You ain't no twins over here. Ain't no twins over here. You know what I'm saying?
What you talking? Y'all do look alike.
No.
Let me tell the story.
He's the younger version of me.
No, let me tell the story. Me and Ike were out one day, right? And somebody swore up and down he was Jason Devine.
I get that all the time.
And it was like, and he was like, no, I'm not. I said, yes, you are. And I'm like, I just said, hey, you're a better man than
When
me.
someone says I'm not this person, you probably should believe him.
Oh, she didn't believe me at all.
No, that doesn't sound like she did.
I either get Jason or I get Mike Quick. I'd rather have Jason. I love Mike Quick, but he's older. At least Jason's younger.
So it's like the 3 stages of life for you.
Right well, listen, for me, I wish I was.
Oh, yeah, Mike Quick looked great.
He does.
He looked great.
But let's be honest. If I could be younger, I'd be younger. He's more fit.
Yeah. And he can salsa dance.
He went to a lesser school, but he's more fit and he's younger.
Now the shots are being traded. All right, guys, let's get into it. It is Birds Town Hall, and we are awaiting the big moves from the Eagles, but we did get one. Ike, your thoughts on Tariq Woolen? 1 year, $15 million to come and play on the other side of Quinyon Mitchell.
Listen, I love the idea of having Tariq Woolen here, but we got to get the good version of Tariq Woolen. His physical attributes have always been off the charts. You're talking about a 6'3", 6'4" cornerback, 200-plus pounds. He's physical. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. You know, and was he a defensive rookie of the year? I know he was in the hunt for it. I don't know if he won it. So he's been an all-pro in his young career. You know, if they get the best version of Tariq Woolen, dude, you're talking about a secondary that can stake the claim to being the best secondary in all of football. With those 3 there, I mean, your safeties just need to be
decent,
competent.
Okay, yeah.
They need to be competent. Yes.
My question is you is this, like, because I made a comparison.
And it helps your pass rush.
Yeah, it does. But I made a comparison, like, do you think it was the defense that he was in? Because I was talking about when we first got here, ET's defense. It's a little more complicated. Would you think it would help him if the defense maybe was a little bit more simplified, or just let him play man to man?
I got to be honest with you. It's more about his maturity of playing the position and understanding the technical side of playing a cornerback position, but also being able to sort of corral and control your emotions in a game. Like his physical attributes. You got to think about this. Seattle was the best defense in the league this year. Mm-hmm. He was a role player in that defense.
They played Josh Jobe over him.
So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this was already an established guy.
And he
had already been all-pro and defensive
Defensive
rookie of the year.
Yeah.
And so they saw fit to put him in the role that he was in. I'm not going to go crazy because I love the idea of Tariq Woolen, but I won't go crazy with my expectations because you know why? Quite frankly, I don't need to. I got Quinyon Mitchell on the other side.
Yeah.
He's going to be my number 2 cornerback.
Yeah. Number 2?
Yeah.
You mean Quinyon's number 1, right?
Yes.
I'm saying we're on the same page. Yeah.
Tariq Woolen is going to be the number 2 corner. So I'm still entrusting Quinyon Mitchell with the bigger responsibility.
Yeah.
Tariq Woolen just has to go over there and lock down the number 2 or number 3 wide receiver, and he's going to do that for most teams.
Speaking of lockdown, both of you guys, is that more so because you could play a defense where everybody else playing their defense that like put him in a position where he could play man, that like do his thing? Is it more so like that in order to allow his physical attributes to shine?
He has game because he had some success earlier in the league, and it reminds me of a player that has been that's out of the league now, Xavier Rhodes for the Vikings.
Uh-huh.
It's the same exact thing.
Big body.
He's a big body that can run, but he struggles with discipline. He holds a lot, and he goes for a lot of double moves. When you have that big frame and you're a straight line guy, when you have to redirect, especially in that division, when you have Deshaun McVay, you have those smaller receivers. You have those smaller guys where they're running you across the field, they're running you through bodies, and he's the guy that can hold up if you're running straight line down the field routes or you're running deeper, and he can get his hands on you. But other than that, it's going to be a challenge at times when guys know that he's out there and they can put their number one on him and have routes against him. He has some deficiencies, but down the field and making plays on the ball, he can do that. But when you target him, short spaces, double moves, it's a struggle.
Listen, I take him at every word he just said. As a wide receiver, he's looking at breaking down a defensive back, what the strengths and the weaknesses of a guy that has his measurables, and that big body, that big frame, is hard to change direction. And so you want to get him going horizontal, changing direction, double moves, things of that nature, versus playing to his strength, which is straight line, down the field. He can bump and run. He's fast enough. He can run with you, which is probably what Seattle discovered and put him in the role that he's in.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why they were successful, because they had Devin Witherspoon. They had other guys that can do it. So I say this is that, like you said, the expectation can't be too great. And then the Eagles just have to know what situations and where to put him. He's not a guy that you can just trust to lock down the side. He's going to need help at times, maybe not down the field on vertical routes, but if you get a situation where Devontae Adams is against him, that's not a great look for him. You know what I mean? So Quinyon still will have to follow the best guy if that be the case.
Well, what I think is interesting is they gave him a decent chunk of change.
They did.
Like I think everything you're describing is true, but to me that sounds like a $4 million player, not a 12 or 15 million.
Well,
so they must have higher expectations from. And I think a slight difference between him and Adoree Jackson. I think Adoree Jackson's floor is higher. Like Adoree is a veteran, he knows where to be.
But you kind of know what you're getting.
But I think the difference with Woolen is if, God forbid, knock on wood, Quinyon were to go down, he is at least more capable of stepping into the role of being the number one than you would want with Adoree.
Yeah. With all of Tariq Woolen's flaws, he's better than Adoree Jackson.
Sure. Yeah, he makes bigger mistakes too, though. I think
but for what he could possibly do from a making play standpoint,
correct.
You accept some mistake. Asante gave up a few plays time to time.
But what's interesting is
but he made an awful lot of plays.
Yeah, he made a lot of plays.
That's not really who Vic is like, though.
Oh, no, I'm just saying.
Yeah, agreed.
From a player that may give you negative plays, if he makes more positive plays, you can deal with it.
I do wonder if this is a Vic Fangio thing or a Howie thing, because. Elliot, to your point on that, it might not be
That's a good question. It might not be a Fangio
Well, let
thing.
me ask you guys this. If you're Howie this offseason, are you consulting – if you know Vic is going to retire soon, do you consult Vic that much, especially the draft?
Yeah, you got let me tell you, why wouldn't you? Because here's why you would, Joe. The knowledge that he has from playing defense, devising defenses, scheming up defensives, knowing personnel, that's always an asset to you. So much so, he was an
advisor to
an advisor to them in 20, wasn't it 22? 22 or 23. Yep. So they've always respected and appreciated the knowledge Vic Fangio brings.
Yeah, and I think Rick Woolen is going to have to adjust his game like he did later in the stretch of the season, down the stretch of the season. Less of a chance taker, more discipline, keep the ball in front of you. That's what Seattle forced him to do. That's not who he is naturally. He's a guy that wants to make a play on the ball. So when you make that comparison to Adoree Jackson, for sure, Vic Fangio can trust that he's going to not get beat deep. Right. He's going to keep the ball in front of him. He may give up a million slants or a million hitch routes, but he's going to keep the ball in front of you. And I don't necessarily know if that's in Rick Woolen's makeup.
Come on, man. Hey, let me tell you, I love Quinyon Mitchell. But we already got one corner that don't get a lot of interceptions.
I need to.
Somebody.
You need a ball hawk.
Yeah, somebody got to catch
He
the
just
damn
can't
ball.
catch.
All right.
Great player,
Damn,
just can't
that's
catch.
crazy.
Now that we
plays on defense.
now that we got the pleasantries out of the
Damn.
way, and we're all happy and we
Always a
talked some
receiver.
defense.
It's always a receiver.
Can
know
you
what I'm
guys
saying?
now that everyone's happy and we kind of got in the flow of this? Can you guys help me, please? I need help.
What's up?
AJ gonna be here, dog. I know
can't-
where he going.
I can't get through to Hugh on the AJ.
AJ
thing.
gonna be here.
Can you please help me? He just
AJ.
he
Yeah,
doesn't
AJ gonna
see
be
it. He thinks AJ
Yeah.
is going to be here. Thinks we're being too hard on AJ.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
AJ has become a pariah
Why?
the last couple of weeks because he's different.
Because he
He's
doesn't want to
different.
be here.
I don't see it like that.
He's a pariah?
Yeah, he's a pariah.
That's kind of strong.
No, dude, listen. People call in talking about he tanked the whole season. He gave up all year long.
No, he didn't. Listen,
You know what I mean?
Listen, I got frustrated at AJ at times as well. He's
We
not
all
a,
been frustrated
He's
with
not
AJ.
a pariah. I don't think he tanked the season. I don't think he gave up on the season. I think he let his frustrations get the best
Better
of
up,
him
yeah, definitely.
at times. And sometimes that shows up in your play, however you want to describe that. You know, that's left open to interpretation because we all can look at the same play and see something different.
I can't look at anything different than that playoff game. That playoff game, he quit.
Yeah.
And I can't say like maybe not in the season.
I
can't say the
No, nobody's
season.
arguing that.
But that
Nobody's
last
arguing that.
playoff game was a guy that was disinterested in continuing his playoff journey for that year.
Oh, no doubt
So,
in that.
question: do you think he was disinterested, or do you think he was frustrated? Now, the result is unacceptable either way,
What was
but I
he-
think there is a
Well,
difference.
but here's what I would say though.
Frustrated
hold on,
when
what
you're-
was he
when you-
frustrated at what? You're in the playoffs and
you're getting
you
targeted.
got the ball thrown to you. What are you frustrated
I
at?
agree, but I guess what I'm saying is, to me, AJ seems like someone that is overly emotional as opposed to checked out. Like, he gets frustrated and that impacts his play
Well,
as opposed to not caring.
I'll say this.
I didn't
Go
say
ahead,
he didn't
Jay.
care.
No, yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah.
I didn't say he didn't care. What I said is that I think that he quit in the game. From the first play of the game until the last play of the game, his effort weren't there. To go get a safety, Saquon could have had a 20-yard gain on the first play of the game. And we went over this multiple times through the season in that game. Saquon, 70 to 80 yards were on the ground in that game was directly affected by A.J. Brown's effort in that game.
In blocking. I agree with that, yeah.
And then we saw what he did when it came to catching the ball.
Right.
The safety looked like he kind of put a little fear in A.J.
Yeah.
That's the truth. That's
Listen,
the tape.
Yeah,
Listen,
you can't argue that.
I'll listen. When you're talking about that position, and I got somebody here that played the position as well as he played the position for the
Yeah.
amount of years that he played in the league, I defer to things he say and what he sees out there at that position because he knows what's expected from that position. He's been in this league a long time. I'm simply saying this idea that we're supposed to just be like, well, AJ was frustrated, so it was okay. Like, what are we talking about here?
Oh, no,
like,
that's definitely not the
how,
case.
how's it that he gets to feel a certain way, but no one else on the team gets to feel that way?
Well, the whole thing's been made about. He makes it about him.
Yeah,
He's made it about him since they won the Super Bowl.
Like this can't. And this word. Let me put my hand on my big brother's shoulder here.
Here we go.
Listen to him, Hugh. Listen.
I put my hand on my big brother's
Here we
shoulder
go.
over here because I want him to know I'm with him. I'm with him in spirit. I'm with him in spirit.
But
I just think you're seeing this thing wrong from the view of where AJ is culpable and holds responsibility versus what fans have witnessed and saw and what they should expect and how their reaction should be.
Oh no, I get that.
Like it's not the fans' fault that they feel like a player didn't give his effort the way he should have, the way we expect him to give, for the amount of money that he makes, for the level of talent that he has in his body. The fans have always had high expectations. We can't blame them for what they saw out there on the field. That was uninspiring football from A.J. Brown this year. Now, he may, at some point, try to give an explanation for that to justify why it looked like it was uninspired football. But because we all watched A.J. in 2022 and half of 2023 when he arguably looked like the best receiver in football, something has changed with him and his demeanor and everything else with this offense and wanting to be a part of this team. Something has changed, and you can't deny that, and you can't hide it. And if you want to say it's the quarterback, then guess what? You can't sit here and recklessly speculate about that. If that's what it is, AJ needs to say that. It's not fair. It's not fair for you. It's not fair for that. If that's what it is, then say that's what it is.
It's recklessly speculating.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying if that's what it is for him to
what
justify his behavior and his demeanor, then say that.
Passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Passive aggressive.
That's not going to work here.
Exactly. No, I totally agree.
It's the opposite of what works here.
You're fighting an uphill battle defending that.
Passive aggressive?
Yeah, because they didn't like Donovan when he was passive aggressive. Like Donovan gets there's a lot of players that's gotten ripped in this city for being passive aggressive.
Oh, no, I don't deny that, but this is where I push back because you're right, and everything that you said is right. I push back on when people say that he tanked the whole season, because that has
I
been
don't believe he did that.
I don't think that.
I don't think most people.
I think, but no, Joe. When people call in, they'll say, "Well, he dogged it the whole season," and that's why I'm like, he didn't do that. Now, if you talk about that playoff game, because I was in here the day when Jason came in and he said it. And everything that you said rings true. When you're talking to somebody who knows the position and knows what they see, you got to defer to that guy. And I never tried to defend him on that. I defended him on the fact that he didn't. People were saying that he gave up the whole season. I don't believe that. I believe that his emotions got the best of him, and it affected the way that he played down the stretch.
So I think we all agree with that. But now it's not worth keeping this player around. That's where I've gotten to.
The thing. But even though he didn't tank the season as far as his effort and his energy, his attitude clearly had a big effect on derailing the season.
Yeah.
Of course it did.
But what about
you said? I mean, it wasn't. I'm not saying that it was his effort on the field the entirety of the season, but when you have a player that's complaining about getting the ball when you're winning, and when he has a good game, you're getting the ball thrown to you, it's still about AJ, and you make it about him. It's tough. That's tough.
Do not condone that, but I'm going to ask both of you guys this question. In those winning stretches that we had early in the season, what did you think the offense looked like? No, better yet, did the offense look efficient?
That's not the point, Hugh.
No, it is the point.
No.
He asked the question. It didn't.
Yeah, but nobody disputes that.
But it's not
nobody
his place to
disputes
say
whether or not
it.
AJ was right in what he said. It's whether or not he should have said it.
And that's not. I'm not arguing that. But it was the truth.
Yeah, but sometimes the truth is not good for you to say publicly.
Hold on, wait. Hold on.
You've
been married before.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me get
Here we go.
Here we go. Over here. You know damn well you don't always say the truth.
I do.
Now
I ain't got nothing hold me back. I ain't got no leash.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's the thing, and I'm glad you said that. If AJ was a free agent or on another team, then it'd be okay if he spoke his truth. When you're on a team in the season where everybody relies on you, your energy impacts the entire locker room. That's how great of an influence he has on the team.
I agree with that.
He's a captain.
And he's well respected.
I agree with that.
So if he's not in the right frame of mind or he's feeling a certain way, then that's going to have an effect on the other guys.
I will say this, though, in defensive, I agree with you, Ike.
Yeah.
But in defense of Hugh, in this situation, there ain't been many players that came out and said anything about A.J. Brown.
No.
Oh, no.
Because I think A.J. Brown
He
is
spoke
guy.
Because nobody thinks he's wrong with the point of view that he has.
Also,
hold on. By the way, I said this. I agree with him when the offense was ranked 29th in the league passing offense a year ago.
When did they get better from it?
No, well, I'm just saying they still won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
They still won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So, but you got to look at it. It's one thing to say, from the inside, does he have a point of view? I'm sure the organization feels that way. They've tried to work with him and appease him because of the things he was frustrated with. We saw that. The overly targets in a game. Completely abandon an offensive game plan that you have in one half to make him happy, to get him the ball in the second half. Like, they've done that, so nobody is ignoring AJ's pleas and frustrations. The point is that if you're in a season and you're trying to win, that's not conducive to winning.
Totally
That's not
agree.
conducive to team bonding.
and it's a new coordinator, and it's a new offense. How are we gonna run this back?
So you can't be surprised when things go wrong when somebody decides this is more important to point out and shine a light on versus showing support for one another and being encouraging.
Allow me
like you just won the Super Bowl. You just won the
make
Super
a point, and then I want to recklessly speculate.
All right. So here's my thing.
We're in the locker room right now, damn it, Joe. Hold on. Hang on, Joe.
I feel like the kicker over here.
Here's my thing about this.
Yeah.
I think A.J. Brown's what he is playing for and what the Eagles want are two totally different things. A.J. Brown has won his Super Bowl. A.J. Brown wants to play for his legacy and making the Hall of Fame and making Pro Bowls and getting money.
Yeah.
I think the Eagles still want to be in that Super Bowl window. So I think the two things are totally different. So it's bound
and I can
for
respect that.
divorce.
But let me ask.
I can respect that. If that's what he has made a priority, then I think the Eagles.
But do we think that's different as former players and especially a former receiver? Do you think that's different, though, than how Saquon feels? Because Saquon has his title. Devontae has his title. So A.J. does a better job hiding it, but I think that Devontae and Saquon feel the same way A.J.
Sure.
does. They have their title.
I don't know if they feel the same.
What do you think they would rather have, numbers or another title?
Another title.
Right
I don't
now
think
to
so.
recklessly speculate because I think this is what it is. And I've always felt that, and I've said this. I feel like the biggest angst came from accountability with this offense being as stagnant as it has been. And that's why he was vague. Because I go back to when Jalen talked about the offense looking like it looks because he wants it to look like that. And this offense, if we're being honest,
what was that in response to?
That was talking about. That was in response to what AJ said, if I'm not mistaken.
Or media questioning
what the offense looked like.
Well, his play.
But here's the thing, and you know, both of you guys know this just as well as I do. NFL is always constantly evolving, and I think most of his frustration
Sam Darnold
came.
just won the Super Bowl.
Best quarterback in the league.
He's evolved. He's evolved.
And I think he was more upset because this offense was stagnant and it hadn't changed.
Well, hold on. When they catch the ball, when it's thrown to you.
I mean,
don't give up on a deep route against Denver. Hold on. Cause see, you can't. I mean,
about to argue.
No. I mean, it's from AJ's standpoint.
Yeah.
You can't point out everybody else, and this was my biggest issue with AJ, who's an AJ fan. My biggest issue with him was I never heard it's me and I need to do better. I never heard his where he could do better in the offense.
In this,
Yeah. You're constantly pointing the finger at everyone else, play calling, passing, all these other things. How about you giving maximum effort, landing on the line, going up for jump balls, catching the ball, not jumping off sides in critical situations on third down in Dallas? Like, when did you ever say it's on me?
Never.
And that's what happens.
It's on me.
Yeah, and that's what happens in
I'll give
football.
you that.
That's what happens in
What
football.
do you mean you give me that? These are things he actually contributed to why they were losing.
I agree with you.
He
but
played a part in it.
I agree with
But
everything.
hold on, he can't complain because I'm rolling right now, big dog. He can't complain about someone else when your yard isn't clean. When your yard is clean, you can complain about somebody else doing their job. You know damn well if a cornerback is going to complain about the pass rush, that cornerback better be doing his job.
I can't stand this guy right now. He on the pulpit.
You know it. You know I'm right.
I never argue.
Right, Jason? You got to do your job in order for you to complain about anybody else on the team not doing their job.
Everything that you're saying is correct.
Come on, man.
The offense
I've
still
been waiting
wasn't
to get
good.
next to my brother today.
And the offense still wasn't good, Ike, and it wasn't all his fault. That's the problem. That's the problem that I have with all
I said
this.
he contributed.
No,
to
he
it.
did. Everybody contributed.
That's all.
Nobody in this whole scenario. I never once said that AJ should be absolved of anything. Neither should Jalen Hurts.
I agree.
Well, that's
Neither
true.
should Jalen Hurts.
When does Jalen get absolved from anything except from
On
the Jalen
WIP?
Knights?
Never.
The Jalen
Never.
Knights. Come
All
on,
right,
man.
No, but that's my point, because every time this conversation comes up, and we point out the fact that, hey, it might have been the quarterback.
Jalen's not the one asking out. That's why we're off him right now.
He ain't
It's
asking
AJ.
out.
And Jalen,
It's been alluded.
And Jalen takes the blame.
He does. That's why he does take the blame.
Come on, Jason.
Kyle, please cut this audio. Weight off my shoulders. Just going to play this tomorrow when we start talking about AJ. Just play it back.
Let's go, Hugh.
Just play it back. All right, coming up on the other side.
We're in the locker room right now.
Town Hall. We're Gerks and Horsham.
Rooms.
All right, we got to go. We got to check in with the Surfside free agency desk on the other side. Apparently, the Eagles lost another pass rusher. Elliot will tell us about that coming up. And we got to ask the guys if the Eagles should jump in on Max Crosby after the whole thing with the Ravens fell apart. That's all coming up next. Midday show live at Magerks and Horsham. Sports Radio 94 WIP. I want to tell you about the people over at a great local company that I part with. I'm talking about Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to replacing your windows and doors, experience matters. At Pella Windows and Doors, their expert consultants help you find the perfect fit for your home and your budget with flexible pricing and financing options designed around you. You get energy-efficient products backed by some of the best warranties in the business, including installation. And if you ever sell your home, those warranties transfer to the new homeowner. That's big. And that's why your neighbors trust Pella. Right now, get 50% off all installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Book a free in-home consultation today by calling 877-98-PELLA. That number again, 877-98-PELLA, or visit PellaPhilly.com. That's PellaPhilly.com. And tell them Joe Giglio sent you.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Baycare Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get hooked with Western One Sports. The T-Wolves play the Clippers in L.A., and I think Benedict Mathurin will continue to shine off the bench for the Clips. Mathurin has been a spark for L.A. since they acquired him at the trade deadline from the Pacers, averaging 19 points per game. Minnesota is on a back-to-back, and Mathurin's aggressiveness in driving to the basket should serve him well in this one. I'm going over on Mathurin's points tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club says there's plenty of action all day and all night. Club Risque features free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, plus the hottest entertainers in the world. And this week, adult film legend Jessica Drake. You can see Jessica Drake up close and personal this Thursday through Saturday in all Club Risque locations. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss Jessica Drake all this week at Club Risque. For more info and showtimes, visit clubrisque.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC DDS data of home internet providers with download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for FiOS. Additional terms apply.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never the victim of a rideshare accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a rideshare injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that when spring showers are coming down so hard it seems like Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears, you'll be glad you called us to clear your blocked drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book horizonservices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Julia. We're live today.
That's the way.
Well, did you like that last segment?
Yeah, it was cool. I know. I knew.
I thought it was great. I thought it was great. We needed one of those today. I needed help to get through to Hugh Douglas.
He still ain't get through to me.
Well,
AJ still. AJ. I mean, he gonna still
stubborn.
be here.
Stubborn is the
He
word.
gonna be. I still think he gonna be here.
Last horse to cross the finish line, Hugh Douglas on the AJ thing. All right, we're broadcasting live from Magerks in Horsham, Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dances, along with Irish food, and drink specials all day long.
Hey man, we doing St. Patrick's Day this weekend though, right? Because it's during the week.
Who's with? Us? We?
Yeah, like I'm talking about the people.
Oh, the people.
like the weekend before.
It's on Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, so we getting it in this weekend.
Nah.
Weekend after?
You trying to celebrate early?
Well, I mean, ain't that because it's the weekend? It's St. Patrick's Day weekend.
Like on a Tuesday
It's
or
on
Wednesday.
It's on
Yeah,
Tuesday.
yeah.
It's on Tuesday.
So it's this week. We
So
celebrate
it moves
this
up.
weekend.
It moves up.
I think
I get the logic.
Yeah, so I feel like you celebrated this weekend.
Or if you
this
really
weekend.
Right, not next
hardcore about
weekend.
yours, you get both. You do both.
Well, believe me, I'm not hardcore about it.
We're not where we used to be. Hugh, come on now. All right, can we?
You used to get excited about these holidays.
yeah,
I
used
don't
to.
get excited.
Remember, you used to
about
get excited about Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah,
it's
that
time
too.
to do.
You out on that too?
Yeah, out on that.
We are in on Birds Town Hall, though, as we will be for the rest of the day. All right, afternoon show coming up at 2. We have Ike Reese and Jason DeBont with us this hour. Let's go over the Surfside iced tea and vodka. The Surfside Free Instance. They're going to be here, by the way. Surfside iced tea and vodka from 4 to 6. Your people, you.
They're serving drinks.
Come on down and enjoy $2 off Surfsides and stateside cans from 4 to 6. So That is about the time I'm done for the day, so maybe I will go do that. Elliot, can we check in free agency desk? I know you were telling me the Eagles lost another pass rusher?
Yeah, another pass rusher. They only have 2 on the roster, as Josh Uche has signed a 1-year deal with the Miami Dolphins. So, look, I think not a huge loss, but he was a nice depth piece for him last year. He played special teams. Well, they only got 2 now, so they got to go out and find bodies somewhere.
They do need bodies.
Is that one of your guys?
Josh Uche? Nah, that was Ojulari.
Oh,
that was my guy.
Neither works.
Michigan guy, I'll take it.
Yeah.
All right, so another move there.
We got to get Bradley Chubb. Man.
Well, Bradley Chubb would be a good one. Jonathan Grenard. Or the big one, I need both your take on the Max Crosby situation because, boy, oh, boy, did that thing flip on its head last night. So Crosby obviously not going to the Ravens.
Crazy, yeah.
The physical is failed, and now he's back with the Raiders. Ike, your thought on the whole thing, and should Howie get involved?
First of all, that is crazy. I don't care what the Ravens say. I don't fault them, but it certainly smells fishy. It smells like they got an inclination that they can do a better deal with Trey Hendrickson.
Yep.
And they took advantage of the window to back out of this deal, although they're trying to frame it as if Max Crosby failed his physical, which really shines a negative light on Max Crosby because now how are other teams supposed to be eager to go want to get Max Crosby? So it's one thing if you back out of the deal. Baltimore, you have every right to do that. I said this earlier. If a player backed out of a deal, which we've seen with the Eagles, LaCharles Bentley, Frank Gore, like it's happened. So I'm not going to be mad from that standpoint. That's what this window is for if somebody changed their mind. I just don't like that they framed it that he failed the physical when you knew damn well he just had surgery.
He was on crutches a week.
They basically are saying he's damaged goods.
Baltimore has done this before. I don't remember the exact player, but they have a history of backing out of deals similar to this.
NFL Network had a list earlier, Hugh, while we were doing the show. I think it's 3 times that they were all free agents. This is the first time it was a trade. But
they backed out of deals before.
So listen, like I said, I'm not going to kill Baltimore for the decision to do it. I just don't like the light they put Max Crosby
because they put him in a bad spot.
Although that's from a former player standpoint. From the Eagles, that may have lessened the asking price.
Well, I said I give you a second for him.
I'm damn sure not giving you 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby.
Exactly. I give you 2. I give you 2 for him.
Yeah.
The tough thing about that, though, is now if a team trades for him, they're doing it with an assumption that they're taking a risk in the eyes of the public. So if the Eagles trade for Max Crosby and he ends up hurt, everyone's going to say, well, what'd you think?
You knew.
Right?
He failed his physical,
right. So I think there's some added risk that comes with him now if you trade for him. Fair or not.
Do you agree that it would also lessen his
for sure.
his value?
They say they still want 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, but
there's no way that's happening.
That's the unfortunate thing about this situation, the way it was reported, because people that don't know or be like, oh, he's damaged. But it all depends. It's subjective to the team that you're going to. It's always like that.
This is going to change the rules. This here, the NFL is going to come in and either offer some type of pick, some type of compensation for this.
For the Raiders?
For the Raiders.
For the Raiders.
For the Raiders. Because in this situation, the player's hurt. You're at the finish line. Now it hurts the player and it hurts the team.
Yeah, because his value's hurt.
Right?
Yeah.
So they need to be compensated some picks. And what does it look like for other teams dealing with the Ravens?
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with a team that's going to
well, unless they offer you that 14th pick for AJ.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. Now we're talking. They have it back now.
They're going to send them back.
Because the Ravens would they give up? Their 2 first-round picks was 1 next year, right?
It was the 14th this year and then next year's 1. No, but I think, Hugh,
would you give up one of those for AJ? I always thought the Ravens should have been in on AJ. Everybody look at Josh Allen and some of these other quarterbacks. When's Lamar Jackson going to win?
Yeah.
About time.
I think the Chiefs make a ton of sense too. Now that they got
that was
Kenneth Walker,
another one,
they got Travis back. I mean, they should be in win-now mode as well.
Yeah, the Ravens having 2 extra ones that they didn't have 2 days ago. That should definitely put them back in the mix. And their receiving room is Zay Flowers and nothing. I mean, they could certainly get in the mix. So, all right, would you guys offer – obviously, it's not 2 ones anymore. Would you offer the 23rd pick for Max Crosby, Ike? 1 pick.
I don't think we have enough money.
I'll say this.
You're going to pay 3 defensive players max?
A week ago, I said no. Today, I'm saying I think about it.
I'm in for Max Crosby.
Because if he just went for 2 first-round picks.
You're getting him for half off.
You're getting him at half price. Now, the 23rd pick,
too high.
It is high, Hugh. I agree. I would much rather Joe give up a second-round pick.
Sure. Give me 2.
Yeah.
I'm all for 2.
That could become a 1 in 27 if that's the case, based on incentives or what have you.
If he plays a lot of snaps or he shows he's healthy.
I will say this. My concerns about investing that much in Max Crosby, right? Put my cards on the table. If it was Myles Garrett, I wouldn't think twice. I'd go get Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is a generational player that I would go get. Max Crosby is a very good player. Yes, he's had sacks. How impactful has that been? Would he help the Eagles out? Yes. Only way I do that deal is if I'm keeping AJ. Because I don't know what Max Crosby does for you in a year that you may be taking a step back.
I'd rather have AJ than Max Crosby.
No. There ain't no way. Now, if it's a head-up trade right now today, I'm taking Max Crosby.
AJ helps his team more. They need a receiver more than they need a passer.
He plays for the Raiders. We put Randy Moss with the Raiders, and they were terrible. It don't matter how great
he's a great player. I'm not disputing that.
I think one thing to note about his sacks, how often is he ever leading in the fourth quarter? He gets all those sacks at the beginning of the game. Everyone runs on them in the fourth quarter. They lose almost every week. I think he'd be great here. I think he would.
Yeah, I do too. I think it really boils down to what you're willing to give up.
How bad you want him? Yeah, basically.
I'm okay with getting the player. It's what you're willing to pay for the player.
Well, I think, too, because we're all looking at this Ravens thing a little shady, which makes sense. But
because I would have taken Trey Hendrickson, too.
He's still a 28, 29-year-old coming off a meniscus surgery that you're going to have to give $60 million to, right?
Yeah,
so
a meniscus is not that bad.
I would agree overall, but the older you get,
I never had that, so I don't know.
I'd be worried about giving someone with that knee problem $60 million. That would be my concern. Because at 23, you're drafting a rookie that's cheap.
I tell you, I would have.
Now, he might not be good.
I didn't want to give Jalen Phillips $30 million there. I would have capped out at Jalen Phillips at $24, $25 million. But obviously, that wasn't enough.
I'm a bad negotiator, so I would have just given him 30. But
I 35.
There ain't no way I'm giving Jalen Phillips $30 million.
No,
he got it. That's the nature.
But this time of the year, we
beast.
focus so much on price this time of year, but they don't have the player now. So you're right. Like, they save the money, but they also don't have an edge rusher outside of Jalix Hunt, really.
Do you think it's time for Howie to redo his philosophy? Back in the day, the Eagles used to re-sign players during the season.
I'll say this, Joe, and they don't have Jalen Phillips, but some of that money just landed you a number 2 cornerback.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
And now you go into the draft that you don't have to worry about spending a high draft pick on that number 2 corner.
Yeah.
You can get one in the 3rd round, 2nd round that can learn behind Tariq Woolen and will be the starter the following year. Some of this stuff is driven by how much is hitting up against your salary cap and where you're allocating money.
Of course. And is it for this year, for next year?
And if you got these 3 guys as your corners, that's going to help you up front.
Yeah. And
you get a Bradley Chubb in here, man.
I would take him, yeah.
And
like
Nolan
I've been
Smith,
telling you,
Bradley Chubb, BG.
There's a lot of
one more time for your Michigan brother.
Yeah, but that's
BG.
bargain. That's bargain bin hunting.
And
Bradley Chubb. I love BG.
Is this full season BG, or are we going
There's
to show up in December again?
There's a lot of young talent in this draft, too. There's a lot of athletes.
Well, you can draft one, but I don't know. I can't depend on rookies.
You know, your defensive linemen are going to go right away.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, and I think that you can get more bang for your buck for them defensive linemen early on.
Listen, you talking about a pass rusher, a rookie.
The good ones.
You got to be special to make an impact as a rookie. Everybody ain't Hugh Douglas. Everybody can't be defensive rookie of the year.
What you say? Yeah, you're right about that, bro.
All right, our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing that others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. All right, Hugh, what's your guess on the poll today? Which way?
78%.
Every day, same guess. Which way is the arrow pointing on the Eagles' future, up or down?
I would probably say 65% up.
You're close. 59% voted up, 41%.
There's a lot of scared people out there right now.
Well, they've been listening to the afternoon show. Lower expectations, Reese.
He said there's a lot of scared people out there.
Ike's been lowering these expectations for weeks now. I get in my car every day. I'm like, man, how many games Eagles going to win? 7, 8?
10 and 7. No, that Spike was 7. Yeah.
Well, the camera was basically at 6 this morning.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I think we can still win the NFC East. and win the NFC
He got
East,
real quiet when you
host,
said that.
host a home playoff game.
I was waiting for the other part.
Win a home playoff game. That's where I'm setting my expectation.
So last year, but we win the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, last year, but we beat the Niners.
As long as they have Nick and Jalen, they will be contenders.
Super
it's that
Bowl
simple.
contenders?
Of course.
You
We
heard
talk
him.
about all the other positions.
And AJ.
As long
Jalen
as they have Nick and Jalen.
100%.
AJ.
Since as long as they have Nick and
Stop with the AJ.
Since
Wait,
the moment he got here, all they've done is won. They've been in the playoffs
no
every
matter
year.
what.
They've overachieved almost
They've had a
every
lot
year.
of talent on the team, too.
Of course, but the head coach and the quarterback are more important than the talent.
Yeah, but they
Right.
both need talent around them.
I agree. Everyone needs talent around them. I
No.
agree.
Everybody
but
needs
the
talent.
two most important cogs in the machine are the head coach and quarterback, and they have shown they will compete.
All right, let me
no
ask-
matter
well,
the-
Let me change.
we
Hold on,
will
let me
see.
change what I said, Joe, real quick before you
Yeah.
go to break. They need supreme talent around them to be Super Bowl
Agreed.
contenders.
Say what you're trying to say.
But I think
Quick,
every
Peter.
team needs that.
Well, every team doesn't need supreme talent.
Let me ask you a question, Like you said, as long as they have Nick and Jalen, they'll be Super Bowl contenders.
Yes.
Would we all agree, if we get news right now that AJ is traded to the Patriots, the Eagles' Super Bowl odds will change?
Hell
would
yeah.
you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whether it be a lot or a little. it's
Yeah, I
gonna-
would agree,
Okay.
yes.
Right now, they have the 9th best Super Bowl odds. If they drop a little bit, they'll fall behind the Niners, the Patriots, especially if he goes there, and the Texans. If they trade AJ, we're going to wake up and they're going to have the 12th best Super Bowl odds. That's not really looked at as a Super Bowl team.
But I feel like we do this every year at this event. It's panicking that they haven't done anything. And by the time we get to training camp, they'll be in the top 6
I don't know.
in Super Bowl odds.
How are they going to
They
jump
will.
that high? What are they getting?
Who
Get
knows?
Max
They'll
Crosby.
do something.
Well, okay, Max Crosby could shift it back, sure.
Unless his knee is busted.
Well, that would change some things. All right, so, Hugh, do you think we should subject Jason to Aaron in San Diego?
Go for it.
Aaron in San Diego up on WIP. Hey, Aaron.
Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Aaron.
What?
What a pleasure. We got Mr. Ike Reese. We got Mr. Third Down Conversion himself, Jason Avant. I mean, what a great day today is, huh?
What about Hugh and I and Elliot and everybody else?
We don't know those guys.
Speaking of you, Hugh, are the rumors true? Are you going to be on next season's Dancing with the Stars?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, that's my fault. I just thought with the way that you were dancing around that emotional, unavailable topic with Ashlyn, I thought maybe you were practicing or prepping for something this upcoming season.
Well, no, I was asking Ashley, what does that actually mean? And because I didn't understand.
I missed out on this.
Well, no, it was off air.
Hugh
It was
tried
off
an
air.
analogy on air. It was flat. It wasn't.
Well,
one
no,
of
he talking about he having two different conversations. I asked Ashley off the air, what does emotionally unavailable mean? Because I didn't understand what that meant.
Emotionally unavailable.
Were you called this recently, so you need a clarification?
Well, I was, yeah.
That's not.
We all saw right
you
through
don't.
that.
Yeah, you don't.
Does that mean you don't make your emotions available?
I don't
to the
know.
person
I don't
I think
understand.
it means you're not talkative. You don't express how you feel, right?
You know what?
It
I
just
talk
means that
every
you don't want to
I
commit.
talk every damn day.
This
does
doesn't
that too.
count. This is different.
It means you don't want to commit. That's
I'm upset I asked.
Guess what, Jason?
Yeah,
I ain't
why
about to
would-
commit.
Is
Oh, is that what it was?
that's what it
Is
is.
this a
basically.
relationship thing?
No,
This is-
I'm
we
just
just
asking.
turned
I'm just trying to figure out what emotionally unavailable means.
Well, now
Well,
we have
see,
everyone in the Delaware Valley that can help you out.
Hugh, if it's
Go ahead, Aaron.
if it's about 3D printing or Helldiver, then you are absolutely
Oh, I'm all
emotionally
in.
locked in. If I
I
can
am
go,
all
if I can go
in.
to that.
Yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in.
Aaron, what do you got on the Eagles?
Even though you broke my heart, Gilio, I actually agree with you today.
Is this
on
about me
the,
not voting you the entire way in the caller of the year?
I don't want to get into it. I
Well, you
think
do,
loyalty is an important thing. I think the content that is added to a show should come into account. I think if your boy is up against a juggernaut, that you got it.
All right, listen, I didn't want to do this on the air, but it was the afternoon show caller of the year. So I voted as I listened to the afternoon show. Listen to them in the afternoon.
Who was he up against?
I forget, but I think Aaron,
Corey in Columbus.
Well, you were never winning that one. Yeah,
Aaron, to me, you have been more of a big time midday caller. You're fine on the afternoon, but Corey's a better afternoon show caller than you. Like if it was
Let
the
me ask you
midday show
something.
caller of the
Spike
year.
doesn't even like you.
Yeah, that's why I voted for her.
And you know what? You just missed something very important that I just said. Spike don't even like you, dog. Like for real.
Now me and Jack, we're okay with you because you
But
irritate Spike. So
Spike don't like
get
you.
Hugh,
amused
do
by
you
that.
like Aaron?
I like Aaron. He just
Okay.
ain't funny. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with that. He's just not funny. Love him, but he's not funny.
I disagree. I disagree. I think his attempt at humor is funny.
I don't think it's funny.
It's so bad it's funny?
Right.
Yeah. Some people have that.
But at the end of the day, you're not funny.
It's like Cowboy Jim. It's like Cowboy Jim.
What happened?
Can I pull Kyle Quinn and get us back on topic?
No.
Okay. As far as
Kyle was here.
Shut up, Kyle. as far as the AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts relationship, it's just like they say, friends and family and business don't always mix. And I'm sure that when AJ Brown came on, he was all about Jalen Hurts and godfather of kids and just a really close relationship. But the professional aspect, they've grown apart over the last couple of years. And Jalen may say that I got no problems with AJ, but it may be strictly on a professional level.
Well, I think that's the root of it. I mean, it's not meshing on the field anymore. I mean, that's obvious. Aaron, we preached the phone call. I mean, we can't pretend to know exactly how they are as people, and friends, and all that. But it's not working here. Our Twitter question, of course, was sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. All right, we've had all our guests today give us a prediction for the rest of Eagles free agency. Something you think is going to happen, something you want to happen. Jason, what do you got for us? Something you think the Eagles could land or do during this free agency period?
You know what? I'm not expecting anything from the Eagles free agency-wise.
Ooh, so nothing.
Nothing.
So you think we're getting a quiet free agency?
I think we are. I think we're going to get a quiet free agency.
Okay. All right.
And if it is, it's going to be something nominal, a guy that's late in the roster that may not have a chance to make the team.
Like last year. Last year was a lot of that. Ike, give us a prediction.
Man.
Give us a name. Give us something.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where can I go.
Ashland hit us with the best one so far today. She said they're going to sign another veteran receiver. Now, I said that's AJ's replacement. That's not what she meant. But that's what I would take it as if they signed a vet.
Well, I don't even know what vet receiver is still even available.
Tyreek Hill, Debo Samuel, Christian Kirk, Mooney.
Y'all think Tyreek played this year?
Actually,
I
do have them signing Darnell Mooney and was one other receiver.
Juwan Jennings did good against
Juwan Jennings, yep.
Y'all think Tyreek played this year?
Juwan Jennings would fit the bill.
Yeah, Juwan Jennings and Darnell Mooney.
And he's a dog in the run game,
yeah.
too.
Y'all think Tyreek played this year?
Put Mooney in that slot or Jennings in that slot.
Y'all ain't going to ask Tyreek.
I'm sorry, what you got?
Y'all think Tyreek playing this year?
Yeah, Tyreek is he'll play this year. That speed gets you like a cat with 9 lives with how fast he runs.
Yeah, Andy, listen, I wouldn't mind getting Tyreek Hill. Listen, he went from a 4.2 something to a 4.3 something.
Okay. Yeah, he's 4.36.
Yeah,
okay,
he ain't that damn slow. Yeah, he ain't that slow.
AJ out, Tyreek in?
No, he's not coming here.
I think I think Jennings or Mooney.
I like Jennings. I think
he's a wide receiver.
And played in the Shanahan offense. Yeah, I like that one. All right.
I also think Dallas Goedert is coming back.
It's surprising that he hadn't signed already.
Yeah.
So that kind of lends that he may be coming back.
Yeah, it could be. And I'd like to have him back. All right. Hugh, fun show today.
Mekhi Becton, maybe.
We done?
We're done. Well, we are.
We got any more? Let's go some more.
We got to hand it off to the afternoon show.
All right,
we're coming back, though. We're going to be on for 3 to.
Yeah, we do.
You want us to stay?
Y'all keep working.
Yeah, keep Jack and Spike over there. Now, we are done. We're going to hand this over to the afternoon show. Keep listening. Of course, come out to Magerks right here in Horsham for Birds Town Hall. Afternoon show is next, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, it's James Seltzer. Philly, you hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has the best deals at all your favorite local restaurants. Like this great deal at Coco's Cookies and Creamery. From now until March 31st, get a buy one, get one free deal on a milkshake, all on the Uber Eats app. So next time you're craving something sweet, don't overthink it. Get it on Uber Eats and save big with a great deal. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 28th and April 25th. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you would need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps, when you're lost in the Gallimimus Run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity, imagine that. And now you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. To get started, visit xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
At Sioka Automotive, it's all about giving you more. More cars, more convenient service, more great deals. Shop more, save more, smile more. Because when you get more, you drive away happier. Here at Sioka Automotive, we love our customers. SiokaAutomotive.com. See you at Sioka.
You deserve a car buying experience made just for you. More choices, more savings, and more reasons to love every mile. That's why people choose Sioka Automotive. We love our customers. SiokaAutomotive.com. See you at Sioka.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Philly's celebrating 250 years, and around here, longevity means something. You don't last in this city unless you earn trust. That's why United Tire works for me. When I bring my car in, I'm not getting a sales pitch. I'm getting straight talk. If it needs it, they fix it. If it doesn't, they tell you that as well. Cars aren't cheap, and most of us are keeping them longer. Having mechanics you trust makes all the difference. Visit UnitedTire.com or your local United Tire location. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is the story of the one.
As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Last night, the trade between Baltimore and Las Vegas for Max Crosby fell through. The Raiders made it known publicly last night that the deal was off because the Ravens backed out. Reports say the Ravens didn't like the long-term medicals for Max Crosby. So what do the Raiders do next? Trade Crosby somewhere else? Keep him? The biggest story this offseason in the NFL just got more interesting. I'm Chris.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Birds Town Hall on the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, we're at Magerks in Horsham. Ike, it's been an incredibly busy free agency period for the Eagles. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, brother Spike. Hey, listen, man. God, I forgot what the saying was. Slow is the race, the tortoise wins. Slow
and steady wins the race.
There we go. That's what I was trying to say, E. Slow and steady is what wins the race for the tortoise. That was tough. Brother Spike, I'm doing good. Jackie Baseball, listen. I'm going to need you to take a back seat today, except for one segment.
What?
Except for one segment. You and your baseball nonsense. Last night could be a disaster for the Team USA moving forward. Holla at your boy.
Mark DeRosa should be arrested. He should 100% be arrested.
Bryce choked.
Yeah, big at bat for Bryce, too. Yeah.
Judge struck out that in the game. I want that pointed out. Yes. No, we continue to vilify Bryce. I appreciate it. No, everyone's being dumb.
We are. Man, I can't wait. I'm supposed to wait till 3:30.
That's what we do.
Okay.
Yep. Gotta go out of our way.
We are. Can you relax?
That's the first thing you talk to me about.
We're at Magerks Horsham for the Birds Town Hall presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. You can join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on at all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dancing, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long. Barrett Brooks joins us for the 2 p.m. hour of Birds Town Hall. Thank you for joining us, Barrett.
Appreciate it.
Baby!
And, of course, we have Elliott Shore Parks at the Surfside Free Agency desk.
Since 6 a.m.
It's been a barn burner for you today, right? A lot of updates.
Last year they didn't sign a single person until 6:15, and it was A.J. Dillon. So maybe it's better they keep it quiet.
Yeah, and it doesn't even feel like it's been a particularly busy. Maybe I'm just
Monday.
Like like even today there hasn't been a ton of.
Yeah,
news.
it was the Trey Hendrickson. They were apparently in on him. Obviously, he's with the Ravens now. Daniel Jones signed a 2-year deal with the Colts, but not a ton with the Eagles so far.
So Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka are going to be sampling here from 4 to 6.
Yes, sir!
You come down and try $2 Stateside and Surfside cans. So the biggest story, I guess, in the NFL, and at least marginally Eagles related because they have a need at the position, is the crazy Max Crosby story. The fact that the Ravens agreed to trade 2 first-round picks. He supposedly failed the physical. Magically, they find somebody to fill that position with Trey Hendrickson. And I think before we get into the Eagles part of it, I think what people never know is that the physical part of it is there's no hard and fast rules on any of that stuff. Any team can say you failed the physical for any reason you want, which is why people are so suspect of what the Ravens did here, because you don't need, there's not like a rule. You don't have to apply to the NFL for failing a physical. They can just say we don't like what we saw and let it go, and that's what they did. And so I guess we still have a need there. And I think that the thought from everyone now is that there's no way they're going to get 2 first-round picks again. I think everyone was pretty surprised that they got 2 first-round picks in the first place. I'll bring it back to something we talked about before the trade with Baltimore even happened. If the Ravens or the Raiders were to come up to you and you ran the Eagles and said, you're 1 first-round pick for Max Crosby, would you do it?
I certainly wouldn't jump at it.
Okay.
Second rounder, possible fifth to go along with it, I think would be suffice from a value standpoint. Now, if you got other teams that jump in there and you want him bad enough to where you have to bump it up to a first round, I guess I could accept that. I mean, listen, it's the 23rd pick. It's not like he's a bad player. I mean, I wouldn't want to give up a first-round pick for him. I wouldn't. You know, I thought Baltimore overpaid for him. They felt that way ultimately. You know, it's one thing to have to give up the salary you got to take on with his large salary, with the potential of having to give him more guaranteed money. But you also have to give up high draft capital. I just don't think Max Crosby, for our defense, is that significant enough of an upgrade. Would he be an upgrade? Sure, for the right price. But I'm not going all in to get Max Crosby.
Barrett, would you? The Eagles' first-round pick, and that's all.
No, I wouldn't go a first-rounder, not now, especially since the Raiders definitely have to get him off their books right now. So, I mean, they're caught between a rock and a hard spot simply because they just don't have it. I mean, they don't have the room to keep him there. So, no, I'd use, everything. And Howie, he's going to do his Howie things and get him as cheap as he can. Nothing more than a second round. I'd do a second rounder and another pick like next year. They have 11 picks next year. So I would do it that way, but there's no way I'd give him a first rounder. No, I would do it.
I would. And I think the interesting thing for the Eagles, and Elliott has brought this up a lot, that they haven't paid an edge a ton of money in their history. I think Bryce Huff is probably the highest paid edge. Hassan Reddick. Yeah.
How'd that turn out for us?
And it didn't
turn
out
Reggie White. Reggie White.
Well,
yeah.
Well, that's why he left.
Yeah, I wish they had paid.
That's why he's a Packer.
But they were by a couple of different reports in on the Micah Parsons thing. Mm-hmm. So and he would have gotten the biggest contract that there was for an edge at that point. And on top of that, they weren't willing to spend $30 million a year on Jalen Phillips, but it seems like they were probably willing to spend $25 million a year on Jalen Phillips.
Yeah.
And Max Crosby is a better player than Jalen Phillips is. Now, Jalen Phillips has injury questions. I guess Max Crosby has injury questions. I think the biggest thing for me is, and Ike, I'll direct this at you, in that you thought next year was sort of maybe a reorganizing year for the Eagles. You keep saying step back, but almost like a reset. You trade for Max Crosby, all of a sudden, I don't think you're in that zone anymore. So if they were willing to make this trade, to me, it would say a lot about what the Eagles think about next season.
Sure. I think they would obviously want a competent edge rusher out there that they can rely upon. They obviously wanted to bring back Jalen Phillips, but at a price. It's not that the Eagles don't recognize that they can use an upgrade at the position, but they've set a bar, whatever it is, as far as what they're willing to pay. Now think about this. They, for a 25-year-old in Jalen Phillips, who they had in the building, weren't willing to budge off for whatever that limit was that they had set as far as what they would pay him to be here. Max Crosby, by all account, if you just take him on his contract, is going to cost more than Jalen Phillips over the next 2 years, right?
Yes. Yeah, so he'll be roughly $60 million over the next 2 years.
Yeah, so basically $30 million. Oh, so almost basically the same thing.
Yes, as to what Jalen ended up signing for.
And an older player.
But you're also not giving, you gave Jalen Phillips $80 million guaranteed. You're giving Max Crosby just that $60. So he is
That's
cheaper.
if he doesn't want a new deal.
Now, it's worth noting he did not get a new deal from the Ravens.
Well, he didn't even go to the Ravens.
Well, but I'm saying it was not like when he was traded, it was announced, and they're also giving him.
Sure, I know what you're saying, but you know how deals can be worked out.
For sure, yeah.
Eventually. All I'm saying is that I wouldn't mind having Max Crosby, but there's a limit that I'm willing to pay for Max Crosby. This defense has proven that it can be a top 5 defense in the league the last 2 years without that caliber of a pass rush. The defense hasn't been the issue. It's been the offense and fixing the offense. And I understand replacing talent is important. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying the emphasis and the assets that you pour into that should go into account as to how that impacts your winning. and what your formula for winning has been on that side of the football. If you were a team that it's why I don't think the Eagles need 2 wide receivers. They haven't won because of their passing.
Right.
But they're paying 2 wide receivers nearly $30 million. Those assets can be better used somewhere else. They've shown that they can win without having a pass-happy, quote-unquote, offense.
For sure.
I don't think they need a premier pass rusher because they're solid in so many other areas, and Vic Fangio understands how to break down offenses and take advantage of them, that you don't need that. You don't need that guy. So when you go out there, a Myles Garrett or a Michael Parsons, you're talking about generational talent. You're talking about special players. Max Crosby is a nice player. He ain't T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, or Michael Parsons. I don't care what his numbers say. He ain't those guys as playmakers. That's just the way I see Max Crosby. Nice player, but you go all in for those type of players. Max Crosby would be someone, he's going to get to play with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Like, he's getting the benefit of playing next to good young players.
Which will make him more effective. I keep bringing back, like, I always think of Saquon when I think of Max Crosby. And Saquon had a couple of good years when he was with the Giants, had a couple of injured things. But then when he got here and he was surrounded by more talent, all of a sudden he had one of the best years in the history of running backs in the NFL. And then I think of Max Crosby sort of in a similar situation with the Raiders in that they've been losing. He's been a good player on a bad team. But all of a sudden, I just wonder if you put him in the context of the Eagles and he's playing next to Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, is all of a sudden the production you're going to get from Max Crosby elevated way over what we've seen previously because of who they have on the interior.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned they haven't lost because of their defense, and I agree with you. But I do think there is something to building a defense that is not just good, but is dominant, is elite. You're sort of hedging against the offense being even better by having an even better defense. So, and then the final thing I'll say on it, and the reason that I would really think about it, is that there's a difference now between when they were talking to Jalen Phillips and Jalen Phillips signing elsewhere, in that they thought they were going to have Jalen Phillips, and now they're left with no one there. So it's either scraps, right? It's either scraps or a trade, because there's nobody else. With Trey Hendrickson gone, there's nobody else in the free agent market that is a difference maker. And I just wonder if the fact that they lost out on Jalen Phillips changes the calculus of what they would think about in a Max Crosby trade.
So here's what I would say to that. If Max Crosby is a guy that gets you over the top, then you make that move for him. That's what Saquon Barkley was. They can bring Max Crosby here next year. They trade A.J. Brown. This is still a 10-7, 11-16. It just is. So if you keep A.J. and then you add Max Crosby, okay. Because now you're adding something that ultimately you're saying this complements what the offense is and what we expect of the offense. The problem is they may be going in one direction offensively. So to add that caliber of player for that price tag, I don't think is beneficial to them for what their overall view of the team is over the next year.
That would lock AJ in, don't you think? That would lock AJ in.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather just keep AJ. If I'm going to get Max Crosby, I may as well keep AJ then.
Well, yeah, and you've already said, Barrett, I don't know where you on it. Are you on there's any chance that you would bring AJ back or no? Are we operating under the assumption that he's gone?
I think he'll be on the team at the very least until June 1st.
Okay.
There's no way. No way.
But training.
That ain't doing nothing.
Yeah,
Right.
It's training camp, though.
But, I mean, there's going to be a team that say, all right, they go through camp and they're like, well, looking at this team, we're a receiver away. And I could see us getting the real value then from a team that's desperate going into the season and saying, all right, this will take us over the top. Now, if we sign a guy like Crosby, he's going to want a new deal, and that would virtually lock AJ in. He couldn't leave then just because of the salary cap situation then. He would have to stay here. $43 million of dead cap hit and the player not being there is something I don't think they're willing to do for a non-quarterback. I can see it was a quarterback, but a non-quarterback, I can't see that. I think they're bringing AJ back, and letting him know Mannion will have an opportunity to make him a better player, and I think that's what they're talking about now. I'm not worried about what went on this year. Players evolve every single year, and he knows that tape is out there, and it's what have you done for me lately? There's no way he does that again. There's no way.
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
You don't think he would do it again?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He is too vain to do that. Too vain of a player. He loves himself too much to go out and give that type of performance on the field in a playoff game. Oh, there's no way he does that.
And have his reputation.
His reputation is done right now. It's going to take him a while to get that reputation built back up. You know, he's thinking he's a Hall of Fame type of player. That doesn't get you in the Hall. So he's wanting to be that type of player.
So I think he has it in him to do it again next year. The question is if it'll be worse. If he'll just do what he did last year, I think you can manage that, right? The question is if it gets to June 1st, if it gets to OTAs, does he show up for mandatory minicamp? Is he hurt all of a sudden at the beginning of training camp? Like, is he willing to make this an ugly situation? But I do think he is absolutely capable of doing what he did last year. And I'm an AJ guy, but he is, from being around him, he's an emotional guy, right? You can see he wears his emotions on his sleeves. He's a terrible poker face. And if he comes back next year, even if he comes in with the best intentions of everything you said, if it's week 2 and it feels the same to him, I don't think he has it in him to cover that up.
We spoke about that, though. We spoke about we won't see the same thing we saw last year with the new regime coming in.
Well, why? I think there's a very good chance that we'll see similar to last year. Why would it be much better?
It's just the way things, like we let Stoutland go. First, we let Stoutland go. A lot of things people don't understand about why it went on is Stoutland didn't want to motion. That's why we didn't motion. He didn't want to motion because Kelsey wasn't here. Mm-hmm. Because Kelsey was able to change the protections and get the guys in the best protection and help Jalen out. Because he's not here, he doesn't want that, because once you do motion and you cross the center, it changes up the number count for the offensive line, and we know guys don't necessarily make the right calls. It just messes up the whole offense if you don't have an experienced guy at the center position. I didn't think that Cam right now took that next step, and until he takes that next step, they won't do motion. Well, now they've got a new regime here. They're going to do all of that.
But I think, like, AJ's issue is not the motion, right? AJ's issue is they've not been a great passing team. So I think there is a chance they could do it next year because offensive line could be better. And I think that's really the only reason if their offensive line is better. But if you're AJ and you get to week 1 or 2 and it's not different, that's when I think you worry that he'll just mentally check out like he did last year.
Yeah, and I don't think, remember, everything builds upon itself. It's not like this year is separate from last year, or separate from the year before, or separate from the year before. So instead of having 1 year of this, you now have 2.5 years of this. You have an off season where he thought he was going to be gone, whereas he had his agent looking for trades. Not only did he think he was going to be gone, he thought he was going to be gone to his preferred destination.
And it could be setting in right now that maybe that won't be happening.
Right.
For him, right?
Right. I like the reality, we don't have to overdo this, but I just think the reality of, and you know what, Barrett, I think there's a possibility that AJ could say and believe one thing and then get in there and then it feels the exact same way as it felt, and he starts thinking about the offseason and what he thought was going to happen. And I think you're also putting the quarterback and the offensive coordinator in a nearly impossible situation where, of walking on thin ice, where you have an offensive coordinator who's never done it before, you have a quarterback who has no more guaranteed money on his, and you're bringing back the guy who was the loudest of questioning if he was good at what he was doing. And I also think they're going to ask Jalen to do a lot of things that he's not comfortable with, that he hasn't been comfortable with previously. And I would want to put him in the most comfortable position I could. And I think having A.J. Brown there, I'm not sure that you're doing that with the Eagles if he's there.
You have to ask yourself, what is A.J. thinking right now? Man, I hope this trade happens. Or, dude, I do not want to be traded. I hope I don't get traded.
Well, it's the first one. It has to be, right?
So I think it's definitely the first one. But
okay, all I'm saying is, I'm just trying to say, what do we think he wants? Again, it may not happen because the Eagles may not do it. That's different than trying to predict where his mindset is and whether or not he's on board with the plan moving forward and he's happy to be here, he's a part of the team, or the first time something goes wrong, is he back in front of the media complaining? Is he subtweeting? Is he doing all these things again? The Eagles, as much as they try to put a good face on this thing during the season, I give them credit for that. There's no way they like this stuff.
No, not at all.
There's no way, especially when it implies he's talking about one of his teammates or either the coaches. He's not attacking the media in these sessions. He's not saying the media is out here making up stuff about him.
Or the fans.
Yeah, or the fans.
Yeah.
He's talking about in the building. So he's either talking about his teammates or he's talking about his coaches. The Eagles have to take that into consideration moving forward. Everybody talked about fresh start, new offense, all this stuff. Well, this is the type of stuff that won't allow you to move forward if everybody isn't on board.
I get it, but they're only $20 million under the cap right now.
Yeah.
And with their $20 million under the cap, just his initial being gone before June 1st accelerates $43 million.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not signing anybody else.
Yeah, it may happen after June.
Yeah.
I mean, it may happen after June. I'm just saying, I'm just thinking about his mindset and where he's, what does he want to happen right now?
Yeah, he wants to be gone.
Well, but let me ask you this.
No one is sitting here yelling that AJ
We all know that,
doesn't want to be traded. He wants to be here, and he hopes the Eagles don't trade him. No, he's hoping to be traded.
He's winking and everything.
But I would also say,
I don't know how you move on. I'm going to move forward with that.
To circle back to the Max Crosby thing, because I think it connects here. Max Crosby, if you acquire him, he's got issues, right? He has a knee issue. He's expensive. It's going to cost a first-round pick.
Yeah.
AJ Brown, if you bring him back, he could be he could be upset again. There could be tension, all these things. But there's very few great players that you can acquire or keep that have no baggage, right?
Yes,
so
right.
we can sit here and say, I'm worried about AJ in the building. And I get it. We can say it costs a lot to trade for Max Crosby. I get it. But ultimately, they need great players to win. We can talk ourselves
into draft them.
Well, but that's hard to do, to be
Sure
instant
it
impact guys. I think we're talking ourselves into this new scheme being a fix-all, and they're just going to be awesome. They have to have great players. And if you lose AJ and you decide not to trade for Max Crosby and you sign a bargain bin end, then the scheme better be awesome because you're not going to have the talent that you've had that has led to all these wins.
That's why you got to have realistic expectations for this year.
But if you trade for Max Crosby and keep AJ, then I think you can have big expectations.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, that's my point I'm making. You
yeah.
can go and get great players and have high expectations. I feel like we've gotten in this circle of, well, he costs too much money, you can't spend that cash, hold on to this draft pick.
Yeah.
But they become a great team by acquiring great players and paying for them.
Yeah, but they don't do that every year, and every once in a while, you have to reset. They've done that. They've done that in the past. They reset, and they did what they did in 2017. They won the Super Bowl. They held on to some of those players too long.
Yeah.
And then they realized after 2020, they needed to get some fresh blood in here and some new talent in here. I'm not saying it's going to take that long, but even if it takes next year, I don't expect the Eagles to be a bad team. I actually expect them to be a playoff team because I do believe in the talent that's still on the team. The cupboard is not bare. The cupboard isn't bare. They got good coaches. It's a well-oiled machine that even when it's not running at its highest level, which is meaning they're contending for a Super Bowl, they are still a competitive football team that gives you a chance to win every week. And sometimes your players get you over the hump and you become a 12 and 5 team,
whatever it is now,
or 13 and 14, and then sometimes you come up a little short and you might be a 10 and 17. But if I look at the Eagles' overall roster, I like the majority of the talent on the team. Could they improve in some areas? Sure. But we got good talent. We got good young players on this football team.
The core is there, yes. The core
It starts with the quarterback, damn it. And that's really where all this question comes from.
215-59. Oh, we can talk about that.
Well, yeah, it starts with him. Start believing in him and we'll be all right.
Except for when they win, then it doesn't start with him.
Well, when they win, you get sacked 7 times, take a safety, and throw for 90 yards. Yeah,
run for a 50-yard touchdown.
Oh, yeah. It's great. It's
he
great.
did. It was
great. Justin Fields back there. 215-592-9494. Would you trade a first for Max Crosby? Coming up next.
I used to like Justin Fields.
Yeah, well, coming up next, something happened in the sports world tonight that I am eager. I have not heard Ike's opinion on this.
Oh, I can't wait.
There are many things I want to hear Ike's opinion on. This is absolutely number one, top of the line. So we will talk about that
The hater
next.
fuel on this is going to be
out
of control.
Let it. 215-592-9494. Would you trade a first for Max Crosby? We are broadcasting from Magerks in Horsham for the Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Catch all the tournament action at Magerks this month. Enjoy a game day atmosphere like no other with drink specials throughout the tournament. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
How did you make out in the snow? Now, do you have any storm damage to your roof or siding? Well, guess what? I got a guy for you. Call my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding and get any storm damage repairs done now. Now, they have teams out on the street ready to help people, indeed, with storm damage. From Philly to the shore, homeowners choose Emmons because they show up, do the job right, and stand behind their work. Plus, you get free estimates, and they build to your budget at a great price. Visit Emmons.com today and tell them Ike sent you.
It's back.
Jack Fritz here.
Joe versus Jack. Joe DeCamera and Jack Fritz take the court in a head-to-head basketball battle for the fifth and final round.
I mean, listen, no one cares when I win.
It's 2-2 on the basketball. March 18th at the Community College of Philadelphia Athletic Center. Tip-offs at 6, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by the Community College of Philadelphia. Rise from within.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hey, March Matchups fans. BetMGM is offering a legendary experience for you and 3 of your friends in Vegas. Climb the BetMGM Court of Legends leaderboard for a chance to win the trip of a lifetime to Las Vegas to see Haley and Hannah Cavender face off at the Bellagio. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. 25 winners will take home grand prize packages that include 4 tickets to the Court of Legend event featuring the Cavender twins, withdrawable funds for travel, a 3-night stay at the MGM Grand, and MGM Resorts credit. Make this March one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Withdrawable bonus dollars for flight money.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. During our spring sales event, get 10% off any home painting project, $2,500 or more. When you schedule before May 15th at participating locations, get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club says there's plenty of action all day and all night. Club Risque features free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, plus the hottest best entertainers in the world. This week, adult film legend Jessica Drake. You can see Jessica Drake up close and personal this Thursday through Saturday in all Club Risque locations. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss Jessica Drake all this week at Club Risque. For more info and showtimes, visit clubrisque.com.
At Sioka Automotive, it's all about giving you more. More cars, more convenient service, more great deals. Shop more, save more, smile more. Because when you get more, you drive away happier. Here at Sioka Automotive, we love our customers. SiokaAutomotive.com. See you at Sioka.
You deserve a car buying experience made just for you. More choices, more savings, and more reasons to love every mile. That's why people choose Sioka Automotive. We love our customers. SiokaAutomotive.com. See you at Sioka.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Back to the 2026 Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes, sir.
I'm just letting the whole verse go.
Oh, let it roll, baby.
Yeah.
Made my day.
Down to no man. From Drake, let me serenade the streets of LA. From Oakland to Sacktown, the Bay Area and back down.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. That is your 232 Pop.
A request from Barrett.
It's a good one.
Oh,
it's a good
okay.
one.
A lot of party now.
Oh, man. Hey, you over here taking it, DJ Fritz? You over here taking requests?
We got to welcome to the show.
Appreciate it.
I like it.
IE Jack is running out of ideas. For
I pawned off 330 Country on Julio.
Every day I'm on now.
Yeah, come on, man.
He's focused on that now.
We are at Magerks and Horsham for the Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. I'm going to stumble on that all day. Join Magerks for opening day, March 26th. Dollar Dogs might be gone at the ballpark, but they're back at Magerks, along with great drink specials. Barrett Brooks with us until 3 o'clock. Hugh and Joe Giglio will join us at 3. Merrill will join us at 4. And, of course, we have Elliott Shore Parks at the Surfside Free Agency desk. Now, I know it's the Birds Town Hall, and we're talking Eagles. But something happened last night in sports that as I saw it happening, I only thought about Ike Reese. It was in the NBA, and yes, it's that campaign had a career high. No, I'm just kidding.
How about that campaign?
Yeah, 8 for 8 from 3. Come on, man. Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, after scoring 31 points in the first quarter, scores 83 points. His quote after the game, Ike, first Wilt, then me, then Kobe.
Ooh, that
hurt. That is disgusting.
Now,
and Wilt's a questionable one.
Yeah. Now, for context here, he shot 43 free throws. The Celtics haven't shot that many free throws in a game in 10 years that he shot in one game. Ike, your thoughts on Bam Adebayo passing Kobe for the second highest single game scoring mark in the NBA?
Well, listen.
Yes?
I appreciate you coming to me with this.
Of course.
Although you got your own devious
No, I don't.
reasons for this.
I never have any devious reasons.
It's all good, though.
Yep.
You come to the number one Kobe supporter.
Yep.
And I'm here. And I got to admit, I had mixed emotions last night. You know, I never want to come off as a hater. So I didn't even know what was going on,
Yep.
right? Because I don't have NBA League Pass anymore, so I didn't see the game. So it wasn't until Fritzy texted us in the group text.
Yep.
What'd you say, Bam has 77?
74.
74 or something like that. And I'm like, what? And I thought you meant like the game was over with.
It was not.
And then you said there's more time left in the game. So, immediately I thought of Kobe. So I'm like, this month, about to break Kobe's. So I hadn't seen the game, so I don't know how he had gotten to 74 or what it looked like. They're playing the stinking Wizards, so I knew that.
Yep.
And that was okay. I didn't get irritated until NBC wind up flipping over to the game. By the way, after he had already broken the record, I guess they showed it in delay.
Okay, I think there's a thing where they can't show it live.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Which makes sense.
Yeah,
makes sense.
because the deal, whatever their local broadcast is. Yep.
So I'm watching Celtics Spurs last night, and then they finally go into the Heat Wizards game, and I couldn't even. It was the fouling, it was the missing the free throws, the extra possessions. You're up by 30. Like I couldn't even. It wasn't as if I was enjoying a once in a lifetime athletic feat being put on display by Bam Adebayo. Because when Kobe scored his 81, you can go back and watch that today and be marveled at the shots that he made, that he was down by 20 at some point in the game.
I was going to say they needed him to score those points in that game.
They needed him to score the points. So, long story short, I went to sleep not feeling I didn't know what the hell to do.
I couldn't tell from your text whether you were mad or excited, to be honest with you.
And to be honest with you, I couldn't tell either.
Okay.
Like I told you, I don't want to be a hater.
Tell me you woke up a hater.
I woke up a hater.
Yeah!
I woke up a hater, bro.
Never a doubt.
And here's how I know I woke up a hater. It's the first thing I thought of when I woke up.
Oh, Bam Adebayo.
It wasn't even Eagles free agency. It was, let me see how everybody reacted to this damn game. Because first, I'm thinking, as a Kobe guy, I'm being sensitive. Right. So I didn't want to tweet anything or this and that and the other. But I got confirmation this morning that I knew I felt the right way about this hoax of a record that he just broke. That's first of all,
a hoax?
Yeah. No disrespect. Wilt, the great Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain, Philadelphia's own.
At least this one was on video, though.
No disrespect to him. He got 100 points.
Maybe.
We didn't see it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
You never know.
Bam's 83 is more impressive anyway.
So to a modern basketball fan, Kobe's 81 was the benchmark. That's the most that anybody had seen, right? Visually. So to have Bam break the record in the fashion in which they did it, first of all, that's not Heat culture. That's sucker culture that went on last night. That was some nonsense. I don't want to hear about Heat culture anymore.
Yep.
And the fouling and the lack of respect for Kobe. The lack of respect to do it in that manner. If you do it in the natural flow of the game and it happens, so be it. The Mamba would have tipped his cap and said, well done. I appreciate that. I don't think Kobe appreciated that.
No shot.
I don't think the way that happened, I don't think Kobe appreciated that. And since he didn't appreciate it, you know damn well I didn't appreciate it. So from here on out, I don't even give a damn that Bam Adebayo has 83 points, 2 points more than Kobe Bryant. Here's what I'll tell you. They won't be showing highlights of 83 being scored 20 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Because that wasn't poetry in motion. When the Black Mamba did it January 22nd, 2006, Championship Sunday, on a cold night when nobody was watching against the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah.
And it was trying to stop them.
With a bum knee.
It was in L.A.
Well, it was cold around the country.
Yeah.
Okay. It was cold right around the country.
Way to set the scene.
Shut up, Jack.
Way to set the scene.
Don't ruin his flow again 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I thought you learned from yesterday, quite frankly.
What are you doing?
On a bum knee, too.
On
Wow.
a bum knee.
Honestly, I
One
thought...
leg.
With his grandmother in attendance for the first time.
I thought David Robinson's 71 was more impressive. Embiid's 70 was more impressive. Who did it on Wemby?
Yes.
Did it on Wemby?
Yes.
Like, come on, man.
I just saw that. So then, okay, then I feel good that you're not even a Kobe devotee like I am.
I am not. I am not.
But the fact that other people feel this way looking at that and they don't have reverence for what Bam did last night. They look at it like, this is why we don't like the NBA.
You know what?
Because of nonsense. Because that's what my thought was. My first tweet to Jack was like, this is why people say it's so easy to score in the NBA. This nonsense.
Yeah, well, and Bam's first quarter was impressive.
Yes.
31 points in the first
I saw
quarter.
those highlights.
That's
31,
impressive.
that was
They're not trying to do anything in the first quarter.
Right.
The end of it, the fouling and the free throws and come on.
Yeah, Mama would not be.
Nobody cares.
I think the good news is, to your point, Spike, nobody cares. So
Nobody
you're right.
cares.
Like, he has
Yeah.
passed Kobe technically. Nobody will ever look at that as more impressive than what Kobe
Somebody
did.
tweeted at me that they were going to tell their kids about this. If you are spending time telling your children about Bam Adebayo's 83 against the Wizards in the middle of March, you didn't even see it. You didn't even see it. What are you telling your kids about it for?
It's a farce. It's definitely a farce.
Yeah.
I knew I was coming on the show, and I turned around and I said, "Oh man, it's gonna be a bad day. I know he's gonna be fired up when I get there. He will be fired up." And lo and behold, he let us go a whole
Kobe,
segment.
man. That's my guy.
Well,
man.
and the fouling of the other team to get the ball back is especially
disgraceful.
bad. Yeah.
Disgraceful. All right, 215-592-9494.
It does put into perspective. Again, no offense
Yeah.
to the Philadelphia area.
Yes.
For Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah.
But this is what people said was happening at the end of Wilt's game.
Yeah, they were just trying to get him
100. Yeah. So
if only we could prove it happened.
If it happened in the first place. I mean, what was his free throw percentage before that game, Jack?
Oh,
His
it was-
career free throw percentage?
I didn't mean to get you too started.
Well,
on
I'm
Wilt.
just saying.
He went
Don't
20
get
and
started
32.
on
He's a
Wilt.
career like 50% free throw shooter.
Yeah,
it
come
just
on,
doesn't
man.
add up.
It doesn't add
And
up.
then you got to add this too. After he scored 100 points on them, he rode with those guys back to New York.
Yeah, something's fishy.
Yeah.
He rode with them guys back to New York.
Well, I think it took everyone to get him the 100.
Yeah.
It was a team effort.
Yeah. All right, 215-592-9494.
Good line.
After I tell you about your next beach house, we're actually going to go to Elliott. We do have some free agency news.
Okay.
Now, it is hot as hell out there right now, and I'm sure it makes you think of the summer and going down the shore or going to the beach. And Adam Kasabi, I'm going to tell you about a realtor friend of mine, Ksebe, that's how you spell it. He's based out of Long and Foster in Bethany Beach. He can be the person who can make it possible for you to have your own beach house in Delaware. In Delaware. Now, if you've grown up going down the shore in Jersey, one thing that is better in Delaware than Jersey is the property taxes. Property taxes in Jersey, you're talking about $13,000 a year, $12,000 a year. Delaware, you spend $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 on a place in Delaware, you're paying between $1,000 and $2,000 annually for property taxes. If you need to, you could also rent that out for the summer, and those people are paying your mortgage. And then, what do you have? You have your place to tell your friends and your family to go down to in Bethany, or Lewis, or Rehoboth, or Dewey. Kasabi is the guy that can make it happen. He's a realtor who's actually going to work for you, not just show up at closing, not just show up when you want to see a house. He's actually going to help you find the place, bid, and get it for yourself. When you're ready to have that conversation, I want you to call or text him. This is his direct cell. Ask him what he thinks of Bam's 83 last night. 302-864-8643. That's his real cell. You can call and ask him. I don't care. 302-864-8643 or go to buyindelaware.com. We go to Elliott now at the Surfside Free Agency desk. Elliott, what do you have for us?
Yeah, so no signing by the Eagles yet, but I think fans will like this news. According to Adam Schefter, the Eagles are not and will not be open to trading Jalen Carter. They're not listening to offers. They have
Anymore.
not. And they plan on paying him or keeping him. And it's worth noting, so Jordan Davis is speaking to the media right now about his new contract. Jalen Carter is there in the auditorium. So
saying, "Where's mine?"
Yeah, I think he's looking up there saying, "I'm going to get twice that." But
look,
noteworthy that they're not.
Yes. Well, it's noteworthy.
Well, that's his brother. That's his Georgia Bulldog brother for sure.
It's noteworthy that it came out 3 days into free agency, after there were reports over the weekend that they took calls on him, after they paid the guy that plays right next to him, and I'm sure that they're no longer listening to offers. What I don't believe is that they didn't listen to offers. What I don't believe is that they didn't consider it. And I think it is absolutely 100% telling that he does not have an extension today.
It would be interesting to see how Howie would answer a question about if they listened to offers for Jalen Carter in comparison to how he speaks about, well, you have to listen to offers for AJ.
Yes. Well,
but what would he say?
Right. Yeah. I think I don't think they're in the same bucket. I think they're in a similar bucket in that I think there are players on the Eagles that Howie would not listen to offers for. Or I don't think he's listening to offers on Quinyon Mitchell
or Cooper
or Cooper DeJean. I think there are plenty of teams that would like to have both those guys. There must have been a sense that Jalen Carter was gettable for a couple of different standpoints. One, from a salary crunch standpoint, especially after they paid Jordan Davis. From another perspective, that they're clearly like, whether they decide to pay him or not, there's concern, you would think, around the organization about paying him, given culture stuff or how hard he works. And I think the biggest thing to me is like a guy like that you're worried about. How does that guy act after he signs a $150 million contract?
Absolutely.
Is he dug in the same way? And I think they told you what they felt about Jordan Davis. They told you that they believe what they've seen over the last year makes them believe that he's going to be greater than he has been. And the fact that Jalen Carter doesn't have a deal yet, I think is telling. Now, I don't know if we're going to see one over the next week, but Barrett, I think it's telling that he doesn't have a deal already.
Injuries. If anything, they should be trying to sign him now because his worth isn't as high as it's going to be next year when he goes out and demos. Number one, I don't understand why you wouldn't sign him now because his fair market value is a lot lower than it is going to be at the end of this season. He's a generational talent. What he can do, I don't care how good you think, Davis is, he won't be able to do the same thing. So,
two totally different players.
Way different players. So this guy can do things he never. And it's not just what he did in games. They said there's times when he's pissed off in practice and will not let a play get run in practice.
Yeah, he can run in practice.
So they know what they have. Say what you want to say. That will be done. But I at this point they're just trying to see if they can move AJ or whatever first before they sign him.
I agree with everything you said there, but I also agree with Spike in the sense that doesn't mean they didn't take the phone calls on him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and all that's true about him, but they certainly,
would you trade him for two? Would you trade him for 2 first-round picks?
Or Mike, he had an opportunity with Mike.
And Elliott.
2 firsts, yeah.
You can't leave that there.
I think I would. And I would pay Moro Ojomo.
You can't leave it there.
Yeah.
Well, they
two firsts is hard to
That's hard to say no to. Yeah. Now I wouldn't trade Quinyon for 2 firsts.
Well, the thing that I
wouldn't. I'm just saying.
What about Coop?
What's the difference?
Coop's a nickel corner.
No.
What's
Not on this show.
Not on this show.
Not on this show.
He's a football player.
Well, because I think they have someone.
Elliott, you stepped in it.
I think they have someone to replace.
Go back to Bam Adebayo. Go back to.
Well, you need those draft picks as we're gearing up for Burrow or Lamar in a year.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing I disagree with you on, Barrett, is the idea that they will pay less for him today than they would pay for him in a year. Because I think his agent is Drew Rosenhaus.
Oh, yeah, he wants.
And I would guess he wants to be the highest paid defensive tackle in football.
Yes.
So now, in a year, the cap might go up, and whatever that number is might be slightly higher, but I think it's relative to whatever they're paying now. So if you think you're going to do it in a year, you might as well do it now. But if you're not sure whether you want it, we also haven't heard that they picked up his 5th-year option, and I don't know what the deadline for that is. Do you know what it is, Elliot?
I believe it might be next month.
It's before the draft.
Yeah.
Before the draft.
And they'll pick that up.
Yeah.
Just as almost procedural.
When he signs, I'd be shocked if he doesn't set a new record for defensive tackles.
Right.
So I think they'll pay him, and I think they probably should. But in a world where you could wait a year, I don't think that's the worst thing. Like, having him have a prove-it year. They're not the same person, but look what having a prove-it year did for Jordan Davis. They picked up his option, but they didn't extend him, right? And he came in the best shape of his life, and he made a ton of money. I think Jalen Carter, while already a great player, could maybe benefit from a year of feeling like this is not just going to be handed to him.
The problem with that is they have several players that'll be doing that.
Andrew Rosenhaus is his agent.
Yeah, you got Jalen Carter, you got Quinyon and Cooper.
Jalix Hunt.
You got Jalix Hunt, you got Nolan Smith. So these are all the players you're looking at next year. Now, they aren't free agents, but they'll all be eligible for extensions.
They'll feel like free agents.
Yes, and you're going to have to – their agents will be calling to be like, well, especially from Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter. I'm thinking the guys that'll be on the last year. Cooper. Cooper would be going into the last year of his deal.
Well, did you say Jalix? Did you say Jalix Hunt?
Jalix Hunt?
Because they were not first-round picks.
Yes,
There's
so they
no
only have
5th-year
4 years.
option.
Yes.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
My guys.
What's up,
Bird
Corey?
Hall, ESP, what's up, man?
What up? Sorry to hear you didn't win Caller of the Year, man.
Hey, man, don't worry about it. That's no smoke on my back. We know who the best is. Just like Kobe. Just like Kobe, you know what I'm saying?
right.
That 83 ain't nothing, Hey, Bear Brooks, welcome to the show.
Appreciate it, man. They let me come outside a little bit. I appreciate it.
Listen, so this Max Crosby thing, this is why you patient. See, all them people want to run up there fast. Now they stuck in traffic. See, you wait. How we did. So, listen, I don't want to disagree with Ike, but I'm going to disagree with Ike. Listen, Myles Garrett, #1 pick in the draft, great player. But Myles Garrett defense, the Browns got good players around him. Max Crosby out there in Oakland, they name one other player on the team other than him. It's like you on a team with a whole bunch of nobodies and he getting double-digit sacks. Myles Garrett, he ain't really he ain't making the Browns win. They won, one more game than the Raiders?
Well, he can't play quarterback.
What I'm saying is they won 4 games with him getting 23 sacks. You get a guy like that, Max Crosby, you put him in Philly with Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. Shoot, man, he might get 20 sacks. Vic Fangio, if you look at his historic defenses, who has he had? Khalil Mack. Von Miller. He had elite pass rushers. No knock to Jalen, number 50.
What about the last 2 years?
But we weren't no high sack team, you know what I'm saying?
We don't have to be. You still had the number 2 defense 2 years ago. You had the number 5 defense this past year.
Right, that's cool. But what I'm saying is I want to be a historic defense.
Yeah.
I want to be historic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I do. And that's the thing. If you add him now, I'm not trading for Max Crosby. I'm not just going to get him 2 firsts now. I'm going to put some incentive on it. You know what I'm saying? If he get 15 sacks or something, we'll give you a first or something. I ain't just giving him away. You know what I'm saying? But also, too, real quick.
But for Myles Garrett, how about you? You think the Eagles would think twice about giving up that 23rd pick for Myles Garrett?
No, but Myles Garrett ain't coming off no injury, and he Defensive Player of the Year.
I don't care what he's doing. Exactly. You the one. Hold on. You brought up Myles Garrett like he was some regular person. That's Bruce Smith.
There you go.
Bruce Smith reincarnated. You too young to remember Bruce Smith. Bruce Smith, over 200 sacks in his career. That's who Myles Garrett is.
Right.
A freak of nature.
Is an all-time great. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is they won 5 games doing that. You know what I'm saying? With him doing that, they won 5 games. And real quick, like I said,
how many games did Max Crosby win?
4. So what I'm saying is I'm not saying Max Crosby's a better player. I mean, you get to the point. What I'm saying is what he was doing on that team, as a defensive end, you're not going to be able to change the game like that. But if you get a guy like that and put him in Philly, it's like Saquon as a running back. The position is devalued, but if you put him on a team with Goddard, AJ, Devontae, and stuff, he can rush for 2,000. You put Myles Garrett in Philly, he might get 15, 20 sacks with these dudes. Right? That's what I'm saying.
You mean Max Crosby? No, I'm with you.
Yeah,
so maybe you and I disagree on what we would be willing to give up. Because I think we both, I take Max Crosby. It's just a matter of what I'm willing to pay to get him.
Right. I'm not giving up 2 firsts. I'm making it, like I said, 15-plus sacks. You know what I'm saying? We'll add
one
first.
One first.
23rd. Yeah, 1 first. You know what I'm saying? But real quick, I got to bring up these Ravens. The Ravens. Look, we know the Ravens is a funny organization. Remember when they tried to sell us that snake oil when we got Jair Alexander? They knew something was wrong with him. We should get our kicks after that, too. 2 days later,
they
he
did,
retired.
man.
They a funny organization.
Well, dude, they were telling you. They weren't even playing him.
Yeah, they weren't even playing him.
Yeah,
I got to blame that on us.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Corey. Yeah, that's on us.
Yeah,
they weren't even playing him.
For even warning him.
Yeah, that was we were desperate last year. All right, 215-592-9494. Would you give up a 1 for Max Crosby? The report from Adam Schefter, the Eagles are, I'm saying, no longer listening to offers on Jalen Carter, and they're going to keep him this year. Barrett, thank you for joining us.
Appreciate
Barrett Brooks with us.
Appreciate it.
Give us a hot take, B.
Yeah,
a hot take.
Yeah, on the way out. Give us a hot take.
Dallas Goedert will be here. I think they will sign him because they let everybody else go. And plus, we only have 1 signed tight end right now. He's got to be here.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on Njoku, though.
Yeah.
David Njoku's a name to keep
I want him, too. And
so do they.
Well, you sound like Herb in the Northeast. We got 5 tight ends in this team.
What if that
With
comes
this
true?
new offense, you need
What
2
if that
tight ends.
comes true? What if we sign 4 tight ends?
4 tight ends.
Herb is right.
Well,
They
he's
did
in
that
jail.
last year.
They got the
He's in
blocking
jail.
tight end.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Guy doesn't matter anymore.
He's in jail.
He's in jail.
Yeah,
All
people
right.
are starting to wonder if he's actually in jail.
He's not actually in jail. He's in an afternoon
He was
show
here
jail.
earlier today.
Oh, great. I'm glad he drove out. And he's never getting that $32 he wants from me
Oh,
for
come on,
parking.
Spike.
Do the right thing.
I'll
Do
give
the
him.
right
I'll give him
thing.
a 32. All right, Barrett, thanks for joining
Appreciate
us.
it. Thank you. Thank
Hugh
you.
Douglas
Appreciate
and Joe Giolio join us next. We're at Magerks in Horsham for the Birds Town Hall presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Now, even though it feels like July out there, it's actually March. And March is going to be a great month over at Colonial Hyundai. The Car Czar has named it the March into More sales event at Colonial Hyundai in Downingtown because you are going to get more Hyundai for your money. Big discounts, like a 2026 Tucson SE for just $199 a month. How about this? A 2026 Elantra SE for $99 a month. The goal at Colonial is always to get you more for your money. They have over 250 brand new Hyundais in stock. They've got the best financing in the business, rates as low as 0% for up to 84 months. And talk about more. There's no more than America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. The March into More sales event at Colonial Hyundai today. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. All vehicles, 24-month lease, $2,990 down plus first payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and dock fee. In-stock vehicles only. Offers can't be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 2nd, 2026.
Warm up with spring training. Saturday, Phillies, Yankees. The first pitch is at 105.
That is gone. Up onto the boardwalk for Bryce Harper.
Catch all the action here on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. We have the most extensive selection of fresh and premium foods, including raw, gently cooked, dehydrated, air-dried, freeze-dried, and of course, premium kibble and cans. The Dogs and Cats Rules stores are chock full of interactive toys, chews, and treats. Dogs and Cats Rules, 7 neighborhood locations: Princeton and Pennington, New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in PA. Online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through May 31st, save up to $2,100 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualified systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. That's nopaycarrier.com for a contractor near you.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become the king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code DEVAN150, DEVAN150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to know. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Miami Heat beat the Washington Wizards 150-129 last night. Bam Adebayo scored 83 points. This was not a competitive game at the end. The Heat were trying to get Bam past Kobe's number of 81. And why were the Wizards fouling him late? 83 looks cool in the box score, but if you watched it, it didn't feel as impressive. I'm Chris Black.
This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation on Sports Radio 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz at Magerks, Horsham for Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on at all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dancers, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long. We have Elliott Shore Parks at the Surfside Free Agency Desk. Here at Magerks, you can get Surfside samples from 4 to 6, $2 Surfside and Stateside cans. And joining us for the 3 o'clock hour, the gentlemen from the WIP Midday Show, that is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Welcome to the show, fellas.
Welcome. Thanks for having us, man.
Yes, thank you for having us. We're excited to be with you.
Oh, I'm excited to have you guys. You know, I didn't listen to it. I saw Hugh disparaging my name on the show earlier today.
What are you talking about?
He was mad. Well, look.
I wasn't mad. It was unexpected.
Well, look. Hugh does this stuff online. Hugh, is a single gentleman. And is online, he's like, I just wondered what what colognes ladies like to
because
smell on a man.
I get my smells. It's getting ready to be summer. It's about to be a hot boy summer.
Yeah, so I just wanted to weigh in.
I came in with some shorts on yesterday with his legs all greased up.
I got him out today, too.
I was like, hey, it's about to be summertime, so I was like, let me go ahead and get my smell goods right for the summer. I wanted some suggestions.
Yes, and I just wanted to weigh in with mine.
And he said mustard.
Well, I said, whoa. Oh, boy. Hey, yo. That's pretty loud, Fran.
I think that was my phone.
Awesome.
I don't think it was your phone.
I don't think that was the phone.
I was just like, it's a hot boy summer. I'm about to, I just wanted to see it. And he says mustard.
Yes, I said that ladies love when you pour yellow mustard on yourself and then use a dry paper towel to wipe it off and you smell like the mustard.
That was a lot. That was a lot.
I hadn't heard that one before.
I mean, Buzz used a dry paper towel at Six Flags.
Yeah, that's a good point. That wasn't mustard,
Wait a minute.
Hugh, I think you should try Spike's idea. What's the worst that happens?
Mustard.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing no mustard.
Yeah, why
Come
not?
on, man.
I'm not wearing mustard.
Natural? It's all natural.
Give it a shot, Hugh.
No, y'all set me up for failure. It's already rough out here in these streets as it is.
Oh, it's not rough for you.
It's
Come
rough.
on,
It's
man.
hard out here in the streets.
You, Douglas.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I wish that dog hunted. That's what he said. I didn't aged out of that. That don't work no more.
Hugh, who was that? When did you play?
Who is that old dude with that all that gray in his beard? He's look like a dinosaur running
That's
around
because you
these
got,
parts.
listen, not to.
Oh, here we go. What you about to say?
I'm just saying, you got to get back in our bracket, man.
What are you talking about?
The age bracket.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean in my age demographic? No.
Yeah, man.
No.
Yeah,
He's
get
basically
back-
saying someone that might remember you.
They know you.
No.
They know you.
No. Okay, I'm
These
going to
young
go ahead and leave that
Thundercats don't know you,
I'm
man.
going to go ahead and leave that one alone. But like most, I'm going to go ahead.
Do you ever use this as a line? Do you ever
Don't
walk?
you know who I am?
No. Do you ever walk up to a nice looking lady that maybe caught your eye and do you go, I have a 3D printer at home?
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna start. I might do that. That might be my end. Because I had these nice little fidget toys. They're like, hey, as a matter of fact, we were in Clearwater.
Yeah.
And somebody said, can I play with it?
Somebody, the bartender,
Lord.
Hugh. It was the bartender.
The bartender said it, and I was like, me, and I thought I was on the show. I was like, can I play with it? It's crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, that's crazy.
So to the Eagles. Eagles signed Reek Woolen yesterday. Tariq Woolen was a cornerback for the world champion Seattle Seahawks, a 1-year, $15 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
And so my first reaction was, wow, I can't believe they got that guy. But then I started reading, right? I started reading, and I can't help but think, and he's a talented guy, obviously, right? I mean, I think it was a 5th-round pick because he'd only played cornerback for a couple years in college, but he ran a 4.26 40.
Fast.
Incredibly fast for his size, right? Had a great rookie year. Ended up in the Pro Bowl his rookie year. A ton of interceptions his rookie year. But then it's been iffy since then, right? There's been a couple of benchings. They tried to trade him last year. And I wonder, it sort of makes me think of Devin White. And the signing reminds me of Devin White. Here's a
linebacker
yes.
from Tampa?
Yes. Here's a talented guy.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, here's why. I want you to think back to when we signed Devin White.
I remember the accountability thread, all that. I remember that.
And it was Devin. It was talented. Had been a Pro Bowl player.
Agreed.
Was a and now I think Devin White was a high draft pick as well.
He was top 5 pick.
And we looked at was we thought, well, we know Todd Bowles benched him, but like there must be something different. And he got here, and Vic Fangio seemed to have no interest in him. Didn't want to play special teams, and so here is
Get him out.
Ike, here is my first thought when I was thinking about it was this is a Howie signing. This is not a Vic Fangio signing, and I am worried that this is the kind of guy who he's prone to mistakes and sort of does his own thing. I'm worried that because it feels like a Howie signing and not a Fangio signing, that this is one of those things where by week 4, whoever his backup is starting over him.
That's a lot to digest. Let me say this
Well,
about
that money.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Let me say this about the Vic Fangio Howie Roseman interaction.
Sure.
I feel like that has changed, and I think he's basically he listens to Vic more because of some. And the only reason I'm saying that is because of some of the things that Howie, he's trying to be joking in the press conference when he says, well, made Vic smile or something like that, or I have to ask Vic about certain players, because they're in a situation where it makes no sense to go out and get a player that you can't use in your defense when you're losing people. You know what I mean? Especially when you're. I would think you can't operate in a vacuum where you go out and say, hey, I'm gonna go get this guy because he fits. You got to make him work with the coordinator like Vic Fangio. Now I think that he can make it work, and you talk about all this talent and everything. I feel like they went out and got him because they feel that they can allow him to play to his talent level. And what I mean by this, and you can speak better to this because you know coverages and secondary play and all this other stuff. But it feels to me like if you have a person of that talent, I think what hindered him in Seattle is structure. And what I mean by that is in certain coverages and certain defenses, he was supposed to play one way, and by him not playing that position that long, and when you said that really jumped out at me, by him not playing that position that long, that he's still learning the nuances of playing corner. So he just basically benefited from his athleticism. So if you're going to bring him in here and you want him to play, you want to get the most out of him that first year, I feel if you're going to do that, you should, first of all, figure out what his strengths and his weaknesses are and allow him to play to that and then try to bring him along slowly.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. When he was under Pete Carroll with that defense, I forget who the defensive coordinator was under Pete Carroll.
I think it was Clint Hurt.
Was it Clint Hurt?
It was Clint Hurt. He was the D coordinator in Seattle 22 and 23.
Okay, so Rick Woolen was drafted and sort of envisioned to be in that defense and that scheme. With is it Mike McDonald?
Yes.
Yeah, well, Mike McDonald and his defense, I don't really know the scheme that he's running, but it's an obvious fit issue there as he fell out of favor with the new coaching staff.
Seems like way more zone and like 6 DBs on the field all the time.
So you
that's
wonder,
a lot of thinking, man. I know that from just dropping into coverage every now and then when I did it. That's a lot.
Well, here's the thing, though. This goes back to something Spike mentioned in his introduction to Rick Woolen signing here. Is that a Vic Fangio endorsement? Meaning that Vic can envision Tariq Woolen in his defense and how he's going to use him, and he sees him as a perfect fit? Or is that Howie saying, I'm going out to get the best CB2 on the market, you make it work?
Right.
Like there's things he does well, we're paying him.
Figure it out.
Yeah, make it work. Because that's what he did with Devin White, and that's what he did with Bryce Huff.
Right.
And he missed on both of those.
Adoree Jackson seemed like it was not a Vic guy the way he talked about him in training camp.
I agree.
Yeah,
he talked about him like ask Howie.
Exactly. Correct. Yes.
It was almost like he played Adoree Jackson because he had no choice.
But what makes me think that hopefully
remember they traded for Ja'Cory Bennett.
They were trying to replace him, and they couldn't do it.
The difference between him and Devin White, I think, is the money. They've given him considerably more than they gave Devin White.
Twice as much, yeah.
Yeah, so you would hope that they did have a talk and say, I'm going to give this guy $12 million for 1 year. Like, are you on board with this?
Yeah.
And the 1 year is crucial because if it was 3 years, maybe you go, well, Vic's going to be gone in a year. This is someone they like. But the one, like, Tariq Woolen is gone after this year. So it's really just the 1 year with Vic.
Well, okay, so
the Eagles play a lot of man.
They do.
On the way more than
Seattle.
Yeah, on the backside of Quinyon. And so if that's what you're going to do, you need a man corner.
So you're right. The money on a whole money basis is right. But based on position, like cornerbacks get paid a lot more than linebackers do. So I think relative to the position.
True. $12 million is still $12 million. But I get your point.
I agree. Yeah. But it feels, position-wise, it feels like the same sort of risk to me. Like based on what linebackers get paid and based on what cornerbacks get paid. And maybe I'm wrong, but it is the more and more you read about Woolen, the less and less it feels like Vic to me feels like a guy who now he needs talent and wants talent, but he likes guys who play the way, do their job.
Marcus Epps, right?
Yes.
No one's going to say Marcus Epps is a 6'4" athlete with 4'2" speed or whatever, like they say about Tariq Woolen. But the reason that Vic likes Marcus Epps and started him is because Marcus Epps is in the right place at the right time. And I think with Tariq Woolen, everyone's talking about how great he is of an athlete physically. He's been that athlete his whole NFL career. Like he didn't grow 4 inches in the past week.
Right.
So he's had these physical tools and has not been able to consistently meet them. And I think the other thing is he's an undisciplined player. And this is a team that last year lacked discipline. Penalties, personal fouls, pre-snap penalties, all that stuff. And Tariq Woolen was one of the most penalized corners in the NFL last year.
Yep.
So you're adding a player that you're hoping will become more disciplined to a group of guys that were not disciplined.
Did you hear Ross Tucker on the morning show today?
I did not.
He said they're so happy he's out of Seattle, like because of the taunting penalties and out of place. Like basically, Mike McDonald played him less and less as the season went on because of that stuff. It's not about talent. To Elliott's point, he's been big and fast since he was in college, right? It's the other stuff.
Well, and he went in the 5th round. Just putting that out there.
Well, not
wrong with that.
Not only is he one of the most penalized players, he's one of the he's one of the worst tacklers as far as regular
He's
cornerbacks.
top 5 in penalties and missed tackles.
Yeah. So
all right.
Yeah.
He picked.
Yeah.
Pro Bowl and All Pro on the record.
I was waiting for him to say something.
Don't be disrespectful,
fair.
Don't be disrespectful.
I knew it was coming.
But
he said it was such disdain.
Yeah,
Like,
he was some scrub fifth rounder.
Fifth round pick.
What's the point?
That's a loser ring.
What a waste of time.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. The difference between this year and last year is last year we didn't. I think they wanted Keely Ringo to be, and by the way, another guy who has a ton of physical
Is he still
talent.
on the team?
Another.
He might be because of special
as of
teams,
last
which are
time we
very
checked.
important to winning football games.
There we go. That's
Yeah.
way to bring it full circle.
Way to bounce back.
Exactly.
But another guy that had a lot.
They used to be important.
Another
Still
guy
are to me.
Another guy that had a lot of physical talent and wasn't able to put it
Yeah.
together. But the difference here is I think they were hoping it would be Ringo, but they thought, well, one of these guys we have will figure it out.
Somebody will pan out.
The difference is
Nobody
next year
panned out.
they will go into next year with Tariq Woolen as CB2. And
he'll get a long leash because of the money.
Yeah,
Hell
I
yeah,
think so,
12
too.
million.
Yeah.
Listen,
But to Spike's point,
Howie and Vic
I
could
can
be out
picture
there
Vic benching
fighting.
him.
I
think,
could picture Vic not wanting to play him.
but to be honest, if we can get past the taunting stuff and being
hard to get
handsy.
past, though.
No,
And
You
Like,
say
you
that
talk
now,
about-
but when it's a third down, that becomes a first down.
But that's what I'm
taunting.
saying.
We're
Like,
gonna lose it.
I feel like Vic is in a position where he commands the type of respect because think about how what was said about Vic when he was in Miami. Then he gets here and everybody buys into what he's selling. I feel like the culture will. I mean, you can't change who you are, but I think the culture will help kind of keep him in line a little bit.
I don't know, man. Jalen Carter
he did help.
Jalen Carter spit on someone last year, and they didn't do anything.
Well,
to him.
Jalen Carter's a loose cannon. He you know.
I'm saying
Well, he did help Seattle win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It ain't like he didn't play.
All right. So for defense, Giglio, I'll start with you. I want you to rank 1 to 3. You can have defensive players on the Eagles for the next 5 years. They will get paid whatever the average of the top 5 player is at that position. 1, 2, 3. How are you ranking them?
Just any 3 players?
Any 3 players.
Oh, okay.
The one that you'd most want, then
the
second
least.
most to third.
Got it. Okay.
Any player on the defense.
I'm going to go Quinyon Mitchell.
1.
1. Cooper DeJean, 2. The Jalen Carter one is hard because it terrifies me to pay him. I'm terrified of paying him. I'm going to go with Jalix Hunt 3.
Over Jalen Carter.
I think that's a good
Over
three.
Jalen Carter.
Wow. Ike?
I'm just terrified of paying Carter, so I had to find a third, and I'm going to go with Hunt. I like him.
So we doing character in this thing too, huh? Like
Well,
you got
I'm
him on your
paying
team.
someone market value, yeah.
Damn.
Ike?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the same 2 corners. You know, I got Cooper's number 1.
I knew it.
Quinyon. And then you said over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Next 5 years. You know what? I can't have Zach Bond for the next 5 years because you said 5 years. I don't think Zach Bond will be here in 5 years. But I'm going to throw Jahad Campbell in there.
As your third?
Yeah, I think Jahad Campbell is still a good football player. They just haven't been able to find the right place to use him because of the log jam at the linebacker position. But I think once Zach Bond has moved on, I think that's when you're going to see Jahad Campbell really coming to his own. This kid is still 6'3", 6'4", 235 pounds, man. He's a freak athlete too, man. He was just out there playing last year.
You would put him ahead of Jalen Carter over the next 5 years.
That you said I can trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like, I mean, listen, I think Jalen Carter is the most talented player on the defense. But I also know there's some screws that aren't also tight in there. And I don't know that he was just available, or they were just taking calls on him this past weekend.
Well, look, before I go to Hugh,
I don't know if they want to give Jalen Carter $40 million a year or $35 million a year.
Before I go to Hugh, I think it is notable that the first two guys, neither one of you had Jalen Carter in your top three, and last year he would have been number one. Probably.
Yeah.
After 2024. Hugh, your top three.
You know, it's funny because initially I thought we were just talking about talent, but since we're talking about everything else and talking about.
You got to have him on your team.
Yeah, you got to have him on your team next 5 years.
I'm going to say, even though he's already signed, I'm going to say Jordan Davis number one for me.
Okay.
Because, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I know that's probably outside the box. Because he's, when you talk about, I feel like he could be like a Haloti Ngata type player. You know, the longevity, you see he's turned the corner as far as his maturity and him taking care of his body and everything. And it's hard to find guys like that and that play a long time. So if I'm betting on somebody, I'm betting on him. Cooper DeJean and I would say Quinyon. I'll go with the other two, the chalk.
But you have Jordan Davis one?
Chalk with those two, yeah.
You have Jordan Davis
I
one?
got Jordan Davis.
Jack?
Good to be here.
I'm just trying to warm you up for the 3:30 segment on DeRosa.
It's good to be here.
It's good to be here.
Yeah.
So I'll say Bryce.
All right. Elliot?
I think it's definitely.
You just could even just do that.
He could just give me three defensive players.
Aiden Miller.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I think you have to go Quinyon, Jalen Carter, and Jalen Hunt. I get the character concerns about Jalen Carter, but he's been here for a few years. Nothing crazy has happened. He completely changes the defense. Jalen Hunt, I think, can be a top 10 edge in the NFL this time next year. And obviously, Quinyon's awesome.
No Cooper?
And no Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, he plays.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, come on.
On this show?
All right. The defensive line is more important than the secondary. So I would take the two best defensive line player and the number
what
one
a strike against our delegation.
Over the last couple of years?
Jalen Carter's been pretty important.
I understand that, but I'm just saying over the last 2 years.
Well,
1 year had Isaiah Rodgers, Darius Slay, C.J. G.J., Quinyon Mitchell, Reed Blankenship, and Cooper DeJean. The next year, minus Isaiah Rodgers and Darius Slay and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, pass defense wasn't as great, but the only all-pros on the team came from the secondary.
Yeah, that's why I took Quinyon.
You could draw a direct line
from
when
you said that the defensive line is more important.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm saying not Eagles roster related. I'd rather have a great defensive line than a great.
Okay, just overall.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the Eagles roster.
Right,
I agree.
Yeah.
There is a direct line, though, from the minute Cooper got in the lineup 2 years ago. They have never not been a top 5 defense. They stunk that year in the first month of the season, the year they won the Super Bowl. And then, I know it's not all him, but for the minute he got on the field, they've been a good defense.
Yeah, what do you have to say to that, Elliot?
He's a great player, but Jalen Carter and Quinyon are better.
Wait till Vic really unlocks him this year.
Well, you
got to send him on blitzes and things of that nature.
The one thing I'll disagree with you, Elliot, on, and we had somebody say yesterday to us about AJ stuff, is that it's been so crazy for so long. It's like normalized, and we don't even pay attention to it anymore. Yeah. The book thing was so crazy, and everybody was laughing about it.
Right.
You say nothing crazy's happened with Jalen Carter. I kind of disagree. He's already been disciplined.
The spit incident, I agree with.
The spit incident, he slapped Patrick Mahomes in the head during the Super Bowl. He never got in trouble for it.
Well, but that's not like a concern. That's just a penalty. Like it's not a great play to make. He was
chest to chest with the head coach on the sideline. Screaming at him,
laughing
in his face. Actually,
he deserved that.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
Deserved that.
I'm saying, like,
the head coach.
There's been some
moments. But I also think there might be a
hyperbolic.
sizable gap on the defense in talent between Quinyon,
fair.
Jalen Carter. You could maybe put Cooper in there and everyone else.
That's fair.
He is so talented. I just think it's wild. None of you put him in the top 3.
When are we going to start seeing as many great years as we say talent? He's had one great year out of 3, Carter.
But he was very good last year, for what it's worth.
I don't think
No,
he was.
this past year?
I don't think
He was very good.
I don't think he was.
All right, let me look up the stats.
Here we go. Pro Football Focus.
You wouldn't have to
the
look
made-up numbers.
You wouldn't have have to look up his stats.
Yeah, I think he had a very good
To
year.
me, he's like a young pitcher with a 4 ERA. We keep saying, look at the stuff. All right, like, can you show me? Can 1 year he have 10 sacks and dominate?
Well, he did that in 24.
He didn't have 10 sacks.
He didn't have 10 sacks, but that's because of the position he plays.
Well,
Very few defensive tackles.
Aaron Donald gets
Well,
10
Aaron
sacks.
Darnold was one of the
Aaron
best.
That's who
different-
we compare.
different
But
animal.
when
What
you're
about Chris Jones?
But he's been compared to Donald and Sapp and Jones. He doesn't produce like them. Not yet.
215-592-9494.
It's fair.
Coming up next.
Hey, listen, we holding everybody accountable.
Coming up next, we're gonna let Jack and Gilio cook a little bit.
Uh-oh, what they
because
got?
the United States was disgraced last night.
Oh, my God.
By several different people,
It was.
actually.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna try to pin it on one, but
I've been waiting since 6 a.m. for this segment.
Yeah, this is we had Ike with the first hour with what's his name?
Bam
Adebayo. And this hour, there's going to be some real. I mean, Jack actually predicted this thing was going to happen.
Arrest him.
The USA disgraced. 215-592-9494. We are at Magerks in Horsham for Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Catch all the tournament action at Magerks this month. Enjoy a game day atmosphere like no other with drink specials throughout the tournament. Joe Gilio and Hugh Douglas are with us until 4 when Merrill Reese joins us. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all customers a profit boost every single day through March 15th. From now to that final 68 is revealed, you're getting daily profit boosts for a chance at boosted winnings on your college basketball bets. Trust me, you don't want to miss a single day of this. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout or try live betting and jump in after the tip. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Big Air Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Horizon Services Plumbing and Electrical is here to keep your home comfortable and safe through heavy spring showers and the changing seasons. Struggling with cold showers? Horizon Services can replace your old water heater as soon as today. Horizon also offers drain clearing services, water quality treatment systems, electrical panel upgrades, surge protection packages, and more. Protect your home's power with a whole generator installation. Plus, get same-day plumbing and electrical service with no emergency fees ever. Book today at horizonservices.com.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
You've got places to be, and Wawa's got $5 deals all day. Kick off your morning with a $5 big breakfast meal deal. A sizzly breakfast sandwich, hash brown, and hot or iced coffee. And later, that $5 feeling keeps going with a crispy chicken sandwich. Bold flavor, real value. Because great taste doesn't need to cost more. Order today in the Wawa app or in store. Big cravings, big deals. Gotta have a Wawa.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Radio 94 WIP's 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation.
Oh my God! Can you?
Man,
you said there would be good ones.
Julia wanted this one.
Yeah,
I was in on this one.
Oh my God! You guys
all you gotta
terrible.
do is put a drink in my hand.
Oh,
Come on, man.
no.
Look at the Magerks. They're fired up.
Plenty of people have drinks in
Nobody
their
is
hand.
fired
Dozens
up.
of people are hands in the air.
I see a lot of drinks in hands, Spike.
Yeah, they're saying, order me another one,
Their
fella."
drinks were already in hand.
No, they were served as soon as the song started playing. Don't lie to everybody.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. That's your 3:30 country. We're at Magerks in Horsham for Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join Magerks for opening day, March 26th. Dollar Dogs might be gone at the ballpark, but they're back at Magerks along with great drink specials. Joe and Hugh with us, also Elliot at the Surfside Free Agency desk. There will be Surfside samples here, 4 to 6, along with $2 Surfside.
Don't tell nobody. I'm going to get me one.
There you go.
You just told everybody.
And yeah, a strategic mistake there, right? And also, I mean, Officially, free agency starts in a half an hour.
That's right.
Oh, that's right.
We've
Countdown
heard
begins.
all the news so far. There hasn't been really anything from the Eagles today aside from the fact that they will not trade Jalen Carter per Adam Schefter.
No.
If you go back to last year, I've sat at this desk for 21 straight hours without an Eagle signing. So hopefully something happens before 6 o'clock.
Yes, and if it happens, we will bring it to you. So something did happen last night.
Along with Bam Adebayo's sham.
Along with Bam Adebayo's
Why y'all
sham.
hating on Bam Adebayo, man?
Come on, Hugh.
The Team USA team, the favorite to win the World Baseball Classic, is on the brink of elimination after losing to Aaron Nola's Team Italy last night.
And Michael Lorenzen of no-hitter fame.
And Michael Lorenzen of no-hitter fame. So Jack and Joe, there's been a lot of conversation, and Jack has already brought up their manager, Mark DeRosa. The floor is yours, I guess.
Well, Mark DeRosa is a national threat at this point. And frankly, who knows if he threw the game for Italy last night. He goes on MLB Network before the game yesterday and says, it's so great that we already punched our ticket. Well, that didn't happen. Did not punch their ticket. They need some things. Obviously, I think he thought they were going to win last night. Then he puts out a B lineup. He starts Nolan McLean, who clearly didn't have it because he's coming off the flu. Left him out there for 55 pitches as he allowed 2 home runs in the game. Then, in the middle of the game, he leaves Ryan Yarbrough out there for 3 innings for God knows what reason. He's warming up Clayton Kershaw in the 8th inning, who is a corpse at this point. He's retired. He stinks. All while knowing that it was an 8-0 game at this point.
How's he on this team?
It's a ceremony position.
It's basically the mascot.
It's a ceremonial position for Clayton Kershaw, and DeRosa's like, we don't need this game. Someone must have like called down to the dugout because all of a sudden Mason Miller's warming up because they realize they can't allow any more runs or else whatever happens today really hurts them. I mean, and then after the game, he says it was a miscommunication, whatever. He also admits that they were out till like 12:30 at night the night before.
Oh, he should have never did that.
Having beers in the clubhouse because they thought they'd already advanced.
He was
wow.
turned.
Hold on, he admitted that?
Yes.
He
said guys were struggling a little bit today because of what happened last night.
And he thought he was going to take care of them?
It is a bleep show. I mean, it is absolute amateur hour. They're taking it semi-seriously, but it's a mockery. I mean, no one is the adult in the room. The coaching staff is a bunch of ex-players that think they're still players. Not, it's fine, whatever. But, they're not real coaches. They're not like Andy Pettis is a pitching coach. Sean Casey's a little slappy. It's such a Mickey Mouse operation what they've done with the USA Baseball team.
Can I ask a question? Jack, what's a slappy?
He's a slapstick comedy is what Sean Casey's there
and
for.
And I have another question.
Okay.
If he said before the game that they've already punched their ticket,
which was not true,
shouldn't somebody that know that they didn't punch their ticket tell him?
Yeah, but he's the manager.
But also, I understand.
I understand that, Joe. I'm not arguing that.
Somebody should
have said when he was on television, MLB Network.
Yeah.
Somebody should have said, "Yo, dog, you ain't punched the ticket."
Well,
yet.
speaking of that, Hugh, MLB Network pulled the clip from its website and YouTube because everyone started sharing this clip last night of him on there because they're so embarrassed of what happened.
That's what I'm saying. You know what that tells me? Like he's the sacrificial lamb in all this, but nobody knew the rules.
Or they just assumed it wouldn't be an issue.
Maybe you're right on that, Ike. They just thought they'd roll through this first part. And
okay, maybe.
But it also shows there's no adult in the room.
Well, let me tell you something. You have, and I agree, everything you said about Mark DeRosa is obviously true. But you're looking for adults in the room. This reminds me of when USA Basketball needed to get their stuff together.
I totally agree.
Everyone, but that is, you're talking about adults. How old is Aaron Judge? How old is Bryce Harper?
Yeah.
How old is like everyone on that team is a millionaire that is out there away from their teams. This is so important to them. They're spending 2 weeks away from their teams. This is more important than getting ready for the season. And Aaron Judge had a chance at the end of the game to do something. He didn't do it. Bryce Harper had a chance with 2 on and 2 out and didn't do anything. And the manager for sure. But why aren't the players are the ones who decided to drink a bunch of beers after the game and were hungover the next day? Totally. So there needs to be some accountability for the millionaires that are supposed to bring the gold home that basically just lost to a bunch of minor leaguers and non-MLB players.
Well, that was the other thing about last night is the whole broadcast. And they were pretending. I felt like they were pretending. Joe Davis was pretending that this is real Italian kids. Like,
oh yeah,
dude, he's like, this is going to create headlines back in the home country. And like, they're a ragtag Italian. They're all just weren't good enough to make the American team.
Right.
They're all Americans.
Yes.
But yet they beat us.
They did beat us. It was embarrassing.
And where's the depth on the team?
Well, the
They just
lineup
didn't-
was still good.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
They just didn't show up.
Yeah, I mean,
they just didn't show up.
And that's the thing. If you're going to go out to me, if you're drinking beers all night and you got to play, you got to still do your job.
Listen, the 93 Phils showed up every game.
Yeah.
They were drinking.
They're on more than beers.
They were a lot. There was
Yeah.
a lot going on in the old bloodstream at
So,
that point.
so,
You know what I'm saying?
so could you explain? So they're not knocked out.
They're not knocked
Could
out.
you
Not yet.
explain the scenario? Because tonight is the game between Mexico and Italy that
Yeah.
could keep them alive.
So this would be a good time to have Buzz here because Buzz was.
Heartthrob Buzz.
It's never a good time to have Buzz.
Yeah,
here.
but this is how his brain works. This is what
Okay.
this is his Super Bowl is these tiebreakers. So the best way that I can explain it is that if Italy wins, they're fine. So if
they move on to the quarterfinals.
So-
USA does.
Yes.
If Italy wins, USA moves
A
on.
lonely nation turns their eyes on Aaron Nola.
Who pitches for Italy
Who
tonight?
pitches for Team Italy
He
tonight.
better shove tonight.
He better shove tonight.
I think 5 runs is the cutoff for Mexico.
Yeah, if Mexico scores 5 runs, they're fine. If they
If
score
it's
4
4
runs,
If they win, if Mexico wins and scores 5 runs.
yes.
Okay.
So World Baseball Classic has this explained right here. if
Could you
want me
read
to-
it?
Yes.
Oh, look.
Way better.
Hold up,
Okay.
Ellie. You can't take this is Jackie
Ah, not my strong suit.
It's very confusing.
Yeah.
All right.
Jack's not a details guy.
I'm an eye testament.
Yeah.
Now I'm worried. All right.
Not a reader.
If Italy wins tonight versus Mexico,
Newly authored.
Yeah. Well, Kevin Reevy wrote the book.
Well,
all right. If Italy wins tonight versus Mexico, USA and Mexico go through. If Italy
Okay.
wins.
If Italy wins.
If Mexico wins tonight and scores 5 or more runs, then Mexico and USA go through.
right.
So we want
Oh,
if Mexico
and
wins.
But you want
USA.
Mexico to win and score 5
So
runs.
Mex-
though.
Mexico
Mexico
wins.
So
by
the-
a score of 4 or less, we're done.
Correct. So
Yeah.
Mexico would
that's
have
what
to
I thought.
win 5 to
So
4.
you need Italy to win, right? Like
If
Italy.
Italy wins, then it's over.
If
Yeah.
Italy
America
wins, it's
goes.
over.
But no, America goes.
If it's
Yeah.
4
That's
to
what I'm
3
saying. That's-
Mexico,
you
we're
need
out.
Italy
Yeah.
to win. You
But
need
I
Italy
thought
to
there was
win.
something with if it's
Yeah,
4.
y'all didn't clear this up. I know
I
that.
know.
Yeah.
I thought if
No, they
Mex-
did. You want Italy to
So
win.
this is the third one. If
Okay.
Mexico wins versus Italy and scores 4 or less runs,
Yes.
then USA is out,
That's it.
and it's Mexico and Italy that goes through.
Right.
So
Okay.
in theory, Mexico and Italy could agree just to let Mexico win 1-0, and then just chalk
they
the
would
rest
both
of
go
the, and they
through.
both go through.
Oh, then we riot.
Aaron Nola needs to have a little pride and
Have
step
a
up for
little
America.
pride.
Yeah.
Have a little pride.
Step up for America.
I mean, it's kind of the most competitive thing both of them could do, to agree to do that. Because you're making
You're
yourself
always
go,
trying to.
Well, I'm saying you're making yourself go through to the next round. That's the most competitive.
DeRosa can't show his face in the United States ever again. Certainly not on TV.
Yeah,
He's done.
Well, I'm gonna just say
You
this.
saying in general, or if the United States gets knocked
Well, if we
out?
get knocked out,
Yeah, this is over
Yeah.
tonight.
Let's do away with all these stupid rules, the run differential, all that nonsense. You win or you lose.
and make them fight. They should have to fight. The
Win or
tiebreaker
you
should be a
lose,
fist
man.
fight, Royal Rumble.
Well, it is crazy. They're 3-1 and might not go through.
Yeah, that's silly.
It's not like they're 2-2 where
Yeah.
where they
I
can
guess,
blame
yeah.
themselves.
Well, and the one
Well,
rule
but-
is like batting average. Whichever team has the higher team batting
Right.
average, that's
Yeah,
the
that's
next
stupid. Come on,
tiebreaker.
man.
They
What
should
is
just
this?
do what
But
soccer
I think,
does.
I think that's
Goal
the way that
differential.
they try to make it fair and balanced with the other teams.
well, they don't
in
play
there.
enough games in the round robin to really.
Yeah, so and so now you have lesser teams that have lesser talent that you allow them to
Yeah.
kind of stay alive.
It's on them.
Fair and balanced works when all the teams know all the rules.
Japan,
Yeah.
USA, and Dominican
But
Republic.
see, you know who
That's
I'm mad
all
at?
that matters.
You know who I'm mad at in all
Puerto
of this, though?
Rico.
I'm mad at Joe Giglio.
Why's that?
All that
Because
matters.
before this whole thing
He's
started,
going to leave a part of the story out.
No, before this whole thing started, I wanted to bet on Puerto Rico.
No, you wanted to bet on the Dominican.
Okay, but I was
He's
wrong.
confused those two.
There's a difference.
I always,
Nice.
I always-
Yeah. You don't
but-
wanna do that.
Okay, I wanted to bet on the better Latin team. How about that?
That's Dominican Republic.
Okay, that's
Plus
the one I wanted to
330,
bet
I
on.
believe.
Yeah. All right.
And they told me, how can you do that? That's un-American. I'm like, dog, I'm trying to make some money.
Well, wait.
Yeah.
No, what I
So we
said
do.
was you need to hedge and bet on U.S. and Dominican.
I don't remember. I don't
Well,
recall
which
that.
is what I did.
I don't recall that.
No, the
And
hedge.
then-
the hedges cheer for U.S. and bet on DR.
But then
Yes.
him and Kyle bet
That
on
is the hedge, Mike.
him and Kyle hedged. They made me feel bad because I
I've
was
got a
being
great
un-American.
number on DR right now.
And I was being un-American. And then this the kicker. When I said, I'm a bet now, you're not going to get the number me and Kyle got.
Well,
Seriously.
they bet at the beginning of the tournament. Yeah.
Would you rather see Nola shove or allow 5 in the first?
Shove. Shove.
Let me tell you. No offense to you and Joe G here, our baseball aficionados.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn about winning the World Baseball Classic.
Oh, come on.
So then, do you hope America
That's
gets knocked
un-American.
No, what I'm
So that
saying
Bryson
is,
Schwarber come
what I'm
back?
saying is,
Doesn't hit for you?
Aaron Nola pitching well is more important to me.
Yeah,
but it
it's
would
not a
be
real
good
game.
for America if Aaron Nola pitched well.
Well, yeah, as long as he pitches well, that's all I care about.
Yeah, because he's pitching for Italy right now.
I'm saying overall, I'm not into the WBC like that. I'm just not. I'm not. We want me to lie to you?
Yes.
No, it's fine.
If it was the Olympics, I'd be all in.
Track and field.
215-592-9494.
Oh, we gonna play baseball in the Olympics.
I think they're working on it, ain't they?
They're working on
We
it.
getting break. We got break dancing.
They do have a lot of nonsense.
So we do have a bit,
Nah, we got
a bit
rid
of
of that with
NFL
you.
news.
We got
Can I
break
hold on?
dancing.
Hold on 1 second.
What happened?
Let me tell everybody about Sela. Then we'll get to the NFL news.
Wait a
All right.
minute,
All right. Well, no, I got to do it.
But let's go.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's hot outside. I want you to imagine it's the middle of July. It's this hot, and your AC doesn't work. You need a guy, right? That's what Sela is. Sela can be your guy if your AC breaks down in the middle of the summer, if your heat breaks down in the middle of the winter. You need somebody to call. Become a member with Sela. That way, you get 24/7 emergency service. And if it's hot in the middle of the summer and your AC's not working, you need them out that day. That's what they're going to do. Go to Sela.com, become a member. Make sure your HVAC is taken care of in an emergency, and also that you're prepared. They're going to come out before the summer, make sure it's working great. They're going to come out before the winter, make sure it's working great. So the odds of something bad happening are lower, but if it happens too, they're there. Not just HVAC for Sela either. Plumbing and electrical too. The 12-month no breakdown guarantee. They take care of us in South Jersey. We lived in Delco. We were with Sela as well. Go to Sela.com to become a member and sign up. That is SILA.com. All right, Elliot at the Surfside Free Agency desk.
Yeah, so earlier today, Josh Uche signed with the Miami Dolphins. And now the other edge rusher from last year that didn't pan out, Azeez Ojulari, has signed a one-year deal with the Falcons. So both of the edge rushers they signed last year are now officially gone.
Well, are we going to eulogize their eras here in Philadelphia?
Well, I think we know what the best part of the Azeez one is.
Was that it helped you get
Exactly.
Eagles Insider of the Year. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm still waiting on. I wonder, do you think it's possible that the edge thing is not solved, for months now?
For the Eagles?
Yeah, they don't have to do something now, right? I mean, I wonder how they're going to, if it doesn't come in the next couple of days, when that comes.
So the Eagles don't like to go into the draft with an obvious hole, right? They will go in having needs, but never normally do they go in with they have to take this position. So I do think you will see them add a tight end, a safety, and an edge prior to the draft. But the question is, at what level? Are they going to spend on Bradley Chubb? Are they going to trade a third-round pick or maybe even higher for Jonathan Grenard? That's the question. But I do think they will add people at those positions.
215-592-9494. Dustin in the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Dustin?
Spike Ike, Spritzy, what's going on, boys? How are you?
Say hi to Hugh and Joe and Elliot as well.
Wow.
Hey, Hugh, how are you? Elliot and
what up?
Joey G, you guys don't get
There you go.
What's up, Dustin?
Yeah,
Nailed it.
Buzz is the only one on that quote-unquote expert panelist that has half a brain. Unbelievable. The only one that I get a vote from. Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, he was in the Caller of the Year?
Yeah. He didn't have a great run.
Yeah, it's hard to tell by the beginning of his phone call.
Yeah.
It wasn't pretty, Hugh. It wasn't. If Hugh was in there, I would have got a vote.
No, probably not, dog. I don't, that's why they didn't give me a vote.
The amount of complaining I've heard from people who I
No,
didn't
I'm saying,
vote
Dustin,
for.
they went. That's why they didn't give me a vote.
Honestly, the reason we didn't give you a vote is because there's no way you would have voted every day. You would have checked your email.
Hewitt came through email. There's not a shot.
That's a good point. Hey, Spike, I can't even be mad.
That's
a good point.
Yeah, you got to know your personnel. I know my personnel, and there's no chance you would have voted every day. You kidding me for 2 weeks?
I ain't opened up my email. Never mind. I can tell you how long, but it's been a while.
Anyway, go ahead, Dustin.
I thought I had a sheer lock with Giulio because we go to the same church. I bumped elbows with him. I didn't bump elbows with you, but he bumped elbows with me before. I thought I was a lock. And
wow, getting guilted by everyone. Herb was half the mirror.
You should have slid Giulio some duckies, man, some money. Maybe he could have greased his
Yeah, pay to move on.
Money. I don't got enough money to be giving out here. Come on, man.
All right, get your Eagles thing. Let's go. Stop whining,
listen,
loser.
I want to talk about AJ, but you guys are talking about the next 5 years, who your top three players are. if Jalen Carter isn't your number one, something's wrong. Because Zach Vaughn doesn't have the seasons that he's been having the past couple of years without him. Jordan Davis wouldn't be having the couple seasons he's had with him. Nobody. He changes the game just like Joel Embiid does. And for how good of a player he is, Zach Vaughn is getting one-on-one. They have to triple team Jalen Carter. I know he's a pain in the ass and he's a knucklehead and he doesn't really think with his head on straight. But dude, he is such I hate this saying, but such a generational player. This dude, Julia, you're saying what has he done the past couple? Are you kidding me right there? Every time that guy is on the field.
He's had one great year out of 3. Why is that offensive?
Because he's making all the other players that you're saying Jordan Davis. Dude, do you think Jordan Davis really has that kind of career, the start of his career without a Jalen Carter next to him and allowing him to get one-on-ones? Like Jordan Davis.
Well, I mean, Jordan Davis was the 14th overall pick.
We overdo this a little bit. We overdo the Sun.
We act like Jordan Davis is an undrafted player or a 7th-round draft pick.
Yeah,
he was drafted 3 spots after Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: like you and Hugh played. If you guys had to go up on a one-on-one, or you had to go up against getting double teamed, what's going to be easier? It's a no-brainer. You don't go out. You know what I mean? You don't pay Max Crosby. There's no way.
Well, I wouldn't either. And I don't think any of us are saying that Jalen Carter isn't a great player.
It's just that you don't know what you're going to get from him. You don't know how he's going to pan out the next couple years.
And Spike says next 5 years, well, then you're going to go with someone that is reliable from the standpoint, not only is he good on the field, but you can trust him in all the other aspects and areas of his game as well. Like, those are the guys that usually stick around for a long time.
I completely hear you saying, Ike, but here's the difference. We're talking about Jalen Carter. This is an unbelievable freak of nature.
I love you, Dustin.
I
love you, man.
Everyone's the best.
You guys are talking about chemistry and stuff like that, and A.J. Brown's the reason you don't sign A.J. is because of chemistry. He's the one that's turning into the headaches in the locker room. Like, I just don't think you can get rid of somebody with the type of talent that he brings.
They're not getting rid of Jalen Carter. They're not getting rid of Jalen Carter. They aren't. They aren't getting that. Yeah, they're not getting rid of Jalen Carter.
Real quick, before you let me get off, ESP, this is a question for you, numbers, NFL numbers. If we were to get Crosby on our payroll, and we have to pay him $30 million the next 2 seasons, is there any way we can sign Jalen Carter to the type of numbers he's going to want to get? You know what I'm getting at here? Because
absolutely. So if they got Max Crosby at $30 million over the next 2 years, they would 1,000% renegotiate it, drop that cap hit down to like $8 million, and they would have a ton of cap room. Now, in terms of cash, you're right, it would hurt their cash because they're now budgeting $60 million that in theory they weren't budgeting, but they didn't sign Jalen Phillips, so there's money there. And they wouldn't make the move if it impacted their ability to sign Jalen Carter. So I don't think acquiring Max Crosby would impact their ability to get Jalen Carter.
I have to say, thanks for the call, Dustin. The cap stuff is like, I'm at such a loss because it like, you know, you and everyone else, and even when we had Jake Rosenberg on, he was like, they'll never not sign somebody because of cap and capping. And then all I keep hearing about the A.J. Brown thing is why they don't want to make the trade until June 1st because of cap.
So I think that's just something that the Eagles want out there because it makes it feel like they don't have to trade him. You know what I mean? Like, they want it to be a big deal because, like, we're going to do it before June 1st. You got to give a little extra here.
Because we're putting ourselves in an uncomfortable situation from a cap standpoint.
And a bit of an update here, speaking of A.J. Brown. So Adam Schefter on ESPN just now, and this is via John Clark, Adam said, quote, they would rather not move A.J., even though he would like to be moved. And they are not going to move him until they get what they feel is a fair price.
Now,
not a huge update, but
now him saying he would like to be moved.
That is a huge update. Are you kidding me?
That is a huge update.
That's now the message is starting to be put out there that
it's starting to be
like
clear.
to be
That's a good
moved.
point.
It's starting to get loud.
That's a good point.
Yesterday, when Rappaport said AJ might open up the places he would go, as if he controls this. We're hearing it differently now.
He would like to be moved, and now it's a frustration, I think, to an extent, between AJ and his agent and the Eagles because they are that they're getting antsy. You know, like that they're worried that the opportunities to trade him might-
AJ is worried that he may not end up where
It's
he
starting to
wants
set
end up.
in.
Yeah.
I'd imagine when Romeo Dobbs was signed yesterday, AJ didn't take that news very well.
Yeah.
So.
I'm sure.
This feels like Ben all over again.
Yeah, but it ended up working out with that trade.
Ben Simmons?
Simmons, yeah.
How?
So we bring him
Well, they
back. He
forced
has a
him
phone
to
in his pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Don't worry, Elliot. Relax.
I was curious for the,
All right.
the comparison.
I just want to see Elliot read again. That was fun.
Well, that's called reading with emphasis.
No, but you're pointing, like underlining the line.
Well, we're on camera. Yeah, you know.
Really, really focusing.
Yeah.
Hugh, Joe,
Yes.
thank you for joining us.
Great job today,
We
fellas.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Get
for
you some
having us.
rest. Get you some rest.
I'm tired of y'all.
Tired of you too.
Hey, the mustard thing was just a little bit.
Yeah, well.
It was a bridge too far, Spike. It was a bridge.
So Elliot is at the Surfside free agency desk. There will be Surfside iced tea and vodka samples here from 4 to 6. You can enjoy $2 off Surfsides and Stateside cans. Joining us in the 4 o'clock hour is the great Merrill Reese. We will talk about, and it hasn't been talked about very much, but Merrill has an important season coming up, and we will talk about that season for Merrill as well as some of his greatest calls. We'll have Merrill tell us, what he was thinking and what was happening, and if anything happens, of course, 4 o'clock is when free agency officially begins.
Oh.
If there are any updates there.
Thought it already started.
No, well,
starts at
not
4
yet.
o'clock.
215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I've been in big games my whole life, and trust me, when it's time to show up, the details matter. That's why when it comes to food, I trust my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watsons have been making premium meats, artisan cheeses, and no shortcuts since 1939. From game day spreads to everyday meals, Dietz & Watson brings the quality. Because when you're feeding your family or your whole crew, you don't settle. You go Dietz & Watson for the win. Check them out online at DietzandWatson.com.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Out here, if you're doing nothing, you're doing everything right. Though on a cruise with Norwegian, even if you're doing nothing, you're still basking in the warm sun, enjoying the peaceful ocean waves. You're breathing. Don't forget about breathing. Definitely need to be breathing. So you get to do nothing, or everything, but you still need to be breathing. It's really important.
Experience the difference with cruises to Alaska, the Caribbean, and Europe. Norwegian Cruise Line. It's different out here. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line ships registry the Bahamas and USA.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hey, March Matchups fans. BetMGM is offering a legendary experience for you and 3 of your friends in Vegas. Climb the BetMGM Court of Legends leaderboard for a chance to win the trip of a lifetime to Las Vegas to see Haley and Hannah Cavender face off at the Bellagio. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. 25 winners will take home grand prize packages that include 4 tickets to the Court of Legend event featuring the Cavender twins, withdrawable funds for travel, a 3-night stay at the MGM Grand, and MGM Resorts credit. Make this March one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Withdrawable bonus dollars for flight money.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. During our spring sales event, get 10% off any home painting project, $2,500 or more. When you schedule before May 15th at participating locations, get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Did the Ravens have buyer's remorse with edge rusher Max Crosby, or did they actually not like what they saw from his physical when he arrived in Baltimore? Either way, Crosby is back in Vegas, and now former Bengal Trey Hendrickson has signed with the Ravens. Some in the NFL are questioning the decision behind the canceling of the trade. Fans are upset, but that is why these deals aren't final until today. After all, the saying is, don't hate the player, or in this case, the team, hate the game. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation on Sports Radio 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. At Magerks in Horsham for Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. You can join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on at all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dancers, along with Irish food and drink specials all day long.
At the Surfside Free Agency desk is Elliott Shore Park, and joining us right here, as Fran frantically, are we okay here, Fran? Is everything all right? Are we good?
Yeah.
Are we good over there? All right. Joining us in person right here, the great Merrill Reese.
Hi.
Hey, Merrill.
Thank you. I am so happy to be here today because I always wanted to meet Elliott Shore Parks. and I thought that Elliott would be able to tell me what's going to happen to A.J. Brown.
Well, maybe at the commercial I'll come and shake your hand if you're lucky. But it's good to see you, yeah.
Now, as we talk to Merrill Elliott, if you do see any big news as free agency has begun, please
it's
let us know.
It's officially the new year. Players are being released, but nothing.
Okay. Now, Merrill, we do have something big we want to discuss with you in a little bit. The first thing, just about the team, we've seen such a huge turnover in the coaching staff. We'll now see turnover in players. Just looking forward to next year. We always think Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. With the new coaching staff, all the changes, when you think about next year, how do you think about the Eagles next year?
Well, I think really going in, they have some very definite areas that they have to bolster. And I think the biggest area and the biggest question mark is the offensive line. But I think when you look at the Eagles right now, you can't really say this is going to be a playoff team, it's going to be a Super Bowl contender. They're not going to be a Super Bowl contender because there are so many things to be written before this team takes the field in September. There's the draft, there's still free agency, there are potential trades, there's a new offensive coordinator who I'm pretty excited about, actually. I think he's a bright guy, and I've heard rave reviews about Sean Mannion. But again, there is a lot to happen before you actually look at this team and say, I think this team will, and then fill in the blank.
Yeah, I think that's for sure. I mean, and we've all gotten so used to them competing, last 5 years, them competing for a Super Bowl, and that's always on our mind. But there's a lot they have to fill in, and there's a lot we don't know. Sean Mannion, we don't know. New offensive line coach, we don't know. So, as I say, this year coming up, and I don't think this has been talked about very much, but we're going to talk about it now as we're going to go through some of your great calls that we want to talk to you about. But this season coming up will be your 50th season calling the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, that is...
How about that?
That's pretty crazy.
How's that possible? I thought you were like 45 years old. 45 or 50 years old.
I don't know where the last 49 years have gone.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that I have no plans to retire. I love doing this, so it might be a milestone year, but it's something I love to do more than anything else in the world. I mean, I love to play golf, but I'd rather do an Eagles game than play Augusta.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, he's like us. Oh, we're like him.
What if it's the last game of the year and they're sitting all their starters?
I'm still there.
Okay, all right, just making sure.
I'm still there.
What about a training camp practice where Jalen might set the franchise record for completions without an interception?
Well, Elliott's the only one counting.
Yeah, exactly right.
So as you look back over the 49 seasons, and I know this will be difficult, I'll have some questions about that,
sure.
and also we want to play some of your most famous calls, and we want you to take us into the booth for those. You look back on the 49 seasons, is there one or two teams that you have enjoyed calling the most? And then I have a follow-up to that. But which couple did you enjoy the most?
Well, I can tell you honestly that the greatest moments was the winning of Super Bowl 52, because it hadn't happened and the way it ended. But the greatest Eagles team in modern history was the one that won Super Bowl 59. Clearly, they're the best team. To watch that team roll and finish with a 14-3 record, that was an amazing, amazing team.
Was there a group of players, because you get to know them, you're at the facility all the time, was there a group of players that you rooted for personally that maybe didn't win it all, but you had an affection for because of who they were?
You know, Spike, I can say that with so many teams. I mean, there are guys who may not have been the marquee player of the team, like Ike Reese.
Right.
You couldn't be around Ike and his teams without feeling that here's a guy who puts his heart out there every week and makes several big plays, whether it's as a pass rusher or as a special teamer.
Wow.
So you see a guy like that. But, I love I love the Vermeil teams.
Okay.
With Jaworski and Quick and Carmichael and Wilbur Montgomery and Bunning and on and on and on and on. Bill Berge, one of the great people and great players. I love that team. I love some of the Buddy years. I mean, the Buddy years were so much fun because you never knew what Buddy was going to say or do. And to be around, people say, who's the greatest Eagle you've ever been around? The most exciting Eagle I've ever been around was Randall Cunningham. Okay. But the greatest Eagles player I've ever been around, and I say this without thinking twice, was Reggie White.
Yeah, greatest Eagles player.
Yeah.
On the Eagles
player.
Mount Rushmore.
He was great when he was on the Eagles, no question about it.
Now you know, Merrill,
and the Packers.
that Elliott does not have...
I know, we've done this. Yeah.
Well, we're doing it again.
Yeah.
That Elliott does not have Reggie White on his Eagles Mount Rushmore.
What?
So Reggie was an unbelievable player, obviously, but I think he's better known as a Packer. And with the team,
No, he's not.
I think he is.
Elliot,
I think he is.
Elliot, how many years did he spend with the Packers?
Not many, but he won a Super Bowl there. Him going there is a big part of his
He
story.
wasn't even at his best at that point.
I agree.
Elliot, trust me, I was here. I called every game he played as an Eagle. He was revered here.
I think he might be the most talented player to ever play for the team. I agree with you. But they've
And
won.
he's not on their Mount Rushmore?
No, because they've won and had so much more success since. They've won 2 Super Bowls. They've been to 3.
I mean, did you have Junior Tatalatasi?
On my Mount Rushmore?
Well, who did you have on your Mount Rushmore, Elliot,
So
instead of Reggie?
If I remember correctly,
Yeah.
I had Brian Dawkins, Brandon Graham, Jason Kelsey, and Jalen Hurts.
So he has Jalen Hurts on the Mount Rushmore instead of Reggie.
Well, Merrill was earlier about Jalen's greatness than anybody, so I would think he would agree.
Mount Rushmore.
Well, he's the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team.
All right, so I won't take.
So was Nick Foles.
I won't
Backup
take,
quarterback.
I won't take anybody off. But I'll add another. Just add another figure. We'll have 5 on Mount Rushmore.
Unfortunately, Merrill, I just morally can't do that. But I do understand. Yeah, it's against everything I believe in. But it is a good point.
Now
we'll take your word for it, Uncle Merle. And nobody's listening.
No
to
one's taking
Elliot.
that
Yeah.
Now, this is what we deal with, though. If you can, that is just a note to everyone. If you can upset the great Merrill Reese, Elliot can upset anyone.
But
that's a good point.
I'm not upset. I'm just mystified.
Well, you can be upset.
It's probably a good way to describe my career.
Yes. So now, Merrill, we talked about the great teams. Is there a team you look back, look, they're gone, whatever. Is there a team you look back and you're like, man, I'm glad that one ended?
Yeah, I don't even have to think twice about that either.
Okay.
And that would be the 2023 team.
Oh, really?
Oh, 23.
That's surprising.
Everybody hates that team.
Well, I mean,
including some of the players.
Okay, I'll tell you the biggest down moment. But I mean, that team they went crazy, and then all of a sudden,
10-1.
They couldn't win a game.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing. They lost. They blew a game that they were killing Arizona.
Yep.
At the end of the season, then they had the terrible game against the Giants,
Yep.
where they lost A.J. Brown for the season of the playoffs. I mean, that was a really painful year. But there were
1998 was pretty painful.
Yeah, 98 was pretty bad.
Ray Rhodes last year.
Yeah, that was tough.
That was my rookie season.
Yeah, that was tough, and I loved Ray.
Yeah.
Ray was a great guy.
Yep.
But that team was a tough team. Yeah. But there were.
He means tough to watch.
Look, but Ike, for that matter, as much as everybody looks to Andy as a future Hall of Famer, and he is, his last year. They gave him that one last year.
Yeah.
That was devastating.
That was bad.
That was a bad year. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the Jason Babin year.
I mean, 2020 was pretty bad, too.
Oh, yeah.
2015.
Remember that? Taki,
Yeah.
interception? Yeah,
Taki.
Cleveland?
Oh, yeah.
Cleveland?
But what was worse? What was worse than? Am I thinking? Was it 2002? The last game played at the Vet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You were in that game, right?
We went to that game, to the playoff, to the NFC Championship game, and my son went with me to keep
Where's
our
Hugh
stats. And we knew the Tampa Bay could never win a game when the temperature was below 40.
That's what they
And it's
That's
the
what I was
last game.
told.
It's
That's
the
what I was
last game
told.
at the Vet.
And the way the game started, too.
And unfortunately, Donovan McNabb's favorite receiver was Rondé Barber. And that just took it out of us. And Donovan was a fine quarterback, and I love Donovan, but that game was just heartbreaking.
That was a tough one.
You know, Merrill, let me ask you this, because before we get to the calls, because this is a debate we've had with many callers. Who do you think was a better quarterback, Donovan or Jalen?
Well, Donovan has all the records, because of the longevity.
Right.
I think that when all is said and done, let's say look back 8 years from now, we will look at Jalen Hurts as the greatest quarterback in modern Eagles history.
You don't think he's passed him already?
As far as Super Bowls, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just saying because of the stats. But I think that Jalen will be looked at that way. But Donovan was a great quarterback.
What if you had to have
You
one
think he's
for
still
one
here
game?
8 years from now?
Oh, I think he will be. I think he will be. I think he's long term. Yes.
Yep.
I do. And I think that one day he will be an NFL Hall of Famer.
I get. What? What you coughing for?
No, I'm good. I believe that.
Well, Jalen is well on his way to a Hall
Well, the
of Fame.
resume is already
On his
stacking
way.
up.
Yeah.
Do you know?
he's mostly there.
Do you realize he
Not
has
mostly there.
He is mostly
he
there.
has outplayed Patrick Mahomes the
two
last
Super
4
Bowls.
times they've played?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
Not many quarterbacks can say that.
No.
And you know what?
And not many quarterbacks can say they started and won a Super Bowl.
And I'll tell
Yeah.
you what, as good as he's been,
Jim Plunkett
we,
won too.
we have not
did.
seen the best of Jalen yet.
I agree.
He has not hit a ceiling yet.
I hope
agree.
so. So, Merrill, are you cool if we play? We put together like 6 calls that
You can do anything you want. I'm happy to be here at Magerks. I have my great friend George Forster, the PGA Pro, with me today to watch this wonderful show.
There you
Need
go.
some golf
And so
tips.
and Don Bitterlich is sitting out here. I have to recognize Don Bitterlich. You see, raise your hand, Don. Don Bitterlich is a Temple University graduate who scored the first points in the history of the Seattle Seahawks as their
really?
kicker. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
How
incredible.
about that?
Yes.
And a world champion. Well, they're part of a world champion organization now. Well, he already was, I guess. Yeah, the Seahawks
Good
already
point.
won.
It's the second one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
nice
Anyway,
drop in.
yeah. Well, what are you going to do?
It's okay.
So, all right. So the first one we're going to play, and then I'll set it up. We'll play the highlight, and then we want you to take us inside of like what you were feeling before and
Okay.
during the play. So this one was December 19th, 2010.
Oh.
Probably your most famous call, I think.
My favorite.
At the Meadowlands, Eagles and Giants are tied 31-31 after Michael Vick leads a furious comeback, something that I didn't see happening. I don't think any of us did. And
Can I just tell you
Yes.
that was the best 30 minutes of quarterbacking I've ever watched.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, nothing like it. Yes, I think that season. We've talked about it a lot. Watching Michael Vick that season was the best single season I've seen an Eagles quarterback play. I just had never seen anything like he was for that run.
Top 5.
Yeah, not better than 17 Carson.
Sure he was. Anyway, the game's tied 31-31. The Giants kick it to Deshaun Jackson, and this is what happens.
Matt Dodge.
Matt Dodge the punt. Gets a high snap. Gets it away. It's a knuckler. Jackson takes it at the 35. Picks it up. Looks for running room. He's at the 40. He's at the 45. Midfield. He's at the 40. He's on the goal. Deshaun Jackson. I don't care if he jumps, dives. He's running around, and he is in the end zone. And there's no time. And the Eagles win. The Eagles win.
This is Miracle in the Meadowlands number 2. Miracle in the new Meadowlands, baby.
He ran around until all the zeros were on the clock, and the Giants fans can't believe it. And the Eagles have just pulled off the most remarkable win I have ever seen.
So there it is. Going into that punt, what are you feeling in that game? Are you sure the Eagles are going to win? What are you thinking about as Matt Dodge punched that ball?
At that point, I stopped thinking. I'm just calling at that point. I'm like everybody else. I'm just spellbound by the way the Eagles had come back in that game. I mean, at the end of the first half, I said the score is the Giants 23, the Eagles are still at the hotel. and that's how bad it was. But they came back, and it was amazing. And when that happened, now, one thing I didn't call because you're just watching Deshaun Jackson, but there was a key block by Jason Avant on that play that opened up the hole he needed to finish the play.
Yeah.
And then there's another thing. If you watch video of that play, he's dancing around. Deshaun's dancing around at the 1-yard line, and there looks like there's a Giant who has an angle on him. And every time I watch it, I'm scared to death that the guy's going to come out and make that tackle. but he slithers into the end zone.
Yep.
So I had given up on that game, and my wife and I had a family event we had to go to. So I'm like, they're losing this game. I'll never forget, I'm on 95, passing Lincoln Financial Field as Deshaun runs that ball back. And it was funny going back and listening to it, because when I heard you say he's running around, it felt like it took 10 minutes between then remarkable play. All right. So from one miracle at the Meadowlands to another, November 19th, 1978. The Eagles are down 17-12. All the Giants have to do, they have the ball, is run out the clock. And this happens.
Under 30 seconds left in the game. And Pazarchik fumbles the football. It's picked up by Herman Edwards. 15, 10, 5, touchdown Eagles. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I do not believe what has occurred here, ladies and gentlemen, as Pazarchik came forward, fumbled the football. Charlie Johnson hit him, and Herman Edwards picked it up and ran it in for a touchdown.
So, what are you thinking at that moment? Because that one, the Deshaun one, you could feel the momentum building.
Yeah.
That one was not.
No.
Yeah.
That was a terrible game. The Eagles were playing terrible football. It was a dreary game. Most of the crowd was in the parking lot, ready to go home because the Eagles were not going to win this game. And suddenly that occurred, and I just wasn't sure what I was watching when Herman picked it up and ran it in for a touchdown. I was working with, some of you will remember, Jim Barniak, who passed away. But Jim Barniak of the Bulletin and then Prism was my color analyst. But I just shook my head, and that changed the Vermeil era, because after that they went to the playoffs because they won that game.
Now, Ike often says there are three miracles of the Meadowlands.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there was one with Brian Dawkins.
Westbrook.
Brian Westbrook.
Yes.
On that great punt return.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a miracle.
Yep.
And there was another one that occurred on a blocked
field goal. Yes.
Yeah.
Clyde Simmons.
Clyde Simmons ran it in.
Yeah.
But the two real ones
Yeah.
were December 19th. And you know what the funny thing is? Counting the Westbrook one, they were all at Giant Stadium, and they were all, one was October, one was November, and one was December.
Yeah.
And they were all on the 19th.
They were all on the 19th?
Yeah, 19th of October, November, December.
That's
I
unbelievable.
did not know that.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
So
crazy.
Yeah, try to slide that Westbrook one in there every once in a while.
Oh.
That's like a 3.
That was a great play.
Yeah.
It's like a half a miracle.
And wait, you
There's
know,
a minute and a
wait
half
a minute,
left.
wait a minute. Do you know?
Did you see the first 58 minutes of that game?
Wait, can anybody tell me who punted the ball to Brian Westbrook?
Jeff Fiegels.
Jeff Fiegels, former Eagle.
Former Eagle.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can anybody tell me who laid that first block for Westbrook to get that punt return
Ike
started?
Reese.
Ike
Reese.
Yes,
Ike Reese.
I hurt myself, patting myself on the back there, but yeah.
So
if they don't call a block in the back, Uncle Merrill, it's not a block in the back.
That's right. That's right.
So, Merrill, we'll get to more calls in a moment.
Okay.
As I mentioned, this coming up will be your 50th year. And to celebrate it, our good friends at Tasty Cake have baked this giant, what looks like a giant crimpet.
Right behind you, big dog.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, look at that. Look at the size of that thing.
That's a cake.
That is incredible.
Oh, my goodness.
Merrill's a jolly good fellow. For Merrill's a jolly good fellow. For Merrill's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny. Which nobody can deny. Which nobody can deny. All right, I don't know the rest.
Merrill's going to be a very fat fellow if he eats a portion of this cake.
That's all for you, Merrill. We expect
Thank
you to
you.
finish it by the end of the hour. So, thank you to our good friends at Tasty Cake.
Thank you, Tasty Cake.
We will have more with Merrill as we talk about his upcoming 50th season. We'll go over some of his great calls that we have not gotten to yet. There are, of course, hundreds of them, but we picked out 6. We will have more updates from free agency. We do have something.
Yeah, there is something.
Okay, at the Surfside
talk
free
about on
agency
the other
desk.
side. Yeah.
Coming up next?
Yeah.
All right. We are at Magerks and Horsham for Birdstown Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Catch all the tournament action at Magerks this month. Enjoy a game day atmosphere like no other with drink specials throughout the tournament. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you would need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps, when you're lost in the Gallimimus run, you can stay connected with Raptor Fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity, imagine that. And now you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. To get started, visit xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on a promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T starter as of $210.26. Taxes and fees extra.
It's back.
The hammer!
Jack Fritz here.
Joe versus Jack. Joe DeCamera and Jack Fritz take the court in a head-to-head basketball battle for the 5th and final round.
I mean, listen, no one cares when I win.
It's 2-2 on the basketball. March 18th at the Community College of Philadelphia Athletic Center. Tip-offs at 6, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by the Community College of Philadelphia. Rise from within.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Horizon Home Services is here to make taking care of your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems feel as simple as waving a wand with Comfort 360, the whole home protection membership. For just $19.99 a month, make getting maintenance, repairs, and replacements easier with 2 HVAC tune-ups a year and waived diagnostic fees. Plus, members get exclusive savings like 15% off any service. No magic spells required. Live comfortably ever after with Comfort 360. Learn more at horizonservices.com/Comfort360.
This is the sound of a healthy heart. But a heart that needs help needs a team that can act fast. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we see advanced heart failure patients sooner than any other network. Care that keeps hearts going strong. That's how healthy happens. Find a specialist near you at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/heartcare.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to your roof, not all contractors are created equal. Only 2% of GAF installers earn Master Elite status, and just 1% of that Master Elite group is recognized as President's Club installers. JNS Family Roofing is among them. What's that mean for you? Superior craftsmanship, proven trust, and access to the best roofing warranty GAF offers. Protection you can't get from just anyone. Choose the experts trusted at the highest level. Give my friends Stu, Dustin, Nick, and Kevin a call. JNS Family Roofing, built on family, backed by the best.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is a repeat.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, Bam won.
We just had this.
Yeah, Bam, now we can't repeat 430-90.
It's what Bam wanted.
Wow. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Merrill Reese with us for the hour. We are at the at Magerks in Horsham for the Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. You can join Magerks for opening day, March 26th. Dollar Dogs might be gone to the ballpark, but they're back at Magerks along with great drink specials. We are talking about next season is going to become Merrill's 50th calling Eagles games, which is incredible. And Merrill has reminded everyone, no plans to retire. Nope. I think people would riot if you did.
Well, I'm not.
Eggs at the house might happen again. I don't think anyone would accept you saying no. So now before we get back, we were talking to you about some of your greatest calls. Elliot did have some news at the Surfside free agency desk.
So some news in the pass rusher market, which the Eagles are in on. Bradley Chubb, who I think people had some hope they could sign, knows Vic Fangio. Well, he signed with the Buffalo Bills. It's a 3-year, $44 million deal with $29 million guaranteed. So he gets a pretty decent chunk of change,
wow.
$10 million a year.
That's sort of like the Bryce Huff deal.
Yeah.
Not with inflation, but yeah. Okay.
So Bradley Chubb off the board for the Eagles. But a name that keeps getting tied to them again and again, and this is via Diana Rossini of The Athletic, the Eagles continue to inquire about Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Grenard and remain in contact with his agent about a potential extension if a deal were to be struck.
Okay.
So this seems like a real possibility to me.
Yeah.
You're going to get him for probably Bryce Huff-ish money, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
He's younger than some of the other options. He had over 12 sacks 2 of the last 3 years. So it feels like a good possibility for them.
Yeah, and listen,
if you're talking numbers too, like contract numbers, there's obviously.
Well, the age matters because it gives them insurance.
How old is he?
So I believe he's 28.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well,
not super young, but
yeah,
Trey
I thought 26.
Trey Hendrickson is 30.
31.
I think.
Yeah. But this gives them a little bit of insurance in case, they want to move on from Nolan after next year. Right. Like you would still have somebody there that's a proven pass rusher.
He would start over Nolan. Like if they traded for Grenard, it would be Hunt and Grenard.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes. So, or you let Nolan and Hunt fight it out over there.
Maybe. I think Hunt would win that battle. But yeah.
So, Merrill, we're talking to Elliot here. And before we get back to the calls, I wanted to get your thoughts on something. We do something here every year on the afternoon show called Eagles Insider of the Year. And every week we keep track of all the Eagles reporters to see who's doing the best job, giving the best inside information. Now, Elliot won last year.
The first winner.
He is the first winner.
Yeah.
Now, he's currently number 5 in the rankings right now. and we give it away in about 2 weeks, so he's
Yeah.
got a long way to go.
They're not going to give it to me, Merrill.
Well,
Well,
look,
you
haven't
had
heard
a shot, but once I heard that Reggie White wasn't on your,
Right.
That was it.
your
Yes,
Mount
yeah.
Rushmore,
Yeah.
I've moved you from 5 to 7.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
like that.
I lost Merrill's vote.
We agree.
Now, I wanted to give you some of the people ahead of Elliott, and I want you to tell me whether you think they're better than Elliott at the job.
Okay.
Number one in the rankings currently is Jeff McClain.
Okay, yes.
He's better than Elliott. Okay,
Fair enough, Merrill.
Not even a thought.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a quick one. Yeah.
So the next one, Elliott just cited her work, is the great Diana Rossini.
Yep.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
This is so good. This is better than I thought it was going to be. Number 3, Philly voice is Jimmy Kempski.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, all right.
all right. I'll give you the Jimmy one. Yeah.
This is going well.
And number 4, he was actually runner-up last year, did not win, and that is ESPN's Tim McManus.
Oh, we have to put Tim in there.
Yeah, of
Yes,
course.
yes,
Okay, all right. Anyone else you'd like to put above Elliott?
Go down the roll call at the press conference.
Days Madero, who you want in there? Spuds?
I push you ahead of Smarty Jones.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
Well, that's not bad, ahead of the horse.
Well, Tim is number 1 in Spike's heart, so.
There you go.
Yeah.
So Merrill.
But
Oh, yeah.
redo your Mount Rushmore,
And I
you
might-
move up
yeah,
a
you
little
might-
bit.
yeah. Okay, fair
You're back
enough.
in there, Elliot.
Merrill's applying pressure to Elliott to change his Mount Rushmore. So, Merrill, we said this coming season will be your 50th season. We've gone over some of your biggest calls, and we want you to take us into the booth with you. Now, this one, January 21st, 2018, Eagles Vikings. So the Eagles are down 7-0, and the Vikings have the ball. Case Keenum behind center, and this happens.
On count. Straightens up. Takes the snap. Here comes the rush. He's hit, and it's intercepted. It's picked off by Robinson. Robinson at the 30. Cuts back across the field. Patrick Robinson looks for a block. Now he's at the 20. He's at the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Patrick Robinson!
All right. Now, that was a moment. I remember being there for that moment. What do you remember about that?
Well, I remember the Vikings moving downfield and scoring quickly and easily, but that turned the game around. However, it's not that big because I think the Eagles won that game 90-3.
They did. Well, it was, for me, that is one of the moments from those playoffs. And I actually think about that one, that it hit me. I was like, oh, my God, we're going to win the Super Bowl. Like, when he intercepted that, it was a pick six. It was only 7-7.
Yeah.
There was still no doubt that the Eagles were winning that game to me at that moment.
But there was a flea flicker in that game that was even bigger.
I'll say about the Patrick Robinson, too, one of the loudest links I've ever been in, just in terms of the noise, and the link was shaking from that.
It was shaking. I remember that,
All right, so the next one, December 10th, 1995. Eagles-Cowboys tied at 17.
Oh, yeah, I know this one.
Barry Switzer, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. 4th and 1. Again and again. We have this.
Eagles could win it if they stop the Cowboys here. They give it to Smith. He doesn't make it. They stop them. The Eagles take over on downs. The Eagles take over on downs. The referees are talking. We've got the problem. We've got the problem. Oh, they're going to call the 2-minute warning. They're going to say it was no play. Eagles stop them once, and they stop them again.
All right, how about that one? Now, that's a great one.
Well, the funny thing about that is that Saturday night, Cindy and I were watching Groundhog Day on television. and that's the one where I yelled, it's Groundhog Day. They stop them again, where everything keeps repeating and repeating and repeating. That is the call when most people come up to me and do my, their impersonation. They go to me, they stop them again. They stop them again. That seems to be the one that has the most longevity.
Yeah.
What percentage of the people that give impressions of your voice would you say are good?
Well, there's Joe Conklin.
Yeah, he's good.
So,
He's
but
good.
it's all of it's a caricature, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this. So the Cowboys run that play, and then it ends up, it didn't happen, and they do it again. Did you think the Cowboys were going to do the same exact thing in that final play? You didn't? Yeah.
No, I didn't think there was any way they were going to do that.
It almost seemed like a test of wills, that Switzer and the Cowboys being stubborn, that they refused to be stopped on that play.
No, they've got to change the play right there.
Yep.
Yeah, definite arrogance right there.
Yep.
So here we go, October 8th, 2006. It is T.O. returns as a Cowboy at the Link. His first game against the Eagles. Cowboys down by a touchdown. They're at the goal line, and this happens.
Second and goal from the 6. Under center. Bledsoe. Glenn in motion. Bledsoe back. He looks, fires for the end zone. Intercepted. Running with the football down the left sideline to the 50, 40, 30, 20. It's Lito Shepherd raising the ball as he dives into the end zone.
Boy, do I remember that, and the whole stadium started singing Lito. That was great. They booed T.O. from the moment he came out of the warm-ups, and he deserved it.
Yeah. Did you get to know T.O. at all while he was here? You did not.
No, I tried. I went. I came over and practice one day, and I said, "Were you really playing well?" And he turned and walked away. Another time I went over to him and I introduced myself. He turned and walked away. So then he did a television show on Monday nights. So I was invited. The producer called, "Would you come on T.O.'s television show?" So I said, "Sure, I'll come down and do it." And he introduces me, and I figured this is great. Maybe I'll have a little rapport with him. Did the show, and he said, "We have the golden voice of the Eagles with us," and he introduced me, did a nice interview. So I went to go home, and I stopped over, and I said, "T.O., thank you so much for having me on your show." He turned and walked away.
Wow.
Is that really?
He would never talk to me.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he's certainly one of one.
He was one of one.
Yeah, even today, he's an interesting guy. I think,
Interesting is a nice word.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And he still thinks, also, when you go back to how it ended here, he will swear that he didn't do anything wrong.
Here's the big difference.
Yeah.
We all agree that A.J. Brown is a great receiver.
Yes.
And we all agree that A.J. Brown has caused some consternation off the field and with post-game quotes and social media. But Elliott will tell you, and I'm sure Ike will tell you, that when you meet and talk to A.J. Brown, he's one of the nicest people you'd ever want to meet.
Yeah. I try to tell him all the time, like, when you see him in the locker room,
he's great.
He talks to I see every position a player stop by his locker all the time. Not just offensive guys, not just receivers, all the positions.
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah, but is he nice and great to everybody?
There might be number one guy that. No.
That's the key.
No, but he's popular in the locker room.
Yeah. Merrill, what do you think's going to happen with AJ?
I don't know. I sit here and I say I will be surprised if he lines up on the opening day of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, the feeling is that they will move on, but I don't know. Yeah. I honestly don't know.
It does seem a little bit like the horses left the barn on that one.
Well, it's like a matter of when, not if.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
So the last one we'd like to talk to you about,
okay.
I know you've talked about this one a bazillion times, but the lead up to it is so great, and it was such a great moment in Eagles history. It is the Super Bowl in 2018, and it was fourth down, and the Eagles were threatening, and instead of kicking the field goal, the Eagles did something else.
Mike, I hate to say this. Eagles are up 15
whoa.
to 12.
You hate to say it, but you're going to say it.
I'm going to say it. I would feel better at this point taking the 3 points. I think it's a risk, and if you make it, it's great. But if you don't make it, it's a big momentum swing.
Listen, I would feel better if you put LeGarrette Blount in the game and you run Blount between the tackles. That would make me feel good, but he's on the sideline.
And Clement is back in.
Oh, I'm comfortable with him as well.
Folds in the gun. Clement to his right. Now lines up behind Folds. Folds moves to the right. It goes directly to Clement. Clement reverses it, and the pass goes into the end zone.
To Nick
and
Foles.
It's a touchdown by Nick Foles.
Well,
what you didn't hear after that play, Mike looked over at me and said calmly on the air, "That's why you're up here and Doug's down there." And you know what I said to Doug after the game? I caught him in the locker room and I said to him, "That is the worst call I have ever seen with the best result."
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
it
being honest,
worked.
I was with you. I
Yeah.
said the same thing. Kick the field goal, take the points.
Well, you know,
I'm going to take the points, guy.
Mike, remember the playoff game against Green Bay, the one that was sealed in the Brian Dawkins interception and the David Akers field goal?
Yeah.
Right at
I'd like to
halftime,
forget it, but
was
yeah.
the same thing, lining up the Packers, lining up at the 1 yard line. Mike Sherman was the coach, and they go for it, and the Eagles stacked them up, and the whole game changed. They slinked off the field. The Eagles ran off like they had won the game.
Yeah.
And you know, you have a frame of reference, and that's what came back to me at that time.
Yeah, your boy was out there for that play.
Yeah.
I was out there.
And that game.
I was out there. Yeah, I was out there for that play. I was sack on Brett
You
Favre
remember
game.
that.
I do. I remember a lot getting ran over, too, in that game. That was a tough one for me out there, Uncle Merrill.
Now,
I remember they kept running that counter tray at me all game.
That's the 4th and 26
Yeah,
game.
it's 4th and 26 game.
So
Freddie Mitchell gets mad at me, kiddingly, of course, because I still don't think they picked up that yard. I still think they got a lucky spot.
Yeah.
Well, look, it takes luck, right? You know, one of the things from that clip, and you think about going through, is your partners. And I wanted to talk about Mike Quick, who your interplay with during the Philly special I thought was particularly good. Not just as a friend and a person, but I think it's amazing how Mike has grown as a color commentator, because I think it's a more difficult job than people understand, knowing that the timing and you have to say things in a certain window to allow you to do your job. How is Mike as a partner to you, and how have you seen his growth as your partner?
Well, number one, Mike is a great friend. Mike is one of the best human beings you'd ever want to meet, and I'm proud to sit in the booth with him. And he is really a great person. That he's just so natural. He communicates with the coaches, he communicates with the players, and he knows when to come in and when to come out. He is an excellent color commentator. I mean, you people talk about all the guys that everyone loves on television, and there are so many wonderful commentators. But never have I said I'd rather have so-and-so sitting next to me. I'm happier sitting next to Mike than I would with anybody alive. He's great. And I'd also want to say that my former partner right before Mike, Stan Walters, also did a wonderful job. Stan was unique in his own way, and he was a character, but Mike has done an amazing job.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing about Mike is, look, my wife does not like football. She doesn't care about it at all. We were at a charity event, and she saw Mike Quick, and she said, "Can I get a picture with Mike Quick?" And I was like, "Enough already. I know he's a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
Enough already. Can we drop it?" So I wanted to play some audio, not of a call, but actually the last time you talked to us, and we were doing a thing on the show called Super Week when we were talking about all the different Super Bowls, and you said something, and we laughed about it on the air afterwards. We didn't talk to you about it. But I wanted to play it and then provide a little context, because we all had a good laugh about it. Here was what you said when you were on the air with us.
I'll tell you something funny that happened the day before. I was in the lobby of the hotel, and all of a sudden somebody picked me up from behind and raised me in the air, and I yelled, "Put me down, put me down." And it was LeGarrette Blount. And he looked at me and he laughed and he said, "Let me see that ring." And I was wearing my 2004 NFC Championship ring. He said, "This is a loser's ring." And I said, well,
they're really starting to go after Ike Reese now.
And so he said, "Well, you know what? We're going to get you a real ring tomorrow."
Nice!
That's how confident he was.
So, of course, we were sitting next to a guy with a loser's ring as well.
No. Can I tell you, that season with LeGarrette Blount, I had never really talked to him.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, he has that great game in California at that little stadium
Against the Chargers,
and he goes crazy. And in the game, he must have gained 150 yards, and I'm yelling, "They give it to," and I started calling the locomotive. So I don't really know him. And I'm in the locker room on Tuesday, and I'm talking to Nick Foles, and all of a sudden I see this imposing figure walking towards me. And all of a sudden he stops 5 feet away with an angry look on his face. And he points to me and he says, "Merrill Reese." And I went, "Yes." And he said, "I just loved when you called me a locomotive." and the next day I gave him the tape, the CD of that call, and he picked me up and he said, "My mom and dad are going to love this." What a great guy, and what a role he played in that year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love LG, man. He was big for us.
Ike, what have you done with your loser's ring?
Well, I did have it out in a display case for everybody to see when they came in the house until I heard that clip.
I still love that ring. Don't worry about it. And you know what? That's the one ring I can wear. Because even though the winning records and they're
getting bigger.
They're so big that when I shake hands, I hurt my knuckles.
Yeah, I wish I knew what that felt like.
That one I can wear.
Yeah. It is the loser's ring. Well, you can't. There's no other way to describe it.
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah,
it is.
I mean,
we were NFC champions, though.
We should all be so lucky to have that loser's ring. I don't have any ring. Merrill,
whose idea was this, Fritz?
Yeah, no, this was mine. Sorry.
Wait a minute, Spike, you have a wedding ring.
I do. That is the most important.
Way to go,
Spike. So you've seen a lot of coaches come and go. Nick Sirianni has been to 2 Super Bowls, won 1. He does get, for a guy who's been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1, a lot of heat, it seems like. What do you think of Nick as your interactions with him as a person and as a head coach?
He's a very good guy, and I think he's a meticulous coach. I think he inspires. I think he's got a feeling of authority in that locker room. Players like him, but they don't mess around. Mm-hmm. I think it's a team that's very much under control. And I think about the fact that he's been here. He's completed 5 years. He's been to 5 playoffs, and he's been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. That speaks for itself.
It's a Hall of Fame track.
He's done a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his winning percentage is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it has been quite a run.
Yeah.
Top 5 coach, top 10.
So I think him and Jalen are probably a top 10 quarterback head coach duo of all time already. They're certainly in the discussion.
No.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Oh, come on.
Agreed.
All time?
Well, so far, Elliott said.
Yeah.
So far.
No, but Elliott would put them in now.
I mean, they've won a Super Bowl. They win
Elliott
70% of their games. They've gone to the playoffs every year.
But there are years ahead.
Yeah, I think they will climb the ladder.
You gotta wait because there have been some pretty big combinations. Andy and Patrick and Belichick and Brady and Montana and Walsh and Lombardi and Horning.
Yeah, I'd put those 4 ahead of them. I agree.
But
Chuck Noll and Terry Bradshaw.
How about Landry and Staubach?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to do
That's
some
6.
real fun.
Now, Zach Berman you'd put ahead of Elliott, right?
Yeah, I'm going down the list further and further, yeah. I mean, what they've accomplished, no other duo has accomplished.
Elliott, Olivia Reiner has you.
She does. I would agree with that one.
She does.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Anybody else? D. Gunn.
Well, D. Gunn, obviously. He's on the Mount Rushmore.
So Merrill, I'm wondering if you do the same thing.
Not Rube.
We all do. Well, Rube.
Yeah, obviously.
Rube. Yeah. Anyone else from NBC Sports Philly? You want to?
Dave Zangaro.
Dave Zangaro. Yes. Shield, even though he's not the beat reporter anymore.
Obviously, yes.
I'm wondering, and this is the last question. Thanks so much for giving us your time today, and so excited for the 50th season. I'm wondering if you do the same thing we all do after a season that doesn't end the way that you want it to. We're all very down on them, and then as the season gets closer, we all talk ourselves into it again, and we become more positive as training camp comes along. You, having been through so many seasons and seen the ups and downs, do you do the same thing?
No, I don't talk myself into anything.
Okay.
But I try as best I can to evaluate it honestly.
Okay.
I think, but the one thing I do is I never, in April when the schedule comes out, I never put WWL, because very often it depends on when you play a team rather than who you play. Who knows who's going to be injured? Who knows who they're going to line up with or without?
Yeah.
That has such a big bearing. This is a war. The NFL season is a war of attrition, and I view it that way. But I don't jump to conclusions too early.
Well, yeah, you don't have to fill airtime though. We got 4 hours.
That's
a
what I
day.
was gonna say. You start doing 4
We got to
hours.
talk about everything. We got to do
Yeah,
predictions.
that's right.
Yeah,
you too.
The good news is, Merrill, with Nick and Jalen, you can put a lot of W's down there when you make your.
Come on, man.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I'll give you the key, the biggest key to this season, and it was the biggest key to the disappointment a year ago: the offensive line.
Knew it.
Yep, I agree.
It's one of them for sure. And
Agree.
well, and you know, and
We didn't even talk to you about losing Coach Stoutland.
Yes.
Well,
Man.
that fits into the category of the offensive line.
Yeah. Yep.
He's the best offensive line coach I've seen in 49 years.
And that's saying an awful lot because you've seen some good ones.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking forward to it. Nick Foles does a podcast with Evan Moore, and they said they're going to have Stoutland on in the next few weeks. And I
Nick. Well, who's the other guy?
Evan Moore.
Nick's not doing the hard-hitting questions.
Well, Evan Moore is a different guy.
Okay, that's why I'm like, who's the other guy?
Yeah, Evan Moore, hearing him and Nick's like, everything's going to be great. And Evan's more like, are you kidding me, Nick? So,
Yeah, but I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
Don't hold your breath, because knowing Stout, he will not say anything disrespectful
Oh,
of
yeah.
anybody
No,
in the
I
organization.
agree. Yep. I agree.
So he'll just give you how much he loves his guys. And it says something when Jordan Mailata says, when they ask him, Jordan Mailata, and he goes, Stoutland University.
Yeah.
So I agree. That tells you what you need to know.
Well, Merrill, it's been 49 great years. We should just do 49 more, I think.
I'll plan on it.
We will. You will do the 50th season. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
In a city that's had so many great broadcasters, we are so proud that you are ours. You are like Mount Rushmore, no doubt whatsoever. So thank you for all the great work. We look forward to the 50th season, and thanks for joining us here at Magerks.
Thank you for having me, and also thank you to WIP, because working with Dave Yageroff and Rod Lakin is really a pleasure.
Well, let's be honest.
Don't forget his entire title as he's earned it. He's a Pro Football Hall of Famer as well.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. He's earned that.
And in honesty, all Rod did was come in and take over for the thing that I set up for him. Let's be honest. I mean, if we're, everything was in place.
Yeah.
It's sort of like,
wow.
It's like,
Rob Lincoln.
a longer run than Switzer.
Listen, Spike, you and I never had a bad word.
Never won. Never won. We didn't talk about
That's
it.
one Eskin.
We didn't. We didn't talk about it, but man, oh man, that 2020 season was one of the
I'm
most
telling
unique.
you, that was excruciating.
Yeah, I mean, doing broadcasts from empty stadiums.
Right.
So thank you again, Merrill. Jack, what's coming up in the top 5 of 5?
The biggest issues facing the afternoon show.
Oh no! So that's coming up next. Robbie E. joins us for the 5 o'clock hour. The Birds Town Hall from Magerks and Horsham, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Warm up with spring training. Saturday, Phillies, Yankees. The first pitch is at 1:05.
That is gone up on the boardwalk for Bryce Harper.
Catch all the action here on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC PBS data of home internet providers with download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Norwegian Cruise Line is currently the only cruise line sailing from Philadelphia. Imagine the ease of sailing out of Philly. No other cruise line has sailed out of our city in the past 10 years. NCL offers flexibility and variety so you do what you want when you want. They thoughtfully design every detail with their guests in mind. They take care of everything so you can be present during your vacation and enjoy every moment. Escape. Be present in the moment. Curate experiences. Norwegian Cruise Line. It's different out here. Hey, it's James Seltzer. Philly, you hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has the best deals at all your favorite local restaurants. Like this great deal at Coco's Cookies and Creamery. From now until March 31st, get a buy one, get one free deal on a milkshake, all on the Uber Eats app. So next time you're craving something sweet, don't overthink it. Get it on Uber Eats and save big with a great deal. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming, clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables. If it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next. If it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night. If it takes room service and bottle service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With Trey Hendrickson signing with the Baltimore Ravens after the team decided to bail on the Max Crosby trade with the Raiders, the team is still the odds-on favorite to win the AFC and just behind the Rams and the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl. The difference between today and yesterday is they didn't have to give up 2 first-round picks to improve their team. And the other 31 teams upset with the Ravens, they'll still do business with Baltimore if it benefits their team. I'm Adam Abdallah.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to the 2026 Birds Town Hall. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz at Magerks Horsham for Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Join the St. Patrick's Day celebration going on at all Magerks locations next week. Live music, Irish dancers, Irish food, drink specials all day long. We have Elliot at the Surfside Free Agency desk. Also, Surfside samples going on in the back here. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say Ike did hit the Surfside samples. He did. He did.
This is true.
That was a lock.
You're a lemonade and vodka guy. Straight
Yes.
lemonade and vodka guy.
Or
right?
strawberry lemonade and vodka.
The strawberry one is pretty banging. The
Yeah.
strawberry one,
Yeah.
Summer saying it's the drink of the summer.
I like it.
Joining us for the 5 o'clock hour as well.
Come on, Rob.
You gotta
Rob
sample
Ellis.
the product. What's up, fella? Hey, by the way,
Yes, sir.
outstanding hour with Merrill.
It was a lot of
Wasn't
fun,
that
wasn't
pretty
it?
good?
That was so much fun.
Yep.
Listening to the calls, his reaction, the little story behind the calls too, phenomenal.
Even the I like how honesty is about all of it.
Yeah.
Even, we played the Patrick Robinson one. He's like, not really the biggest one.
Eagles won 9-3.
Yeah,
Didn't matter.
but that's totally. It's good to know that, right?
Yep.
Because we hear the moment, we felt the moment, but it's different in there as it is there. And also him talking about Mike. Mike has become so great at his job, and they're such a great team now too. So
He's spectacular. And you're right, 50 years doing this in this kind of business, which we all know can be a very slippery slope,
Yes,
is
sir.
nothing short of remarkable.
well, dude, I'm
Kudos.
49. Like it hit me when I said you've been doing it for 49 years, and finally I was like, oh my god,
It's crazy, man.
my whole life.
It
you know?
speaks to, and we've had some great ones, but man,
Yes,
Merrill.
absolutely. So it is time for the Top 5 of 5, which is sponsored by PDQ Signature Systems. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Each the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
Finally, my time to shine.
Oh,
My time to shine.
the spotlight is on.
Yeah.
What a
Fritz.
team player.
Oh, you know me, Robbie. Yes.
Oh, Mr. Team Player.
That's right.
Yep.
As always, there's a lot of issues facing the afternoon show.
Yep.
And I have determined the 5 biggest issues
All
facing
right.
the afternoon show.
Okay.
Starting at number 5 is, will Elliott Short Parks show up in studio and pass the Eagles Insider of the Year trophy on to the next winner because he knows it's not going to be him?
If he doesn't win, Elliot.
If I don't win, it's not passing the trophy on. I keep my trophy, the original
That's a good
trophy.
point,
Yeah.
yes.
So, I'll have to think about it.
So
Oh, that's a no.
it is. So if
I don't want to steal the moment. Like that's that guy's
but it's,
moment.
But it's all class. It's all class.
I
Yeah.
think classy is maybe not showing up.
We determined one to be like the Masters, where you had to put on the green jacket for the.
Yes.
For the
I'm sure you've lined up all the ways you can.
I definitely have. Now, we have determined if Diana Rossini does win it, we think you would come in and pass the torch. If McLean wins it, you're a no-show.
I'll be happy for whoever wins it. I work with a lot of great people. Yeah.
I think Elliott
that's
should,
the right thing to say.
Elliott should fake it like the Ravens did, and then just not
That's a
show.
good point.
Not
And
show.
claiming his knee was sore.
Yeah.
I would. I don't care what's going on in sports. If Elliot tells us he's showing up and he doesn't, I am staying on for the next 3 hours.
He doesn't want to feel that round.
Obliterating Elliot.
If I don't win, we'll find out.
One of my favorite moments from the afternoon show, we've been doing this almost 2 years. It happened today.
Only 2 years.
When
crazy.
Merrill, when we asked if all of those insiders were better than Elliot, and Merrill very quickly said yes.
Yeah.
And just the
Didn't miss a
delivery
beat.
and the quickness.
Yeah.
There's no pause.
Nope, not at all.
It was
like
crushing.
It was
yeah.
like obviously.
Yeah, it was like we had Doug next.
It's that Reggie White thing.
Yeah.
That did it.
It's not my fault he went to the Packers.
Well, I tell you, it's your fault that you don't respect him.
Well,
I have a
Dolph,
ton of
Dolph
respect
went
for
to the
Reggie.
Broncos.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta
Doc
respect
played
the
2
dog.
years and didn't win a Super Bowl there. Reggie won a Super Bowl at the Packers.
Whatever.
The fourth biggest issue facing the afternoon show, and this is a big one.
Okay.
He announced his retirement yesterday, but how are we replacing Chuck? Like, I know there's going to be other callers. I understand that. But
Chuck's
it's
not going anywhere.
Yeah, but he's gonna scale it back. We're gonna hear from him once.
Not always bad.
Yeah, but once every 3 months. That's too long.
Is this about caller
This dude is not going 3 months without calling.
I hope that's the case, Ike. I hope you're right.
He might call once a month.
Look,
I'll die for once a month.
I don't
die for once a month.
I don't think what I'm about to say is blasphemous. I don't think it is. Now, Chuck said, he's found the Lord, and that's one. And this is not, calling.
This is blasphemous.
Oh, boy.
No, I don't think it is.
Well.
I don't think it is. He says found the Lord and like, calling WIP all the time, ranting and raving, not part of his mission now. I think we need the Lord to step in and tell Chuck that is part of his mission, actually.
Right, just like Reggie White.
Yes. It would. And to your question about replacing Chuck, Chuck is one of one.
Yeah, there's no replacing Chuck.
But one thing I learned during Caller of the Year and through Caller of the Year is what a huge stable of great callers we have, all ready to step up their game.
Sure.
And if sort of like when Zach Wheeler went down last year and everyone had to be 10% better.
Yep.
We just need 10. We don't need a new Chuck. We need 10% more out of everybody else.
Yeah, and early return seems as if we're going to get that.
I think so.
I think so, too.
Dustin's becoming a bigger and bigger baby every time he calls.
He's going to cry on the air.
But it's Jalen Carter.
Yeah,
that was a pathetic call from him.
He's going to cry.
Yeah.
We're going to get him to cry.
Yep.
The third biggest issue facing the afternoon show is me and Ike, we want the release of the expert panel.
Yes.
Release the names, release the votes.
Yes. The votes are gone.
What do you mean the votes are gone?
Votes are deleted. The forms are deleted.
Wow, you see what he's doing, Ike?
The forms are deleted.
Wow.
He's claiming the evidence is gone.
The evidence is gone. Just like Roger Goodell burned the tapes.
Yeah.
You know that I am, and the most important one, I revealed who voted. I revealed who voted for Herb on the final championship one. But I think, much like the NFL Hall of Fame, where they do not release who voted for who, I think keeping that confidential is important. The members of the panel can say who they voted for. I don't care.
I've said every vote. I believe in transparency.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
I expect more from
I always
everyone
happened to Spike.
Yeah, by the way, hell no. You don't owe anybody anything.
Hey, thank you, Rob. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
This is content.
What?
There's plenty of content. I'm up every morning calculating votes.
Yeah, release the names.
Reminding people.
Yes.
He's got the abacus out.
We want to create drama,
Well,
create tension.
Well, now releasing the names will be sort of
maybe for next year.
Like a whimper now.
Yeah, not the same.
Maybe for next year.
Yeah, he got his wish
But
this year.
here's what I worry about.
I can't believe he deleted the names.
But here's
files.
Here's
evidence.
Here's what I worry about.
Yes.
I worry about if their votes are public, it will change who they vote for. I want them to vote honestly without fear of retribution.
Do you want anybody on the panel that's in fear of retribution?
Yeah, I don't even want you on the panel if you're in fear of retribution.
Little healthy fear is good.
I need more Elliots on the panel.
Yes.
I need more Joe Gillios on
It was
the panel.
hard to vote against Justin.
Do we really want more Elliots and Joe Gillios?
Careful what you
That's
wish.
something he
Careful
said.
what you wish for.
Dozens of Philadelphians want it.
Yes.
They really do. The second biggest issue facing the afternoon show is, boy, have we created a diva in Herb in the Northeast. Got reports he was here early today. He was calling Joe Giglio a J.O. for not voting for him.
He was not happy.
Yeah, he
walked right to the stage.
Yeah, he was pacing around.
Oh, he walked right up.
He
Oh,
did.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Taz had to corral him. He's showing all the text messages to Rod Lakin.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I mean
He's tattletaling?
Well, he's just a problem, Rob.
Oh, my God.
Can I
What is
say?
That's not a bro move.
Quite the ego.
I'm
Quite the ego on Herb.
I'm going to be honest with you. I missed that whole thing because I just got disturbing Sixers news in the text message. So, sorry, what was the number 3 thing?
So, 2 thing.
Okay.
That Herb's turning into a diva. He walked up to the stage earlier and was calling Joe Giglio a J.O. for not voting for him.
Boy.
He was ranting and raving about how someone from Tennessee should not win Caller of the Year. It should be someone from here.
Herb. 2 things on Herb, now that I know what number 2 was. 1, Herb is in afternoon show jail. He doesn't exist to me right now. He's not a caller. He's a bigger diva than anybody even knows. He thinks he's more important than he is.
He committed treason, Rob.
Yeah. So.
He did.
Yeah.
He was unfaithful.
Well,
he was.
He thinks he's
Again.
He thinks he's more important than he is. And the second thing is like you showed up here, know where your bread is buttered, be a grown up, and the other thing is that Herb might have won if he didn't have the worst last week of calls in the history of WIP.
In the history.
They were brutal. His in-studio appearance was brutal.
Here we go.
He couldn't even walk out the door.
Wait, Herb got an in-studio?
He did.
For Caller of the Year, for the winning.
Because he was in the championship game.
All right. Okay.
He was in the championship game. I've never seen blanker eyes on anyone, and I've been working in radio for 30 years, and trust me, I've seen a lot of blank looks. Never like I saw in her.
His call time was at 3:30. What time did he show up?
1:15.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I said
Really?
I said be here by 3:30, and he texted me I'm 1 block away at 1:08. I was like, well, you're crazy.
What did he do?
That's transparency.
He waited.
Yeah, like walked around a little bit, got a little tired, fell asleep.
That $32 is go away money at this point. I will give him the $32.
Exactly. Fair enough.
Get out of here.
So in many texts I got from Herb last night, one was, I don't need anything. I will be a star one day. I don't need talk shows to make me a star.
How old is Herb?
Almost 70.
Pushing 70.
He's going to be a star one day.
70.
Yeah. Okay.
I said you already are a
Entering his
star.
prime.
Yeah.
Let me give you some information here, Herb. You do need the show to make you a star because nobody hears you otherwise. You're just calling people.
That's true.
You know, you think coast to coast. You always talk about everybody in the country.
Listening to you, yeah.
You know, Baldy doesn't talk about you, man. I know you and Baldy think you're friends. He's never brought you up once.
He's not doing Herb breakdowns?
Yeah.
He should. He should.
Be part of the team, Herb.
Yeah.
Don't be a diva.
Yeah, don't be,
T.O. Herb.
Lock in.
Yeah.
Lock in.
He'd be doing sit-ups in his driveway if he could do a sit-up.
No shot.
Yeah.
No shot he's doing a sit-up.
0% chance. All right, but the number one biggest issue facing the afternoon show, and this was evident yesterday, is we do have a region and color of the year that has the guy from town talking sports.
Yeah.
They're starting to get into the horny area.
Yeah, I don't want that.
We don't need the guys from town talking sports getting horny.
No.
I mean, Ed in Phoenixville, no one needs horny Ed.
Nope.
I mean, just keep it.
Can you give me an example?
Well, so Ed in Phoenixville is a caller.
Yeah.
And, Yoshi obviously calls us all the time. Every call turns horny with Yoshi.
Okay.
But Yoshi's problem is that he started talking to all the other callers and infiltrating them with his horniness.
Yeah.
They're
And
all worked up
And
now.
they're all starting to get horny.
Yeah.
Rio's in North Philly. All of them. All of them trying to work their little things in there.
And how are you going to corral this?
We're
We
not
gotta
going to
nip-
accept it anymore.
We got to nip it in the bud.
No blue chews?
Yeah.
Well, you'll hear about
Yeah,
that.
They all
give it
got
a
a
go.
hold.
All right.
They all got a hold of them.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah. Well, Rob, we have basically a category of caller that we appreciate. Ike has said over and over again that it's just a guy from a town talking sports.
Right.
We got bit guys and we
Yeah.
got guy from town talking sports. And I think the guy from town talking sports thinks that they're never going to win caller of the year
Right.
being a guy. But I remind you,
They're not.
They got to raise it to another level.
Yes.
No pun intended.
Corey from Columbus made it to the Final Four.
He did.
I believe he is a guy from town talking sports.
He's half and half.
Yeah, I feel like he's pretty electric for.
But he's a great guy
He
from a
is,
town.
yeah.
talking.
Yeah, I agree.
They are the backbone.
I feel like Rob's kind of like the king of guy
Well,
from
he-
a town talking
he
sports.
would love
he
those
would be.
guys.
Yeah, Rob's not a bitsman. He's not doing bits.
Well, those guys
sports
always
talk.
tell
Robbie
us.
E's not doing bits.
Let me tell you, Rob, the number of guy from a town talking sports that has told me that I should be out and more you. It is.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
Oh well, it's the thing I probably heard most in my 2 years. Being
You've
back.
heard me the most?
Yes, you were just more like Rob Ellis.
Oh, God.
Yeah. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest free. Call Guided Door and Window at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. All right, Rob, I'll start with you on this one.
Yes.
This has been the second straight off-season and free agency period that has been quiet for the Eagles. I think we all understood it last year. To an extent, we understand it this year. But we also see the Rams going out and adding 2 very high-level cornerbacks. We see the San Francisco 49ers going out and adding a high-level wide receiver. I think my question is that where do we see, looking forward to next year, even if we think it's a year where the Eagles are not, quote-unquote, going for it, in the hierarchy of the NFC, like how many teams do we think are ahead of them next year based on what we saw last year and the additions that have happened so far this year?
That's a great question. I mean, keep in mind, Spike, Seattle's lost a lot of people.
They have.
Like they're probably where you would start, right? Because they're the champs.
Yep.
So they lost some. I think the Rams are a good example, but I can't get beyond anybody else. Who else scares you?
No, it's probably the Rams at the top. There's no way Seattle's repeating.
No.
Next year.
I don't think they are either.
No. I mean, let's face it, it's hard to repeat as champions in this league. But the Rams have certainly put themselves in position. The 49ers are always.
Yeah, they're in the mix.
They're always in there in the mix.
The
Who
Bears.
else?
The Bears.
I tell
Bears
you.
could be better.
You know the stinking Cowboys.
Oh, no.
They have the personnel. they certainly have been stacking players on that defense. But you know the Cowboys will do what the Cowboys will do.
Yeah.
They can go 13-4. They're still losing that first game.
All right, forgive me if you guys discussed this.
You still know they choking that first game away.
Yeah, I don't worry about them at all, man. I look at them the way N'Kobe Dean looked at him. I just get in the corner. You got no shot. I think there's a home run swing coming from Howie.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there one that
Crosby,
you have?
maybe.
Okay.
I think there is. He's laying way too low. And look, Woolen caught a lot of people off guard.
Bears will be good this year.
But he is laying way too low. He's got to be in a straitjacket right now.
I'm sure.
So I think something's coming where we're all going to take a step back and say, that makes perfect sense. And it is going to put your assuage all your feelings here that you're having right now. I really do believe that because I think he knows. Spike, I do think they're going for it next year. There's too many old guys on the offensive line, old and beat up guys, not to go for it next year. And Nick and Jalen, there could be some serious changes if this offense doesn't work.
Sure.
So I think this is all in, chips to the middle of the table. There's only so much you can do with the cap, but I think there's a big swing coming, man.
Well, I don't see it that way. I got him even taken not so much as a step back from the record standpoint, but step back from are they legitimate Super Bowl contenders where that should be the expectation. Now, I may be setting the bar too low. I don't think I am. But winning the division and winning that home playoff game, I think that would be a step in the right direction. And I'd be okay with that.
I can't believe I'm hearing that from Mike Reese.
Yeah, well, this is March and February.
Yeah, wait till we
right?
get to training camp.
You're good if they win the division and win a playoff game?
Yeah.
That's blasphemous.
Well, here's why. If I'm assuming that AJ isn't going to be here, right?
Yeah.
We got an entire new offense from a coaching standpoint.
Schematically.
Yeah. I don't expect them to hit the ground running when the first week of the season starts, right? And because they won a division, they're going to get a division-winning schedule next year where they play all the other division winners next year. And put it this way, I'd be more surprised if they are in the hunt. So what I've done, I've said I'm going to lower my expectation, which will give them a chance to exceed my expectations versus having my expectations up here and them not meeting them.
So you're playing chess with yourself.
Yes.
It seems like, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
Talk to me, Robbie. Listen, I got a whole flock to lead. Now I got to lead the people correctly.
You still have a team that's got a guy who's taking it to at the quarterback position, a coach, an offensive line if Lane's back, and a defense that still has a lot of studs.
Yeah.
There is no way it's division in one playoff game. This is Super Bowl or bust.
So as far as Super Bowl odds go, the Rams are the favorite. The Seahawks next. Rams are plus 750, so it's not like they're some
it's not
huge favorite. Rams plus 750, Seahawks plus 900, Bills plus 900, Ravens plus 900, Chiefs plus 1,500.
Come on, man.
There's three BS right there.
Yeah.
Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs, please.
Packers plus 1,500.
No.
And the Eagles plus 1,600. Now, you guys mentioned...
So they got us as the fourth team in the NFC.
And the Packers ahead of them is pretty wild.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
You guys mentioned the Bears. The Bears, to me, are an excellent opportunity for a step back next year. You look, their point differential, they won a lot of very, very close games, and I think about the Commanders, and to me, the biggest thing for the Bears is like Caleb Williams was good this year. He was not outstanding, and for them to take a real leap.
His first year in that offense, though.
Yes, absolutely. But for them
better his second year.
For them to take a real leap, he's got to be. He can't just have fantastic plays here and there. He has to be able to do, what that offense is required of him, so they can pass the ball a little bit more.
Spike, you're right, and that's a good comp with the Commanders, the way they came back down to earth this year.
Yeah.
I just think they pulled so many things out of their rear end. The odds that you're going to be able to do that again for a second straight year, and I know they've gotten a little bit better.
That's a serious
and I think
balls,
Ben
though.
Johnson is a really good coach.
Yeah.
But I don't see it happening 2 straight years, and they're going to have a tougher schedule than they had last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
On top of it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you're talking about the Eagles, Ike, earlier. The division should be better next year.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I look at their division. Detroit, do they still have – now, they got the personnel. I wonder, do they still have it in them?
Yeah.
Because they've had some tough endings to the seasons the last couple of years. Green Bay.
Well, What?
We'll see what Green Bay
Green
looks
Bay
like.
seems
The
to always
North is
disappoint.
Yeah.
What's amazing to me is
Minnesota.
What's amazing to me is in the Super Bowl odds, the Patriots are plus 1,800. They're
Yeah.
behind the Lions. They're behind the Chargers. They're behind the Niners.
So they get AJ.
I was going to say, when they get AJ,
Yeah.
do they jump the Eagles?
Yes.
I think they would.
I do
I think
too.
they will, too.
Yeah. I mean, the Rams jumped the Seahawks with the McDuffie trade. I
Yeah.
mean, they were behind the Seahawks before that.
That 1,800 is a lack of belief in their offense right now.
For sure.
Because their defense
Yeah.
carried them to that Super Bowl. That's what it is. But AJ gets in there, everything flips as far as those odds go.
Drake, maybe. 215-592-9494. We will have more with Robbie E. coming up next. Also, Elliot is at the Surfside free agency desk.
Do something over there.
I'm
We're
trying.
we're at Magerks and Horsham
The
for
Sixers
Birds
are the
Town
only
Hall.
ones, yeah.
We'll have that next too. Well, some Sixers news I care.
I'm not even looking at Twitter to even see what's going
don't
on.
wanna
Okay.
know.
Can I
Yeah, I'm not even
can I
looking.
scream about McCain?
Yeah,
Spike?
oh,
Can I have some
oh,
McCain?
you
Johnny?
you found the
join
right
Spike.
guy.
Yeah,
You kidding me?
exactly.
You want me to stay for the 6 o'clock hour?
Please.
We're at Magerks Horsham for Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Check out the tournament action at Magerks this month. Enjoy a game day atmosphere like no other with drink specials throughout the tournament. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Fellas, if I were to say the word gold, let's talk about some great gold things. We usually associate gold with great, right?
Yep.
Gold medal.
Yeah.
Gold star.
Yeah.
Gold standard.
Yeah.
Blue Chew gold.
There we go.
Oh,
The goldiest of gold.
Oh, yeah. And, when we talked about Blue Chew regular, we talked about it being a chewable.
Right.
The thing with Blue Chew Gold is it's not a chewable, but I don't want to alarm anyone. They're not making you swallow a pill. No. You put it under your tongue. It dissolves.
Yeah.
And then within 15, in as little as 15 minutes, it's working. Now, you might ask, guys, how is it working? Because, Blue Chew gets the blood flowing exactly where it should flow. You know what I'm saying, Ike?
Yes, sir.
Now, Blue Chew Gold does that too, but it's a 4-in-1 concoction that gets you right mentally as well.
So you have your head straight.
Yeah, well,
Balls.
I was going to say both, but I'm not. It's not just about the physical thing. It's about the mental thing, too.
Gotta be locked in.
It gets you connected. It gets you right with your desire. It gets you right with your arousal, your mental arousal.
Gets you going.
Yeah.
Gets you going.
It's got apomorphine and oxytocin in it, and it is perfect. Gold standard. So, again, go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. Your first month of Blue Chew Gold is 10% off. That is BlueChew.com. Code 94. Your first month with Blue Chew Gold is 10% off, and then you can
dissolve it and solve it.
Do it and do it. Let the good times roll. Sip it all night. Let the good times roll.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Big Air Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. During our spring sales event, get 10% off any home painting project, $2,500 or more. When you schedule before May 15th at participating locations, get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Taking a look at the Pro Football Futures market following Baltimore pulling out of its trade for Las Vegas' star pass rusher. Baltimore 10-1 to win next year's Pro Football Championship. behind only LA of the NFC and reigning champion Seattle. And I don't think you can justify having Baltimore up this high on the board, given the fact that Baltimore basically told us they needed this big move to get them over the hump. Now, without that player, Baltimore has some work to do. They can still do that work and get some good players, but as of right now, I wouldn't think about laying even one penny on Baltimore to win next year's championship. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the sound of a healthy heart. But a heart that needs help needs a team that can act fast. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we see advanced heart failure patients sooner than any other network. Care that keeps hearts going strong. That's how healthy happens. Find a specialist near you at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/heartcare.
They don't need spring training at National Appliance Warehouse. They're always in mid-season form and ready to match you with the perfect new appliances for your home. You know you'll always get the absolute best price possible at National Appliance Warehouse. They leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver on that promise. But what keeps their customers coming back isn't just the lowest prices, it's the customer service. Their team operates under a simple what-if policy. What if this customer's my mom or dad, my friend, or my kid? Everyone who walks in gets treated to a 5-star experience. An expert guides you around a huge showroom with over 100 brands and makes sure you end up with the perfect appliances. They even have mattresses too. The incredible Friends and Family Savings event is backed by popular demand at National Appliance Warehouse. Visit their Wilmington or Middletown showrooms in tax-free Delaware or click nationalappliancewarehouse.com and tell them Fritz sent you.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is the 2026 Birds Town Hall, presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
once again. The dulcet tones, the beautiful tones coming out of Bam's voice. Wonderful job, Bam.
Thank you, Magerks.
Yes. Great job.
Thank you, Magerks.
Great job. They're lining up waiting for autographs afterwards. Can you help Bam out there, Jack? There we go. Bam walked here from Upper Darby. He started the last of 5:30 Creed that we did with him on Friday. Well done, Bam. Well done. Robbie E. here with us until 6 o'clock. Elliot over at the Surfside Free Agency desk. The second straight year, the Surfside Free Agency desk has been rather quiet.
Yeah, almost 24 straight hours for me on this desk with no signings. So
That's incredible.
maybe I'm the problem.
Yeah, well,
as many say.
Well, I think you would probably get some agreement.
Yeah,
there
I think
about
Merrill
that.
would agree. The Twitter poll will win on that one.
Yes, Merrill has agreed.
Merrill agreed with a lot.
Yeah. Before we get back to the Eagles, bad news for the Sixers in that.
What the hell happened now?
Sixers say this is per Sixers Adam. Sixers say Kelly Oubre is out for at least 2 weeks with an LCL sprain in his left elbow. So for those counting at home, Tyrese Maxey out for at least 3 weeks, and even if he came back 3 weeks on the nose, it would leave him 7 games left. Oubre now out for 2 more weeks. Embiid they are evaluating at the end of the week, so he will miss the game against the Pistons tomorrow. The most painful part of all of it is that it's basically impossible for them to fall out of the play-in because they are 6.5 games ahead of the Bucks for the play-in.
Do you think they should tank?
Well, I don't think they should lose on purpose.
Yeah.
But I do think every team in the play-in is playing way better than them right now. I think it would be better for the organization for them to have a 7% chance or 9% chance at a top 4 pick. Because Oklahoma City gets that pick unless it's top 4.
Yeah.
So I think it would be better than getting housed by the Celtics or the Cavs. I think it would be a horrible look to try to do that, but I think it would be better for them, honestly.
I do think there would be something to telling Maxey and VJ we're tanking.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it, but I think they'll do it on their own.
Yeah, it won't matter. They're going to lose anyway.
Needs to play, and Maxey still needs 4 games.
Yeah.
To be all NBA.
To be all NBA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
But again, it was at least 3 weeks for him.
Yep.
So
that's why when you said 7 games left, I was like, oh God, that's going to be cutting it
How
close. Enthusiastic
do you think
cutting it close?
Yeah, Paul George will be in those last 10 games when he comes back. You're going to get max effort out of PG.
Yeah. To his credit, he has been around a lot. It seems like he's been working with young players a lot. I guess we should get something out of the $50 million a year.
Yeah.
Would you sit him to make sure he's not hurt before the offseason?
No.
For trade perspective?
You're not going to be able to trade him anyway.
I don't think he'll be on the team next year.
You think somebody's going to give you that?
I think
2 more years.
I think they will end up attaching I think that the pick they got for McCain will end up helping them get rid of Paul George. Because I think there are teams as poorly as Paul George as that has worked out here. He's still a good player, and I think there will be a team. And because his fit is, you can put a player like him on any team. I think there will be a team that talks themselves into it.
God, I hope you're right.
Yeah, might be nice, God bless Campaign and the great game he had last night. Might be nice to have Jared McCain on the team right now, So
yeah, you didn't need him because you have so much guard depth. I was
many
told by
guards.
national pundits they were fine there. There wasn't any issue. And Quentin Grimes is so good that you don't need Jared McCain. Quentin
glut
Grimes
of guards.
Shows up every 3 games, but you're so good there. You don't need a guy like that, and you don't need to use him coming off screens in the mid-range games. Just stick him in a corner, and everything's going to be fine.
No,
it was great work by the Sixers.
Yep.
Really.
Well, and Nick Nurse and Morey obviously feel exactly the same on this, and I think they have more information than we do. This is always true. I have great respect. Nurse, I don't care anymore. Morey obviously have great respect for as a GM. They missed this one. They're just wrong, and like this year or otherwise, I saw what I saw with him. It's very rare that you watch a basketball player and you're just sure that they're good. What I saw from McCain last year, I was just sure that he was good. They're wrong.
Well, and the other part,
they're wrong.
Spike, the other part is, and I'm not Mr. Vibe guy, but I am in this case.
Yeah.
When Joel Embiid begs you to not just punt, and you punt, and Tyrese Maxey tells you he loves the guy, maybe you don't just ship him off for nothing.
Yes, and tell everyone that you sold high.
Yeah, and kick him out the door when he's a beloved guy on the team. It just, none of it made sense.
Do they survive this, Daryl and Morey? I'm Daryl and Nick?
Let's just say they lose in the first round in embarrassing fashion.
Gone.
I think Darryl survives it. I don't think Nurse does.
I think both could be gone.
I think ultimately the organization looks at Darryl and they trust him. I think they do. Nurse, I think Daryl Morey used up a lot of capital last year saving Nurse's job. If anything, cost him his job. Now here's one thing that could cost him his job. I don't think Jared McCain's going to play a ton in the playoffs. They have a ton of players. The Thunder have too many players.
Yep.
If he swings a playoff series, like if he has 2 games in a row where he comes in there and shoots them through a game, the town will be out with pitchforks. He's not, Mike, my podcast partner, brought up Luka. He ain't Luka. but if people see
I agree.
this guy on a championship team contributing in the playoffs, the thing that happened with Luka, the trade didn't kill Nico Harrison. The fans rioting killed Nico Harrison.
But is Josh Harris so tone deaf he doesn't even hear the rioting?
No, I think they hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they hear it. So great job, Sixers. Great job, Sixers. Here we are. Their free agency has been official for 1 hour and 38 minutes. Officially, I guess since Monday, the Eagles have had an opportunity to do something. Reek Woolen is the big signing they've had. Now, Elliot, you said it was $12 million. I thought I saw 15. Is it $12 million?
So he got a 1-year, $15 million deal. Jason from Over the Cap is reporting it is $12 million.
Okay.
Now that's the only number out there. Jason does an awesome job, but there's not been a ton of reporting on what the number is. But $12 million for 1 year would be a lot of money. I know we're calling it a prove-it-year deal, and it kind of is. But it's more like a luxury payment for 1 year. I mean, that's $12 million's not a prove-it-year deal in the NFL.
No.
Like that's not like $3.5 million.
No, prove it for him to get a long-term deal somewhere.
That's true, but I just mean that's a premium you're paying for 1 year.
I agree.
That's 1,000,000% a culture Fangio move. You believe that you're the ones who can fix them.
Oh, right, yeah.
1,000,000%.
Well, and we were talking earlier. I thought about Devin White. And that felt like a Howie signing. It was a guy who got benched his previous stop. It was a guy who had, the DNA of him as a talent was very high. Yeah. And he got here, and Fangio said, nah, I'm not doing this. He did the same thing with Bryce Huff.
Do you think in that case, though, Spike, that they consulted with him on this one to just to shake it up to avoid that?
I would hope.
I would hope so, too.
I would hope so.
I don't know.
Boy.
I have no. The one person that on the staff that would have some intel would be Clint Hurt, who was the defensive coordinator for the Seahawks when he was there. But I think there's two things that go into it. One, I think Howie likes betting on talent in these sorts of situations, and the other thing is they cannot go in to another season like they did last year with no real solution and a hope and a prayer that position ends up working itself out.
That's where you are with safety right now.
Well, they have one safety really, right? Yeah. I mean, one safety that you think
coming
can
off
play
a serious injury
in Makuba.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So you compare him to Devin White, which I think is a good comparison. But I would also say Woolen reminds me a little bit of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in the way that you hope he's bringing some of that attitude within reason, right? You don't want penalties, but we know that obviously we saw in the playoffs he's a guy that talks. He's a playmaker, right? He has 12 interceptions in 4 years. But he's also somebody that I think freelances and is not just to be where you're supposed to be. And I think with Chauncey, they miss his attitude and they miss his turnovers, but they don't miss the fact that he's out of position. And that's what I think could get Woolen with Fangio, is he'll make plays, but if he's not where he's supposed to be consistently and he's a bad tackler, that's where I think it could get ugly.
Yeah, listen. He's out there freelancing. He ain't going to be out there very long.
Right.
Yeah, Vic's not
going.
going.
With Vic.
Yeah, Vic's not going. He's not going to go for that. And
there's 0 F's given.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it doesn't matter that they spent a lot of money on the guy, because we saw that in the Super Bowl year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Bryce Huff didn't play. I mean, he was
or Devin White.
Devin. Now, Devin White. I think Devin White made it even worse by not wanting to play special teams.
Yes.
If you remember that one.
Yep.
And you guys asked about them consulting with Vic, and here is why I think that answer might be no. Vic's here one more year. Now I know this guy's only here 1 year, but he just put them through a will he or won't he retire thing, and we can see Howie joke at press conferences about Vic all he wants. Howie's a proud guy. Howie's a general manager, and I do think to an extent there might be a sense of Howie saying, "Look, I'm the GM. I'm going to pick who the players are on here, and this guy who's not even going to be here in 2 years is not going to tell me who I'm going to sign and who I'm not going to sign."
Yeah, I also, and this, I would, for Ike actually, like, it's a 1 year deal where he's likely not going to be re-signed. Like, they're going to sign Quignon, they're going to sign Cooper.
Because they won't be able to afford it if he plays well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, as a player, is it possible to feel fully invested when you know, like, you are playing to, more than likely, maybe he doesn't realize this, but to play for another team in a year?
Oh, no, he realizes it. He's been in the league now, 5 years? 4 years? So
this will be his
4
fifth,
years.
yeah.
This will be his 5th year. No, he realized it. Players come and go, and he didn't get the contract he was looking for this offseason from a long-term sort of point of view. He's going to look at this, if he's smart, and say, I'm playing with a very good defense, with a team that
could win it,
should be in contention for winning. I'm going to play in a lot of big games. If the Eagles aren't paying me, this is an opportunity for somebody else to pay me out there. And again, he doesn't have any ties to the Eagles, so it's not like he's here saying, I envision myself being here the rest of my career.
Right.
He just picked a good landing spot for himself that's going to pay him good money, that's going to give him an opportunity to make more money because he's playing with a great defense. He's playing with a great defense.
I think the 1 year works in the Eagles' favor.
Yes.
He's got to be on his best
gotta
behavior.
Be, yes,
or he's going to get half of what he got this year.
The issue is he was on last year a 1 year deal. Like, not say,
I mean,
like it was
I know
final
it was
year.
the final year.
Yeah,
of
so we've
his
seen
deal
him
there.
in a contract year.
Yeah. Be a knucklehead.
And here's the other thing that will be big for him is Quinyon Mitchell has now developed the reputation as a guy that you don't want to throw at. So we saw it last year. Adoree Jackson got tested. Keely Ringo got tested. Whoever was out there got tested. They are going to throw it.
He's going to get worked
constantly. And I think that happens in the NFL now more than any time. Is they figure out where the weakness is and they pick at it. And if there's ever a time that he can't be freelancing, it is now. He is not the weak. By process of elimination, he's the weak spot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I honestly think it's there's more probability for there to be a big year for him than it is for it to be a horrible year for him. He may not live up to that expectation. He just may have a solid year, and he's just a solid number 2 over there. And then the Eagles say, okay,
maybe we'll bring it back. You're still young enough.
Or they just move on from him.
Right.
I mean, he's a solid number 2. Maybe they're not priced out. It just feels unlikely with the money they're giving Quinn.
Think about it. Did we ever hear from Devin White afterwards again?
Well, he went to the Raiders.
Yeah, but I mean,
no, he handled it great. He did.
I mean, but if he has any sense, it's like, dude, now's your time to show everybody you're a professional.
And I think, honestly, Devin White, the Raiders wound up paying him, didn't they?
I don't know. No, they signed 2 linebackers this offseason.
Oh, yeah, they signed
Nakobe and one other, so I'm not sure.
Also, he might be a free agent right now. Oh, okay. Because I thought he was leading the league in tackles.
He was, yeah.
On it.
Well, Elliott always
with no defensive line.
On a team that's out there all game, the defense
Crosby.
is always out there,
some quarterbacks still on the market as well. And I'm going to lead this to an Eagles thing. No one signed Kyler Murray yet.
Vikings, going Vikings.
Yeah, it seems like a Viking.
And then Derek Carr said he would come back this year. There was a report earlier that he would unretire. I thought that might be a possibility when he did. I wonder, we have not, now maybe this is a lead up to the draft thing, but and now with Sam Howell signing elsewhere, is whether they trade
Ellis.
He did. He signed.
Sam Howell went to Dallas.
He did.
What a cow. What a kid.
So he's played for Washington.
He's dead
for Washington, Eagles, and Dallas.
Yes, he just has to sign with the Giants next year to do the whole thing. Gardner Minshew, by the way, got $9 million for 1 year. Is what the Eagles do with Tanner McKee. Is whether they trade him or not. And I don't know how many teams are left wanting who would want a quarterback and at this point believe enough in McKee to trade for him in a contract year and let him start. I think he might end up just being on the Eagles, but that is I think a domino still to drop
Yeah,
or
I mean,
fall with the Eagles.
The tough thing for the Eagles is this is your last opportunity to trade him because
Yep.
you're likely not re-signing him. I guess you never know how it goes. But I agree. You look around the league, the jobs are kind of going away.
Yeah.
I mean, where would he even get a chance to compete? Like, so
Yeah.
many teams are bringing in obvious starters right now.
That last game killed him.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, agree.
It killed
If
his
he-
value.
If he would have done awesome, I think it'd be
Yep.
a different
Now,
discussion.
listen, I like Tanner McKee, and we've gotten a chance to watch him more than anybody else has, so maybe that's why I like him. But I don't think there's a buzz about Tanner McKee around the league.
Agreed.
No, it doesn't seem like
No.
that. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Like
well,
there's
it's not a Matt Flynn,
Yeah.
kind of feel.
Well, even Malik Willis.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh my God, what a resurrection
Yeah.
that is.
Well, and the thing for the Eagles now is two things. First of all, is that if the pick if it's not a third or higher, it's probably not worth it because you have a backup you're confident in, who if Jalen goes out for 3 or 4 games, who knows the personnel and is here. And the other thing is that they seem cap-strapped enough to where a more expensive backup quarterbacks are not cheap if they have any pedigree at all. As you can see, Minshew signed for $8 million.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would have the money to
Good
sign a quarterback. Is Battle here? I was
Yeah,
going to do a
yeah.
text line. Where's
well, he's
Battle?
just,
You working today, Battle?
Yeah, free food Battle. Is Battle eating free food?
A little
or-
bit of NFL news as he walks up, I think is interesting.
okay, yeah.
The Ravens GM talked today, obviously about the Max Crosby thing, and said they intended to sign both Crosby and Trey Hendricks.
Oh, that is such a lie.
that sounds good.
right.
I'm just letting you know what he said. Yeah,
That
He's
is such a lie.
devastated it fell through.
Well, I would be if you're.
devastated.
Well,
Please.
if you're. Players are going to go whoever pays them the most money. I don't think it hurts the Ravens with players. With trades, I would be terrified of making
Every
a trade with the
agent
Ravens.
is now looking at them sideways.
The good
course.
news is it's a small window where they could do this. I guess you actually could fail a physical at any point. Never mind.
Yeah, you can always fail
Yeah, you're right.
physical.
Yeah.
I mean, it happened in the NBA last year. The Lakers, it had nothing to do with the physical. Mark Williams, a center on the Hornets, they traded a first-round pick for,
Oh, yeah,
and
that's right.
they got cold feet. And they said he failed his physical, and they moved on. The text line is brought to you by live text line with Battle here. Let's see how he pulls it off. Well, he's not a live guy; he's a tape guy. So we'll see how he pulls it off. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
General Reese, it's been many moons since we last communicated. I have only ended my silence because the most insufferable thing in the world is all the dorks calling into WIP shows crying about how they're not the caller of the year. What is wrong with these dudes? Men, are you not loved at home? Sincerely, Warlord Chuckles.
Been a while.
It's been a while for Warlord Chuckles.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's before your time.
Oh, wait. I know who that guy is.
You do.
He sucks. He does. That guy sucks. That guy talking about how we went to the same high school on the internet for 5 years. Chuckles sucks. Anyway.
Welcome back.
Wow.
Chuckles sucks. You suck, Chuckles. What's next?
I might as well be sitting at my own little desk, too. Jack, not talking for the first hour and a half of the show.
Wow.
It's been a hard day's work.
Wow.
Could have
Yeah.
swapped seats.
It's been a hard
Well,
day's
look, I
work.
went to you for the 3 Eagles ranking defensive players that you would want for the next 5 years.
Show no interest.
You said Bryce Harper.
Yeah, well, listen, we need Knowles tonight.
You really avoided the Bryce combo today, by
Well,
the
we
way.
really
Good job.
need somebody on defense you need to hit, and Bryce not really up for it right now.
ouch.
I know.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting their cute jokes out.
Yeah. Brycey Revere, singles hitter Bryce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big at bat last night.
Yep,
Yeah,
huge.
yeah.
It reminded me of the Mets series. What's next?
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Seriously, is there a more overrated era of Eagles football than 2000 to 2005? Merrill's general attitude every time he comes on the show.
He didn't even care that you were sitting next to him, and it was
Oh,
the loser's ring.
Just talking. Keeping it real.
Yep, he kept it
Keeping it
real.
real.
Oh.
What am I going to do?
Yeah, nothing. He's got a point. You know, we're like, ha ha ha, Ike's right there.
Yeah.
He's like, man,
I'm still
I love LeGarrette Blunt.
Yeah, I'm still recovering from the loser ring.
Yeah, he wasn't calling you locomotive.
No. What's next?
Ouch. Donovan at the nail salon hearing Merrill Reese say Rondé Barber was his favorite receiver in the 2002 NFC Championship game.
Dude, that was rough.
We all caught strays. Yeah, everybody was catching strays.
Unbelievable. Poor Donovan.
Well, Merrill's sitting there with 2 Super Bowl rings. Donovan has none.
He'd have waited a long time for that first ring.
Yeah. What's next?
Why does Ike keep taking photos of me? Merrill at Magerks.
Was I taking a lot of photos of Merrill? Ike's a photo guy.
He is a photo guy.
Yeah.
He is a photo
He loves the
Never
selfie.
know, man.
Yeah. Always got to make
Oh,
sure.
God. Oh, we're moving right to the next thing. What's next?
LOL, and it's small, too. Merrill Reese, not sorry about the loser ring comment.
Was not at all.
Still going.
Yeah.
Dude, he did also say, and it's small.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I can wear that one because it's so tiny. What's next?
I hate y'all, man.
It's very nice to meet you, T.O. Why is he walking away? Bam, meeting Todd Pinkston.
Oh my God.
That's the one he wanted.
Oh, that's the last one.
Oh, that's the
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's a tough one.
Whoa. Oh, great job, battle.
Thanks.
No flubs.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
Golf clap.
Well, everyone at Magerks is so happy to see us when we come here.
Yes.
What a nice reminder that anybody likes me at all. I love coming to Magerks. Elliot, great job. You didn't do much of anything. But,
No, once again.
Yeah.
But it was a fun day.
But we use you in the afternoon show, even without updates.
Always
so.
happy to be on with you.
Robbie, Ethan. Now, Robbie E. is here from 6 to 7.
Yes, I'll be joined by Mike Sealski and Devin Caney. Devin's
Ah,
right
there you go.
Scoops.
Scoops
Yes,
Caney.
yes. Scoops in the house.
All right. We will talk to you tomorrow. Thank you for listening. We love you for it. Remember, deodorant is the thief of joy. Now, summertime, or springtime, rather. We're not at summer yet. We're hardly even at spring. It's time for all those projects around the house that you have not gotten to yet, right? You got to take care of the weeding, the mulch out in front of your house, cleaning up the garage, and the windows and doors you've been putting off all winter. Before you know it, it's going to be summer, and those old drafty windows and that old drafty door or two is going to be letting in all that hot air, making your energy bills go up. Call Guida. They are not going to help you with your garage. They're not going to help you with weeding, but they can get you windows and doors at 20% off. That is 20% off every window. It's 20% off every door. You can start your project right now with no money down. That is no money out of pocket. Now, you'll be sitting in your house, enjoying those new windows, enjoying those new doors for 3 years with no interest. That's right, interest-free for up to 3 years. This is a limited time. There are restrictions. The best thing you can do to get all the info is call them. Get yourself a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund? Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness? What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com.